This chubby guy here is Sang-Yu, who complains about everything in life. Like why he should eat, sleep, and rest when he could just play games, drink, go on dates, and travel. He wishes he had two bodies to do things for him, and that wish came true. He's living in a world of hunters, with many hunters and many special abilities. If you want a power, you need to join a program called Awakening, managed by the country, to help people unlock their abilities. Which means you have to step through a gate to trigger the development process. The protagonist also grumbles in line to go through the gate. And after passing through, he gains the ability to clone himself. Right now, he's only at level 1, so he can create a clone that's identical to him by using energy. The maximum number of clones depends on the user's level. The original is connected to the clone, and currently, only one clone can be summoned at the same time, with a 24-hour cooldown. Sang-Yu follows the theory correctly, closes his eyes, imagines for a moment, and successfully creates another clone identical to himself. Sang-Yu looks at the fat clone naked in front of him, and he awkwardly asks, "Is this a clone?
Wow.
Can I touch it?" The clone doesn't react. It just obediently answers, "Yes, master." Sang-Yu feels kind of embarrassed. This is weird. So he slaps himself to snap out of it and starts examining and touching his clone. He's amazed. This is a real body, not an illusion. Sang-Yu looks at the clone's equipment and tells it, "Put on some clothes first." Once the clone is dressed, the two stand facing each other. Sang-Yu thinks for the clone to sit down, and immediately it sits down. Sang-Yu finds it interesting. He doesn't even need to speak out loud. It listens to him. He thinks for it to stand up, and the clone does so again. Sang-Yu tells it to repeat, and the clone stands up and sits down a few times, panting like a cow. It seems like this clone has the same stamina as him. After a while of standing and sitting, suddenly, a notification appears, and Sang-Yu's strength increases by 0.001. At the park, Sang-Yu's clone is running like crazy. It runs around the park dozens of times every day, and the clone sits on the bench, panting heavily. A kind lady walks over offering water, but the clone ignores her. It brushes her off and keeps running. The lady sighs. Is this guy some kind of freak? Sang-Yu steps onto the scale, and his current weight is 78.4 kilograms. Lately, he's been feeling hungry and eating twice as much as before, but this month he's still managed to lose 20 kilograms. He hasn't done anything, yet his body is getting thinner day by day, and it seems like he's even gotten a little taller. A system notification pops up again, and his stamina and reflexes have increased a little more. Sang-Yu sits back down on the bench and realizes a few things while dealing with his clone. First, he doesn't feel the pain or exhaustion that his clones experience. Second, the clones will only disappear if they're injured or if they exceed their energy limit. Third, whenever his body changes, the clone immediately copies his appearance exactly. Fourth, even if he's far away from the clone, he can still give orders by just thinking them in his head. And finally, the clones cannot create clones. Sang-Yu tries searching the Hunter Wiki to find more data. A level 1 data is the limit for an adult who hasn't awakened. There are regular data types and special data types. But most awakened individuals select and unlock a part of the regular data, such as recovery speed, resistance, strength, and intelligence. These are a few special data types, and there's no way to know how to unlock these special data except for a few rare exceptions. With regular training, it's hard to even increase a stat by 0.001 per day. Sang-Yu looks at his stats, and the total increase in his stats has reached 0.39 because his clones have been training nonstop, following every order given. They always push themselves to the limit, and that's why his stats have been rising so quickly. Sang-Yu wonders if his stats would increase if he trained alongside the clones, but he knows he'll never join such brutal training. Suddenly, Sang-Yu notices a gym advertisement and gets a brilliant idea. Sang-Yu looks at the membership fees and realizes he doesn't have enough in his account. Sang-Yu sighs. Lately he's been spending more on food. He needs to find a part-time job or something, because his current job isn't going too well. Sang-Yu starts typing on his computer, looking for work. He considers being a construction worker, get some exercise, and earn money. He scrolls through a list of jobs, and for the first few, he realizes he has to do them himself since clones can't do tasks he hasn't experienced yet. He stops at a delivery job listing, picks up the phone, and calls a recruiter. The phone rings a few times before someone answers. He asks about the job details, and the person on the other end says there's no need for an interview. Just come in and start working. They then ask when he can start, and Sang-yu says tomorrow. The person on the other side hesitates for a moment and asks, "Can't you start today?" Sang-yu is a bit surprised, but he declines, and they agree to meet at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. The next day, Sang-yu arrives at the delivery company. To be safe, he brings along another clone. He tells the clone to wear a mask and a hood to cover its face, reminding it to respond properly. And when working, its name is Jeongdu Kim. While he's wondering where to go, someone suddenly calls out to him. Sang-yu turns around and realizes it's a familiar face, Uncle Deok-chil. He doesn't immediately recognize Sang-yu because of his weight loss, but he directs him into a building, telling him to go inside, as that's the office. Sang-yu, full of energy, prepares himself to work and hopes to finish early and head home. After a while, he's panting like crazy, exhausted, with his arms and legs trembling. He had seriously overestimated the difficulty of this job. It'll probably take him until tomorrow to finish. Sang-yu is on the verge of tears. He should have just stayed home. The clone could have done all the work. After receiving a 1-hour break, Sang-yu feels like he's about to die. At that moment, Uncle Deok-chil hands him 2 cans of water, advising him to drink plenty of water to replenish his sweat, and even bought him some food. Sang-yu gratefully accepts, and Uncle Deok-chil sits next to him and the clone. He looks at the clone and asks what its name is, seeing how it works tirelessly like an ox, but is so quiet. The clone says the name Sang-yu had given it earlier. Uncle Deok-chil then turns to Sang-yu and asks if he's okay, as it seems like this is his first time doing this kind of work. Sang-yu admits that he's quite exhausted. Uncle bursts into laughter, praising the two of them for their persistence. Most people would have quit by now. Sang-yu silently sighs, crushing the water bottle in his hand. "If only I wasn't broke, I wouldn't have to do this job." Uncle asks which university Sang-yu attended. He replies that he went to Jeongo University. Uncle praises him, saying he must be really smart to get into that school. He wishes his daughter could get into that school too. Sang-yu reassures him not to worry. "I wasn't that great, but I still managed to get in." Uncle asks how he got in, and Sang-yu says he had some qualifications and got in through direct admission. Uncle laughs out loud, then pauses to think for a moment before asking if Sang-yu wants to find a different job. Sang-yu asks what kind of job, and Uncle suggests that Sang-yu tutor his daughter instead of suffering here. Sang-yu hesitates for a moment, thinking about his bank balance. He asks Uncle what the pay is like. Uncle says it's 50,000 won per session, 2 hours per session, 1 to 2 sessions per week. Sang-yu calculates. 50,000 won for 2 hours isn't bad compared to the time spent. Sang-yu agrees. Uncle brushes off his clothes, stands up, and says he'll discuss it with his daughter and contact Sang-yu later. Sang-yu also gets up and stretches his back. This works out perfectly. The system notification pops up again, showing his stats have increased by 0.001. He's satisfied. He got a job and his stats went up. This is perfect. At that moment, another worker pushes 2 boxes toward them and tells them to deliver them. Sang-yu turns off the digital board, rummages through his snack bag, and decides to eat first before continuing the work. After talking for a while, the snack bag is completely empty. Looking over, he sees his clone munching away, not missing a single piece. Sang-yu stands there, stunned, then laughs. "Damn it, you ate everything. You greedy dog." The next morning, Sang-yu felt sore all over his body. He cursed under his breath. "From now on, I'll have Clone 1 do part-time jobs." He looked at his own stats and saw they had increased a little more, proving Clone 1 had been working hard. Sang-yu used telepathy to order Clone 1 to go home. He wanted to dismiss it and make it disappear, but that would cost the outfit it was wearing. After Sang-yu finished his breakfast, Clone 1 returned. He told it to shower and change clothes. Then, he ordered it to hold out its hand. Sang-yu shakily took a needle and pricked its finger. Blood oozed from the finger, but Clone 1 showed no reaction. Sang-yu panicked and wiped the blood away, asking, "Does it hurt?" Clone 1 remained indifferent, with no expression. Sang-yu checked the information on the Hunter Wiki about unlocking the resurrection skill, which could be done in the following ways. First, inflict damage on the body. Second, let it heal on its own until no external help is needed. Third, repeat the above 2 steps until the skill is unlocked. Sang-yu was scared. He didn't dare inflict any more serious damage. The thought of it was terrifying. He decided to stick to smaller injuries for now. Sangyu told Clone 1 that whenever it was hungry or finished working, it could eat ramen. He handed it a phone and told it to take it with it while working and to remember to answer calls. After that, Sangyu grabbed his bag and the flyer and went out. He was headed to the gym he had visited the other day. On the way, he ran into a familiar face, a big, burly guy who slapped him on the back and asked how he was doing. Sangyu was a bit startled and shrugged his hand off. It was Kim Jeong-do. Jeong-do laughed loudly and said, "You've lost a lot of weight, huh? Must have shed quite a few pounds." Sangyu raised the flyer and said, "I've been exercising every day. I'm on my way to the gym right now." Jeong-do rubbed his own belly and said, "I need to start working out too." He asked what gym Sangyu was going to, and Sangyu told him it was called Flexible Body Gym. Jeong-do chuckled and said, "That place has a great reputation. Plus, the personal trainers, they're super good looking." He then followed Sangyu as he headed to the gym. The two of them entered, and the instructor quickly greeted them. He introduced the current gym promotion, saying that if you sign up for 3 months, it would only cost 160,000 won. Sangyu didn't think much and signed up for 3 months at once. After all, Clone 1 would go to work out in his place. Sangyu asked him to show him the machines that would be suitable for his body type. After paying, the two of them took a tour. Sangyu struggled to lift the weights, but after a few reps, he was out of breath and had to sit up. The instructor complimented his body, but just as he was about to introduce another machine, they heard some grunting from the other side. Turning around, they saw Jeong-do lifting weights effortlessly, grunting like an ox. And after finishing, he posed dramatically with the weights. The instructor gasped and asked if he had ever trained before. Jeong-do laughed and said it was his first time working out. His physical strength had increased after awakening. The instructor asked what his fitness stat was. Jeong-do proudly answered, 2.1. Sangyu overheard their conversation and had an epiphany. So the hunter skill Jeong-do mentioned last time was strength. But if his skill was already that strong at its base level, how powerful must higher-level hunters be? There had to be a reason why everyone talked so much about hunters. Sangyu felt his phone vibrating, so he took it out and answered. The caller was Deok Chil, asking about the tutoring job. He asked if Sangyu had time now and if they could meet to talk. Sangyu replied that he did, and after agreeing on a meeting spot, they hung up. Sangyu walked to Deok Chil's apartment, mumbling to himself. That damn Jeong-do was showing off, but still didn't sign up. There's just no attractive PTs here, so he didn't bother signing up. But it's good for me. Now, I don't have to worry about sending Clone 1 to the gym anymore. Sangyu stood in front of Deok Chil's door and heard some noise from inside. He pressed his ear to the door and overheard a heated argument between father and daughter about the tutoring job. It seemed like the daughter didn't want to tutor. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Sangyu walked straight into it, falling to the ground. Deok Chil stepped out, about to leave for work, and was surprised to see Sangyu standing at the door. The daughter inside was also stunned. After a bit of confusion, Deok Chil invited him inside. His wife brought out some apples to offer him, saying she hadn't recognized him because he'd lost so much weight recently. Sangyu turned to the daughter, who had now softened her previously hostile attitude. She shyly introduced herself. The couple whispered to each other and giggled. She's shy now. Hyen was still embarrassed, unsure of what to say next. She just wanted to find a hole to hide in, thinking that Sangyu had probably heard everything earlier. Sangyu acted like nothing had happened. He brought up her studies and asked her to show him her grades. Hyen shyly handed them over. After looking at them, Sangyu was stunned, spraying glue in place, unable to even smile. Deok Chil and his wife exchanged glances and giggled. Deok Chil grabbed his jacket and rushed out, saying he had to go to work. Sangyu noticed the girl's embarrassment and reassured her, saying not to worry. He hadn't scored high on his exams back in the day either, and he had plenty of tips for acing the test. Hyen perked up, excited. Sangyu began his lesson. After finishing, he headed home. He still had a lot of work to do, but at least Hyen was bright and eager to learn. Sangyu sat back down in his chair, thinking that number 1 must have gone to work already. He had given it the phone to keep in the room. But if the number of clones increased, having to keep track of multiple phones would be a hassle. Sangyu went back to the Hunter website to look for skills. He saw an ad urgently selling the telepathy skill. It allowed linking senses with pets and summoned creatures, so they could share vision with each other. The price was 100 million won. Sangyu scrolled past another ad for the telepathy skill, priced at 400 million. He muttered, if I had that much money, I'd go buy a house instead. Skills? I need to live a whole lifetime to save up for this stuff. Do hunters really have enough money to buy these things? Must be so rich. This price was still considered on the lower end. Seng-Yu opened his phone again to check his account balance. 233,001. He threw the phone onto the bed in frustration. Forget it. He was wondering if he should become a hunter after all. Seng-Yu scrolled through a few news articles and came across stories about the extravagant lives of A-rank hunters. He suddenly sat up straight, remembering that the telepathy skill was a really great skill. With it, he could easily order his clones to do the menial tasks. Seng-Yu grabbed his jacket and decided, if I'm going to be a hunter, then let's do it. Seng-Yu walked straight to the hunter center, stretching his arms as he went. He wasn't sure if he had just unlocked a new vitality skill. But even after only a few hours of sleep, he still felt energized. Seng-Yu walked inside, curiously looking around. There didn't seem to be many people there for the test. The announcement came on, saying there were only 20 minutes left to register for the hunter ability test on the first basement floor. Seng-Yu followed the directions down. He opened the door to the testing room, and there were already quite a few people waiting. Seng-Yu didn't dare speak, so he just sat in an empty seat. After a while, 3 people entered. The short, tough-looking man at the front was Ha Myung-won, a C-rank hunter and the proctor for the test. He introduced the 3 parts of the test: a written test, a practical test, and a skill demonstration. Anyone caught cheating would be disqualified from this exam and would also be banned from taking next year's exam. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and then the test began. In a car somewhere, CEO Kong of JM Corporation was being pressured to pay the deposit. He promised he'd pay it all by the end of the month. After hanging up, he checked his watch. The hunter test should be wrapping up by now, so he had to hurry over there to make his move. Seng-Yu finished the exam, feeling like he had just woken up from a dream. He had passed, and was now a rank F hunter. He couldn't believe it. People always said it was easy, and Seng-Yu had been wondering what they meant by easy. It turned out it was just like taking a driving test. The written exam questions were pretty simple, just a few things to memorize, and you're good. They gave plenty of time to practice for the practical part, and the targets were close by too. As for the skill test, it was like a civics class at school. Ask one question and leave. This job involves using weapons and even risking your life, but the test was so cursory. Seng-Yu couldn't quite believe it. It was as if the government wanted them to do this job. Seng-Yu sighed. In the distance, he saw a group of people, and he was curious if they belonged to an organization that recruited hunters. The person in the group was CEO Kong from earlier. He introduced himself as Kong Jun Mo, telling Seng-Yu to contact him whenever he needed items or monsters to hunt, and he'd give him the best prices. Seng-Yu awkwardly thanked him. Suddenly, the system notification popped up in front of him. His clone skill had leveled up to 2, and now he could create up to 2 clones at the same time. Not waiting for CEO Kong to finish his introduction, Seng-Yu quickly ran off, leaving a quick, "I'll contact you later." CEO Kong trembled and silently cried, his tears and snot quietly flowing in. "Remember to contact me later." Seng-Yu laughed dryly. Clones were amazing. He named his new clone number 2 and pulled out the business card he had just gotten today, preparing for his journey as a hunter. CEO Kong tiredly tossed the rest of the business cards onto the chair beside him, silently hoping people would contact him back. Kong Jun Mo stared out the window, recalling his conversation with his superior at the headquarters. His superior handed him a pile of paperwork, instructing him to disburse the funds according to the list. Kong Jun Mo flipped through the papers and found the amounts listed there somewhat strange. The blood price for a dwarf demon should be at least 5 million. His boss said something cryptic, telling him to use his head, that if they stuck to the rules and only did things the right way, they'd be eating dirt. His boss set the coffee cup down on the table and patted Kong Jun Mo on the shoulder. "I know you're a man of integrity, but don't be too sensitive about business here." Kong Jun Mo reluctantly clenched the pile of papers, unable to say anything more. His head ached. If he had known, he probably should have just kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he quickly grabbed it. On the other end of the line, it was Seng-Yu calling. He had something he wanted to ask. The two of them agreed to meet at a coffee shop. When Jun Mo arrived, Seng-Yu was already sitting there. They exchanged a few words. Seng-Yu wanted to hunt in a safe place that was suitable for a rookie. Jun Mo asked about Seng-Yu's skills, and Seng-Yu replied that his skill was cloning. When Jun Mo heard that, he felt awkward. He had heard of this skill before. Apparently, it allowed the creation of illusionary clones, but those clones were useless. A rookie with such a useless skill wouldn't be able to do much when hunting. Junimo thought for a moment, but still remained polite. He pretended to compliment Sang Yu's skill and then handed him a contract to read. The first hunting spot he suggested was the slime hunting grounds. Slimes aren't aggressive or dangerous, but when they die, they release a toxic liquid and vapor. You'll need to wear a mask and protective gear, but those are uncomfortable, so the downside is you can't hunt there for long. Sang Yu was flipping through the contract and casually said it wasn't a problem. The second option was hunting one-horned rabbits, where the hunting time was generous. But they're a bit hard to catch, so you probably won't make much, though there are barriers around, making a safer place to hunt. Other low-level monsters like giant rats exist, but the two options Kong Junimo just gave her the best choices if Sang Yu wants to ensure his safety. Sang Yu continued reading the contract attentively. Both places sounded good, and he was quite satisfied with the prices for the items. He placed the contract on the table and said he accepted. Kong Junimo wrote something in his notebook and asked which hunting ground Sang Yu wanted to choose. Suddenly, another hand appeared, stamping the contract. Another Sang Yu appeared and said he liked both hunting grounds, so he wanted to try them both. Kong Junimo stared at the two identical people in front of him, frozen in shock. He remembered that he had once met a ninja with the ability to clone himself. But those clones were just illusions that passed right through when touched, incapable of dealing real damage. But now, seeing Sang Yu's clones in action, he was extremely surprised. This clone could sign contracts and even drink coffee. This was the first time he had ever seen a skill like this. Junimo was still somewhat skeptical and asked if the two of them were twins. Sang Yu laughed out loud, saying, "You misunderstood, that's fine." Sang Yu patted his clone on the back and said, "This is my clone. My clone is the real deal. In fact, I have another one, but I sent it to the gym." Junimo was surprised, asking, "Do clones have to work out too?" Sang Yu happily explained, "If my clone gets stronger, I'll get stronger too." Junimo felt a lot more hopeful now. This wasn't just an ordinary skill for a level F hunter. Sang Yu had massive potential. Sang Yu asked Junimo if there would be any issues if the same person entered different locations at the same time. Junimo explained, "It might be hard to enter multiple places at once because each time you enter somewhere, it's recorded separately." Sang Yu looked disappointed, clasping his hands together. "So it's not possible." Junimo said he would talk to the Hunter Association about this and make some adjustments. Instead, he would need to scan Sang Yu's collar and have him demonstrate his skill, so he asked Sang Yu to come with him. Sang Yu agreed, but said he wouldn't be able to use his skill again until tomorrow night because it needed to cool down. Junimo set a meeting for 2 days later at the Hunter Center. The two signed a contract and began their partnership. 2 days later, Sang Yu arrived on time at the Hunter Center. After waiting for a while, Junimo also showed up. The two of them went inside together. After waiting in line, it was finally their turn. Sang Yu wanted to duplicate his access to hunting areas because his skill was cloning, but he only had one collar assigned. The staff asked him to wait a moment because he was the first person after the jumper hunter to request duplicate access, so it would take a little time. A little later, the staff handed him a bundle of papers and told him to head to the administration office and the equipment room to complete the integration procedures. He could also apply for a test in the skill demonstration room. Sang Yu looked at the pile of paperwork and broke into a sweat. "So much paperwork," he muttered. Junimo took the papers and said he would take care of them for him, telling him to go ahead to the skill demonstration room. After Junimo left, Sang Yu went to the skill demonstration room and summoned his clone. The request to create an identical collar had been completed. Now, Sang Yu's clones could also access the hunting areas by scanning their fingerprints. Considering the nature of his cloning skill, it was possible to enter multiple locations at the same time, and his clone could also access places he had been before. Sang Yu received the collar and thanked the staff. The old man was very intrigued, repeatedly inspecting Sang Yu's clone. As far as he knew, there had never been anything like this, not just in South Korea, but anywhere in the world. Sang Yu didn't want to stay there any longer, so he pulled his clone along and left. He met up with Junimo to inform him that the access request had been completed. Finally, all the preparations for the hunting trip were complete, and he planned to head to the hunting area that very day. While the three of them were talking, a familiar face from Junimo's past saw them. It was the leader of the Hayu Song Guild. He jumped down from the second floor with a challenging expression and asked Jun Mo, "Are you still a hunter?" Jun Mo gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated, but he couldn't do anything, so he just clenched his jaw and endured. The old guild leader laughed harshly, glancing at Sang Yu next to him, seemingly asking, "Who's this?" Jun Mo replied, "He's a hunter affiliated with my company." The guild leader looked Sang Yu up and down with a contemptuous expression. "You're rank F, right?" The old guild leader could hardly contain his laughter, shaking with amusement. They say it's tough away from home. Jun Mo, the one who used to supervise rank C and B hunters, has fallen to this point. The old guild leader burst into harsh laughter, screaming wildly as if he had lost his mind. He couldn't believe Jun Mo was concerned about a rank F hunter wearing such a ridiculous sweater. Jun Mo was furious and about to retort, but Sang Yu patted him on the shoulder to stop him. The old guild leader hadn't stopped laughing yet. The old man looked at Sang Yu as if he were an insect and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Sang Yu smiled awkwardly, contrary to his usual reaction, and said it was an honor to meet the leader of the country's top corporation. The guild leader, intrigued, praised him for having good taste. Sang Yu added, "But it's not just that. Not only is it the country's top corporation, but it's also the exclusive Dungeon Corporation, the leader in controlling hunting areas. The leader in payment rates. I can't believe the president of this corporation is praising me like this. Now I'm so happy, I don't even know what to do." The guild leader cracked his neck and assessed Sang Yu. "You're brave, I'll give you that." He didn't know when he had sneaked up behind Sang Yu. But now he wanted to test if Sang Yu's skill could keep up with his courage. Sang Yu broke into a cold sweat as he looked behind him. Luckily, at that moment, someone stepped in to stop the guild leader's next move. The old man withdrew his hands from Sang Yu and asked, "What's your name?" Sang Yu nonchalantly refused to answer, telling the old man to go figure it out himself. The group left the Hunter Center, and Jun Mo thanked Sang Yu for what had just happened. Sang Yu replied, "I'm not an idiot. I figured it out by doing some research on the JM organization, but there isn't much information about it online. While I was researching, I came across a rumor about manager Kong Jun Mo. According to someone inside, you were kicked out of the Hayu Song Corporation." Jun Mo realized that Sang Yu knew everything. He asked, "Why did you choose our organization?" Sang Yu did not hesitate to say directly about the payment ratio. Unexpectedly, the ratio was always 8-2. Also, if anything goes wrong in this industry or with the corporation, I can trust you to handle it, Sang Yu added. Jun Mo was touched and said, "Thank you." At this moment, in the gym, Sang Yu's clone was working out hard. So much so that his hands were bleeding. The people around him whispered and talked, worried about him. Suddenly, the phone buzzed with a message. The clone opened it and saw a message from Sang Yu telling it to finish the workout by 8 p.m. and to wait outside the gym at 4 p.m. The clone stopped training and went to drink water and take a break. Meanwhile, Sang Yu was in the hunting area, wearing protective gear and swinging a hammer at slimes. After leaving the hunting area, he took off his mask and complained, "This gas mask is really annoying. I feel like I'm wearing 8 masks just to breathe." Junmo said the slime hunting area was relatively safe, but hunters rarely came here since the loot wasn't great. Sang Yu also didn't think he could keep this up for long. Junmo told him he could keep hunting until the container was full, and once it was, he could replace it in the locker. However, no matter how patient a person was, it would be hard to endure for 6 hours. Sang Yu knew for sure that he wouldn't last even 2 hours, let alone 6. So he decided to pass the job off to Clone 2. With tears in his eyes, Sang Yu sent Clone 2 into the hunting area. He turned to Junmo and said the next target should be the horned rabbits. At that moment, Sang Yu suddenly remembered that he hadn't picked up Clone 1 from the gym yet. Sang Yu and Junmo went back to the gym to pick up Clone 1. Junmo found it interesting that Sang Yu named the clones number 1 and number 2. After all, they were just clones, so names didn't matter. If he gave them cool names, it would just get confusing. Sang Yu changed the subject. "I heard people use guns to hunt one-horned rabbits. So shouldn't I prepare some equipment, like a gun or something?" Junmo told him not to worry. He could use his own equipment, but he could also rent some from the hunting grounds. Junmo reminded him that it was best to prepare his own gear in the future, because rented equipment could only be used at that particular hunting ground to make it easier to collect later. After a while, they arrived at the Horned Rabbit hunting ground, where there were quite a few people guarding the area. This place was a large-scale hunting ground called Yujangsan, far more prestigious than the Slime hunting ground. Sang-Yu had heard of this hunting ground before. Basically, the portal here doesn't connect to the outside world. So most hunts take place after the hunters enter through the portal. In some cases, a monster breaks through the portal, destroying the surrounding environment, and that area gradually becomes a hunting ground. This event is called a monster break. 5 years ago, when a monster break happened, most of the high-level monsters were wiped out. All that was left were E and F rank monsters, so hunters considered this a profitable hunting ground. The two of them entered, and Junmo pointed to the booth of a large, dark-skinned man, telling Sang-Yu that he could rent equipment there. The man threw Sang-Yu a box containing various equipment, a rifle, night vision goggles, earplugs, about 400 bullets, and an entry pass. The total was 700,000 won. Sang-Yu staggered, handing over his card, almost crying. Is it really that expensive? Junmo comforted him, explaining that the bullets were the most expensive part of the cost. But of course, if Sang-Yu successfully hunted a horned rabbit, it would be worth it. The price of a horned rabbit was equal to the value of a rare crafting material. Junmo led the way deeper into the hunting ground, and the three of them stood in front of a room. When the door opened, they heard gunshots. Inside, a group of people was hunting rabbits. Junmo showed him where to stand. Sang-Yu's spot was number 4. Confidently, Sang-Yu grabbed the rifle. He boasted, I only missed 3 shots in a shooting test during the hunter's exam. Junmo didn't say anything. The target was so close, and yet he missed 3 shots. Sang-Yu loaded the gun, put on the earplugs, and confidently declared, these rabbits won't escape the barrel of my eagle-eyed gun. Junmo felt awkward, silently thanking the heavens that everyone here was wearing ear protection. Sang-Yu peered through the scope, shouting, I see a rabbit. He aimed at its head and pulled the trigger. 3 hours later, Sang-Yu was in shock. He couldn't believe he hadn't hit a single rabbit. How could this happen? Sang-Yu sighed in despair. It was fine when he was aiming, but the rabbits were just too quick. Every time he fired, they darted away. Junmo had already excused himself, saying it was getting late. Sang-Yu was downcast. He hadn't even made back the money he spent on bullets. Should he just give up and go home? Sang-Yu ordered Clone 1 to hunt horned rabbits and used the harpoon gun to catch them for him. He told it to send him a message every time it hit one. If it ran out of ammo, it should call him. Sang-Yu sighed in despair. He was heading home now. When he lay down on his bed, he saw the mana notifications keep rising. He comforted himself, thinking that at least Clone 2 was still handling the monsters well. Although his stats were still going up, compared to that guild master, there was still a long way to go. Sang-Yu yawned tiredly. Hunting horned rabbits had definitely been a mistake. He hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Sang-Yu closed his eyes, hoping Clone 1 would at least catch one rabbit for pride. Then, he fell asleep without noticing the continuous messages from Clone 1. Junmo was staring blankly in the office when suddenly someone called him. It was the manager of the Slime hunting ground, telling him that Clone Sang-Yu had been hunting for over 24 hours and was starting to lose focus. Junmo was shocked, quickly rushing out to the location. It was only when the sun rose that Sang-Yu woke up. He wondered if Clone 1 had run out of ammo yet. He opened his phone to check the messages and was surprised by how many messages there were. Junmo arrived at the Slime hunting ground, unable to believe that just after one day, Clone had already filled up all the storage bins. Clone was still wearing the protective gear, blood flowing from wounds, but it kept going without stopping. Junmo pulled out his phone and called Sang-Yu with the good news. Clone had filled up all the bins. He was getting ready to call the monster cleanup team, telling Sang-Yu to have Clone 2 stop hunting. Sang-Yu, who was at the Horned Rabbit hunting ground, asked Junmo if he could send someone over. The pile of dead rabbits Clone 1 had hunted was blocking the path here. A crowd had gathered around Clone 1. They were filming and discussing, unable to believe that Clone 1 had taken down all the horned rabbits. Clone 1, wearing a mask and hood, sat still, lost in thought. A scout from the Brown Bear Guild approached and handed Clone 1 a business card, praising its sharpshooting skills. He kept handing the business card, but Clone 1 didn't react at all. The scout tried to stay calm, his hand trembling as he held the business card, trying to reassure himself. All these geniuses are always so mysterious. No need to get upset. A broker from another guild laughed and reminded. No matter how hard they tried to start a conversation, Clone wouldn't say a single word. The guy from a brown bear guild was a bit skeptical, thinking that Clone 1 must have said at least one or two words. Sang Yu, wearing his hood low, secretly added more ammo, telling Clone 1 to keep hunting, and if Junmo showed up, just leave the rabbit corpses for him to deal with. Sang Yu patted Clone 1 on the back, praising it for a job well done before leaving. Clone 1 felt elated by the praise, pumped up, grabbed the gun, and continued hunting. The crowd around them got even more excited, ready to film the action. Sang Yu was on his way to tutor Deok Cheol's daughter, and he was amazed at how much more his clones were capable of than he had expected. Right now, the clones had reached 50% of his stats, and if he thought about it simply, it meant they could do 50% of what he could do. But something felt off, like letting a machine play the game for him. The clones made decisions without hesitation and with intense focus. Sang Yu was lost in thought and didn't notice Heian calling him. It wasn't until she called out loudly that he snapped out of it and dropped his pen. She asked what he was thinking about while staring off. Sang Yu awkwardly handed the paper back to Heian, praising her for doing better on her work than before. Heian took the paper. She then asked again what he had been thinking about, and Sang Yu lazily replied, I just saw something interesting at the hunting ground. When Heian heard the mention of the hunting ground, she suddenly jumped up. She asked him, Are you a hunter? Sang Yu didn't deny it. Heian sat down, pulled out her phone, and started searching. She asked, Do you know this guy? Everyone's talking about him today on Wiki. Heian showed him a video from the web. This is the genius hunter with eagle-like eyes. Sang Yu was shocked to his core, spitting out his drink. He couldn't believe his eyes. Who is this? Heian, extremely excited, asked, Do you know him? Everyone on Hunter Wiki is going crazy over him. This video shows him hunting over 200 rabbits. But the craziest thing is he didn't say a word. He's like this cool, mysterious figure. If you ask his name, he just says Eagle Yu Jangson. Sang Yu was even more shocked after hearing this. He was stunned and speechless. Heian looked at the video with admiration. She also wanted to become a hunter. Sang Yu asked her if she was fully awake and wanted to be a hunter. Heian sighed, feeling shy. She also had a license but was a bit scared to go to the hunting grounds. Heian hesitated for a moment, confused, and asked Sang Yu if she could get a high score on the upcoming test. Would he take her hunting just once? Sang Yu didn't see any problem with that. He said if she worked hard to score high on this exam, he would take her there. Heian joyfully exclaimed, raising her finger and asking Sang Yu to promise her. Sang Yu sighed and made a pinky promise with her. After finishing his teaching, Sang Yu went outside to prepare to head home. Heian's mother asked him how Heian was doing in her studies. Sang Yu said the girl was doing very well, and she didn't need to worry. Heian's mother insisted he stay for dinner, but he declined because he had other matters to attend to. Heian leaned against the door to eavesdrop, jumping up in joy. She had learned from Sang Yu, and it turns out he was a hunter. That's why they could talk so easily. At first, she didn't like it because he was her father's acquaintance, but Sang Yu was very kind, taught well, and was also handsome, so she was infatuated. Heian pushed away the lingering thoughts in her mind and sat at the table, determined to study. Sang Yu went to the one-horned rabbit hunting area, and when he arrived, it was still bustling. Junmo called a bunch of people to gather the rabbits. Junmo asked if he had checked the amount he sent. Sang Yu pulled out his phone, and since he had turned off notifications, he didn't see it. When Sang Yu checked his account balance, he was stunned. The number was over 32 million won. Sang Yu excitedly asked, So much? Junmo said that Sang Yu's skills seemed to have surpassed level F, so he raised it to 83% for E-rank hunters. Sang Yu shyly rubbed the back of his head, but he wasn't an E-rank hunter. While the others were happily chatting, a burly man approached. He pointed at Junmo and asked if he was the manager. The man was a hunter who had his prey stolen. All the rabbits he had targeted were taken by Sang Yu's clones. This hunting trip had turned out worthless, and he demanded compensation. Junmo swallowed hard and whispered to Sang Yu. It seemed they had picked the wrong spot. Sang Yu thought for a moment and came up with a plan, whispering to Junmo. The man on the other side was losing patience and demanded 10% of the bounty. Sang Yu burst out laughing, and the guy was furious, asking, What the hell are you laughing at? Sang Yu patted Clone 1 on the shoulder, hinting, Don't worry. This guy won't be coming around here for the next few days. He pretended to turn to Junmo and said they should leave quickly. The man was getting more and more annoyed, but Sang Yu pretended to ignore him and walked past. The man, frustrated, turned back and raised his fist to attack him. Sang Yu used his thoughts to command Clone 1, which immediately lunged in front of Sang Yu. It took the man's punch directly. Clone 1 was sent flying, spitting blood, surprising the man. He hadn't hit that hard. Sang Yu had been standing by with his phone, recording the whole time. He pretended to panic and exclaimed, "This is too brutal. Violence in the sacred hunting ground. If people find out, they won't let it slide." The man looked around, noticing others were watching him too. Sang Yu continued to play it up. "Oh my God. It would be awful if this video got posted on the Hunter's website. Our star, the Eagle Yu Jangson, has been attacked. What a scandal." The man began to sweat nervously, and Sang Yu held the video in front of him. Patting the man's shoulder in a sympathetic manner, he said, "I'm leaving now, okay?" The angry man gritted his teeth, but couldn't do anything. 3 people walked into a cafe and sat down. Junmo thought the hunter from earlier was a member of the Huseong Guild, because the Huseong Guild was quite large and had all kinds of people. Sang Yu asked him how he knew that. Junmo recounted that from the moment the hunter stepped into the hunting ground to collect the corpses, he had been staring at him. It could be a revenge plan. They were behaving this way because they thought that number 1 was another hunter who had signed a contract with them. Previously, hunters from JM Company had encountered similar situations. Junmo felt a bit down. It was somewhat embarrassing, but the previous hunters often did not maintain their contracts for long and left. Currently, only a few E-rank hunters remained, including Sang Yu. Junmo couldn't promise anything about stopping the Huseong Guild either. Sang Yu shook his cup of water, telling Junmo not to try to make him change his mind. He already knew about this, but still joined the guild. He would definitely not let those bastards bully them like that. Sang Yu had a plan to strengthen himself rapidly. He spoke nonstop about his plan to Junmo. Junmo listened and took out his notebook to take notes. He had never thought of it that way, so he asked Sang Yu how about 2 p.m. tomorrow. Sang Yu readily agreed, and the two of them decided on the location before heading home. The next day, the two went to the Hunter's supermarket, where transactions of weapons, armor, and various other equipment for hunters had always been very popular from the beginning. However, a type of general store had entered the hunting market and occupied a key position in the industry. Because of that, all the types of equipment that hunters need are always readily available. Sang Yu wore a suit of armor made from titanium, which was solid enough for all E-level monsters. Sang Yu was impressed, saying it was very comfortable and surprisingly light. He really liked this set. As for weapons, Sang Yu took out the small dagger, strapped to his side. He told himself that he would practice shooting better, so this was enough for now. Sang Yu asked the shopkeeper for 2 more sets of armor like the one he was wearing. Junmo asked if he needed to find close-range skills as well, right? Sang Yu replied yes, but he wasn't sure if they had it here. The two continued to search around and eventually found it. The close-range skill could share vision and senses with pets. When seeing the price nearly 200 million, Sang Yu trembled and cried out in shock. He turned to Junmo to strengthen their comrade relationship to get an advance on his salary. Junmo, nearly in tears, said he could only lend him 50 million right now. Sang Yu successfully brought the skill orb home. He pulled out the instruction manual to read, pouring mana into the skill orb. For those who cannot control mana, he must turn on the orb while keeping it in contact with the body. Sang Yu didn't know how to use mana. He fumbled around looking for the button to turn it on, holding the remote in his hand, trembling as he touched the orb, and then decisively closed his eyes to flip the switch. The orb evaporated, and the close combat skill had been created. Sang Yu called back the 2 clones to prepare to move on. Earlier he had discussed with Junmo. He had an idea to help them become stronger very quickly. He had never imagined the results of the hunting trip the other day. The clones had endurance, stamina, and reaction times only half of his current stats. But they managed to hunt down 300 single-horned deer while he hadn't caught a single one. Not to mention the fact that he ordered the clones to take the blows from that hunter and act as dramatically as possible. But timing it perfectly and calmly keeping their faces in front of that punch was not easy at all. Although the clone stats were low, they had excellent body control. So Sang Yu wanted to leverage this strength. First, he sent the 2 clones to different training grounds. One trained in ranged weapon skills, and the other in close combat. He would train the clones extremely rigorously to push them to their limits. The two clones easily defeated opponents and shattered the target even after just a few basic techniques. Secondly, you need close combat skills. It not only allows you to share vision, but also shares all senses, smells, sensations, and connects other feelings. Sang Yu stood at a different location, using the close combat skill while the clones were practicing or shooting. You can experience everything: the distance in the training match, the angles of the joints, the body's balance, the movement of the muscles, and the feeling of strength surging. You can feel all the movements of the clones, from the air pressure as the baton swishes past, the smell of gunpowder, the force of the recoil, and the fatigue that still remains. Even if you don't move an inch, you still feel everything because you experience the movements of the clones that have the same body as you. Sang Yu feels like he can mimic those movements right now. The system notification appeared, his stamina and reflexes increased. Sang Yu stretched his arms and legs, preparing himself. Today he would try both practice fighting and shooting. Sang Yu decided to check on Clone 1 first. He activated the skill to sync with Clone 1. At this moment, Clone 1 was already sparring with the trainer. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, and Clone 1 had the upper hand on the trainer. Even though Clone 1's attacks were basic, it seemed like it had never used a baton before, but its defense was exceptional, dodging attacks brilliantly. The trainer tightened his abs and braced himself against Clone 1. The clone strikes were too strong. It copied his moves. The trainer swung his baton, aiming another strike at Clone 1, but it dodged and jabbed a stick into the trainer's shoulder. He clicked his tongue. Clone 1 was about to strike again when the trainer seized the opportunity to jump up, attacking from above to knock the baton from Clone 1's grasp. The spectators applauded. Their trainer was no ordinary one. Sang Yu silently shouted, "Ouch, my wrist!" The coach picked up the stick and asked Clone 1 if he wanted to continue. Sang Yu also worriedly asked Clone 1 if he was okay. He didn't say anything and got into a fighting stance, jumping up to mimic the coach's earlier movements. Sang Yu then jumped over to Clone 2, where the tension was thick with the smell of gunpowder. There was another couple, a guy and a girl, complimenting each other as they took turns. Clone 2 shot at the clay objects of the person next to him, while Sang Yu ignored them. Focusing on shooting, he followed Clone 2's actions, concentrating to feel everything. His upper body stable, not moving, only turning to aim and tracking the trajectory of the clay. When the target aligned, he fired, and the clay shattered. Sang Yu tried to remember every little detail. He had to absorb everything that his clone had. After jumping back and forth for a while, Sang Yu jumped back, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He felt a bit dizzy. His mana was completely drained, and he really felt lightheaded. Sang Yu sat down to rest in a chair, sighing about how crazy the movements of the clones were. It might be because they didn't know fear and didn't think much, which allowed for a high level of concentration. Consider it as gaining some experience. Next time he would try to practice. As he was gazing at the sky and clouds, his beloved student Heian happened to pass by. He asked her why she was still around so late. Heian replied that she just returned from the library, and the two chatted happily without noticing a group of aggressive people staring at them from a distance. One of them was the guy who caused trouble at the one-horned rabbit hunting ground before. He had been reprimanded by a higher-up for failing to get the job done. He awkwardly apologized, saying he only wanted to scare a little, but someone had recorded it. The others asked him if there was a recording of him hitting someone, and he frantically tried to explain, but they interrupted him before he could finish. They told him to shut up, not to bark anymore, and to stay away from Yu Jangson. Whatever happens, he's not connected to the Hayu Song group anymore. They left him with a parting shot calling him a loser before hanging up. After that, he was so enraged that he swore, threw his phone against the wall, and kept stomping on it. While releasing his pin-up frustration, two other guys suddenly came over to check on him. One fat and one with long hair, and he recounted the whole situation to the two newcomers. That fat guy is his senior, named Gun Suk. The fat guy, holding a cigarette, scolded him for being foolish. Joining that top-tier group was clearly a mistake. He lowered his head in remorse and asked the fat guy if there was anything he could do, because the group told him not to come near the Yu Jangson area anymore. The fat guy turned to ask the long-haired guy if there was anything he could do. Suddenly, he spotted Sang Yu's silhouette in the distance and shouted, accusing him of being the one who filmed him. The fat guy asked if he was sure as a burly man approached. He was extremely confident, hiding behind a pole, while the man turned red with anger. Sang Yu and Hai Yun were chatting animatedly when three guys came out. The fat guy in the lead asked if he was the one bullying his younger brother. Sang Yu had no idea who this fat guy was, but when he saw a familiar face behind him, he realized. Sang Yu stood up calmly and asked what the fat guys wanted. The man behind couldn't hold back any longer. He snapped at Sang Yu not to play innocent. The fat guy stopped his subordinate's action. He gritted his teeth and asked Sang Yu, "I heard you have a video of my younger brother acting aggressively, right? Delete it, and we'll back off and let you go." Sang Yu pulled out his phone and asked, "What guarantee do I have that you'll keep your word?" The fat guy licked his lips, completely changing his attitude. There was no way he would let him off easily. Sang Yu sensed the situation was getting tense, so he put his phone back in his pocket and whispered to Heian to look for a chance to run away. The fat guy and his thugs cracked their knuckles and got into a fighting stance. He ordered the other two to charge in. Sang Yu had to deal with two of them at once, so he was struggling, being beaten up badly, falling to the ground and rolling several times, spitting blood. Heian anxiously stood in front of him. She nervously summoned her energy sphere, threatening the group to back off quickly. The two thugs, seeing Heian as an awakened one, hesitated and didn't dare to charge forward anymore. The fat guy tapped each one on the head, not fearing her, saying that awakened ones were now more common than vegetables in the market. Heian shot a light sphere toward the fat guy, who easily defended against it. He swung his fat, flabby hand at her, and Sang Yu jumped in from nowhere to intercept it. He retaliated with a punch straight to the fat guy's face. The fat guy lost his balance and stumbled backward, clutching his face. The thug, seeing his boss being hit, rushed in to retaliate, while Sang Yu applied theory to practice. He carefully observed the movements of the thug, dodging to the side to avoid, then delivered a punch using everything from head to toe straight into the thug's face. The long-haired guy seized the opportunity to attack. Knowing he couldn't dodge the long-haired guy's strike, he used a double punch, landing a solid hit on the long-haired guy. Both sides were panting. The fat guy was struggling, not expecting Sang Yu to have learned a bit of martial arts from Clone One. The fat guy started to get serious and charged at him. Sang Yu used all his skills to dodge the blows and counterattack the fat guy, who took several hits in a row. But Sang Yu didn't stop. He had to punch hard and fast to wear the fat guy out. In the following exchanges, Sang Yu skillfully dodged the fat guy's wild punches. The fat guy, frustrated that he couldn't land a hit, was getting more and more furious. The muscles in his arm tensed, and he prepared to strike at Sang Yu again. Sang Yu was ready to dodge, but then the guy with long hair grabbed his leg, leaving him unable to move. Sang Yu was forced to take the fat guy's punch directly, which sent him flying backward and crashing into the cupboard. Sang Yu was breathing heavily, feeling like he couldn't catch his breath. The fat guy was closing in, swinging his fist to throw another blow. Sang Yu thought to himself that this was it. He shut his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Suddenly, an explosion went off, and the fat guy was knocked back, his mouth hanging open in shock. It was Heian who had landed the blow. The two henchmen, seeing this, scrambled to get up and rush toward her. But before they could attack, two of Sang Yu's clones had already returned in time to take them down. Sang Yu stood up from the ground, wiping the blood off his mouth. Finally, he could breathe again. The fat guy charged again, but Sang Yu jumped backward into the air, and with one final strike from above, he knocked the fat guy out cold, causing him to collapse to the ground without a sound. Sang Yu was exhausted, but he received a system notification that his stats had increased. His cloning skill had temporarily leveled up as well. He sighed, then collapsed to the ground. His clones rushed over, concerned. After the two clones finished bandaging him up, Sang Yu took Heian home, and they chatted along the way. Heian had figured out that the famous rookie hunter was actually one of Sang Yu's clones. He told her not to tell anyone about it. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of Heian's house. Sang Yu kindly asked if her hand was okay. Heian happily said she was fine. Sang Yu thanked her for helping him, saying that without her, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the fat guy. Heian blushed and said if he wanted to thank her, he should buy her a few plates of meat, not just say thank you like that. Sang Yu promised to buy it for her. Then the two said their goodbyes. Sang Yu and his two clones headed back. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He turned to his clones and asked what they were doing following him around. telling them they needed to work harder. The two clones replied that it was too late and all the shooting ranges had closed. Sang Yu picked up 2 sticks from the ground, handing one to each of his clones, telling them they could practice with each other in the park while he headed home. A month later, Junmo called Sang Yu to check in. Sang Yu replied that everything was fine, and now even he could use a handgun to shoot. His cloning skill had also leveled up. Junmo excitedly congratulated him, and Sang Yu looked at his stats, which had increased to 1.4. He told Junmo that he wanted to get 3 level epic hunting zones for the next day. Junmo was surprised, but he promised to find those zones for him no matter what. Sang Yu planned to have his clones train in the morning and go hunting in the afternoon, and the two of them confirmed the schedule before ending the call. After hanging up, Sang Yu gave orders to his 3 clones to go to the park, telling them to be back before 12 and leave their guns at home. The clones nodded and left immediately. Sang Yu scrolled through some online information, sighing. From the training his clones had done, he could see that they had learned well. Unless body movement was impossible, they could replicate and recreate almost everything. He wondered what would happen if he learned everything about these monsters and how to hunt them accurately. Without wasting any time, Sang Yu began his learning journey. And after one night, when he saw his clones return, he realized it was already 12. Sang Yu yawned. Those guys were still full of energy. Even though they had been working all day, they didn't seem tired at all. He ordered them to go shower and then eat. Sang Yu had already gone through most of the guides for F-rank monsters. Now he needed to check if the clones were really following the instructions when hunting. Sang Yu decided to check what was going on and experience hunting to get familiar with the battles by using familiar skills, and then learn about mana during breaks. Sang Yu received a message from Junmo. He urged the clones, who hadn't even sat down to eat yet, to eat quickly and prepare to go. Sang Yu gathered the clones and headed to the meeting spot with Junmo. He asked if the training zones were ready. Junmo replied that he had found 3 zones that weren't too far apart. Sang Yu handed the 3 clones over to Junmo, while he himself would stay at home to study by practicing his long-range skills. He also needed to work on his mana breathing technique. After the car left, Sang Yu returned to his room. He closed his eyes, calming himself and following the audio guide for breathing in and out. He tried to recall the sensation of using his skills, and a stream of light slowly gathered within him. Suddenly, Sang Yu opened his eyes. He had gained the meditation skill, allowing him to stabilize his mind, which would slightly recover mental fatigue and increase his mana growth and recovery speed. Meanwhile, in a hunting zone, a hunter struggled, limping as he tried to escape. He kept wondering, why was that monster here? This was supposed to be an epic dungeon. They were only here to hunt some exotic fish. He had to report this to the authorities. But the monster wouldn't let him escape. Its sharp teeth tore through the hunter's hand. At that moment, Junmo arrived with the clones at the location, the wastewater treatment
Nước
plant.
thải. Anh ta bảo nó ở đây có cá ngoại lai, nổi tiếng là sở hữu cơ hàm chắc khỏe. Phân thân đáp hiểu rồi đi vào trong.
Junmo pulled out his phone and messaged Sang Yu, saying that he had dropped all 3 clones off. He couldn't even believe it himself. A hunter hunting in 3 different places at once. And the original was at home. This was truly next-level stuff. Meanwhile, at home, Sang Yu was excited because he had learned the mana breathing skill. Truly a once-in-a-millennium talent. But his excitement didn't last more than 3 seconds. His phone reminded him to keep feeling the mana and continue breathing. He shouldn't confuse meditation with mana breathing. Sang Yu sighed, realizing it was going to be hard to master mana breathing. He had gotten way too excited, feeling a bit embarrassed. He picked up his phone to check and saw that the 3 clones had arrived at their destination. Sang Yu used his familiar skill to reach the training area. As soon as he arrived, he saw a rat with its mouth stabbed wide open. Sang Yu was startled and took a deep breath. What the heck is this? He thought, but when he looked closely, he realized it was Clone 1 hunting. Sang Yu continued to observe, and Clone 1 was hunting exactly as per the strategy Sang Yu had seen in the videos. Giant rats were one of the most troublesome monsters among the epic tier monsters. If you're planning to hunt them, it's best to form a party. But if you're forced to go solo, there's still a way to succeed. First, since the rats charge straight at you, keep your distance and shoot. Of course, you can't take them all down with just shooting, so switch to close combat. Their hides are tough, so aim for the ribs. Rats breed quickly, like normal rats, so there are always a lot of them. Clone 1 calmly took them down one by one. Sang Yu then moved to Clone 2 to check it out. His clones could really hunt just like him, and they even used the skills he had. They weren't panicking or scared at all. They hunted without worrying about the monster's level, and Sang Yu could experiment with hunting using familiar skills. Sang Yu's stats were gradually increasing, and his clones were getting stronger too. Today, he was going to clear out the F-rank monsters and hunt for a while. Something felt missing, and then Sang Yu suddenly remembered. He hadn't gathered the monster corpses yet, and now his money was flying away with the wind. He immediately ordered the 3 clones to go back and quickly collect the monster corpses. Without the money, it's like it's gone with the wind, Sang Yu lamented. Sang Yu pointed at the fish on the other side and asked, "Clone 3, aren't you going to gather those?" Clone 3 replied, "I didn't hunt those fish. Someone else should gather them." Sang Yu's eyes twitched, and he pointed at Clone 3, warning, "That's all money. Don't play around like this." Clone 3 reluctantly agreed and went to gather them. Sang Yu looked at the mangled fish and felt a bit disgusted. Clone 3 pulled a severed arm out of one of the fish, asking Sang Yu, "Do you need to gather this too? Is this part of the fish head?" Sang Yu froze when he saw the arm. Suddenly, there was a movement behind them. The two turned around, looking around cautiously. Clone 3 noticed the movement to the right. It was just a fish head. It was a trap. The giant fish had been behind it the whole time. Clone 3 couldn't react in time. When he turned to shoot, the fish struck and sent one of his arms flying. Sang Yu screamed in pain. It felt as if his own arm had been severed. He even returned to his original body, trembling as he looked at his arm, which was still intact. The link had been severed due to the pain. Still in shock, Sang Yu quickly grabbed his phone and called Junmo, asking him to come to Clone 3's hunting area. There was no time for a detailed explanation. Sang Yu quickly put on his shoes and left, calling Clone 1 and Clone 2 to come as well. Meanwhile, Clone 3 was struggling to fend off the giant, muscular fish. Sang Yu arrived at Clone 3's hunting area. He had lost contact with Clone 3 and would need to wait a while to summon it back. He passed through the gate and joined Junmo and the other 2 clones. At this point, Sang Yu explained the situation to Junmo. The monsters inside the hunting area were strong, and Clone 3 had disappeared. Sang Yu described the creature, saying it had a fish head, bulging muscles, limbs intact, basically a merman. Junmo was shocked. He needed to report this to higher-ups and temporarily close the area. The monster Sang Yu described was a merman, ranked D. Even an entire team of E-ranked hunters wouldn't be able to do much against it. Sang Yu told Junmo to notify the guards to stop other hunters from entering after his clones had gone in. He couldn't just sit back and relax. He wanted Junmo to trust him as much as he trusted his clones. Sang Yu then activated his familiar skill and entered with his 2 clones. They stealthily moved towards where Clone 3 had disappeared. At that moment, the merman was gnawing on something close by. They had to take advantage of this opportunity to strike. Even though Sang Yu's stats were only at the level of an E-ranked hunter, his clones were only about 53% of that, which meant they were roughly at F-rank level. However, the merman wasn't at its best right now, and with the combined hunting skills of the clones and Sang Yu's coordination with them, success was still possible. Sang Yu ordered his clones to shoot at the fish's head, but both bullets were deflected when they hit its head. The 2 clones were left dumbfounded, eyes wide in surprise. Those shots did absolutely nothing. The merman slowly stood up, quickly raising its claws and roaring. The merman jumped toward Clone 1 and Clone 2. It tried to attack from behind, but they only managed to leave a tiny cut on its body. The fish swung its sword, chopping through a few trees in the forest. Sang Yu sighed in relief. Luckily, the merman's large body made it difficult to swing its sword effectively in such a dense forest. But the moment he thought that, he had to take it back. The merman cleaved a tree with a single swing. Clone 1 and Clone 2 continued to charge, attacking with daggers to the merman's arms, but it was ineffective. The merman swung its fist and sent Clone 2 flying, crashing into a nearby tree. Sang Yu cursed under his breath. Damn, if these attacks keep failing, how the hell are we going to hunt this giant monster? Then, Sang Yu remembered something when Clone 1 and Clone 2 shot at the fish earlier. The first shot had been deflected, but the second one had caused some damage. He ordered the clones to aim at the wound again, and sure enough, it worked. Sang Yu felt a spark of hope. He ordered Clone 1 and Clone 2 to feed the fish some candy. Clone 1 and Clone 2 quickly dodged the merman's strikes, jumping around and continuously shooting at its wounds. The merman, infuriated, swung its sword, which glowed red as it charged toward the clones. Clone 1 raised his hand to block the strike, but was sent flying, coughing up blood. The merman was stronger than before. Sang Yu quickly realized that the sword it was holding was reacting to its blood, meaning the merman had taken significant damage, so its strength increase was likely temporary. Clone 1 and Clone 2 kept attacking the merman's wound. It screamed in pain and punched Clone 1 in the stomach. Sang Yu winced, feeling the pain in his own gut. Clone 1 grabbed the merman's fist that had struck him and, with his other hand, kept stabbing the merman with his dagger. The merman screamed in agony, kicking Clone 1 away and raising its sword to strike down. At that moment, Clone 2 rushed in to defend Clone 1, and both clones continued their assault. After a series of continuous attacks, the merman was severely wounded, bleeding profusely, and it could no longer hold on. It collapsed. Clone 1 and Clone 2 were exhausted, panting heavily like they'd run a marathon, and collapsed to the ground. They could barely move. That's enough for today, Sang Yu thought. This hunt is over. I thought I was going to die there. Sang Yu sat up, ready to report to the manager, but then realized the merman had disappeared without a trace. He ordered Clone 2 to follow the merman's tracks. It seemed like the merman was heading toward the main gate. At this point, the gatekeepers outside receive a report that a Level D monster had appeared inside the hunting grounds, so the entrance was sealed off. They informed the new hunters arriving that a hunter team from the association would be deployed soon, and they would notify them immediately if there were any changes. Just then, an issue occurred at the entrance. The monster had gotten close to the gate and was about to charge out. The gatekeepers fired their weapons, trying to stop the monster from escaping. But the guns were ineffective. The fish charged out of the gate, and Clone 2 threw a dagger from behind. It struck the fish on the head, bouncing off. Sang Yu rushed forward, grabbing the dagger midair and putting all his strength into stabbing it into the fish's head wound. The fish screamed in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Sang Yu didn't let go, continuing to push the dagger deeper until the fish collapsed. Clone 2 proudly wiped a tear away, giving a thumbs up in admiration. A while later, a hunter from the association arrived. When he saw the fish lying in a pool of blood, he asked what had happened here. The gatekeeper explained that a Level D monster had appeared, but a hunter had entered the gate before the seal was in place and had hunted the monster. The association member was skeptical. This isn't a Level FA hunting ground. Why would a Level D team be here? The gatekeeper hurriedly explained it wasn't a Level D hunter or a team. They're still investigating, but based on what they know, a Level F hunter took down the monster with the help of his clones. The association member looked at the state of the fish. The wounds must have caused real damage, because there were no special weapons used. But is it really possible to shoot at the exact spot on a moving monster like this? He said he would go in to check if there were any more monsters inside the gate, and instructed the gatekeeper to complete the investigation before he returned. The association hunter sighed. How was he going to report this back to the association? Saying that he killed a monster on his own would be too much. Meanwhile, Sang Yu, after defeating the fish, unlocked a series of new skills: sprinting, rebirth, and striking skills, with his other stats also being boosted. Sang Yu wiped the blood off his body. He unlocked a lot of skills this time, but he hadn't noticed them during the fight. Earlier, Clone 1 and Clone 2 were nearly killed, but they didn't disappear. It was probably thanks to the rebirth skill. Junmo anxiously asked, "How are Clone 1 and Clone 2? Sang Yu said they were injured, but needed some time to recover before he could summon them again. He also thought it would be better to let them recover on their own to increase their rebirth stats. Junmo laughed and complimented Sang Yu. "You really are something, huh? You took down a Level D monster. I think now you could even take down a Level E monster on your own." Sang Yu suddenly remembered something. The fish had been wielding a unique short sword that could absorb blood. He was about to reach for the sword, but Junmo stopped him. He advised Sang Yu to have a clone grab it instead, warning that the sword might be a rare artifact. Sang Yu asked, "Does a rare artifact mean I can't use it?" Junmo explained that rare items are incredibly valuable, and their worth could be determined by their effects. Sang Yu's eyes lit up at the mention of money. He decided to listen to Junmo and let the clone hold onto the sword. He figured the cleanup could be left to the cleanup team. He thought, today's hunt is more than enough. If I stay here any longer, reporters will swarm the place. Sang Yu pulled something out of his pocket and showed it to Junmo, asking him if it was valuable. It had fallen from the fish's head. Junmo was startled as he looked at the stone Sang Yu was holding. It was a low-level gem, a worthless item. But seeing Sang Yu's eager face, Junmo didn't have the heart to say that. He told Sang Yu that the gem wasn't worth much. It was just an item that boosted stats, but it wasn't often used because of its severe side effects. That's why it was cheap. Hearing this, Sang Yu felt like salt was being rubbed into his wounds. He threw the gem onto the ground. I don't need this anymore. Sang Yu said goodbye to Junmo and took his 2 clones back home. Clone 1 and Clone 2, like zombies, collapsed onto the bed. Sang Yu dumped his equipment on the floor and revived Clone 3. Sang Yu gave Clone 3 some gear and told it to go train. He then sat down and took out the sword and the gem he had just discarded. Sang Yu picked up the gem and checked its attributes. It was a low-level strength-boosting gem, a crystal that could enhance strength. Humans couldn't use it, but worked on summoned entities, though would turn them into monsters. The gem increased strength by 0.005. It was tempting, but the stats made him hesitate. Normally, injuries or sensations wouldn't affect his clones, but what if he was turned into a monster instead of a clone? The thought of transforming into an ugly monster made Sang Yu shudder. He imagined Junmo would probably shoot him if that happened, so he decided to put the gem away for now. He then opened the sword again. Just in case, he had kept it in a box to bring back. Selling it would be fine since it was worth something, but maybe it would be okay to use it before selling. Sang Yu told Clone 2 to hold the sword up and try it. He waited for something to happen, but nothing did. Was that it? Clone 2 admitted that it had heard a voice. Sang Yu used his proximity skill to enter Clone 2 and immediately felt a sharp headache, filled with murderous sounds. He quickly exited. There was no reaction from Clone 2. It seemed like unless the sound was extremely loud, the clones wouldn't be affected. If he held it directly, who knew what would happen? No one of the fish went crazy. He told Clone 2 to hold the sword a little longer. The system notified him that the rebirth stat had increased. He decided to let the clones rest to recover faster. Sang Yu felt troubled. Tomorrow he would have to take them hunting, but with a situation like this, he ordered the clones to unlock Mana Breath. They would rest and train together today. The next morning, Sang Yu arrived at school after a long break, and his stats had significantly increased. But what was even more important, no one came out to greet him, and Sang Yu didn't realize he was this lonely. He entered the classroom and met his friend. He asked why he was taking this class. His friend said he chose this major because the professor was lenient and gave generous grades. Sang Yu sat down on the wooden bench with his friend, while the people around started to gossip. Is that Sang Yu? Didn't he used to be really chubby? Now he's transformed. Sang Yu asked his friend if he had changed much, and his friend laughed, asking if he had met his parents yet. I'm sure your grandparents wouldn't recognize you anymore. His friend invited Sang Yu to go drinking after class, but he declined, saying he had an appointment. His friend made a fuss, yelling that Sang Yu was a traitor, abandoning his friends for girls. Sang Yu couldn't catch up with his friend's loud outburst. Another 2 of his friends had heard it too. They were upset, and all of them would remember the day Sang Yu betrayed them. Just then, the professor entered the classroom, putting an end to the noisy chaos. At the Global Hunter Association WHA, they had calculated a disaster. A portal would open, and thousands of monsters would pour out. The highest level monsters would be Grade A, and the portal was likely to open in the coming days, with the location being South Korea. As soon as the news came in, the association organized a meeting between the heads of the major guilds in the country. This cat-eared girl is Miho Han, leader of the Zolo Guild, ranked 6th in the country. This man is Park Won-tae, leader of the Kenius Guild, ranked 3rd in the country. The 2 of them happened to meet on the way and entered the meeting room together. Other guild leaders were already there, including the old man Hu Xiong, who was ranked 1st in the country. The man hated by everyone. He greeted Won-tae, but Won-tae tried to ignore him, not wanting to engage. But Hu Xiong didn't let it go easily. He poked at Won-tae's wounds, bringing up the recent incident where one of Won-tae's guilds had gone to the Odin Tower but hadn't reported back for days. The leader of the 2nd-ranked guild, Lagan Kim, saw this and told Hu Xiong to stop going too far. Hu Xiong didn't care about anyone, letting out a mocking laugh. Won-tae's eyes reddened with frustration, but he kept quiet. At that moment, the president of the Korean Hunter Association entered, and noticing the tense atmosphere in the room, he cleared his throat and took a seat. He announced that a monster disaster was soon to strike the country. And due to the possibility of grade A monsters, the Hunter Association was requesting cooperation from the strongest guilds in the country. Someone asked when and where this would happen, and the president indifferently replied, "Other than the possibility that it will occur in the country, we don't have any more specific information." The leader of the second-ranked guild slammed his hand on the table in frustration, saying, "So we have to protect the entire country without even knowing where the portal is?" The president awkwardly raised the documents to cover his face. The only thing they knew was that the disaster would happen soon. The other guild leaders began murmuring. They couldn't even handle their internal issues, let alone stop a disaster. How can we stop a disaster if we don't even know the time and place? Other guilds kept questioning, causing the president to feel even more bewildered. 1A raised his hand, wanting to speak. He proposed that each guild prepare a group of hunters that could be sent out at a moment's notice to check the areas surrounding their own territories when the disaster struck. All the guilds would then focus their efforts at that location, no exceptions. This was mandatory, and any guild that didn't comply would be severely punished. The president of the association saw this as a reasonable suggestion. He asked if anyone else had a different opinion, and they would decide by raising their hands. The other guild leaders had no objections and all raised their hands in agreement. The president let out a sigh of relief, finally reaching a conclusion. The meeting ended, and the guilds continued to defend their territories and maintain close cooperation. After class ended, Sang Yu happily grabbed his backpack and headed home. In the distance, he saw some guy hitting on Hei-Yan. He was asking for a phone number. Hei-Yan tried to turn him down by saying she already had a boyfriend, but the guy wouldn't give up, trying to keep her interested. Sang Yu walked up and asked Hei-Yan what she was doing there. Hei-Yan, seeing a lifeline, called Sang Yu, "My dear," and ran over, pulling him away. Sang Yu was confused about what was happening, and only after they were away from the guy did Hei-Yan explain the situation. She emphasized that she didn't have a boyfriend, but Sang Yu didn't react at all. Changing the subject, he asked why she needed him to buy meat for her. Wasn't she supposed to be in class today? Hei-Yan started getting a little self-absorbed, asking Sang Yu if he couldn't take his eyes off her charming look, asking if he wanted to ask for a number. Sang Yu was stunned, clenching his fist. "I've been here for a while." Suddenly, he received a message from Junmo saying the payment had gone through. He checked his account and saw that he'd earned another 50 million. His clones were on top of things. Excited, Sang Yu told Hei-Yan to hurry up. "Let's go pick the most expensive meat to eat." They went to a Korean beef restaurant and sat down to eat. The meat was definitely delicious, no doubt about that, but Hei-Yan still seemed worried. Sang Yu told her to just eat and not worry about anything. As they were eating happily, a sudden emergency broadcast came on the TV. It was an announcement of a disaster being broadcast across the country. "This is a very serious issue. Everyone please pay attention." Sang Yu's friend, Jeong-do, was crying without tears, feeling it was so unfair. Why did Sang Yu get to hang out with women while they had to walk around the streets alone? They had seen Sang Yu eating with Hei-Yan through the window and couldn't stop calling him a bastard for betraying them. Just then, Jeong-do received a notification and pulled it up to check. Online, everyone was talking about the disaster, but no one at school had mentioned anything. At that moment, Sang Yu and Hei-Yan also finished their meal and walked out. They asked who the girl next to Sang Yu was and if she was his girlfriend. Sang Yu said, "No, she's my student. I just invited her for a meal." They exchanged greetings and introduced themselves. Sang Yu handed Hei-Yan a bag and told her to take it home and share it with her parents. He had asked the staff to pack up the leftovers from their meal. He reminded her to be careful on her way home and not wander around. Hei-Yan blushed and asked, "Is that it for today? Is that all you have to say?" Sang Yu, still indifferent, told her to go home quickly. Her parents wouldn't be happy if they were still out on the streets with a disaster warning going on. Sang Yu's friends mocked him for being so naggy, calling him stiff and no different from an old man. Sang Yu got really annoyed and yelled, telling his friends to go home. After sending his friends and Hei-Yan off, he looked around and saw that everyone was still calm as if nothing was happening, laughing and chatting like usual. Sang Yu picked up his phone and called Junmo to ask about the disaster. Junmo said that the information wasn't official yet, but the association planned to keep the alert status for at least another 3 months, because they didn't know when or where the spatial portal would appear, but the number of monsters invading would be large and quite dangerous. They even mentioned that there might be A-ranked monsters. So, if the portal appeared in the capital, there would be a lot of casualties. Sang Yu couldn't understand. If it was that dangerous, shouldn't the association provide more information to the public and strongly urge everyone to be more careful? Like asking the hunters in the association to take action, for example. Junmo explained that the issue was that with a 3-month deadline, the economy and essential resources would be greatly impacted if they stopped things. People would have to keep working for such a long time, and the association would be blamed for the resulting losses. That's why they weren't providing full information. So, no matter what happens, at least they could say they had warned the public. Junmo said he was heading to the shelter now, and the hunting zones have been isolated, so no one could go hunting in these circumstances. Sang Yu also told him to head home, and they ended the call. Sang Yu went home and checked on Clone 1 and Clone 2. Clone 2 was almost fine, but Clone 1 had serious injuries and was still lying on the bed. Clone 2 said, "Oh, I'm still alive," in a voice that sounds like it's about to fade away. Sang Yu looked at the time and decided to return Clone 1 back to normal. He gave Clone 1 a new hat, so they wouldn't mix up the clones. Just then, Clone 3 came back. The three of them went to Sang Yu's house to visit his parents. Sang Yu's mom opened the door, paused for a moment, and almost didn't recognize her own son. Sang Yu's mom noticed the clones behind him and asked who they were, if they were his friends. Sang Yu told the clones to take off their masks, and the family was shocked, screaming. After some explanations, the family understood that it was one of Sang Yu's skills. A month ago, he had participated in an awakening program. Sang Yu's dad asked if he was also a hunter, while his mom disagreed with the idea because it was too dangerous. Sang Yu tried to explain that he wasn't in any danger, and his friends would go hunting for him. Sang Yu told his parents that there was a disaster warning in effect, and they had to go to a shelter. His dad didn't seem to care much. He said they should wait and see how things go. He still had to go to work tomorrow. They couldn't just pack up and leave the house suddenly. Sang Yu sighed. His dad didn't understand how serious the situation was since society was still relatively calm. He decided that from today on, he would stay at home with them. He lied, saying that the school had given them a break. Sang Yu took out the bag of Korean beef he brought earlier and suggested the family eat together. Sang Yu's mom considered offering the clones some food, but he told her to just give them some rice. No need for such a lavish meal. The family sat down to eat, with the 3 clones sitting around a large bowl of rice. As they were enjoying the meal, suddenly the walls of the house collapsed, and Sang Yu fainted for a moment. He opened his eyes, looked around, and saw that his house had turned into a pile of rubble. Outside, monsters filled the sky. What the hell is going on? A giant dragon roared loudly, gathering a fireball and shooting it out in all directions. Sang Yu hurriedly turned back to check on his family. Everyone had lost consciousness. Clone 1 had disappeared, using its body to protect everyone from the explosion. Clone 3 was badly injured, losing an arm. Who could have expected the portal to open this fast? The family members slowly started to regain consciousness. He pulled out his gun and told everyone, "We need to get out of here quickly." The portal had opened, and many people would be in danger. Monsters were rampaging through the city, capturing and killing civilians. Everywhere was a scene of panic and devastation. Sang Yu gave his sister the equipment that Clone 1 used to wear, and the family began preparing to evacuate. Just then, a monster fell from the sky. It looked at Sang Yu and laughed menacingly, and a portal appeared in the sky. Many other monsters also fell down. These ones couldn't fly, so falling from such a height left them badly injured. Sang Yu easily took care of them. Meanwhile, Sang Yu's family struggled to open the door, but they couldn't get it to budge. He grabbed the baseball bat his father was holding and activated his enhancement skill, using a powerful blow to break the lock open. They all got out of the apartment, but Sang Yu's cars were all destroyed. The nearest shelter was 2 kilometers away, and there were still many monsters falling down without being harmed. Sang Yu's sister suggested they use the basement, as there was a temporary shelter down there. As they were about to move towards it, they suddenly heard someone shouting for help. They turned and saw a man trapped under the debris. A nearby monster also suddenly opened its eyes. It was a low-level monster. Sang Yu's father told him to think carefully. This isn't the time to save others. We need to go down now. Sang Yu gritted his teeth and turned away. Clone 3 couldn't fight anymore. Plus, with only Clone 2, he couldn't save a man. He wasn't a clone capable of using fusion skills. If he died, he would really die. The man continued to cry louder and louder. On one side, his family was urging him to hurry. On the other, the desperate cries for help rang out. Sang Yu made up his mind. He would go save the man. He told his family to go downstairs and lock the door, waiting for him. Clone 2 would go with him to rescue the man, while Clone 3 would stay behind to protect the family. Sang Yu was a hunter. In a situation like this, with monsters pouring out everywhere, hunters only had one job to do: kill the monsters. Sang Yu told Clone 2 to rescue the man while he swung his baseball bat, charging at the monster. "Let's go, you bastard." Clone 2 freed the man from the debris. He told him to hurry and go. The monster, which had been called a bastard, felt insulted. It blushed with anger and roared. Sang Yu told Clone 2 to get their weapon ready. He pulled out a magic stone for him. This isn't the time to be picky about weapons. He tossed the magic stone to Clone 2 and told him to eat it. Clone 2 obediently swallowed it. Immediately, it transformed into a monster. The D-level monster looked at Sang Yu with a confused expression when he asked it something. Sang Yu snapped at it. "You're not on my side, are you?" He looked down at his own body. Luckily, he was still fine. Aside from his increased stats from the cloning process, there didn't seem to be any side effects. The two sides charged into battle. Clone 2 grabbed the sword that he had taken from the fishman and slashed once, severing the monster's arm. It screamed in pain, now even angrier, swinging a mace down at Clone 2. This monster was much slower than the fishman, so they easily dodged its attack. Sang Yu continued charging forward, baseball bat in hand, to strike. The arm that Clone 2 had cut off quickly regenerated. It raised its arm to block Sang Yu's blow, then shoved him away with great force. Sang Yu crashed to the ground. He assessed the situation. The monster's skin wasn't that tough. He could cut through it easily, but it healed way too fast. With that, dealing sustained damage seemed impossible. Sang Yu ordered Clone 2 to take the monster down in a few minutes. Clone 2 obeyed the order and severed the monster's leg, causing it to stumble and fall. Sang Yu seized the opportunity and shot 2 rounds directly into its eyes. The monster screamed in pain, clutching its face. Clone 2 immediately followed up, slashing at the monster's other limbs. When a monster's eyes regenerated and it could see again, Sang Yu was already standing right in front of it. He activated his fast attack skill and swung the bat straight into its face. The monster collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Sang Yu shook his hand, which had just been gripping the bat. That fast attack skill had a lot of power, and the aftermath isn't pretty. This monster seems a bit stronger than the fishman. Let's say the fishman was strong because it was in its own territory, but this monster is still pretty strong even without any special conditions. Sang Yu stood up, brushed off his clothes, and told Clone 2 to hurry into the shelter. His family was getting worried. He searched around but couldn't find his phone. It must have fallen out when he was rolling around fighting. He told Clone 2 to lend him his phone. Sang Yu laughed and joked. "We're gonna GT kicked out of the shelter looking like that." Just then, a group of people was running from some monsters. Sang Yu rubbed his temples. Damn it. The monsters were still wreaking havoc in the city. After a while, people from other factions arrived, gathering together to take down the big dragon. The Keenest faction's aircraft, led by 1A Park, also arrived. He commanded his troops to shoot down the monsters. His subordinate reported that the large dragon was starting to leave the area. 1A ordered his troops to prioritize evacuating the survivors first. Other factions were also focusing on the dragon, and if they did the same, they'd be wasting manpower. 1A stood on the aircraft, looking down. Some so-called hunters were taking advantage of the chaos, robbing the unlucky victims. 1A looked at them with disdain. Filthy bastards. A subordinate reported that they had found some survivors 700 meters to the north. He instructed 1A to go check on the survivors. 1A activated his equipment and saw Sang Yu's group fending off monsters. He put on his mask and jumped off the aircraft, heading toward them. On the other side, Sang Yu was struggling to hold his ground. He had planned to head back after dealing with a previous monster, but there were too many people being chased by monsters. He couldn't just stand there and watch. Sang Yu yelled, "Get back to the basement of the building now." The monsters had surrounded them from behind. Sang Yu ordered Clone 2 to guard the rear while he blocked the front. Sang Yu was exhausted. He could no longer use his fast attack skill. It took too much energy. At that moment, a massive goose emerged from the ground, its beak plunging into the earth and spewing molten lava. The lava shot toward the civilians. Clone 2 jumped in front to shield them, but took serious injuries in the process. Sang Yu slammed his bat into the ground, struggling to rise. At that moment, another tiger-like monster appeared. Sang Yu knew he was about to die, the monster's mouth opening wide to strike. He braced for impact, closing his eyes, waiting for death. When he opened his eyes, a man had already struck the tiger down with a single slash. The man was Wante. He asked if everyone was okay. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Sang Yu's younger sister, Jiyu, was arguing with Clone 3. She was insisting on going outside to save her brother, but Clone 3 disagreed. You need to follow the master's orders and protect your family, it said. Sang Yu's parents chimed in, telling their daughter to stop arguing. Don't yell anymore. Everyone is scared. Her father had full faith that Sang Yu would return. Going outside now was even more dangerous. If they went out now, they would most likely become a hindrance to Sang Yu, so they shouldn't act on emotions. Just then, a voice shouting for help came from outside. Jiyu got excited. Could be her brother? Everyone checked the camera and saw a figure outside calling for help. It might be someone Sang Yu had saved earlier. Jiyu ran to open the door, hoping it was her brother. She entered the code, and the door slowly opened. Outside was a dead body, and behind it were two monsters. One was a B-rank monster, a firefly-like creature that could imitate others. The people inside panicked when they saw the monster, and Jiyu froze, unable to move. Clone 3 quickly rushed in front of Jiyu to protect her. It aimed to strike the monster's eyes, but this creature was tough. It pierced through Clone 3 and stabbed Jiyu, who was standing behind it. She spat out blood and collapsed. Clone 3 fired at the control panel of the gate. It pinpointed the fatal injury and started closing the door urgently. Clone 3 used all its strength to push the monster out through the door. Sang Yu met Wante for the first time, the head of the Awakening Project. He praised Sang Yu for being willing to sacrifice himself to save others without running away. Sang Yu, flattered, couldn't stop smiling. Wante recalled when he rushed down here. He saw Clone 2 of Sang Yu taking the blows for the civilians and then disappearing. He still had doubts about what that was. Wante inquired about Sang Yu's skills. Sang Yu hesitated, unsure if he should tell the truth. But just as he was about to speak, the connection with Clone 3 suddenly vanished. Sang Yu picked up Clone 2's sword and sprinted towards the shelter. His family was in danger. He had to go right away. Wante ordered his subordinates to locate him and bring the survivors to safety. Sang Yu ran with all his might, and under the influence of the sword, his eyes turned bright red. He activated the sprinting skill and ran like he had never run before. The group in another area was still concentrating their efforts to take down the gigantic dragon. They had tried everything from slashing to poison, but could not pierce its skin. They planned to work together to bring down the dragon. However, the guild leader Hu Xiong did not think so. He came because he heard there was money to be made here, not to cooperate. Hu Xiong unleashed his skill, summoning a massive flame that incinerated everything. On the other side, Sang Yu's parents were continuously trying to stop the bleeding for his sister. Both of them with tears streaming down their faces, only able to encourage their daughter to hold on. The bug that had just taken down number 3 turned back and broke through the double doors to enter. Jiyu struggled to shout at her parents to run away quickly. The firefly continued to jump around, spouting unpleasant words. Just then Sang Yu also rushed in. Seeing his sister lying unconscious on the ground, he sniffed. A surge of anger erupted. His eyes turned red. Sang Yu shouted and charged at the bug to attack. But the bug swiped at him, causing Sang Yu to spit blood, seriously injured. The firefly remained unfazed, even sticking out its tongue in provocation, making Sang Yu even angrier. He bathed his sword in his own blood and continued to charge forward to attack. Just as the two sides were about to clash, suddenly someone rushed in to stop Sang Yu's actions. Pushing him down to the ground, the rescue team had arrived just in time and was ready to fight. The girl who had just stopped him hurriedly began to treat Sang Yu's wounds. But he was still restless and wanted to continue fighting. She activated a mana transfer skill to help him calm down. Sang Yu cried out in pain, telling her that his sister was injured over there, begging her to save her. Wante switched to serious mode, comforting Sang Yu, "You and your brother won't die today." With that, he charged into battle against the monster. In the Hunter Association's office, the president recalled the earlier conversation with the elder Hu Xiong. The president planned to evacuate everyone as soon as possible to minimize losses. Hu Xiong scoffed mockingly, stating that they didn't even know when the disaster would strike. He said if the president intended to evacuate the citizens within 3 months, everyone would blame the association. All those who lost family or property would gather and tear the association apart. Hu Xiong began to pressure the president, saying he didn't know if he would still have his head on his shoulders next month, let alone in 3 months. The president snapped and asked Hu Xiong what he wanted him to do. Hu Xiong told the president not to inform the public about the impending appearance of an A-rank monster. He suggested concealing the level of danger of the current invasion. He advised the president to make the citizens blame themselves for not evacuating, out of their weakness in being unable to protect themselves. The president of the association could not believe it. He asked Hu Xiong if he knew how many people could die because of this incident. Hu Xiong, on the other hand, didn't see it as a problem. He believed it was a good thing. The more people who died, the more value the hunters would become. Starting from D-rank monsters, the army could do nothing at all. In the end, those lowly people could only defend themselves thanks to the hunters. Hu Xiong smirked slyly. He wasn't asking the president to do this. He was forcing him. So now, the president of the association had no choice but to close his eyes and ignore all notifications. Sang Yu leisurely ate snacks while his clone was struggling hard with exercise. He lay on its back, casually urging it to do push-ups faster, saying it was too slow. Sang Yu chuckled with delight. This skill was indeed the best, as the clone earned money and trained for him. He didn't have to do anything at all, yet his stats still increased. So he didn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. After receiving a message from Junmo, he got up and called Clone 1 to go earn money together. Today he would take Clone 1 to hunt a unicorn rabbit again. Junmo asked where Clone 2 was. He replied that Clone 2 was exercising. Junmo asked why he didn't train as well. He thought that if he trained, he would become much stronger. Sang Yu laughed and avoided the question. He really didn't want to train. In fact, he wasn't serious when he said he wanted to be a hunter. He had earned enough from hunting unicorn rabbits, and nowadays there were many hunters from a guild. So having one less person like him wouldn't make any difference. Junmo said he was just suggesting. He saw that Sang Yu had great potential, but wasn't utilizing it. Sang Yu could become the best hunter, but Sang Yu never thought of that. He just needed to take care of himself. Suddenly, Junmo's demeanor completely changed. He was no longer the same Junmo from before. His eyes were empty, dripping with black liquid, and he struck, causing serious injury to Sang Yu's hand. He didn't realize when the atmosphere around him had turned red. Sang Yu was surrounded by a series of living colors. It was his parents who were mocking him, and his sister was crying for help. Sang Yu yelled loudly, sitting up abruptly, breathing heavily, realizing that it was just a dream. Want stood by the bed, telling him not to move too much as he had just woken up. Sang Yu took a deep breath, clutching his arm, telling himself he was okay. Want reminded him to be careful. He was in a bad condition. The wound was quite deep, but he was still lucky. Sang Yu thanked Wante for saving him not just once, but twice. Wante still had something to say, but had to put off. Sang Yu's parents had arrived. The couple was extremely worried, and when they saw him awake, they felt relieved and hurriedly asked if he was okay. The doctor reviewed the examination results and said that his surgery was very successful. They would keep him for observation, but with such a fast recovery rate, he could go home in a month. Sang Yu asked about the portal. It had been open for 4 days. The high-level monsters had been dealt with, but many low-level ones had escaped. Sang Yu felt a throbbing in his head. He couldn't remember anything after losing consciousness. But then he suddenly asked about his sister, and his parents and the doctor bowed their heads in silence. Everyone took him to see his sister. The doctor had treated her abdominal wound, but she had contracted the mana virus. Everyone had been infected by the monsters that escaped from the portal. It was a virus that absorbed mana and the life force of the host. Most people had no serious issues. Each person had different attributes. If they were not compatible with this type of virus, it would die without causing harm. But there were also rare cases where the host's mana was compatible with the virus, and the virus absorbed so much mana and life force that they could not wake up. Sang Yu trembled and asked if there was any way to cure it. The doctor said that with current technology, there was none. The virus had synchronized with the host's mana. Even recovery spells had no effect. So the only option was to continue supplying mana and maintaining nutrition. There was still a very small chance that help from someone like an S-rank hunter with a blessing spell, or items like a transformed hawthorn or elixirs from beyond the portal could work. But such things were extremely rare and very expensive. Sang Yu knew this. He stared through the glass window, saying nothing, his hand tightly gripping the four-pole, blaming himself for not turning back to save anyone. If only he had prioritized protecting his family. If only he had been a little stronger, he could have saved everyone and his sister. Sang Yu clenched even harder, breaking the four-pole, causing blood to pour from his shoulder wound. The doctor and others hurried to stop him and treat his wound. Sang Yu paid no attention to his own injury. Tears streamed down his face. If only he had tried a little harder, this situation would not have happened. Sang Yu was brought back to the room, sitting blankly on the bed. The door suddenly opened, and it was Hei-Yan. She had heard that he was in the hospital, so she came to visit. Sang Yu asked if her family was okay, as he was quite worried since her house was near a dangerous area. But fortunately, her family was fine, only the house was slightly damaged. Hei-Yan's dad had contacted Sang Yu's parents because he couldn't reach her, which is how he found out he was here. Sang Yu remembered that he had lost his phone, and he asked Hei-Yan why she called him teacher instead of brother. Hei-Yan awkwardly corrected herself, telling him to get well soon so he could continue teaching her. Sang Yu sighed and told her that he would not continue teaching her anymore. 2 weeks later, Sang Yu's wounds had completely healed. Even the doctor was amazed, and he was getting ready to be discharged. Sang Yu recalled the conversation he had with Hei-Yan the day before. He had shared his current situation with her, and he didn't know what else to say other than to apologize to her. Hei-Yan thanked him for everything, realizing that Sang Yu probably wouldn't contact her anymore. She forced a smile, telling Sang Yu that he would regret losing such a beautiful student like her. She would go to university with everything he had taught her, and she said she would find a boyfriend in college. By then, Sang Yu shouldn't regret it. Hei-Yan smiled beautifully and then left. Sang Yu understood Hei-Yan's feelings, but now he no longer had enough time to regret. Sang Yu left the hospital, searched for information about Guangta, and then took a taxi to the K-Nurse Association building. Sang Yu walked inside, and the receptionist warmly asked what he needed. Sang Yu told her he was there to meet President Park Won-tae. He didn't have an appointment, so the receptionist couldn't let him in. Just then, a tall man with a goatee approached and asked if he was Sang Yu. He was a senior commander of the association, and he invited Sang Yu upstairs, saying Won-tae was waiting for him. Sang Yu was escorted to Wani's office, where he came to thank him for everything he had done for him. He felt extremely grateful that Won-tae had rescued his family and provided him with first aid in that situation. He was also very curious about why Won-tae had gone to such lengths for him. He heard from the hospital that Won-tae was the one who provided his family with private rooms, even temporary housing for his parents, and covered his sister's expenses. Sang Yu asked if those things were related to what he was about to hear from Won-tae. Won-tae clenched his fists. He said he also had a younger sister, but she was currently missing along with her friends. Perhaps that was why he saw a reflection of himself in Sang Yu. It was true that his personal emotions were in turmoil, but he didn't do it to make Sang Yu feel grateful or to force him to repay him. Sang Yu asked why Won-tae wanted to meet him right after he felt better. He wanted to ask about Sang Yu's abilities. He asked if Sang Yu's clones could do everything, right? Even the man who saved the other citizens was just a clone, wasn't he? Sang Yu didn't intend to hide anything. He told Won-tae that it was his skill. Won-tae clenched his fist. He got straight to the point. He needed your strength. He begged you to rescue Team, one of the keenest guild, just like you saved the other survivors without expecting anything in return. Won-tae wasn't asking Sang Yu for help to repay him. He knew that the only person who had a chance to save his sister and the other team members was you. Won-tae bowed his head and sincerely pleaded with you. Sang Yu thought for a moment. Won-tae had saved his family once. Now, it was his turn to do the opposite. Won-tae joyfully thanked you repeatedly. Sang Yu was taken to the training room of the keenest guild. Won-tae told him he could use his skills freely. The interior here was quite sturdy. Sang Yu found it strange that they weren't prepared to go rescue right away. Won-tae said there were 2 reasons to do this before going to rescue. First, it was true that the faster they acted, the more chances they had for a successful rescue. However, it wasn't that they had a lot of time. Thanks to Wani's sister's abilities, Team 1 had a considerable amount of time to hold out. They had at least 8 months before they couldn't hold out any longer. The second reason was the dungeon level. Although they were the elite team of the keenest guild with an overall combat ability of rank B. Team 1 had suffered many injuries and failures in escaping that dungeon, so he thought the dungeon level must be close to rank A. With Sang Yu's current level, he wasn't qualified to enter there. Sang Yu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. 1A suddenly became serious. He said that people would reveal incredible powers when they were about to die. The temporary defensive power in a critical situation was enough to tear muscles or break bones. Of course, it was proportional to the increase in their stats. What Sang Yu lacked right now were the stats. So far, he had overcome obstacles through his combat senses, but in this training his combat senses would reach their limit. Wontae tightly gripped a wooden sword and charged at Sang Yu. Sang Yu messaged Junmo to tell him not to worry about him. He asked for a break from hunting for a while. Junmo nervously bit his nails, waiting for Sang Yu to arrive. When Sang Yu arrived, Junmo almost didn't recognize him. He looked like a pig's head. Sang Yu explained everything to Junmo. He panicked and asked if Sang Yu was okay. Sang Yu said he was still fine. The mana characteristics in each person are different, even within families, so he was fine. Junmo also knows that you accepted the mission from Keenis. But he didn't expect so many things to happen. You said you were using Clone 2's phone. You told Junmo to change Clone 2's contact name to yours. Junmo asked if you had backed up your contacts, including the phone numbers of friends and others. But Sang Yu decided not to back them up. He thought leaving it as it is might be better. Junmo couldn't understand Sang Yu's actions. He asked about the wounds on your face. Sang Yu said it was from training. Junmo stood up abruptly. He couldn't believe they had done this to Sang Yu. He would complain about this to the association office. Sang Yu stopped him from doing that. He said Wani's sister was locked up in the dungeon. He was the one who had to take more risks than anyone. He understood that feeling. Sang Yu called out a clone. He told it to get dressed and attack Wontae again. Today he might lose, but tomorrow is uncertain. The next day, Sang Yu changed his strategy, overwhelming the minority with the majority. He called Clone 1 to charge in and fight together. The result was that both the original and the clone were beaten up badly. The next day, Sang Yu called Clone 2 to join the battle. 3 against 1, if you don't get blinded, you'll end up crippled. The outcome for all 3 was not much different from the previous day. On another day, he decided to call all 3 clones to fight together, and then all 4 went back together. Sang Yu returned to where Junmo was sitting. At this point, he had to reluctantly admit that Wontae was too strong. The clones were very good at mimicking movements, so it wasn't like he couldn't learn anything. But the gap between the two sides was too large. He needed to think of a way to bridge that gap. Sang Yu came up with a new idea. He showed it to Junmo to see if it was okay. Junmo was concerned about whether it was safe. Sang Yu was adamant that it wouldn't be a problem. The next day, Sang Yu continued to come. This time, all 3 clones transformed into monster forms. The day before, he had hurriedly asked Junmo to buy a bunch of mana stones for the clones to consume, so today their stats were increasing rapidly. Sang Yu drew his sword. He was determined to fight with all his might today. Wontae still let him hold the end of the staff to engage. The clones rushed forward. Their abilities were usually lower than the original, but now they were on par. The clones had become much stronger and more fervent, but on the contrary, one of their greatest strengths, accuracy, had significantly decreased. Sang Yu swung his sword. 1A easily dodged to the side. Another clone aimed a gun at his head and pulled the trigger. But without mana bullets, those bullets had no effect on 1A at all. He tightly grasped Sang Yu's wrist holding the staff and gave him a painful blow. The 3 clones attacked simultaneously, but 1A easily blocked them all. He wielded the wooden sword. He advised Sang Yu to channel mana into the sword in his hand and blend it so that they would become one. If he mastered this technique, even just a twig would be enough to slash a monster. Sang Yu struggled to get up, determined not to give up. He gritted his teeth and swung the sword again, but Wontae easily blocked it with a move. He told him that he had indeed become stronger, but it was still not enough to take him down. Wontae could take on 1 at a time. A single wooden sword was enough to take down Sang Yu and the clones. At Sang Yu's current level, he could not be considered a C-rank hunter. Sang Yu was being beaten until blood flowed from his nose, yet he persisted and launched another attack. Even though all his clones had fallen, he was determined. He couldn't stop at rank C. Sang Yu turned to shout at his clones. He started his usual trick telling them to look at Wani's face. With its sharp nose and high profile, it was almost like a gem. He yelled for them to hurry up and eat the captain. The first one to bite him would win. Immediately, the clones seemed to be on a high. They all rushed forward at once. But one by one, they were all knocked away by Wante. In reality, Sang Yu's desire to grow stronger wasn't just Wani's command. Ever since he opened his eyes in the hospital, he had felt something. The helplessness of having to entrust the safety of his family to someone else in times of crisis. He didn't hate his own weakness. The frustration when the results didn't match his efforts. He didn't want to feel that way again. Sang Yu's blood was boiling. He grabbed his sword with both hands and charged forward to attack. He wasn't planning to stop. 6 months later, at the Sinsealdong hunting grounds, a group of big shots was bullying a smaller group of people. They beat them so badly, their noses were bleeding. The girl from the weaker group shouted, questioning them, "Why are you doing this?" They had an official hunting permit, didn't they? The big guy yelled back, "Shut up." They were from Moonsilver. Their guild was using this station as their hunting grounds. If you want to hunt, go somewhere else. The guards at the nearby hunting gate saw the dispute but didn't bother intervening. They just turned away as if they didn't see anything. The leader of the Moonsilver group glanced at the girl, then suddenly changed his mind and allowed them into the hunting grounds. His underlings kept praising him, calling him generous. They were all taking turns stripping off their gear. The weaker group realized they were being mocked, but they had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, a young man wearing a fully covered hood walked straight into the hunting grounds. The gatekeeper tried to stop him, pointing at his swollen face. But the hooded man didn't understand. He had paid to get in, so why couldn't he enter? One of the Moonsilver guys saw him as an annoyance. He cracked his knuckles and arrogantly moved forward, ready to punch the hooded guy in the face. But before the punch could land, the hooded man caught his fist. He kicked the big guy in the stomach, sending him sprawling on the ground, clutching his gut. The hooded man realized he had overdone it and lowered his voice, apologizing. "I thought you were going to hit me, so I didn't know what else to do but defend myself." He had been startled, so he just fought back. The man removed his hood. It was Sang Yu. He vaguely recognized some Moonsilver members, but didn't care. He looked at the big guy still on the ground, groaning in pain, then stomped on his head. "I'm here to hunt. What does it have to do with your guild?" The big guy on the ground, drooling and unable to speak, managed to mutter, "You son of a bitch." The whole Moonsilver group was furious when they saw this brat daring to disrespect their guild. They surrounded Sang Yu, one of them boasting that he was a D-rank hunter, so don't even think about being able to fight back when you're alone. But the thing is, he wasn't alone. He had plenty of clones with him. Now, the one who was surrounded was actually the fat guy. Meanwhile, Park 1A came to see Junmo, there to gather intel on Sang Yu. Junmo handed over the information and said, as I mentioned before, he didn't need to take pictures or hand it over to him. He just wanted to take a quick look. 1A read the information, deep in thought. He couldn't believe that Sang Yu had increased his stats this much in just 6 months. Junmo confirmed, yes, lately it feels like he's become a completely different person. Since the accident, Sang Yu had become obsessed with hunting and gaining experience. Junmo wondered if these stats were enough for him to carry out his plan. That doesn't need to be said. 1A already has a backup plan in case he fails, so no need to worry. But looking at these numbers, it was clear this was an extraordinary level of growth. First, the mission to rescue Team 1. 1A was deeply curious. Sang Yu had surpassed D rank, almost A rank now. One day, he would surely reach a higher rank. The cloning skill made the user stronger than their stats suggested. Who knows how powerful he had become? Back to the group of idiots getting thrashed. They were being continuously beaten, clueless about what the hell was going on in front of them. The gatekeeper demanded they stop, claiming Sang Yu was going too far. Sang Yu stared at him and replied, "You should have said that when your hunter was being beaten, not now." He didn't do anything when they drew their swords. "I'm not blaming you, but do the smart thing and go back to the gate." With that, he ordered all his clones to destroy the phones so they couldn't contact anyone. The guy who was out of his depth stood frozen, lost in the hustle of the moment. In the Sinsealdong hunting grounds, this old man was taking advantage of the situation, sneaking some stuff from the hunting grounds, holding a red stone in his hand. The moment he picked it up, it was like an electric current ran through him. The difficulty made him angry, so he threw the stone far away. Hearing a noise, he guessed someone was coming, so he quickly ran off. When he saw Sang Yu, he started acting all shy and friendly. You're here? I need more time to finish. Sang Yu thought, who is this guy? Then he realized it was the one-horned rabbit, hadn't seen him in a while. He wondered how Sang Yu had gotten in, since Moon Silver was supposed to be guarding the entrance. Sang Yu moved closer and said, I was about to ask you the same thing. You're not strong, and this is a D-rank dungeon. What are you doing here? With that shady look, it doesn't seem like you're hunting. Looks like Moon Silver has locked you up here. Sang Yu pulled out a picture of the D-rank hunters who had been stripped of their gear. I'm not here to comfort you. I just want to know what's going on. 1. You tell me why you're locked up here. 2. You joined the Hunters Wearing Boxer Shorts Guild. The old man struggled with his thoughts, but finally, he gave in and spoke up. Monsters of D-rank drop treasures when they die. Not always, but these treasures stay inside their bodies for a long time, even after they die. They often fight each other in dungeons. Sang Yu started to imagine it. 2 monsters fighting each other, one dies and drops a treasure. Then another one comes in, and they keep fighting, and another treasure drops. It goes on like this continuously. So, the treasures pile up in the dungeon. 4 D-rank hunters. These treasures are random and not worth picking up. So, they focus on lower-level hunters and lock them up here until they have enough. The reason they end up like this is because they owe the guild or were sold to the guild. Most of them are either debtors or rookie hunters. Sang Yu didn't expect to witness this firsthand. He simply said, go, scare that old man. Go before I change my mind. Oh, this is so emotional, I might cry. This guy turns out to be a good person after all. I thought I met a benefactor, but instead he asked for the treasure bag. Why are you so emotional, uncle? We don't have any special relationship, you know. This uncle picked up a lot. Good things come when the time is right. You throw it all to Clone 1, let him eat it. Clone 1's random. Free stuff is always tasty. Now we start collecting treasures. I'll make good use of them. Meanwhile, a young woman was being chased by a monster. Can you catch me? If you can't, you're a dog. The fierce monster chasing her was a C-rank abomination. She had never heard of a C-rank monster appearing here. This girl is Wu Haiyan Kim, an employee of Moon Silver. Wu Haiyan was being chased and tripped, falling flat on her back. She didn't want to die in a place like this. But her luck wasn't up yet, so she met Sang Yu. He simply picked Wu Haiyan up, saving her life. Wu Haiyan, gasping for air, said, Who saved me? Also, don't you have any valuable gems? Why don't you collect a few? Wu Haiyan said she had given up on those things a long time ago. Even as the monster was getting closer, Sang Yu remained calm. You threw them away? Also, you mentioned the Huxiong Guild. Did Moon Silver send you? The white monster suddenly got blasted by the red monster. Sang Yu didn't care what was happening around him. He just wanted to know what was going on with the Huxiong Guild. Wu Haiyan said nothing and tried to run. But no way you're running, girl. How can you act like this when monsters are surrounding us? Sang Yu just said, Don't worry about them. My clones are cleaning up behind us. Looking at the people in front of her, Wu Haiyan couldn't help but wonder, are they a team, or is he a summoner? Who are these people really? This is so safe, right? Super safe. But not that safe, bro. The red monster, which is Sang Yu's Clone 1, got beaten up badly. Honestly, it doesn't look reliable at all. Safe my ass. Can't believe Clone 1 lost after eating all those treasures. At this rate, running away is the only way to survive. But this guy still looks so relaxed, just hanging out here. I've already fed them a lot of expensive stuff. Wu Haiyan tried to say something, but was interrupted by Sang Yu. Shut your mouth and play. I need to focus. Here it comes. This monster is done for. Sang Yu rushed in and took down one of the monsters, while the others continued to attack. He needed to take them out as quickly as possible. Sang Yu was attacking like crazy, and his strength left Wu Haiyan in awe. This guy is so strong. Staring at the monster caused his eyes to redden, veins bulging with bloodshot streaks. Sang Yu reminded himself to stay calm. In a moment of distraction, the monster attacked from behind, but thankfully his clones stopped it. He turned around, drew his sword, and sliced the disgusting monster in half. It was completely destroyed. Damn, I'm gonna hate using this sword every time. When he turned back, he saw Wu Haiyan standing there with her mouth wide open, shocked. Did you really defeat that monster? Wait, you didn't run away? What's going on, bro? You told me to stay put and not move, remember? I was just hoping. I didn't think you'd actually do it. That's pretty impressive. I forgot Clone 1 is still lying there in pain. He's fine, just a bit hurt. But it's strange. You should have recovered by now. Wu Haiyan explained. The monster's bone sword has a corrosive curse on it. If we don't have someone to heal him, he's done for. Seriously, main character luck. We almost got hit by its sword. But even in this misfortune, there's a bit of luck. Even though they ate a healing gem, they can only take the blows instead of dodging them. Wu Haiyan looked at this red monster and didn't think it was a person. She even thought it was a giant wearing a helmet. After hearing Seng Yu say he was a summoner, Wu Haiyan struggled with her thoughts for a while and then decided to give him a vial of medicine. Here, if you give him this, he'll live a little longer. But if something happens, don't blame me. What kind of medicine is this? A longevity potion with a skull design. Well, at this point, there's no other choice. Seng Yu poured the medicine into Clone One's mouth. Clone One's body started giving off a strange smell, and the wounds slowly started healing. Seng Yu marveled. This is amazing. What kind of potion is this? Clone One jumped up like nothing had happened. Seng Yu was so relieved. He looked fine. Wu Haiyan finally spoke, and this was the only time she would. It has a side effect. His life force will slowly drain away. My skill is poison making. Let me explain about poison making. At level 5, you create poisons, and the number of formulas increases with level. Mastery of each formula can also improve. Using poison to convert life energy can heal injuries. The higher the mastery, the less life energy is consumed. With the regeneration effect, the side effect gradually drains the user's life force. You can increase strength by using poison to stimulate the body. So, Clone One will eventually die after running out of life force. But well, at least it's better than dying right away. Let's do this instead of dying immediately. Seng Yu turned to Clone One and said, "Hurry and go hunting before you fade away." He instantly used his teleport skill. And so, Seng Yu would have to go back to him. Wu Haiyan had explained her abilities, and now she demanded that Seng Yu explain his. Who are you? You have pets just like monsters, and each one is incredibly strong. You even skewered that monster. I've never heard of anyone like you among the B-rank hunters nationwide. Of course you haven't heard of me, because I'm an E-rank hunter. Wu Haiyan couldn't believe it. An E-rank hunter in a C-rank dungeon, hunting so easily. Sang Wu didn't respond, just happily turned back and asked, "Why do you talk to me like we're friends?" At the Waiwalo Guild warehouse, a lot of treasure crates were being transported, and guild leader Ha Miho was actively collecting them. This busted girl is guild manager Kim Song-ae. She didn't understand why Miho was collecting these things. She didn't do this before. She's just helping Lord Wante. He said he'd pay a high price for them. Siona looked at the bins full of trash. Why did he need so many? Does he have a lot of pets? Miho had heard rumors about someone named Zhang Sang Yu. Apparently, he needed these gems. Back with Sang Yu, seeing her expression, he thought to himself, this guy really is sensitive about stuff like this. What should I do now? What if he's a bad guy? Wante didn't understand why he asked that. He could talk freely with her, and there was no problem at all. Sang Yu thought Wante was acting like a crazy person. He slowly stood up and said, "Actually, that's not the question I was most curious about. Why did you mention the Huxiang Guild when you were running away? I want to ask about that." Wante, looking puzzled, introduced herself as a hunter, but not knowing this stuff was a little strange. Sang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I just got my hunter license recently, so I don't know much about the conflicts between guilds." Wante explained to this new hunter that the Silver Moon Guild is like a power broker for the Huxiang Guild. They pretend like they don't know anything, but Silver Moon does all the dirty work for Huxiang. I'm pretty sure that many people brought here were also because of Huxiang. Sang Yu asked her who had brought her here. When he asked, a childhood memory suddenly resurfaced. Wante, with a frightened look, said, "That's information you don't need to know." She then regretted telling him everything about her skills. Sang Yu thought, what's wrong with this girl? What does she eat? Well, I've got the information I need. So goodbye. What? Didn't you finish your work already? This is just the beginning. Sang Yu told her she could leave now. There was no one at the gate. Those bastards from Moon Silver are gone too. Before leaving, he didn't forget to compliment her skills, saying they were pretty good. My skills? Are you mocking me? You'll die if you even drink a little of it. But earlier, Sang Yu hadn't cared about the side effects. He handed Wante a dirty business card and said, "If you don't have anywhere to work, or if you're worried about Huxiang getting revenge, just call me using the number on the card. My address is on there too, and the agents here also hate Huxiang. Now, I'm leaving." Clone 5 will escort you out of the gate. Sang Yu began hunting monsters one by one. He thought Wani's skills would be really useful for his clones. Should I try to convince her again? Clone 1 was attacking fiercely when suddenly it collapsed, falling flat on its back. That was the side effect of the drug. Sang Yu had thought that he could handle it with his regeneration skills. Well, at least it's doing well enough. He continued to heal it, but the sight was an eyesore. He put some clothes on and covered up the mess, then got back to hunting. Sneaking behind him were some D-rank hunters. Did he leave? Yeah, he's gone. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had thought he was just a regular guy, but that monster was terrifying. Then 2 naked idiots stood around talking. I thought he was done for, but then he came back to life. That was scary. I wonder what his skills are. By the way, judging by how he speaks, it seems like there are others like him. Are we in danger? Damn, if we at least had some gear. Gear or not, we'd still get beaten to a pulp, bro. Why are they coming back? Even the ones picking up the gems ran off. Clone 3 felt along the wall, searching for any irregularities. This idiot, doesn't he know where he is? The reason we're limited to hunting in this area is that we should at least check where we are. Luckily, he hasn't found this place yet. Behind this wall is a secret room. It looks like some kind of factory. I wonder what they're building here. Because the materials are sourced directly from the hunting area, it's unlikely that anyone would have found this place. And besides, who would think to investigate this hunting ground? These aren't regular gems. They're way more expensive than regular ones. These are definitely refined gems. They're over 100 times more effective than regular gems, and just one of these would increase our stats by 0.5 points. But the side effect is turning into a monster. Even the most loyal beasts lose control. That's why the Hunter Guild banned these. Clone 2 thought the effect wasn't worth it. What good is a stat boost when you turn into a monster? There weren't enough people willing to take the risk before. That's why it used to be cheap. But recently, things have completely changed the value of this stuff. Because of a project called JMP, there's a place where they recycle this stuff to create something that can be used on humans. Because of the JMP project, the Tron company has been buying up gems like crazy. However, because making this stuff is illegal, the value of these gems skyrocketed. Nobody thought these gems could make money, but now they can earn millions with them. Clone 3 figured that a few of these brats could be beaten up with a fan, but if they bring this stuff back, it's a different story. He'll leave it here and come back tomorrow. Clone 2 didn't understand why they were leaving it here instead of taking it. What are you going to do if those bastards catch us with this stuff? Do you even use your brain? Even if we take a little, we can't. Look at the two of you. You're in your underwear and attracting way too much attention. They carefully closed the secret door. Meanwhile, Yohain had witnessed everything and finally found it. She angrily yelled at Clone 5 to head back. Just bring it here, that's enough. Clone 5, with its fragile heart, couldn't resist the scolding and silently returned. She decided to stay in the hunting area, and luckily, those damn Silver Moon Guild members led her right to it. She couldn't understand why they were all naked, though. She successfully found a pile of crystal gems in that room, and there were quite a lot of them. She took a 30-gang pouch to carry them, but these gems were pretty heavy. She wasn't sure if she'd attract attention while carrying them. Clone 5 was directing the others toward the gate, and this was her chance to blend in with the group and ditch them. Clone 5 saw that Yohain had safely left, so the mission was complete. Lucky as hell. So, Yohain successfully made it out of the gate with the crystal gems she had just stolen. She ran without looking back for even a second. Moon Silver, damn you all. Sang Yu also thought everyone had made it out and was safe. The monsters were all wiped out, and most importantly, the pouch was filled with gems. He was excited. I was wondering why I couldn't find these gems to buy lately. These are the best. Clone 1 looked at the gems, his stomach growling, saliva dripping. Should I eat them all? Don't even think about it. If you turn into a monster, everyone will freak out. The clone skill was on cooldown, so let's think about it tomorrow. At this moment, Sang Yu received a message from Kong Junmo, asking him to come to the Keenest Guild tomorrow. They would explain the mission. The next day, the two of them dressed in proper clothes, but when they returned, the pile of crystal gems was gone. He was furious because tomorrow was the deadline. He lost it and turned to choke the gatekeeper. You bastard. If you're being paid to do this, then do it properly. How the hell did you let someone else in here? The gatekeeper was having the worst luck. How could he stop other hunters when they had bought tickets to enter? Moreover, the ones who escaped were those the gatekeeper had locked up himself. Hearing this, he seemed to lose his soul and let go of the guard's hand. Why the hell were they the ones? Just thinking about the faces of those three, he was terrified. How the hell could he get the gems back from them? When Wu Hyun managed to escape, she still couldn't believe they had taken her to the C-rank hunter's dungeon. She would have been done for if it wasn't for Sang-woo's help. At least she managed to bring back a bag of spoils. The Moon Silver Guild might get suspicious if she sold them right away. So Wu Hyun decided to temporarily hide them until things calmed down. Suddenly, Sang-woo's business card fell out. Remembering his words, she got angry. He doesn't know a damn thing. You damn bastard. Do you think I go there just because you flatter me? At the Odin Tower, the level 5 dungeon remains undiscovered. It is said that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Baekwon, found this place and challenged it. But then they lost contact with him immediately, and he never returned. Shortly after, countless hunters attempted to challenge it. However, all failed even to pass through the lowest floors. The only exception was the jumper, George Lucas. And that is where Team 1 of the Keenest Guild got stuck, including the main character's sister, who is the captain of Team 1. The Odin Tower is a dungeon with a special structure. It has only entrances and no exits. The only connection to the outside world is mana. The only way to communicate with them is to use the skill of telepathy. Because of this, the means of escape are very limited. Sang-woo must complete the dungeon or escape using teleportation skill. That is why his cloning skill is very important. Other hunters cannot escape if anything goes wrong in the dungeon. That is why he needs Sang-woo. He wonders, so there is no way for Team 1 other than to escape by their own strength? Their side had equipped Team 1 with a way to escape, but they still haven't gotten out. He sighed, I'll tell you a story about what happened in Odin Tower, about how everything went off course. Wontae continued, the events took place 5 years ago during the Great Disaster of 2005. My sister awakened her abilities during the dark moment shortly after the disaster ended. At that time, Park Won-ae was just a 16-year-old boy, and Park Yuna was 9 years old. He was fiercely fighting monsters, and his sister shyly handed him a snack pack. At that moment, Wontae also discovered that his sister had the ability to create a space like a storage bag. She also didn't know how it happened. It suddenly appeared, and she could store many things in it. Wontae patted Yuna's head. You have a very good skill. It's a very useful skill, Yuna. Now let's go home and sleep. You must be tired. So the two siblings carried each other through the disaster-stricken land. They faced many dangerous situations together thanks to those abilities from their childhood. They could store items, even people, in that auxiliary space. When they thought it would be better if the two worked together to handle a dungeon. By the time they both grew up, Yuna had become the captain of the first team of the Keenest Guild. The girls still playfully bullied her older brother, and the staff watching had their eyes wide open when they saw the guild leader being hit. The two siblings were having a small disagreement. Wontae opposed going to the Odin Tower without a teleportation user accompanying the team. Yuna was annoyed. Here we go again. Then why did we buy the teleportation scroll? There are less than 100 players using teleportation worldwide, and we don't have a single one right now. How do you think we can recruit someone immediately? If not now, then it will be never. The first team's strength is at its best, and we also have your skills. This is the only opportunity. Wontae was still hesitant. He didn't trust leaving this task to her. So he gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. Even when the first team left, he was still unsure if they would clear that dungeon. At that moment, it was really hard to tell who the real captain was. Yuna promised him that she would come back if she encountered danger. She knew it would be very bad to leave her family without returning. Of course, it wasn't just a teleportation scroll to escape. She also had a bunch of food and medicine with her. Saying that, she showed him everything to reassure him. Now that he thinks back, he deeply regrets the decision to let his sister go. He shouldn't have been persuaded by such reasons. He shouldn't even feel relieved just because of things like the emergency supplies his sister took with her. So Yuna and Team 1 set off, and he truly regrets not stopping them at that moment. After that, he was dazed as if he had lost his mind. Did he really think they wouldn't make it? They had been preparing for it for years. He was overly protective of the team leader, who besides their president could believe in them. These words convinced Wontae. Anyway, they had already left, so he might as well try to trust her. This was also the time he was preparing to organize a program for the Awakeners. That competition was the same one Sang-woo had participated in. Perhaps it was so tough back then that no one recognized him. The association had also used magic scrolls to communicate with Team 1. They brought 10 of them and would report back weekly. Since they couldn't enter, one team from the association stayed outside the entrance of the Odin Tower to maintain contact with Yuna. In the first report, there were no issues at all. Then came the second and third reports. Everything went very smoothly, so one day quickly began to calm down, but problems arose after a month. That day was the day to receive the report from Team 1. As planned, they would cover 40 kilometers today. They began to tear the communication paper, having traveled 700 m after passing the end of the first floor. An unidentified monster ambushed Team 1. Most of the team members were fighting the monster. When the damage report was being recorded, the signal was distorted, making the receiver's head feel like it was about to explode. They had torn multiple scrolls at once, leading to transmission interference. At that moment, Wante turned around and saw the most horrifying scene. A blood-soaked person staggered out from the teleportation circle. It was because of his indecisive decision to hesitate in saving them at that moment. The consequences of his irresponsibility were covered up by the two words trust. Everything collapsed before Wante's eyes. He hurried to check on Song Tae's condition and called for the rescue team. The information portal began to crack. Currently, telepathy could still connect. The association requested the rescue team to send a team to check outside the tower in the afternoon and never enter the tower unless they were sure they could handle it. Everyone was trying to provide first aid to Song Tae. At this moment, he could only say words of apology. We have failed. The monster has torn all the scrolls. We have never seen a monster like that in the reports. He was bleeding a lot. This situation needed to be quickly taken to the hospital. Wante sat in a daze. At this moment, the telepathic connection was still active. The staff member would repeat the words they wanted to say. It was Yuna's voice. The battle was over. I'm sorry. I think the mission has failed. I thought we could do it. I'm waiting here, so don't worry. I will come back no matter what happens. Wante trembled as he heard his sister's last words. After that, they hired many hunters, but none of them accepted the job. Everyone thought it was a crazy idea. The Odin Tower. Are you out of your mind? If we could enter using the teleportation scroll, then how do you explain the team on the mission of your marked inside? I'm sorry, but my baby can't be more than 5 kilometers away from me. And of course, I don't want to go alone. Then the portal disaster happened, and Wante met Sang Yu. That's why he wanted Sang Yu to meet the necessary metrics, because at least he had the ability to reach where the team was being marked. Sang Yu always did everything within his ability very well. It was time to carry out the rescue mission. The Caners would escort him to the entrance of the Odin Tower. They would start tomorrow at the Odin Tower. On this side, the revenge group that lost the failed gem was being beaten to a pulp. The one going crazy is the leader Moon Silverdukian. He screamed in frustration, those bastards. I told you to go in there to hunt. What's so hard about that? I sent a whole bunch of D-rank bastards and asked you to guard the entrance. But what the hell did you all do? What do you want me to do now? After cursing out his underlings, he calmly asked about the identity of the brat who took his failed gem. They all covered their faces. There was one guy who wasn't hiding his face, but he wasn't on the list of D-rank hunters or above. He got even angrier thinking they were defeated by an E-rank hunter. He continued to angrily beat that guy. Do you think we're the only ones producing refined gems? If we don't gather enough money to pay the Huseong Guild, do you think they'll happily wait? Everything will end badly if they replace us with another supplier. I'm not saying anything more. Find that brat and bring him here. The whole group replied in unison. But looking at this bunch, he guessed that they would probably get beaten just like the previous ones. Truly a useless bunch. One after another, they're hopeless. The urgent matter now is where to get those gems. A dangerous-looking guy is sitting nearby, vice leader of the Kong Chio Song Guild. He seems excited about this. We'll find out who that guy is if we beat up a few of them. I don't know why they're wasting their time on this. It seems like he has some kind of plan. The next day at the JM organization, Sang Woo feels that Wante isn't lying because there are some important issues he hasn't mentioned. The reason they're trying to wipe out the Odin Tower. Sang Woo knows nothing about the hunting industry, but he knows about the Odin Tower. The Odin Tower was conquered in 2012. According to the announcement that year, the Odin Tower was completely empty. There was only one monster left with no treasure or items at all. Don't enter the Odin Tower to sacrifice yourself in vain. After that, hunters stopped rushing in or caring about it. Thus, it became an abandoned dungeon. But Wontae didn't explain why his sister's mission team was so eager to go in there. However, Sang-woo didn't need Junmo to reconsider this issue. His mission is to rescue them, not to clear the dungeon. So he will just focus on the mission now. Suddenly, Sang-woo spots Woo Hyun dozing off in a corner. Junmo wonders who she is. Oh, I met her at the hunting ground. I told her to come here if she didn't have a job. Although he didn't expect to see her like this at the entrance. Junmo goes to wake the girl up with a face like a thug, scaring the life out of her. Before they even greet each other, her stomach greets first. Shall we go eat something first? So they head to the restaurant in front of the building. She was eating voraciously like a hungry tiger. Sang-woo had saved his number in her phone. Hey, you came here like this to join some organization, right? Woo Hyun replied, yes. Junmo asked about her skills, evaluating a few items and brewing potions. But Sang-woo interjected, saying he would slowly die after drinking it. Isn't that awesome, big brother? You're handsome, but so rude. Woo Hyun grabbed the hair of this rude guy, ruining his newly styled do. There are also non-lethal potions, you know. Though lethal, they had significant effects. Sang-woo wanted to make use of her abilities. He even planned to use it for the clones. Junmo began pulling out paper and pen to take notes, asking her to buy some tools to produce potions. I will also provide some money. Sang-woo got up to go ahead because he had to head to the dungeon, and Woo Hyun thought this guy was off to hunt again. But this time, it was different. This time his goal was not to hunt. She tossed him 2 potion vials. She had made them before, one for strength and one for mana. However, they also had side effects. The strength potion would melt muscles, and the mana potion would cause the body to explode. How interesting. Sang-woo and the clones began their journey. Promising them a feast upon return, a positive spirit would make work more effective. That night, Siona was heading to the YOLO Guild warehouse. The leader wanted her to move all the gems and jewels to the KNUS Guild. Suddenly, she discovered that the security guards had been attacked, and the room showed signs of a break-in. Siona didn't know who dared to steal from the YOLO Guild's treasure. She activated her thief skills and began searching for the thieves. After seeing them lurking, she immediately charged in. As soon as she stepped in, she was attacked. She was sure there were only people in the warehouse, which is why she boldly rushed in. So who is this guy? Yes, he's the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild. He smugly replied. You all hid so well. Only a fool would answer. Sorry, but we really need this treasure. So they completely took away the treasure from the warehouse and then burned down the warehouse. This treasure heist was a success. Next, they needed to find out who had stolen the precious crystal shards. Over here, Sang-woo and his clones have landed in Iceland. This is the first time he has stepped foot in another country. They headed together to the Valhalla portal, connecting to the main gate of the Odin Tower. Sang-woo was welcomed by 2 really cool security guards. You are Sang-woo, right? Mr. Park Wontae is waiting for you at the entrance. You can go meet him now. This majestic place is the entrance to the Odin Tower, a bottomless pit and an endless expanse in the distance. This place doesn't resemble a tower at all. It's very cold here. It's better to head back to the guild's camp. At this time, Wontae has also received news that the YOLO Guild storage has been completely raided. It seems they planned this very carefully. The jewels were swept clean. Nothing was left behind. These guys are really bold. They probably don't know what Han Miho is capable of. When they saw Sang-woo arrive, the 2 were as happy as if their mother had come back from grocery shopping. Finally, you've arrived. This day has finally come. It's been a while since we last met. I missed you so much. They have prepared coats for him because it's quite cold here. The clones quickly put on their new coats. Wontae began the mission, disappearing about 40 kilometers from the entrance. The distance is not as far as Sang-woo had estimated, and he wondered if only being able to travel such a short distance in a month was too little. However, this means the food supply will be fine, so they can proceed slowly. Wontae handed him 3 teleportation scrolls. They were prepared in advance for emergencies. He thought he should give 1 to each clone. These are important, so remember to keep them safe. The location has already been marked on the scroll. Just rip the scroll, and it will activate automatically. At 2 p.m., they had asked Team 1 to check the situation outside. There would definitely be many remnants of the battle, so it would be easy to find the location. Wontae asked Sang-woo if he had any questions. He just wanted to ask what he wanted to eat after I brought his sister back. Wontae was quite surprised by this question. It showed confidence and affirmed Sang-woo's abilities. We'll make a few dishes ourselves, then. They prepared swords and brought along some potions. The clones set off. They entered the portal. Sangyu also activated the fusion skill. 1A this time placed all his hopes on the young man in front of him. The fusion skill was executed quite well. They encountered a rather large snowstorm. Although he had a relatively good cold resistance, he still couldn't escape the frigid air. After struggling for a while, they finally reached the Odin Tower. However, Sangyu felt very strange. He could control the whole body of number 1. The fusion skill had now reached a new level. Sangyu could not only share all the senses with the clone, but also had complete control over their bodies. The sensation was so real. It felt as if he was actually moving, and he would give commands about the locations the clones needed to go to. Alright, now let's head out to rescue Team 1. Looking at this ice wall, this is exactly why escaping is impossible. It's completely blocked off. How on earth was this place created? According to what is written in the document, monsters will appear from the moment one steps into the tower. Just as I finished speaking, a monster did indeed appear. It was a frostbat, a clone quickly devouring it. E-class monsters will attack as soon as you set foot inside, and they always attack in packs. So, one must pay attention in all directions, and one of their characteristics is that there is always a leader in a pack of frostbats. That is the Frostbat Lord, a D-class monster. It snarls with its sharp teeth, wanting to eat Sangyu. I will take care of that little brother directly. Only one strike, no second swing. I don't think it's as simple as that. Let's keep moving. It's so weak it doesn't even feel satisfying to hit. All the monsters ended up with unfortunate fates, even though they are nothing. They have already gone 13 kilometers, which means a quarter of the way. As predicted, new monsters will soon appear. To my great surprise, a gigantic monster emerged from the cave with the voice of a demon. It was holding a huge mace, planning to smash Sangyu to bits. I quickly used the magic bullet skill. Clone 3 will provide support from behind, and Clone 2 from the front. Both sides began to rush into fight, each targeting a monster without competing for kills. The monsters were getting pummeled continuously. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. If this continues, it will be easy to wipe them out. Suddenly, the ground shook, cracks started appearing beneath everyone's feet, and everyone was in danger. Outside the camp, Wante was very worried about Sangyu. Team 1 is the most elite attack team in the guild, and is still having difficulty getting through that place. Wante had also devised a plan to secretly infiltrate that area while avoiding fighting monsters as much as possible and rescue the team. The minimum rank requirement for that operation is rank C. However, the growth rate of Hunter Sangyu was beyond his expectations. He thought Sangyu had increased nearly 20 points in most stats in just 6 months. His current stats had reached the level of a hunter ranked A2B. More importantly, Sangyu's clones were also growing stronger. Their stats were lower than their master, but their movements were exceptional. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they also possessed the abilities of a rank A or B hunter. The average rank of Team 1 is rank B. 1A believed that he alone was equivalent to the entire Team 1. If the YLO Guild's vault wasn't raided, Sangyu could grow even further with the gems the guild had prepared. In this case, aside from the frost golem mentioned in the report, there were no other monsters that could stop him on the first floor. Wante had also warned Sangyu about the frost golem, so he would avoid them and move well. Although it was very difficult to get through without encountering that damn monster. This one-eyed monster is the frost golem. Sangyu tried to slash it once, but it had no effect at all. Well, game over. This time it's definitely a loss. Fortunately, he managed to escape before it could eat him, but the situation is quite dire now. There's no way to deal damage to that monster if he can't slash it with his sword. The small monsters are trying to take advantage of the situation, but the ice golem has already lifted them up with one hand and dropped them into its mouth, literally eating them. The Sangyu witnessing this event can hardly believe their eyes, and it continues to reach its filthy hand towards them. Fortunately, he ordered everyone to dodge immediately. They need to quickly find the core of these monsters. Where exactly is its core? Even though he has seen it, the important question is how to destroy it. His magic gun didn't even leave a scratch on it. Now, there's only one way. Sangyu instructs the clones to quickly get out of the range of that damn monster's attack. However, number 5 still got taken out by it. The monster that took down number 5 was the one holding the teleportation scroll. Speaking of teleportation, Sang Yu suddenly thought of something. He dashed towards it. The monster was preparing to swallow number 5, but he quickly teleported to grab the scroll. The moment it clenched its teeth, everyone below held their breath. Sang Yu successfully escaped from the jaws of death. What it just swallowed was not only number 5, but also something that would take its life. The moment the monster realized what happened, it exploded. This was number 5's teleportation scroll. If he couldn't destroy its core, he could only throw it somewhere else. Its core has been teleported back to the camp. Surely everyone there is panicking. They have no idea what this thing is. So the golem has been completely destroyed. His strength, health, defense, and mana stats have all increased. Sang Yu's cloning skill has been enhanced, using energy to summon a clone that looks exactly like him. The number of clones he can summon increases depending on his level. The maximum number of clones he can currently summon is 7, and the cooldown time is ready to use right now. Seeing the announcement board, Sang Yu was moved to tears, unlike other skills. He couldn't find a way to increase his cloning skill, but he wouldn't summon another clone at this time. Alright, let's continue on our journey. Over here, a handsome hot boy with six-pack abs was showering, truly a treat for the eyes. His subordinate sent him a list of those who had scheduled appointments for the month. After scanning through it, he noticed that none of them were in a guild in South Korea. He felt it was meaningless. Something had changed. He instructed his subordinate to decline all meetings and to continue organizing the academy's opening ceremony. Meanwhile, the uncle at the hunting ground, whom Sang Yu helped escape, now had the chance to enjoy this bowl of noodles. Senior Gun Suk also realized, blaming himself for not being able to reach Gapsu. The junior had been captured by the Silver Moon Guild. More precisely, Haisung had handed him over to them. Gun Suk thought his junior was quite lucky. He wondered how he managed to escape those bastards. The guy simply said that he had received help. Suk seemed to understand something, but didn't probe further. Anyway, everything was fine now. Changwon was quite busy, so let's lend him a hand. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Suk went to the door, and as soon as he opened it slightly, he received a punch to the face. The uninvited guest was Chio Sung, Park Gapsu, found you. To save time, who attacked a member of our guild at the hunting ground. Answer carefully. You are the third person I am asking this question. The two guys before said they didn't know anything. Let's see if you don't know anything as well. His blood-stained hands showed the fate of the previous individuals. The fat guy suddenly went crazy. He rushed over intending to throw a punch, but Chio Sung easily blocked it. He smirked with a challenging look, loving to show off, but I'm pretty good myself. He spoke while twisting his opponent's arm, forcing him to punch himself in the face. Next time, if you think you can hit me, then go ahead and try. I hate guys who show off like this. Seeing the big guy getting beat up, Gatsu immediately intervened. Wait, I'll go with you, please stop. Chio Sung was stunned for 5 seconds, then slapped him. What the hell are you saying? You mean I have to listen to you for you to come with me, huh? Oh, you must think that guy got beat up because of you, right? He got beaten up because he's an idiot. Don't feel guilty about it. The more he spoke, the more he tormented his opponent. Seeing the big guy getting beaten to a pulp, Gatsu couldn't take it anymore. He knelt down and trembling said, Stop. I know who attacked the Super Wall Gang. I know who that person is. Please have mercy. Seeing this, Chio Sung was even more delighted. He laughed with a disgusting grin. Ha ha ha, see? I just need to scare them a bit, and I'll get good results, right? Back at Sang Yu's location, they're still continuing their search. He orders everyone to slow down a bit at this point, reminding them to stay alert around. It's strange that it's been a while since they encountered that monster, yet there are more and more corpses lying scattered along the road. It's understandable why they left the bodies here, since it's very difficult to go back and retrieve them. But how could he know who could have slaughtered all these people? The team's position is very close to their destination. Sang Yu issues a command to the clones, stating that from now on, they will trace the battle of the Vanguard team. They must be hiding somewhere near the battle site. The enemy checks every day at 2 p.m., right? How many minutes do we have left before he could finish his sentence? They were ambushed unexpectedly. Blood was shed, but fortunately, Sang Yu managed to hold onto his hand. Next, a monster lunged to attack. He didn't know what it was. Suddenly it appeared, possibly due to his stealth skill. Then everything became even more chaotic as a swarm of monsters gathered here. That explains the dead bodies. This is why the attacking team couldn't enter the dungeon entrance. Sang Yu and the others failed to detect their presence earlier. And now the whole team is caught in their trap. He deflected the arrow, attacking him, and slashed at the monster. The team will push over here to counterattack. While fighting fiercely, they vanished again. Now, Sang Yu couldn't see them. His clones also had a hard time blocking the attacks from those bastards. It seemed easier to control the clones. He began to let Clone 1 control the body and observe. He managed to block it thanks to the sound of the wind. They reacted to the sounds made by these monsters whenever they moved around. Gathering information is enough for now. He can copy them right now. But it's not necessary yet. Sang Yu still has a long way to go. Inside the subspace, where Yuna and her teammates are trapped. She looks much more haggard. It's almost 2 p.m., and they need to check the situation outside. Yuna wonders if the rescue team is here today. Would everyone have a bit more hope? She trembles. She knows the 2 words hope won't come to them. Today is just like yesterday. Yuna is sure that the eerily silent ice field will welcome them once again. Suddenly, she hears a sound. It seems like this is a positive signal for Team 1. Back to Sang Yu's battle. One is at 3 o'clock and one is at 9 o'clock. There are 2 of them among those bastards. He thinks he can do it if he can hold on a little longer. They look like they have super speed or excellent defense stats. On the surface, they can become invisible, but they are not as dangerous as those who are too numerous. Sang Yu had to continuously dodge their attacks. Even small injuries couldn't be ignored when there were so many minor wounds like this. The creatures kept charging forward, an overwhelming number. It was better to leave this place. He couldn't estimate if there were hundreds or thousands of them around here. Suddenly, he saw Yuna's circle, which was the signal from the attack team. Sang Yu immediately ordered the clones to rush there. Yuna also spotted a person from outside, and everyone heard something. The whole team was in a frenzy. There was indeed a person coming to save them. But it was quite chaotic, as they had brought a bunch of monsters along with them. Sang Yu felt overjoyed because he was about to be rescued. Team 1 quickly positioned themselves to fight and save him. Ironically, the rescuer ended up being saved by the one being rescued. There was no time to waste now. A shield was creating a protective circle around everyone. The magic arrow skill was activated as well. Countless arrows flew towards the monsters. Thanks to them, Sang Yu's side was safe to land. Yuna quickly closed off the entrance once the shield was removed. Sang Yu lay on the ground, panting, "I am from the rescue team." Though everyone knows who saved whom. Yuna asked if he came from the Keenest Guild or something. Well, that's partially correct. I am Zhang Sang Yu. I came here at the request of the head of the Keenest Guild, Park Woon-tae. So he didn't abandon them? Yuna shouted, "Song-tae, it's Song-tae, right?" Sang Yu guessed he was the guy with glasses who had escaped through the teleportation scroll. He was still alive, but as far as I know, he hasn't woken up yet. Seeing Yuna's worried expression, he felt that this girl really cared for her teammates. "I'm very sorry about that, but right now we need to get out of here first." Captain Woon-tae is waiting outside the entrance to the Odin Tower. He's anxious, restless, and can't sit still. Don't make him wait any longer. It's too pitiful. Tell everyone to hurry up and get out of here. Do you have the teleportation scroll? Yuna hesitated slightly, which confused Sang Yu. She should be happy, shouldn't she? But thinking about it, it wasn't like that at all. Out of the 10 who went in, there should only be 9 left here. Yuna spoke with a shaky voice. "I know it's embarrassing to ask you for this, but please help us one more time. One of them has sacrificed themselves during this mission. They can't leave her behind in this forsaken place. Not even the gods would care about it." Sang Yu thought to himself, so there are only 8 left. I thought so too after hearing the report that they had 1 injured. So there's 1 victim. He wondered what exactly had happened. They were ambushed. The team's priest at the back was impaled right on the spot. The event happened too suddenly, and no one could do anything. They could only struggle, realizing they couldn't protect her. When Sang Yu's team was ambushed, they attacked him first. It seems they target the weakest person in the group. When Song-A was attacked, Yuna immediately opened a portal and ordered everyone to retreat. She also wanted to fight, but if something happened to her, there would be no safe place for her team to escape to. They used a long-distance communication scroll to report back. Everything was so chaotic at that time, they didn't notice a monster had snuck in. And in the end, it was Song-tae who was attacked. That was when they lost all the other teleportation scrolls. If Yuna had tried to escape, her portal would have closed immediately. Then the whole team would have lost their safe refuge. All supplies would disappear, and everyone would be gone. Sang Yu asked where her fallen teammate was. She's quite far away. We can't bring her back without attracting the monsters. Since her teammate had died, Yuna gave up on escaping and decided to stay stuck here for 6 months. He couldn't tell her to just leave and abandon her teammate here. Sang Yu decided that he would go there and bring her body back right now. However, he had a condition. The reason I'm here is to save everyone, not to increase casualties. If I see it's not feasible, I'll force everyone to escape. Secondly, only you and the clones will do this. Yuna disagreed. That's too dangerous. They're asking for your help while retrieving the body, not to risk your life. But don't worry, everyone here isn't real, they're just clones. Yuna widened her eyes in shock. At the same time, Chio-sung attacked Junmo. He sat on top of him and acted tough. I didn't expect this, a hunter daring to mess with us under your association. Isn't it enough to become an enemy of Huseong for you? Shouldn't you just hide after being humiliated? He lifted his hand and began to interrogate. Now I ask you one last time, what is that bastard's name? Junmo clenched his teeth and said nothing. Chio-sung sighed and directly bent his hand. Junmo screamed in pain, and next would be his right hand. At this moment, Gapsu had also found the information sheet on Sang Yu. His name is Zhong Sang Yu. Our Sang Yu is living in a really nice place around here. He ordered Gapsu to send some kids there, bringing Park Junmo along as well. Outside, Wu Haiyan had witnessed the incident. She didn't understand why the Moon Silver Guild was here. This situation was really bad. Junmo looked extremely miserable as he gritted his teeth and asked, Why? Why are you looking for Hunter Zhong Sang Yu? Well, your hunter kicked a few of my kids. That's one of the reasons. Have you ever heard of crystal gems? Junmo really didn't know what that was. No wonder. You're famous for being stubborn, so he didn't tell you. That's right. He stole all of our crystal gems and ran away. Got it? This guy's the real victim here. Wu Haiyan was very surprised after hearing this. They thought that Hunter Sang Yu had stolen that stash of gems, while the one who did everything was actually her. On Sang Yu's side, he continued to explain about his clones, as she observed. My clones are not simply bodies created by magic, so you don't need to worry about our lives. The plan is as follows. Clone 4 and Clone 6 will hold the teleportation scroll and stay here to guard the entrance of this dimension. Clone 2 and Clone 3 will accompany him to retrieve the body and then return. Okay, that's all. Very simple. Don't think about going outside. The only thing that matters right now is the safety of the assault team. I know everyone is quite strong. After all, they're the raid team of the Keenest Guild. But my responsibility here is to bring everyone back safely. But you should reconsider, Mr. It's you they complain about, having provoked a bunch of monsters and run straight towards them. Anyway, you've planned for the case where everyone can't help. Haha, let's stop getting so deep. And that's our plan for now. So please trust me and wait here. Yuna couldn't say anything further. She reluctantly agreed. It has been 6 months since the gate incident, and Sang Yu had thrown himself into leveling up like a god. Therefore, he had poured a considerable amount of gems into the clones to acquire this skill. He opened the information panel, Devour Monsters level 12, absorbing the essence of a monster, with a 12% absorption rate of a monster's stats immediately after death. Thanks to this, Sang Yu was able to achieve the stats that the Guild Master of Keenest wanted him to have. However, he had no intention of stopping there. Everything was ready. He would not hesitate at any opportunity as long as it made him stronger. Sang Yu said Clone 4 lent him that knife, then threw him a potion and a sword. As soon as they retrieved the corpse, they immediately left with the others. Yuna reminded him, uncertain if he noticed. But when no one is around, monsters will stand still and wait for even several days. So I'm quite sure that the monsters you attracted here are still right out there. So please be careful. She opened the door for him and the clones to step outside. Sang Yu quickly spotted the location of the body lying there, and they rushed towards it at their fastest speed. Clones 4 and 6 stood guard at the gate, instructing everyone to keep their distance from the entrance. The team was eager to rush out and help. Yuna, as the team leader, spoke up. So far, we have only seen him running away from the monsters. But this place is 40 kilometers away from the dungeon entrance. There's no way he could have gotten here just by running. For now, let's trust him and wait here. He also said he has a plan in case he can't get through the gate with us. The only thing they could do now is hope that plan works. Outside, Sang Yu was controlling Clone 1 and the other clones, try to fight off the monsters. The difficult part was that they were invisible. However, he managed to block one, and although he didn't know its exact position, he was sure he felt something. They continued to charge forward, piercing through them. They were almost at the body when suddenly one of the clones was hit. The monsters behind the shield had circled around to the front and caught up with him. They were surrounded. The situation forced Sang Yu to use a potion. After consuming the entire vial, his body felt enhanced, activating the magic bullet, firing a bullet filled with magic. With one squeeze of the trigger, he sent the horde of monsters back to the afterlife, surprising everyone. After clearing the path to the body, they could leave now. However, due to the side effects, his body felt like it was about to explode, and he instructed Clone 2 and everyone to retrieve the body. Mana was continuously flowing into his body, feeling like it was about to burst. Before this Clone 1's body shattered, he would try to draw the monster's attention, so everyone needed to run quickly. They successfully retrieved the body and dashed towards the entrance, with Clone 4 immediately tearing the teleportation scroll. The teleportation team was worried as there were still people trapped out there, but he was just a clone. Seeing everyone getting ready to leave and Yuna's frantic appearance trying to hold them back, Clone 1 couldn't help but smile, promising to see everyone in the world on the other side. Thus, the monsters had exploded and continuous notifications popped up, activating the skill to devour monsters, absorbing the essence from the monsters you killed. Absorbing the stats of the Ice Guardian, your strength has increased, your reflexes have increased, your mana has increased, your resistance has increased. In the hospital room where COT was being treated, today was the day to wrap up the rescue mission. It could finally come to an end. However, he still couldn't wake up to warmly greet everyone with joy. Over here at the camp, the teleportation gate was receiving a signal. It was indeed the rescue team. A hand reached out, and this image reminded Wante of the scene with Songtae back then. He closed his eyes tightly. Grinding his teeth, trembling, he couldn't fathom how he would feel if that were to happen again. Wante slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was the image of his sister. He stood frozen for a moment, then tears of happiness began to stream down. "You're back." Sang Yu had also regained consciousness. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of exploding himself, truly overwhelming. Yuna tried to appear strong so her brother wouldn't fall apart in front of everyone. "Of course it's me. What do you think I am? Don't tell me you messed everything up while I was gone." Wante, with a trembling hand, hugged his sister tightly. He cried because he missed her so much, happy that Yuna was right in front of him. At that moment, Yuna couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. She also teared up. "Brother, Siha, it's all my fault," she cried out. She kept thinking that no one would come to save them. She was so terrified. "Thank you for coming back safely." And just like that, the two siblings hugged each other and cried like rain, thanking each other repeatedly. Just then, Siote also woke up after being unconscious for several days. Everything ended well, and he happily checked his stats. Behind the two siblings, Wani's family appeared, startling everyone. They were here to bow and thank him. They had no words to express their gratitude for that. Sang Yu felt awkward. "Don't do that. Everyone lift your heads. I only took the mission because the reward was quite good." But Sang Yu's contributions were not enough. Wante said to contact him if they faced difficulty. They would help at all costs. "The Keenest Guild will be the most solid support for you with all our abilities. I promise if you say that, then just say okay once to make him happy." Sang Yu handed the spell scroll back to Wante. He had used one scroll to defeat the ice golem and still had one left. Wante said he could keep it. He had intended to give it along with all the unused items from this raid to Sang Yu. However, since this was property of the Keenest Guild, Sang Yu would feel uncomfortable if Wante didn't accept it back. Well, since they had said that, he could only comply. After returning it, Sang Yu felt a pang of regret, thinking it was such a waste. Yuna wondered if he had always been here. That's right. Sang Yu was always busy controlling clones with similar skills, but he was still here. Yet Yuna thought they were all real people and had to lie down to calm themselves. Wante also couldn't believe such a skill existed. He wondered how Sang Yu would get stronger in the future. Meanwhile, he was still regretting giving back the scroll. He should have just kept it for himself. So everyone had made it outside. Wante would be very busy on the way back. He had to check everyone's health and also prepare for a funeral. The loss this time made everyone think. Sang Yu's phone buzzed. The signal couldn't go through the gate, so the messages were starting to flood in. He was very startled to receive news that Junmo had been captured by the Silver Moon Guild. The location had also been provided. Sang Yu was incredibly angry. He shouted, "I need Tio, go to this place right now." Those bastards from the Silver Moon Guild had captured his manager from Guild G. Wanted to understand why those guys had to do this. Sang Yu had already fought with them before. They intended to control the hunting area that he participated in, so they were getting revenge. Wante handed over the scroll from earlier, telling him to use it and go to them immediately. Sang Yu intended to refuse the teleportation scroll, but Wante promised to help at all costs. At the Silver Moon Guild's area, they are on high alert. Wu Haiyan is also secretly watching them. Why isn't that idiot responding to the messages? Suddenly, one of them spotted her. He grabbed her by the neck and interrogated her. "Who are you? What are you doing lurking around here?" Just when she thought it was the end, fortunately, Sang Yu's clone appeared just in time. Although he recognized the danger, he couldn't resist. Sang Yu squeezed his neck with all his hatred. "Where is he? Where are you keeping Manager Junmo?" "Hey bro, how can he talk when you're choking him?" Wu Haiyan said she knows where Junmo is, and she will take everyone there. For now, these two clones will take him down to the underworld. Those bastards from the Silver Moon Guild have locked the manager in that warehouse, and a few of them are patrolling to guard the place. Sang Yu told the clones to wait here, because it's very dangerous inside. It won't be long. He will bring Junmo back. Inside, Junmo was being tortured, while Chio Sung remained patient, asking why so many other guilds existed. It was just them. Yeah, that's true. After all, there aren't that many guilds controlling the hunt, so why not just answer that yourself? He turned to ask Gapsu if Dong Sang Yu was coming. When is he arriving? Gapsu guessed it would be a few hours, because he was quite far from here. Then while we wait, let's prepare a few things first. But at that moment, there was movement among the goods. And just seconds later, Sang Yu appeared. "You people from Moon Silver?" They thought it would take hours, yet it was surprise quick like this. Gapsu found it odd that Sang Yu had come alone. He had heard there were mask wearers too. He volunteered to check around to see if anyone else was hiding. Chio Sung insisted they should capture them alive, and Junmo anxiously said, "Don't, you hunter." But he was powerless now due to his serious injuries. Sang Yu was filled with hatred. "Just wait a moment, manager. I will punish them for what they did to you." A weakling volunteered and rushed forward. But Sang Yu quickly grabbed his arm, then crack, it snapped. Then another one, barely any better. Chio Sung sighed in frustration about recruiting these useless goons. Sang Yu dealt with them one by one, boldly stepping forward, and the minions began to tremble. Chio Sung spoke up. "How should our boss say this?" "I guessed correctly. He said you would come to rescue him, and you did not disappoint. But wait, I just want to tell you this. If right now you tell us where the crystal is hidden, we will let you two leave." Sang Yu had no clue what the hell he was talking about. "What nonsense are you spouting? What crystal? And what you've done is cross the line, so this won't end well." Chio Sung found it amusing. Facing him was indeed a cocky brat. "They found a few things while searching your room and got some documents." He admitted Sang Yu was very strong. Considering he could defeat their C-rank minions, he guessed Sang Yu was around C or B rank. His stats were also quite good. With ease, he guessed Sang Yu could defeat most hunters in this area. But your skill is duplication, right? He knew all that, which was why Sang Yu could fight them directly without needing any skills. Chio Sung started to chuckle, his face looking foolish. "There are others like you who have awakened but possess a garbage skill. And that's why you focus on stats like an idiot. You can't use any other method of attack other than rushing at your opponent like a moth to a flame. Can you? And I'm sure the mask wearers following you also have the same weaknesses as you. I've noticed that guys like you have formed a group, and they're all useless. Enough chit-chat. Check if you think these young men are weak." At this moment, his clones also entered, realizing that the useless guys outside had been eliminated. However, Chio Sung could have predicted this. He quietly stood up, holding a sword. "At least now, there aren't too many of you. I really like the idea of defeating a bunch of idiots who don't know their own limits." Sang Yu thought this guy was overly confident. As the saying goes, knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in 100 battles. So let's see how amazing his skills are. He began to disappear. His awakening skill is invisibility. Invisibility is the top-tier skill that even the highest detection skills cannot perceive. He was very pleased because sensing presence or feeling anger was all useless. With the skill, it erased all traces of him. Not knowing your own limits and still wandering around challenging everyone. Have you ever had experience dealing with this skill? You should prepare for death. You won't be able to touch me. He was even looked down upon by the clones. Sang Yu sighed in exasperation. The battle would end soon. Chio-sung couldn't understand how Sang Yu's clones could catch him even if he was born again. What the hell? What the hell is this? It's over for me now. He looked cool and handsome, yet he fell in just 3 frames. 3 of Sang Yu's old classmates were sitting together, reminiscing about him. Recently, they couldn't get in touch with him. Sang Yu changed his phone number. There weren't even any contact messages. They heard some rumors that Sang Yu was working as a hunter. But they didn't think he would continue being a hunter because Sang Yu was too naive for that job. I knew it, right? Even if someone crossed the line and teased him, he would just smile it off. Could he really kill monsters with that kind of personality? That's because you two don't understand how scary Sang Yu can be when he gets angry. Once in 3rd grade, he actually got angry. I was supposed to go home with Sang Yu, but I was blocked by some bullies and robbed of my money. When Sang Yu saw me like that, he attacked those bullies. As a result, both of them were beaten up badly, and then he found out that he had also been robbed by them before. Sang Yu decided to fight back again because he felt angry seeing his friend being bullied like that. Those thugs must have been very surprised when a kid who had been robbed by them suddenly turned around and fought back. Although his personality was very strange, he was incredibly forgiving as long as it only involved him. But if those around him were involved, Sang Yu would be extremely angry. Exactly at this moment, he ordered the clones to deal with these guys and quickly take their manager to the hospital. Chio-sung was scared out of his wits. How could a person see me? I thought he would be very confident in his abilities, but this god didn't know. I just returned after slaughtering a horde of monsters with a skill similar to the one he possesses. So, how should we deal with this? You've been spouting nonsense in such a short amount of time. He was scared and begged for mercy. You just untied Junmo while showcasing your presentation skills to this guy. First of all, my skills are not trash. I've not just trained my physical abilities. But there's one thing you said that's true. My stats are indeed quite impressive. After that battle, the stats of the Guardian Band were absorbed and mine increased significantly. After saying that, he gave him a punch, not even allowing him to make a final retort. Chio-sung gulped down the punch, spat out blood, and collapsed to the ground. One of them managed to escape, and the others were taken care of. Sang Yu ordered the clones not to chase after him, but to focus on getting the manager to the hospital immediately. Junmo was worried about Sang Yu, but he just told him not to worry about him and to go treat him first. It seemed like Chio-sung could still move. He looked really pathetic. He still couldn't believe what had happened to him. This is absurd, far from what he read in the reports. This power is not level 19, and the others are not weak at all. It would be impossible to escape if at least 2 clones captured him. He tried to get up. There was no way he could boost his stats in such a short time. He noticed something. He unexpectedly saw the vial in the pocket of his pants. He smirked, thinking, okay, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't think you could catch me or even react to my invisibility skills. I've heard these excuses too many times. There won't be any mistakes this time. He said this as he slowly walked towards him, but Chio-sung was not an easy target either. He thought Sang Yu hadn't seen all that he had to offer. I don't want to see everything a guy has to offer. Beautiful girls are fine to look at. Chio-sung continued to fight, believing it was impossible for them to track him without using their tracking skills. Yet they still caught him. I don't want to believe it, but they are predicting my location based on the movement of the air whenever I move. So, he decided to move faster to make no sound so they wouldn't sense him anymore. Seeing these movements, Sang Yu had to admit he was quite fast. It was indeed an impressive speed. He couldn't see him. Chio-sung truly had better reflexes than him. It seemed that what he said earlier was true, and this made it hard to suppress the sounds he made. He thought he had Sang Yu all figured out, but the moment he casually raised his armpit, Chio-sung stumbled and fell flat. He looked down at the guy in front of him. Are you trying to raise a cloud of dust to hide your movement noise? Now I can see you even clearer. Yet that guy is laughing as if he has succeeded in his plan. He successfully snatched the vial from his pocket. I knew something was off about you guys. Your stats are just too different from what I found at the headquarters. You guys are using something to boost your stats. As he spoke, he opened up a vial of potion. I kindly advise you not to drink that potion, but the fool still drank it. Too bad for you, little brother. After taking that potion, his power increased dramatically, his muscles bulging. He was smug, saying, I can't hear you. I was too busy boosting my power. H-A. So don't come back and blame me for not giving you a heads up. This is a classic self-destructive move, taking a potion without listening to the doctor's advice. His strength shook the entire building, and he was still smug about this power. Thrilled to see his body change, muscles developing, Chiyo Sung felt absolutely ecstatic. What kind of elixir is this? My power feels like it's doubled. Even the best potions couldn't achieve such effects. But now that I have this power, he turned and floored. Your name is Dong Sengyu, right? If you tell me who made this potion, I'll just break a couple of your ribs and let you go. Right now, Clone 4 and Clone 5 are taking the manager to the hospital. Sengyu has to deal with him using just Clone 2 and Clone 3. The guy began to draw his sword, so the battle officially began. He rushed in with complete confidence. This power made it easy for him to take down the two clones. Then he attacked Sengyu, and although he was very strong, using the strength from that potion made it very hard to defend. Blocking a strike, the sword steaming, Chiyo Sung was even more smug. He laughed repeatedly. After seeing this scene, you still don't understand your current situation? Seems you don't get what I mean when I say I've read all your files. Do you think all I read or referenced was just data? I have a different plan. Yes, and our plan is to attack your family. The thugs quickly took down the hunter guarding outside the door. This is where Sengyu's family lives. They dragged a bunch in. You know his quick temper. Get the job done fast. His parents were surprised when someone arrived at this hour, and he immediately went to open the door. Chiyo Sung attacked, while psychologically taunting. When it comes to fighting related to family, this guy is not the kind of person to play fair. He's extremely despicable. He charged in with frenzied attacks, and the clones couldn't stop him either. If you touch my brother, that's one thing, but if you touch my family, you better be ready. He was like a beast consumed by flames of hatred, and this strength was greater than all his strongest skills. One swing was enough to split this house in two, and his two knives shattered. Chiyo Sung could no longer remain calm. He quickly activated his attack skill and lunged at him. Sengyu was hit hard and sent flying far away, and the clones were losing focus and got attacked continuously. One by one, no one could withstand it. He had to admit the effect of this drug was terrifying. Yohayan dared only to peek nearby. Did you lose? You were so cool earlier. Shut up, I'm going to win. Who is that man next to you? Earlier he charged over here and lunged at me. Luckily, that guy took him down. At this moment, Chiyo Sung had nothing but confidence, completely different from the begging face he had not long ago. He demanded that she run away immediately while he continued to fight. The guy pretended to be sympathetic to his enemy for being so resilient. Do you still want to fight? Didn't you hear what I just said? Did I call you over to your home for a joke? What Sengyu was hoping for was the moment the drug side effects kicked in. But that guy was still unaware that death was about to knock on his door. He opened his phone and showed him evidence that his henchmen had come to threaten his family. Hello, have you arrived? Gently pinch the fingers of his old folks and send them to me. It was at that moment that the effect of the drug wore off. His muscles began to burn, and he had no idea what was happening to his arms. Then, it spread through his entire body. He slumped down with no strength left. Finally, it's time to go to hell. He stood up nonchalantly. Did I not tell you about the consequences of taking that? Now Chiyo Sung was as feeble as a paper tiger. His last hope was to demand that his henchmen take his family hostage right now. Even in this state, he was still incredibly arrogant, the bastard. If you touch me, your family will all die, and the antidote will be mine. Hurry up. But life isn't a dream. Despair multiplied, and the person on the other end of the phone said they had the wrong number. The truth was that those idiots had been completely dealt with by the Keenest group. The Keenest members had arrived there earlier and informed his parents that their son had successfully completed his mission and was on his way back to South Korea. In front, he was as calm as if nothing was happening, while beside him, he was tightly squeezing the mouth of Moon, Silver's henchman. His head seemed like it was about to explode. If he squeezed just a bit harder, he might just take him out. Once everything was taken care of, he immediately asked to leave. As for you all, you will come with me, and then there will be a conversation like that. So everything had been handled quite simply. Now there was no hope left for Chiosong. He could only scream in despair, "Damn useless fools." Well, I've been talking quite a bit until now. It's time to say goodbye to this life. His body began to react, shivering like a moving skeleton. Sang Yu gently reminded him, "From now on, if you want to live, you should use your strength to breathe." Then he lifted his skinny arm. "Listen here. Don't touch the people around me." While saying this, he twisted it like breaking a chicken leg. The sound of painful screams echoed everywhere. Junmo in the hospital had also received first aid. Sang Yu visits the hospital, opting to sneak in through the window instead of using the main entrance. And it's even the 5th-floor window. It turns out visiting hours were over, so he had to break in like a thief. He inquires about his manager's condition. Thank goodness there was a healer at the time, so they said he just needs to wear this cast for 1 to 2 weeks. Anyway, what about that blood? Did you get hurt? Sang Yu wipes the blood off his face and insists he's fine. He's completely recovered now. He has exceptional recovery ability, and of course, Junmo doesn't need to worry about Moon Silver anymore. They won't dare to pull something like that again. Sang Yu is pondering whether he should reassess his rank. His rank has increased and been recognized for saving people in the gate ranking. But after that, no further checks were made. He just wants to increase his stats and earn money to pay for his sister's expenses, but he has no interest in power and authority. So what made him suddenly change his mind like that? Sang Yu thought he just needed to do well. He also didn't care about those who looked down on him for having a low rank. But after experiencing what just happened, he changed his mind. Sang Yu displays his determination. If he were an A-ranked hunter or stronger, Moon Silver wouldn't dare to do such a thing. And they wouldn't even think to attack the JM Agency's office. That's why he wants to request a rank reassessment. Junmo says if Sang Yu really wants to rank up, it would be very beneficial for his agency, and they would be incredibly grateful for that. Having a high-level hunter would solidify the agency's standing even more. And for Sang Yu as a hunter, this is the best way to prove his abilities. However, it will attract a lot of attention, so situations like this could continue. The decision is up to Sang Yu. He's a bit shaken, but once he makes a decision, it won't change. So he has submitted an application for the Hunter Ranking Assessment at the center. Currently his rank is E, and his skill is cloning. The staff member asked if he came here alone. Usually, people take the test in groups. Sang Yu knew that question would be coming. Just like what Junmo said yesterday. Normally people check if they can handle a monster of equal level when they are in a group. If there is a C-rank monster, a C-rank hunter should team up to fight it. That means typically, the monster would be stronger than the hunter. And that is true for one-on-one combat, but it doesn't apply to him. He can handle it by himself. Sang Yu's skills can create an unbeatable team. The staff member sighed, saying he needed to kill a monster of a higher rank and provide evidence to prove his ability. He could send a message to the guild security to have his hunting trip recognized and then return here for a rank reassessment. Sang Yu suggested that he would skip the D, C, and B rank tests all at once. The staff member looked shocked. Who is this kid? Is he trying to cause trouble? And he said he would hunt alone too? Sorry, but you can only test to rank up 1 level above, so you can't do that. Ah hee hee. Then never mind, just wasting a bit of time. What monster should I kill to rank up to D? The monster that appears in the D rank advancement test is a mermaid. It has good defense and is stronger than a human, so bullets won't work. He openly looked down on him, thinking that Sang Yu wouldn't be able to do anything with that weak cloning skill. Being asked so many questions made the staff member extremely irritated. In all his years on the job, he had never encountered a case like this. Let's see if he can actually do it. He will probably come back wanting me to cancel his application. Sang Yu sat in the waiting area, finished checking his phone, then read some materials, scratched his head, and yawned for a full 2 hours. He was still sitting there, making it impossible for the staff member to hold back any longer. Why hasn't he gone hunting yet? Seeing Sang Yu stand up, I thought it was starting. But unexpectedly, he turned back or canceled his registration. But he just gently said 3 words, "I'm done," making that guy doubt his whole existence. Isn't it surprising, old man? Sang Yu said he had finished off the mermaids and even brought evidence. Please register me as a D-rank hunter. The staff had no idea what this kid was rambling about. He had no idea that Sang Yu's clone had actually defeated the monster while he just sat there looking at the sky, trees, and girls for 2 hours. Sitting here drinking coffee, and he's just talking nonsense. He still didn't believe this because he had left here to hunt. Sang Yu confidently said, "Just check it out." He was sure that the hunting team had sent a confirmation message, and the staff hurriedly checked. Indeed, confirmation had been received, but he still didn't believe it and had to call the guards of the Fire Spa hunting station directly. "Hello, this is the guard of the Fire Spa hunting station. What can I help you with? I'm from the Hunter Evaluation Center. I want to confirm whether Hunter John Sang Yu really caught 5 mermaids." The guard began to check and reported back. "Yes, this has been confirmed. I checked it myself. There's also a recording of him coming here. I don't know why both the member and the commander are named Sang Yu." The staff was shocked for the first time. Could it be that the system was broken or that he had bribed the guard at the hunting ground, even though he hadn't left this place? Sang Yu hurriedly asked if he had confirmed the news. At this point, there was no way to refute any suspicions. He said he would promote Sang Yu immediately, even though it was truly impossible. He even thought that Sang Yu must have done something irregular. After this, he would report it to the general department. So Sang Yu was promoted to D-rank hunter, and now, with D-rank done, he would continue to C-rank. That night, Yohayan took out the bag containing the crystal gems that she had hidden. She recalled the moment she told Sang Yu the truth. Yohayan felt very guilty. Because of her, Moon Silver had attacked the G-Mare organization. She admitted that she was the one who had stolen their crystal gems from the hunting grounds. Yohayan did not expect things would turn out to be so serious. She thought Sang Yu would hate her for everything he had to go through just because of her mistake. Yet, Sang Yu said it was not Yohayan's fault. The reason they acted that way was because they thought I was the one who took that precious spot and deliberately harmed my family and the organization. This is an issue between Moon Silver and me, so you don't need to worry. The root of this issue lies with the precious spot. It's a matter between me and Moon Silver, and I also think that you didn't steal it just for fun. He didn't know what Moon Silver and Haisung had done to her, so he wouldn't judge Yohayan's issues as trivial, and she didn't need to apologize. Yohayan trembled and ran away with the precious stone. "Fine, this is a matter between me and them." Returning to Sang Yu, everyone at the center was surprised that he had passed both rank C and rank B. Perhaps this is enough for today. The staff had a questioning expression. What kind of strange paperwork was this? The person next to him was Jumper. Only he knew about Sang Yu. Last time, Sang Yu applied for a duplication certificate to enter the hunting grounds. Jumper said the doctor was very excited when telling everyone about him. He even drooled and said he had never seen skills like his before. In fact, I was quite surprised because he had been so quiet until now. Was it because his rank was low? In just one day, he had risen from rank E to rank B. The hunting website must be going crazy right now. They should have asked for his autograph. A week has passed, and there have been many changes. The reports about him ranking up like a hack or the fastest rank up in history are receiving a lot of attention. The Hunters Network is just as excited. And Sang Yu has also received a reward from the Keenest Guild. With so many zeros that he nearly exploded the house, 5 billion added to his account. Yet one day said, this is only the payment for completing that mission. Agent Kong just mentioned it was a contract, but he didn't think he would earn so much money. 1A told him to take it, because if he didn't remember him, no one would dare to take on that job. And when we could catch up, the team really misses you. What a lucky break. From now on, Sang Yu will no longer have to worry about hospital treatment fees, even though he can still afford the intensive treatment with the money he earned. But with this amount, he can hire a level 5 healer. Once Sang Yu sees him, he'll be begging and pleading like crazy. After the complete failure of Kong Chio-sung, the leader of the Jushin Guild went insane. He thought he would be useful since the Huseong Guild had sent him. Now, receiving jewels from YLO is worthless. No one is working for them anymore. And if the Kenos Guild comes to interfere, this is incredibly dangerous. He decided to destroy all evidence. But with Miho here, little brother, you're in big trouble. Jushin's face darkened. He hurriedly explained, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Let's talk. But with that cunning look on his face, there was no way he would back down like that. He intended to use his fists to settle the matter. But 3 seconds later, he was out cold. Don't speak until she allows it. The next day at the headquarters tower of the Kanusa Guild, Junmo had been discharged from the hospital and went to meet Wante. The doctor told him not to move too much for a while. Anyway, he had heard that someone protected the family of the hunter Sang Yu. This matter of gratitude should not be discussed here. Junmo had mentioned that the people who ambushed him came from the Moon Silver Guild, But that wasn't the whole story. Junmo asked Wente if he knew Hunter Kong Chio-sung. He was the main culprit in this case, and also the vice leader of the Moon Silver Guild. Wente had also heard that Sang Yu had rendered him incapable of recovering from his current state. But unexpectedly, that Hunter Chio-sung was actually one of the hunters whom Junmo had managed while working for the Huseong Guild. This means that Kong Chio-sung belongs to the Huseong Guild. The relationship between Huseong and Silver Moon Guild is clear, but it's still uncertain whether the Huseong Guild is involved in this case. At this moment, Miho also appeared, mentioning DP. The bastard from the Silver Moon Guild had created crystals and then proposed to sell them to the Huseong Guild, and they weren't even real crystals anymore. She handed Wente a document, and then turned to greet Junmo. She had gone to Moon Silver for reconnaissance, but she still kept Jushin's life and would soon hand it over to him. Wente wondered what DP was. It's a body enhancement drug. Miho felt there was something very shady. There was no way a B-class guild like the Silver Moon Guild could create crystals without some external help. The Huseong Guild has been deeply involved in this case, meaning it is extremely dangerous. The activities of hunters became legal only after the Great Flood ended, with soldiers controlling the hunting area. Taxes were imposed on the income from hunting activities, and other things like purchasing dropped monster items were legalized. So the work of hunters might seem more stable. But not everyone agreed with that. Some hunters opposed the registration of identities and restrictions on hunting. They split off and formed their own society. Thus, unlicensed hunters conducted transactions using illegal weapons and information to protect their income. Yohayan excitedly brought back the crystals she stole. She hoped this batch of crystals could be sold for a high price as soon as possible. However, he betrayed her. He told someone to capture Yohayan, and they threatened his family's life, so he had no other choice. A nearby thief saw the commotion and stepped forward. He was like, "I don't know who you are, but do you know who my dad is?" Before he could finish a sentence, he got punched in the face. Fortunately, Sang Yu arrived just in time before they could take her away. He promised to help her with this. And the plan to sell this rare soda was also suggested by Sang Yu. He was sure they would take the bait. At an unknown location, an employee was checking the identity of Shin Haisung, the president of the Haisung Guild. He teased, "Don't you find this funny? Checking the body of a prestigious A-rank hunter. Do you think I'll bring a gun or something?" He continued in a provocative tone. "Do you think I need A-class weapons? Or should I do something? Haha, just kidding." After finishing the check, he entered the door, where an enigmatic figure known as the Oracle was waiting. The woman knew why he was there, but her answer would not change. She advised him to give up, no matter how dissatisfied he was with his current life. He was a stubborn man, believing that any powerful person, including politicians, should kneel before him. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. There was no way he would give up. The Oracle said his life's destiny had changed. More specifically, someone had changed it. He was too proud to want to know the name of that person, a name that person didn't even know, more than just one or two. On the other side, after dealing with the masked guy, he asked him to reveal the phone password. But that stubborn guy wouldn't give in, even saying, "Go ahead and kill me." Why so barbaric? I can't do that. But I'll hand him over to the guy he just got punched by. They seem really angry. I don't even know if he'll die peacefully at their hands. The outcome is clear to everyone. Sang Yu used his phone to call the captain of Team 1, Jinuk of the Huseong Guild. "Big brother, I've got the stones good. Take them to base 3. "Oh, and your voice sounds different now. This guy doesn't suspect much. Just reminds me. Don't let anything happen to the DP production. Our manager is really annoyed with the Silver Moon Guild's issues." After the call, he returned the iPhone 15 Pro Max to the bald guy, not forgetting to say, thank you, we'll pay you back for these stones, take it. But to exchange, can you tell me the location of the factory? The bald guy protested. He would lose his life if he spoke. But not speaking would just get him butchered by those two. "You bastard, if you don't do what you promised, then I won't kill you as promised." This weak heart won't be able to witness such horror. I'm going home now. Indeed, the war god interrogates, the king bullies children, and finally he agreed to talk. This friendly conversation was recorded. I told Yohayan to send it to me along with the factory's location. She was very shy, thanking me for helping her like that. "By the way, I heard your skill is cloning, right? I saw the news. That's why the people around you look so much like you." Sang Yu thought she didn't care much about others. But when asked what the person in front of her was called, he didn't even know. Calling someone else's daughter a drug maker. Change it right away. My name is Yohayan. Yohayan wondered where the clones were. At the barbecue place, where else? After so many days of fighting, the capital finally got a taste of meat. Poor thing, biting stones more than meat. Just eating a piece of meat made him think of the cow crying at the slaughterhouse. Indeed, the clone has a compassionate heart. Feeling too much, he took another bite. Not receiving a crispy piece of meat like a noodle. Junmo listened to the recorded message, and he recognized that the voice was that of the captain of Team 1 of the Huseong Association, Shin Jin-guk, the beloved son of Shin Huseong. So they had confirmed that Huseong was involved with the crystal gem. In summary, the Huseong Association had 5 sources of gems, of which the Moon Silver Guild had nearly dissolved, leaving 4 other places. All of them were similar to the Moon Silver Guild, at least a grade B. However, they couldn't take down Huseong with just this evidence, even though producing gems was illegal. It's a pity that it's very hard to do so. The Huseong Association wasn't producing them on their own, and they had the backing of the Korean Hunter Association as well. Even if they were sent to prison, they'd be released soon. All they could do now was carefully plan how to handle this matter. Wontae reminded Junmo not to go outside alone. They'd soon send a ranger to protect him. As for his brother Sang-yu, there was no need to be cautious. There's no one who could touch a hair on him. Junmo texted Sang-yu to inform him that he had heard the recording and discovered that the gem was the material to produce a drug called DP. Although he didn't know what DP was, it sounded dangerous. In the coming time, he should avoid going out and stay in his room. After that incident, the JM office had been relocated. Junmo had rented an entire floor. The truth was that he had intended to change locations for a while. It was just this time the Silver Moon Guild helped him move a little earlier. Then the 2 boastful kids began to show off. We're soon going to become the #1 office in the country, right? Isn't such a national #1 office a bit small? Right, we have the hunter Sang-yu, who can easily defeat Grady hunters, especially since there's a room designed specifically for Yohayan. She was amazed by the room in front of her. It was equipped with all the technology, the most advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing, which Junmo had worked hard to prepare. Most of the machinery had already been moved here. If she needed anything, she just had to ask. Yohayan could also live, eat, and rest comfortably in the room next door. Yohayan expressed her gratitude, realizing that he knew this girl had nowhere else to go. Suddenly, Junmo received a phone call. He didn't know who was calling, only to hear him frantically tell Sang-yu to get to the hospital immediately. At the same time, in the storage of the Moon Silver Guild, the old Huseong demanded that someone show themselves. From the dark mass, a mysterious person emerged. He asked about the whereabouts of Jukyul, who was imprisoned in the basement of the YWLO Association. And all documents related to DP had also been taken. The mysterious figure handed him a mask belonging to the bald man. According to what they had discussed with others, JM must have known the location of the factory. Huseong, enraged, pulled out 2 vials of the drug and handed them to the man, knowing what to do. If they wanted DP so badly, then let them have it, even though it wasn't complete. In the basement of the YWLO Guild, Jukyul is tied up there. He is very surprised when that guy appears in front of him. However, the director didn't send him to rescue him, but to inject that untested drug into him. Jukyul finds himself helplessly becoming a guinea pig. Wontae and Miho are walking nearby. He says he will go extract information from Jukyul. Are you sure it's not because you're worried I could be kidnapped? But worrying about the kidnapper is more accurate. At this moment, Miho's keen nose picks up the smell of smoke. The YWLO Guild headquarters is on fire, and the 2 quickly run there. The gatekeepers have been injured. A monster has appeared in the basement that even a B-rank hunter cannot stop. This means its power is at least A rank. This is absurd since there hasn't been any teleport gate recently. Where could it have come from? Suddenly, Miho realizes that the ugly monster in front of them is actually Jukyul. That guy quickly goes to inject the drug into the next target, Chiasong. Siona arrives just in time. She doesn't know what he intends to do with the one lying on the bed, but cannot cause a disturbance in the hospital. So he redirects the needle straight toward her neck. Sang-yu manages to grab his hand in time. Only doctors and nurses are allowed to use needles in the hospital, buddy. Then he immediately launches an attack, catching him off guard. Meanwhile, Wontae is also trying to deal with this mutated hunter. Its strength is truly frightening. Just one strike from it cracks the ground, shaking the buildings. Jushin used to be a hunter of above beer rank. Based on those scars, Miho is quite sure. It seems like he also suddenly appeared from the basement of the guild. Wontae wonders, turning humans into monsters and they become even stronger. Is that even possible? If it really is Kong Jushin, then Huseong intends to deal with the Moon Silver Guild. This means that Kong Chiasung, who is receiving treatment in the hospital, is also in danger. Siona was also at the hospital and noticed a suspicious person, so she contacted Junmo. The mission for both of them now was to finish off this monster. Miho aimed straight at the monster's chest and struck, but its body was as elastic as rubber. The bullet had no effect. It intended to throw its filthy fist at her, but Wontae lightly pierced its hand, followed by a crescent slash. The two swords worked in harmony, and, at this moment, they were sure the person in front of them was Kong Jushin. He was even using his skills. The mutated monster roared wildly and dangerously, but just 3 seconds later, it fell completely silent. The appearance of Taeyong Guild's leader, Ilgan Kim, sent this noisy monster back to the heavens with a single strike. He needed an explanation for this chaos. In the hospital, the fight between Sang-yu and the masked man continues. He was quite surprised that Sang-yu could know he was here. Someone teleported into the hospital, and you think no one would notice that? Siona said, while activating fire control. But this skill was easily destroyed by him. That won't do. Using fire here? You shouldn't do that in a hospital. But someone who casually brings a syringe into a hospital has no right to say such things. Take a kick from me. Thanks to Sang-yu's quick actions, Siona is also safe. He immediately rushed over when he heard the news. How lucky that his office is right at the hospital. Now he understands why someone like Chiasung got beaten up so badly. Sang-yu is truly strong. And the clones have also arrived, but with this full stomach, can they even fight? The man in front of him is not a fool. He won't risk charging into such a crowd. I will see you again soon. After all, there is a lot of darkness around here. For example, the man-absorbing unit is right at my feet. He seems to be targeting Sang-yu's sister. Sang-yu, filled with rage, wanted to strike him, but he quickly vanished. Everything ended quite quickly after that accident. The monster rampage in the middle of the city was dealt with the power of the 3 leaders of the 3 major guilds. Taeyong Guild, Waiwelo Guild, and Kindness Guild. After hearing about everything, Ilgan Kim tried to handle the situation. However, the incident was known to the public as a normal monster uprising from a rift, and Jukyul was recorded as a missing person. This was also because they could not voluntarily explain Jukyul's disappearance. The fact that the Waiwelo Guild was holding him in their basement prevented Miho from speaking out. Though it was a bit late, they found the location of the precious items and went there, but everything had vanished. Everyone related to the crystal gems had also gone missing, and only some machines were found. There were some reports of monsters appearing in the middle of the city, but all information about them was taken down after a while. Those monsters were quickly taken down by the hunters, and people completely forgot about them. Everything was considered a mystery, and the unidentified monster outbreak came to an end. After the incident with the Moon Silver Guild, Sang-yu could no longer bear it. He wanted to find a protector. Although it would reduce hunting efficiency, safety had to come first. But they didn't have enough money to hire anyone. They were truly broke. Sang-yu would use his clones to act as guards. One would stay at Sang-yu's house, 2 at the hospital, 1 at the JM organization, and 2 would continue hunting and training. Junmo wondered if he couldn't summon 7 clones now that he had leveled up. However, Sang-yu would have to send 1 clone. The Kindness Guild would assist them. He would be taken to a familiar place, which was Odin's Tower. This clone would have the mission of holding a loudspeaker to draw the monster's attention. The monsters, seeing a delicious human unarmed, drooled in anticipation. After gathering all of them in one spot, he would take the potion and embrace the bomb along with those monsters. With such a high amount of experience points, Sang-yu could gain without even doing anything. If he farms like this, he would be at the top of the server sooner or later. But Sang-yu's clones were truly suffering. Today is the day of the grand opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in South Korea. Principal Won Hak-soo is giving a speech, thanking the ladies and gentlemen for coming here. This Hunter Academy has been established to educate low-level hunters on how to deal with monsters. equipping them with skills at a cost to increase their chances of item drops for monsters. No matter how poor the skills or how low the level, anyone can join. If you learn from other hunters and train with them, you will gain enough confidence to enter the hunting grounds. The one who shows the best achievements by the end of the school year will receive this elixir. Inside the gym at the gym facility, Sang Yu is lifting weights to train. He exhales and thinks, nothing over a ton. Sorry, but with weights this heavy, the floor might collapse. You could go to the Mana Rainforge gym. I get it now. Sang Yu grabs more weights, but feels it's still not enough. This is boring. There's no simulation at all. The principal appears on TV, announcing that Principal Haksu has opened the Hunter Academy and that the application period for the South Korea branch is in December. Moreover, the academy is giving points to low-ranking hunters and those with few skills to encourage them to participate. Sang Yu casually comments, "Where is the management? That guy has such strange interests. I didn't think he would hold an event like this." The TV continues to report, as Principal Haksu shocks many by announcing that the prize for the winning participants in the academy is the precious elixir. At this moment, Wonhak looks up, realizing that all students in the academy have a chance to receive the elixir based on their results. This is a huge motivation, encouraging students to showcase their full potential. He gasps in surprise, the elixir, as the South Korean national anthem plays. Resounding grandly, the beautiful rivers and mountains stretching 3,000 miles adorned with hibiscus flowers. The people of the Great Han walk the path of the Great Han forever, safeguarding our truth. The pine tree on Namsan stands firm in the wind and snow as if armored. The golden eye absorbs the lyrics of the song. The spirit of our uprising is similar. It watches every single movement. The autumn sky is clear, 1,000 miles high, without a cloud. The bright moon in the heart remains wholly intact. With that spirit in mind, let's pledge our loyalty, love our country through hardship or happiness, the Hunter Academy. Sang Yu, quite surprised, turns to the two people behind him and asks, "Is it true? The elixir prize in the academy?" Sang Yu's associate replies, "I'm surprised too. I just checked, and yes. They're offering the elixir as a reward for the competition among students worldwide." Sang Yu recounted, "I heard there are branches from the academy, so there are branches around the world? Moreover, the reward is a divine medicine. How could only one student achieve that?" Sang Yu's associate continued, "It's not just any academy. It was established by an enlightening organization led by Jumper." At this point, the image of the head of the organization appeared. It's also one of the major conglomerates. Sang Yu was skeptical. Why would the largest conglomerate in the world do this? In fact, his associate was also questioning the same thing. It was strange. Everything started from their goal of narrowing the gap between low-level and high-level hunters. He speculated that they were trying to reduce casualties when disasters occur by enhancing the combat abilities of ordinary hunters. Not just among strong hunters, but low-ranked hunters generally have fewer good skills. Sang Yu leaned back in his chair and voiced his thoughts. "I think I've heard about this in the news before. But I'm currently rank B. If I had known about this beforehand, I would have upgraded my rank earlier." His associate replied, "Of course, your current rank is too high. But it's okay. You can still meet the other preferential conditions." The associate's comment made Yuhayan chuckle. "What do you mean? I have more than 10. Not stopping there, Sang Yu enumerated. Heavy strike, sharpshooting, and spell bullets are all rank F. All basic skills. The associate stepped over and patted Sang Yu's shoulder. A rank F hunter usually has 20. When you reach rank B, you should have an average of 70 skills, which means that's the skill count you currently possess. The associate was intentionally teasing Sang Yu while he was angry. "That's your advantage when enrolling, my hunter friend." "Ha!" Sang Yu despondently pleaded. "Stop, okay." The words struck Sang Yu deeply, and the associate explained further that since he is a foreigner. He crossed his arms and analyzed. "So what is called the donation-based admission system could even apply to you as well." Sang Yu was astonished. "A donation-based admission system?" The associate asked, "Do you still have a reward from the Keenest Guild?" At night, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy, the headmaster's voice echoed with laughter, welcoming everyone. The headmaster of Haksu Academy warmly welcomed. "I'm truly honored to meet a celebrity." Beside Headmaster Haksu, someone chimed in, "What do you mean, a celebrity? I should be the one thanking you for accepting me." Haksu continued to welcome. You are too humble. He added a rebuttal. Why are you being so humble when you've spent 2.5 billion won for the benefit of this school? Sang Yu forced a smile. I'm also very glad to help the school achieve some admirable goals. He pondered quietly, enrolling by money, what a strange system. I think this can only happen because this academy has similarities with other universities, but it does not receive treatment like a national university. Not stopping there, he busied himself with thoughts. Thank you to my manager for the negotiation skills, who secured the price of 2.5 billion won. However, even if there were 5 or 10 billion to have the chance to touch the miracle drug, I'm sure everyone would pay. Ignoring the surrounding gazes assessing him, he silently analyzed. Moreover, according to the policy of enhancement for low-ranked awakeners, the average rank of students here is due to the faction, with rank D being the highest. Some saw Sang Yu and began gossiping. Isn't that the called Sang Yu? The name with the cloning ability. But Sang Yu didn't care. He continued walking with his thoughts. There is no one I can consider a rival here. He told himself, even if I can easily score in class, I still have to complete the year-end exam. A voice announced, our academy is honored to welcome 2 rank B students from the first year. Suddenly Sang Yu froze, paying attention. He turned to the headmaster with a look of surprise. Did you just say that? The headmaster smiled and replied. You, GLN Sang Yu, probably don't know. A rank B hunter also came here through a donation like you. Dumbfounded, he listened as the headmaster explained. I can't say who it is, but that hunter is also as famous as you. After saying that, Headmaster Haksu laughed heartily, and Sang Yu quietly confirmed, so there's a rival? In this first class, it's nice to meet everyone. I am Professor Hai-suk, and I will teach you the fundamentals of magic. His lecture echoed throughout the hall. Everyone will surely curse me if I teach on the first day, right? So I will simply announce the class schedule, and we'll start next week. Sang Yu sat silently in contemplation, liking the fact that there are no rivals. Still bewildered, wondering, but there's another like me. Who is it, God? What uses it to a high-ranked hunter coming here, especially a rank B? Sang Yu pouted and shrugged it off. Whatever it is, I'm not really interested in the hunter industry, since it doesn't matter what others say when I'm at the top. After finishing the class, Teacher Hai-suk said goodbye to everyone and left the room. So that's it for today. See you all next week. The girl with orange hair shouted excitedly. There's a freshman party tonight. Make sure to come to Aryong Bar, near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 p.m. Sang Yu thought, a freshman party, they should really call this a university instead. Sang Yu paused and wondered, wait a minute, could there be a rank B there? Sang Yu's eyes lit up as if he realized something. Making his choice, he pondered, should I go check it out? At a bar on the streets of Korea, everyone was excitedly raising their glasses of beer. Everyone surrounded Sang Yu and asked fervently, really, did you save everyone from the portal disaster with a baseball bat? Sang Yu, overwhelmed by their curiosity, quietly replied, yes, that's right, and someone asked further, I heard you eliminated the rank B monster there. He could only helplessly reply, no, I got defeated. A girl shouted, did Appa eliminate the Moon Silver Guild? He coldly responded, I have nothing to say. The girl pleaded, please let us see the clone. The man in yellow next to her was jealous. He was really famous. They're currently out hunting somewhere, so it's not possible. Sang Yu raised his hand to signal for silence and said, everyone, please calm down a bit. Aside from me, is there anyone else who's rank B attending the academy? They looked confused at his question. Aside from me, is there anyone else who's rank B attending the academy? They looked at each other. There's another rank B. I don't know. Did another rank B also join? Sang Yu, hearing that, stroked his chin confidently. It seems they don't know. Oh, never mind then. Sang Yu looked at his phone thoughtfully. All the news articles online are about him. He's hiding for what purpose? And it seems like he's not coming here. Sang Yu quietly walked down the street, heading home, while footsteps followed him silently from a distance. He raised his hand to ask, excuse me, is the freshman going this way? Sang Yu turned and replied, yes, that's right. It's not over yet, so just come in. The man asked Sang Yu, why are you leaving? Sang Yu sighed, oh, I don't know anyone, so I guess I'll just go home. Suddenly, Sang Yu froze, his eyes wide open. Wait, that voice belongs to him. The man made a gesture to take off his hat, his long, smooth hair falling over Sang Yu's face. A gentle voice. I know you, right, teacher? So was Hye-yeon. After a month, I finally get to see you again, teacher. Sang-yu couldn't help but be surprised to see her again. Hye-yeon, is that you? She seemed a bit disappointed. What do you mean, teacher? I'm also a student at this academy. Sang-yu was also a bit surprised to see her here. Why are you here? Did you fail the entrance exam? But Hye-yeon changed the subject. It's really cold. I want to drink something while we talk. Sang-yu felt helpless, but was somewhat relieved. Looking at her, they both went to a small bar. The bartender immediately brought out a colorful drink for her. Your drink, ma'am. The drink's attractive color made Hye-yeon exclaim, it's beautiful. Sang-yu chided her. You just graduated. Don't treat the teacher. Hye-yeon pretended not to understand. What do you mean, teacher? You should be asking me to buy liquor for you since you just graduated. As Hye-yeon was getting ready to enjoy her drink, Sang-yu suddenly asked her. With a serious face, he asked her, where did the entrance exam go? You failed. Hye-yeon answered calmly. Of course, I got accepted. You know how to teach me well. Sang-yu was still a bit confused. Then why are you at this academy? She looked at him and smiled. I told you my dream is to be a hunter. Hye-yeon continued answering his questions. I went to university because my family wanted me to. So I decided to become a hunter right after I graduated. But then the Hunter Academy was established. I convinced my parents to let me freely pursue what I wanted since I entered the university they wanted. Sang-yu was a bit surprised and asked her, what did they say? The drink from earlier seemed so delicious that she wanted to order another glass before answering him. Please give me another glass. They said it was very dangerous and a few other things. But after a few days of arguing, they finally agreed. After sharing her story, Hye-yeon wanted to hear more about Sang-yu. It was the teacher's turn. He felt a bit embarrassed and scolded her. Don't call me that anymore. I'm not your teacher anymore, and drink slowly. She thought for a moment, since they signed up together, he couldn't be her junior after all. Then she happily called out to him. Sang-yu Appa. Hearing this, Sang-yu couldn't understand this way of addressing him. Somehow it felt a bit weird. He helplessly told her, let's just call me teacher. Hye-yeon was a bit pleased and continued to tease him. What, are you shy? Encouraged by this, she continued to call him that. Appa, look at this Sang-yu Appa. He exclaimed helplessly, stop it. But she just kept teasing him, what stop, Appa? After a while, it seemed like she was drunk as her voice no longer sounded sober. Hee, so where are we now? I don't even know how many glasses I've drunk. Okay, I can't reach you because my phone is broken. Hye-yeon had already slumped over the table, but still called out for another drink. Please, another glass. Seeing she was drunk, Sang-yu snatched the glass from her hand and scolded her. Come on, kiddo. Hye-yeon was drunk and seemed to only notice someone taking her things. What's wrong? He looked helplessly at his student who was lying on the table. Doesn't she know her own limits? It seems like her head is just full of alcohol. Just give me back my cup. Suddenly, she sat up, her face still smiling brightly as she grabbed his phone. Right. Sang-yu. He jumped and didn't understand what was happening. That's my phone. Then she took her phone out and entered her number into his phone. Her face was satisfied as she said, now I have your number. Feeling like she had achieved her goal, her eyes started to droop. Now I know all the reasons why you didn't contact me. After a while, Hye-yeon completely fell asleep. Sang-yu helplessly called for someone to pay the bill for him. Under the dimly lit streetlight, Sang-yu had to carry Hye-yeon home. It seemed she had sobered up and began to wake up. At this moment, she was startled to find herself being carried by Sang-yu. This made her blush. What the hell is going on? Is he carrying me? Did I fall asleep? She continued to think wildly. Where am I heading? To his house? Suddenly, Sang-yu turned to her. You're awake now. Hye-yeon asked him, oh, did I fall asleep? He replied to her. Yes, right at the bar. If you're awake, then walk by yourself. After learning the whole situation, her face was still quite embarrassed. She quickly made up an excuse for him to keep carrying her. I'm feeling dizzy. I can't walk. He helplessly gave in to her. All right, it's up to you. At this moment, she fell silent, not knowing what to say. Her hands tightly clutched his shoulder, her breathing a bit rapid. Suddenly she called his name, Sang-yu Appa. Hye-yeon scolded him for abandoning her all this time. Why didn't you contact me for 6 months? Seeing Sang-yu not replying, she continued to complain. Even if your phone was broken, you could have found a way to contact me. At this point, she hugged him tighter. Do you know? Actually, I was planning to punch you when we met. I was very upset. Her mouth was close to his ear, her voice starting to choke up. But when I met you, I couldn't do it. I'm really happy today. Do you feel that way? Seeing that he didn't say anything, she continued babbling. If we hadn't met like this, were you planning never to contact me? At that moment, he finally began to respond. I had things to do. That's why I enrolled in the academy. Sang-yu continued to carry her, asking as he walked. Aren't you happy today? She replied. Yes, it's the happiest day for me in the past 6 months. At this point, Haeyeon fell into deep thought, and Sang-yu spoke up. But I'm really lazy, so I'm afraid I will lose all motivation if I live like before. Returning to the past, when his relatives were in the hospital waiting to die, he feared he would repeat past mistakes and end up regretting it again. He couldn't do anything. His face was still covered in scars. After walking for a while, he stopped to let her down. People are very hard to change. Haeyeon was right beside him, but still didn't understand what he was saying. So I cut off all the relationships I had in the past. But then he gently handed her back the hat. But I still want you to know that all relationships are very precious to me. At this moment, she realized she had reached home and was still embarrassed. So they have arrived at Haeyeon's house. Haeyeon hurriedly put on her hat to hide her own awkwardness. This time I'll let it go. Haeyeon gradually moved towards the apartment, leaving Sang-yu behind. You said that everything is very precious, right? He gently smiled at her, saying not to do like this next time. Haeyeon turned back and smiled brightly at him. Yes. On the other side of a very large building, there was a man sitting silently in deep thought. He is Haezong. Next to him is the profile of Sang-yu, ranked from E to B. The first hunter ranked 3, Young Sang-yu, is a special hunter who has raised his rank 3 times. Let's explore his courage, determination, and secrets. He grew up through unexpected journeys. Hunter Young Sang-yu is a rookie that every guild is interested in. Young Sang-yu was not famous since he became a hunter. But now, he is famous for having upgraded his rank 3 times. His combat sense has surprised other hunters. He possesses a unique skill that makes him special. His growth is not just about numbers. His cloning skill has caused a significant stir in the hunter community. The cloning skill is indeed rare. He possesses a vast array of experiences fighting various types of monsters in hunting areas. Adventures are his armor, making him stronger, but it doesn't stop there. As an ambitious man, he is not afraid of challenges. He wants to be recognized by other guilds, and that fuels him. With that, he competes with other hunters. Thus he challenges and wins battles. His muscles are full of strength from training and passion, and his combat skills have been honed to near perfection, starting as a rookie ranked E, and then upgraded to B, a man who rose 3 ranks in a short time. A man in a mask spoke. I'm sorry. Young Sang-yu is stronger than I thought. I've already failed at the hospital. Hyeseong questioned, so that person is Young Sang-yu. I should have asked for a position during that time. Suddenly, the door opened. A voice called Hyeseong's attention. It's me. A man walked in. Why did you turn off the lights? I was passing by. He replied, I need to think for a moment. Are you all prepared? It seems like an old acquaintance, although his face was not very friendly. You can start next week. It's best to present us results worthy of the support we provided for you to get into that academy. The young man confidently replied, Yes, father. He is Junying, a B-rank hunter from the Hyeseong Guild. Don't worry, I'm very confident. Upon hearing this, he smirked wickedly. You won't disappoint your father, will you? It seems he was scheming something and then called for Hyeseong to take the spirit. It would be an opportunity for you to prove yourself. At this moment, the lecturer reminded everyone. So, it's been a week already. Let's learn about the basic elements of magic that I introduced last week. Sang-woo was sitting in the lecture hall, but felt powerless as Haeyeon kept following him. I knew I would meet her again someday, but I didn't expect it to be on the first day. She even gestured to greet him. I'm watching you. The lecturer created a fireball above. The first skill we will learn is to activate this fireball. The lecturer introduced today's lesson, the fireball, a very versatile spell that we all love. It's essential for hunting or even when you get lost. It can also be used for cooking. The two seemed very focused. Thus, we will begin with the fireball. Sang-woo thought for a while, wondering, why do we have to learn this in such a way while I can learn the quick attack skill by swinging my fist, understanding the flow of mana, or the theories about magic? I wonder how they will teach me this. The The lecturer then asked and brought out many identical spheres. Come up here, starting from the front row. We will hand each of you a skill sphere. Anyone who has learned the fireball doesn't need to come up anymore. Hearing this made him freeze in place. Professor Hee-suk explained about the skill spheres. The skill spheres synchronize with the user's system and add a new skill. And aside from the mana required for the skill, there are no other requirements, so even young children who have just awakened can use it. It is the source of human greed. So when the skill sphere first appeared, everyone wanted to obtain it after realizing that everyone could have a new skill, but soon after, they recognized the harsh reality. Its cost was sky high. Those who followed scooped up the whole board. Because the production process is very complicated and the materials are scarce, the price of the skill spheres skyrocketed, mocking low-level hunters. Only wealthy high-level hunters could afford to buy the skill spheres. After seeing the upgrade in hunting capabilities of high-level hunters, more people wanted to obtain skill spheres, and thus prices rose even higher, making it so that only high-level hunters could buy them. Everyone hoped that skill spheres would narrow the gap between low-level and high-level hunters, but it only served to widen that gap even more. The professor continued to speak at the podium that there are many skill orbs. But don't worry, there are plenty of skill orbs available. Sang-woo held a skill orb in his hand in disbelief, silently exclaiming, "Are they really giving this to me? The fireball is the cheapest but still costs 8 million each." Haha. Zeon, sitting next to him, happily held the orb in his hand, speechless with joy. This Fireball Academy is amazing. The sunset light streamed through the windows in a late afternoon. At this moment, Sang-woo was practicing to improve his skills. The system announced that he had acquired the Fireball skill. Fireball Level 1 is a type of spell that uses mana to create fire and forms a sphere. He was surprised that he had learned a new skill. I learned the Fireball. Professor Hee-suk asked the students about their training progress. Have you all learned it? The entire lecture hall replied that they had. He suggested that the students change their training location for easier skill application. Then go practice using it. Let's move to another place. The chosen place was the Academy's Hunter Skill training ground. Here, the professor had prepared a giant block of ice for his students. He asked, "What do you think you need to do to upgrade your skills?" The students below were astonished by what they had to face. Adding more fire won't make the fire burn stronger, will it? Is it all ice? The professor activated his fire skill and said, "In the past, the ability to control mana in accordance with our characteristics was essential. But when the system appeared, it started to automatically control our mana. Now, what's most important is when the system announces the activation of the fireball skill. Immediately, a fireball with a tremendous explosive force struck the block of ice, causing a thunderous explosion. The professor continued his unfinished sentence, practicing after the explosion of the ice slab, which had evaporated a large part into thick steam. He further explained the skill system, pointing to the attribute window where everyone could see that skills also had their own levels. His system currently showing the numbers. Fireball Level 37. A skill that uses mana to create fire and forms a sphere. The more you use it, the higher the level. That's how to upgrade that skill. He didn't forget to remind his students, but all the students below still hadn't recovered after witnessing his recent skill. Today, we will try to upgrade skills. Those in the front will begin first. Very good. The next person step forward. The next challenger to try to upgrade their skill is Haeyeon. The girl activated the fireball skill. The sphere was quite modest in size, but had decent damage. The professor clapped in praise, saying she did a great job. The fireball had a very good shape. Haeyeon felt shy from the teacher's praise and awkwardly thanked him. "Thank you, teacher. My skill is similar to creating a mana sphere, so I'm very familiar." The teacher continued to encourage her. "If you keep using and upgrading like this, you will become stronger." Next, the next person to try upgrading their skill is Sang-yu. Go ahead and prepare yourself. The students below whispered amongst themselves about him, saying he was young Sang-yu. He's rank B. Doesn't he have 10 times more mana than us? Professor Hee-seok laughed and adjusted his glasses, saying casually, "Haha, it seems everyone has high expectations. Honestly, I do too. It's rare to see a rank B artisan using skills." He focused intensely, preparing to unleash the skill. The professor reminded everyone, "Now, to prevent danger, everyone step back 2 steps. Sang Yu silently told himself to stay calm, controlling the mana in his body, gathering the mana into a sphere, just like when he used the rapid attack skill. The mana sphere gradually took shape, shining bright as if harboring great power, and he would release the energy all at once. But as he unleashed the energy sphere, it dissipated into the air without any firepower. The professor, who had mentally prepared for an explosion, was astonished by the sight. Even Heian couldn't believe what had just happened. Sang Yu, needless to say, was frozen in place out of humiliation. The people below couldn't hold back their laughter. Everyone was trembling with suppressed laughter. Seeing the atmosphere was off, the professor tried to explain to everyone. Everyone listened. Sang Yu didn't do anything wrong. It happened because he's too powerful. Sang Yu was still recovering from the shock, staring at his hands while the professor's voice echoed in his ears. Because there was too much mana, the flames were extinguished. You all must trust the system. Sang Yu looked at his right hand, then switched to his left, and kept repeating it. In other words, if you level up your skills, you can even defeat high-level hunters. Sang Yu could no longer hear the following statements. His mind seemed to freeze, losing all language signal. Heian chuckled, patting the professor on the shoulder, unable to let the awkward situation continue. Come on, let's move on. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door. Sorry, I'm late. It was Junying Shin, one hand carrying a blazer and the other holding a water bottle innocently. Did I come to the wrong classroom? Can I come in? The others below were surprised to see him there. The girls blushed at this incredibly handsome guy. Huh, it's Junying Shin from Huseong. So handsome. The professor suddenly remembered he was missing a student. Oh, I forgot you were in this class. It's a hassle, isn't it? I already have 2 B-rank hunters in this class. Sang Yu was surprised when he heard the professor say that. Huh, a B-rank from Huseong? This guy is a B-rank who enrolled with me. Junying awkwardly scratched his hand and sincerely said, sorry for barging in late. The professor wasn't a difficult person. He asked Junying calmly. It's okay. Have you taken your skill sphere yet? He extended his hand forward, gathering mana, and replied, I didn't take it. I know how to use Fireball already. Immediately, a massive amount of mana was released. The Fireball shot forward with an ear-splitting explosion. Both Sang Yu and Heian were astonished by his performance just now. Junying turned back coolly, slightly smirking, and asked the professor, was that good enough? The performance was too perfect. Even the professor was quite amazed. He happily praised him. Perfect. This is the goal you should aim for. Hung John finished his drink and replied, haha, it's nothing. He narrowed his eyes and continued as if teasing someone. Isn't this what a B-rank should be? A simple statement, but with absolute impact. Sang Yu was left speechless. It was too perfect. He seemed to collapse in profound pain. Isn't it supposed to be B-rank? My Fireball is that same skill. Everyone around Junying continuously praised his talent, and Sang Yu knew he had failed miserably. His first class had gone terribly wrong. At lunch, Sang Yu lay sprawled on the table, devoid of energy. Heian saw this and tried to comfort him. Hey, it's okay, Sang Yu replied, feeling dejected. I'm so useless. You being here eating is more useful than me. Heian was worried to see her master's spirits plummeting so drastically. He had become a different person. There are many people who can't create a fireball like you, and the professor said you need to practice continuously. Sang Yu raised his head to listen as she continued. She shyly stammered, you should practice hard for a few days. Or if you want, I can teach you. Suddenly, Sang Yu jumped up and said, continuously, Heian was taken aback and couldn't understand what he meant. He just needed to make the most of what he had. Sang Yu activated his familiar skill, summoning Clone 5 and Clone 6. These 2 clones were responsible for hunting and training. Sang Yu asked the 2 clones, you guys have a fireball skill, right? The 2 armored clones replied, yes, sir. He ordered them to use the fireball skill. Try using it. The 2 clones easily cast fireballs, passing them back and forth like a game. Sang Yu couldn't accept this harsh reality. He shouted, making the clones confused, not understanding what was going on. How can you guys use it so well? After venting his anger, he sighed and tried to calm himself. Stay calm. He released the skill to link with his clones. This isn't the time to be jealous of them, he thought. This message was meant for all the clones. The clones, receiving the message, were surprised. From now on, use the fireball skill continuously for 24 hours. Don't worry about aiming. Just keep using it as long as you have mana. As for Clone 5 and Clone 6, your task is more complicated. The rest of you, keep hunting with your guns. They obeyed the order, got it. Sang Yu recalled the embarrassing moment during the recent training and silently vowed to take revenge. Now that I'm level BA, I don't need to worry anymore. Just wait and see. The clones kept using the fireball skill, leveling up as they did. Improving the skill anytime, anywhere was a big advantage, even in places like Antarctica. Or even hiding in some corner of a hospital to train. What are you doing in a hospital? While hunting, the two clones performed their task and roasted their prey. Sorry, but it's burned too much. I'm not buying it. After much effort, Sang Yu finally got the well-deserved results. I won't let anyone else take the lead. The fireball skill leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Due to overtraining, Sang Yu's left hand was severely burned. Heian had to bandage him up. Ouch, that hurts. The system announced, your fire resistance has increased. Your vitality has also improved. Since his right hand was still usable, Sang Yu continued training. Heian grumbled. Of course it hurts. You're burned after all. That's true. The fireball skill became more stable. Unable to stand it any longer, Heian raised her voice. Your left hand was just bandaged. Why are you making another fireball with your right? Sang Yu replied, I have to keep practicing. Heian voiced her confusion. But you said the clones could do it all. Why do you still have to do this? Sang Yu paused, looking at his left hand, then answered, I've decided to do everything with the clones, no matter if it's joy or hardship. Now you can control the fireball more skillfully. You thanked her, and she also expressed her feelings. After all, thank you so much for your tips. It seems like you can stabilize the fireball better now. The tip you gave about focusing your thoughts on maintaining the skill while limiting other random thoughts. After awakening, I practice a lot, but I try to channel energy into my hand and imagine the image to increase my mana, but ultimately the results kept getting worse. She diligently practiced, forgetting to eat and sleep. So I deduced that maintaining the fireball should be the same. It must be a function of the system that the professor mentioned. Sang Yu seemed to realize something as he mumbled, the system. After bandaging up, the two of them needed to prepare for the next class. Heian urged him. After all, don't overdo it. Let's hurry. We are about to be late for class. Yeah, let's go. With such effort that doesn't lead to practical application in the lectures, what was all those efforts for? The sky was blue and the clouds were white as someone thought aimlessly. I never thought the sky could be this clear. In this lesson, it was still Professor Hesiok leading the class. He greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. Have you all used your skills smoothly? It feels like everything is going according to plan. Great. Still the same iceberg as yesterday. The professor's voice echoed. Today we will continue practicing the use of that skill multiple times to make it fluid. Awesome. Everyone cheerfully welcomed him into the class. Hey, Junying. He happily greeted them back. Wonderful. Perfectly well. Hello, everyone. But in Junzian's heart, there was always a flood of schemes. I've already made everyone here see the gap between us clearly. He tried to suppress a victorious smile, the gap in power between me and him. I pretended not to know where the classroom was and appeared right after Sang Yu completed a strategy. Just like going back to the moment yesterday when he entered the classroom. So sorry I got lost here. Can I give it a try once? After starting with that terrifyingly powerful fireball, he had successfully taken the first step, drawing everyone's attention and clearly demonstrating the gap in ability. In the end, because of that incident, you'll never dare to score higher than me again. The professor's reminder rang out. Next up is Sang Yu. Junying, standing behind Sang Yu, thought to himself, all right, next. Though my reason is a bit personal, I can't let you have that elixir. A flash of light flickered. Junying's thoughts continued. I just need to get rid of anyone who stands in my way. Then came the huge explosion from the fireball that Sang Yu unleashed. The professor's eyes went wide as he witnessed the scene. What, Sang Yu? It's only been 3 days, and you've already? Sang Yu was pleased with the result. He replied, thanks to all the practice. I heard this is the final requirement that someone from class B must achieve. Junying couldn't believe his eyes. The professor marveled, and everyone around was also amazed by what had just happened. Wow, when I saw you come in with your hand still bandaged, I didn't expect much, but this is beyond even normal expectations. What the hell? Last time, he couldn't even cast a single fireball. How could he become this much stronger in just a few days? The professor, excited, praised. Your training results are very clear. The way you've surpassed the Academy's expectations is truly impressive. Actually, I'm really impressed by your skill, Junyan. That first day helped inspire me a little. Junyan, holding back his anger, knew the lesson had to continue. All right, next person please. After class, Sang-yu and Junyan walked together, chatting. Everyone was so amazed, right? Yeah, I really gave it my all, but I still have to remind you, don't get injured again. I won't help you bandage up next time. Sang-yu raised his left hand to prove it. Don't worry, my left hand is fine now. Junyan was angry when he saw how nonchalant Sang-yu was, but he still tried to explain. Do you know about your regeneration stat? Damn, I'm glad to see you recovering quickly. Since they had different classes, they had to separate. There are also some people observing them from the corner. I still have another class to attend, so bye, see you. Yeah, bye-bye. Sang-yu was now confident. I might even hit level 20 by next week. The system display popped up, showing that his fireball skill had leveled up from level 14 to level 15. Junyan had been secretly watching them. What do you want from me? He walked up to Sang-yu, wanted to quickly wrap up this conversation. Money? Or do you want any skill? I'll give you whatever you want. Just tell me, what do you want? Sang-yu was surprised. What's with you, Junyan? What do you mean? I thought we weren't close enough for private talks. Stop pretending. Junyan stepped closer to Sang-yu, revealing his intentions. I'm asking what it would take for you to give up that elixir. What do I have to give you for you to back off? I don't know how you feel, but to me, nothing is more important than that elixir. Sang-yu immediately became serious and answered. It's the same for me. Sang-yu walked past him, speaking bluntly. It really is something very important to me. So don't waste your time. Even if you give me 10 apartment buildings, I won't change my mind. It's not just you who needs an antidote. Junyan was furious that Sang-yu dared to refuse his offer. You'll regret this. Sang-yu wasn't backing down either. He flipped him the middle finger as a threat. Be careful, buddy. No one who's tried to pick a fight with me has ever gotten away clean. Junyan gritted his teeth in anger. He punched the wall in frustration, muttering, So this guy's really going to ruin my plans. Young Sang-yu. Woo-hyun brings a mana vial to Sang-yu. I brought back some more potions. Sang-yu accepts it. Oh, thank you. This potion is the only one that helps me increase my poison resistance. Poison resistance 6.692 increased to 8.132. Woo-hyun also informs him of another matter. I've been continuing to brew a few more doses these days, so my skills have improved significantly. The side effects have been reduced. Now, Sang-yu protests and immediately gets punched in the mouth. Reducing the side effects is fine, but it's the most important factor in your poison, isn't it? Woo-hyun crazily shakes the drug addict and yells at him. Tell me, is there anyone else in this world besides you who uses poison for that purpose? Well, no one else would make a bomb disguised as poison like you. Sang-yu suddenly grabbed Woo-hyun's hand and asked her, By the way, have you heard the news? Is everything all right? Woo-hyun was surprised to hear what he said next. The DP didn't end very smoothly. We should have had the chance to kick them out. She adjusted her hat and spoke quietly. Well, anyway, I've done my duty well, and there's nothing more I can do. Maybe one day the opportunity will come again. Sang-yu looked worried, but said nothing. Even though I'm furious with those Huseong guys, I wonder if she has some hidden issue with Huseong. Sang-yu suddenly remembered the name. He asked Woo-hyun about this morning. By the way, do you know someone named Shin Junail? Of course, he is the second son of Huseong. Sang-yu was surprised to learn his identity. Seriously? He doesn't look anything like him. No wonder they share the same surname. Do you have any information about his skills, or anything like that? Woo-hyun adjusted her glasses with her hand. Shin Junail? Since he was little, the media and news has reported a lot about him. The eldest son of Huseong, Jinnik, has mediocre talent, so all attention shifted to the second son. Junail was often taken out by his father and attracted the media's interest. He even awakened before he entered elementary school. Therefore, everyone acknowledged him as the rightful heir of Huseong. It's crazy, right? But one day, all news about him suddenly quieted down, and no one was interested in him anymore. It stayed that way until now. Sang-yu quietly lamented the story. Sudden, right? Woo-hyun added more about his skills. I'm curious too. His skills seem almost like cheating. What are his skills? I haven't checked in a long time, so I'm not sure, but I think he's called a Grand Mage. Whatever skill he learns, he immediately reaches the highest level. Hearing this, a strong impression of Junyan arose in Sang-yu's mind. He couldn't believe he was discussing this with her. That's definitely cheating. I'm afraid you shouldn't say things like that. Sang Yu remembered the moment from their training that day. So that's why. No wonder the power from that day was so overwhelming. He held the potion in his hand, thinking to himself, Junying Shin, I need to come up with a plan to face him. At the Gunmizan hunting grounds, Area B, 2 hunters were on a mission. One of them signaled the other to be quiet. What do you mean? The other hunter didn't quite understand and continued talking. I'll give you something that doesn't even require hunting to get. She'll keep it down. The blue-haired hunter motioned to the red-haired one, pointing to the other side. Look over there. On the other side, several clones of Sang Yu were also on a mission. The red-haired hunter recognized the masked figures. Ah, those are all clones of Deng Sangju. No, not that. It's the creature lying on the ground. The corpse of a monster covered in blood. There's no way that's just a monster they caught. Realizing the blue-haired hunter's intentions, the red-haired one started to panic. Wait, you don't mean you want us to steal it? If we get caught, our heads will be off. I've heard those clones are robots, no emotions at all. Hey, I told you to keep it down. I've gathered some info. The monsters' bodies are still scattered on the ground. Those clones are just the cleanup crew after they clear an area. They didn't even bother to look at the bodies. So, taking what they left behind isn't a crime. The red-haired hunter started to hesitate as he was persuaded. Think about it. How much is all that worth? On the other side, 2 of Sang Yu's clones made a call. Hello, is the monster retrieval team at Gunmizan available? We're at Area B6. Can you come clean up the bodies for us? Sure, what kind of monsters? 10 giant blood-sucking spiders, 2 boss-level Legion monsters, and 20 cursed scorpions. The clone on the other end of the line seemed surprised by the response. Wait, we just arrived at B6, but we haven't seen any sign of the monsters. Clone 5 felt something was off and texted back. Let us double-check and get back to you. At that moment, Sang Yu was at the gym when he received a call from Clone 5. He was lifting weights while answering the phone. Yeah, Clone 5, what's going on? After hearing the situation, he was surprised. The bodies are gone. Clone 5 and Clone 6 had arrived at the scene and reported back. I think someone might have stolen them while we were calling in the retrieval team. Should we capture them? Since there was so much blood spilled, the thieves must have accidentally left behind some shoe prints. Sang Yu was also very frustrated and gave orders. Just don't kill them. The 2 hunters laughed loudly, feeling lucky to have defeated the monster. The brown-haired one also felt fortunate. I didn't think it would actually work. I told you this would work. We're going to be rich. The blue-haired one started to fantasize. If we sell on the black market, they'll never trace it back to us. How much do you think all this is worth? Suddenly, a phone rang. Hold on a second. Someone's calling me. The brown-haired one looked uneasy and asked, Who is it? The blue-haired one casually replied, Who do you think it is? It's the one who taught me how to do this. The person on the other end went straight to the point. Did it work? The blue-haired one laughed loudly, shouting into the receiver. Of course it worked. We did it. I'm sure they're freaking out right now. Hearing that everything was fine, the voice on the other end continued. Good, keep it up. The blue-haired one eagerly accepted the task. I got it. I knew I asked the right person. It turned out that the person on the other end of the line was Junying. He was the one behind this operation. Young Sang Yu, oh Young Sang Yu. From when you were an F-rank hunter until now, you still haven't changed at all. 6 months ago, a video went viral showing a new rookie hunter known as the One-Horned Rabbit Slayer in the hunting grounds. A newly awakened F-rank hunter caught hundreds of one-horned rabbits. It was something really difficult, even for hunters with great tracking skills. Yu Zhang's eagle eye technique appeared. At first, there was no other information except for that strange title, but when the news about Young Sang Yu's clone spread, people realized the eagle eye technique was actually one of Sang Yu's clones. But an F-rank hunter who just awakened couldn't have the advanced shooting skills necessary for that, so people began to theorize that the clones had some kind of special ability. They move like machines, maximizing their potential in the most efficient way possible. Junying smiled and said, High efficiency, that's what I'm aiming for. Inside, he was secretly pleased. The clones only focused on efficiency. So until they hunted the maximum number of monsters their team could handle, they wouldn't call on the retrieval team. They believed that guarding the hunt for the maximum monster count meant they would keep going until they cleared the entire area. He continued to reassure himself about his grand plan. If it's just low-level monsters, it's no big deal. No one would risk getting kicked off the hunting grounds just for a few million won. But for high-level monsters, it's different. I wonder if, after running out of money, he'll still refuse my offer. Meanwhile, Sang Yu seemed to be getting a little impatient. Sang Yu appeared to be losing his patience. His assistant, standing in front of him, noticed he wasn't happy and asked, "Are you upset? Something happened. The monsters my clones hunted got stolen." Suddenly, the assistant's phone buzzed. "What? Stolen monsters? Didn't that happen once before?" Sang Yu then explained his frustration to the assistant. "Someone stole a few giant rats when we were hunting the fish people, but I thought they just stumbled upon them by chance. This time, though, I'm sure someone planned the theft. They called in the retrieval team after finishing the job, but the monster bodies disappeared so quickly." The assistant, after hearing this, was a little surprised but then calmed down. "That's strange." Sang Yu began to wonder if he was being punished for the time he tried to steal the fish monsters the fish people killed, even though it had resulted in one of his clones being injured. He started remembering a past conversation with Clone 3. "Clone 3, there are some fish monsters over there. Why don't you take them? I don't hunt those. I can't carry those big corpses." Sang Yu, after thinking about it, slumped onto the desk, looking very upset, not knowing what to say. He didn't have any skills to store those corpses. The assistant then spoke up. If you're worried about storage skills, why not ask her for help?" Sang Yu didn't quite understand what she meant. Who is she? He remembered the girl with the green hair from before. Sang Yu. When she saw him, she happily rushed over and grabbed his hand. "Why did you take so long to visit? I told you to come more often." Sang Yu made up an excuse. "I've been a bit busy lately." She spoke very loudly. "I heard the news that you've been promoted to rank B. Congratulations." People around them looked surprised. "Oh, Sang Yu's here. So he's the one. Thank you." Sang Yu quickly got to the point. "I have something I want to ask. If it's not convenient, you don't have to answer." The girl looked slightly confused. "What's going on?" They both went into a room to talk. "You want to learn my auxiliary space skill?" He explained his reasoning. "Yes, when I was learning breath control techniques from an online video, I discovered a skill called meditation. I'm wondering if I can learn your auxiliary space skill if I figure out its rules." The girl immediately declined. "Sorry, I don't think that's possible." Sang Yu understood and continued. "Yeah, I know it's a tough thing to ask. Asking someone to teach me their skill is quite something. I apologize. Don't misunderstand me. I really want to teach you everything I can. But that skill is different." He didn't quite understand and asked, "Why is that?" The girl explained. "We can't learn another person's awakened skill. Each person's skill system shows different abilities. Some might have strength, speed, and weapon durability that increase with their skill level, while others can summon auxiliary space bags to store objects. I don't even know the principle behind my spatial dimension skill, just like how I can't use your clone skill." Sang Yu was taken aback. The girl continued. "But there are people who have similar awakened skills, right? Like teleportation or super jumping, for example. They're a little different. No one in this world has an identical awakened skill, but their skills might be similar. The recovery time and other aspects might differ. There are many people with teleportation skills, but only one person has the jumping ability. If it's a skill similar to mine, then maybe you could learn it." Although the two skills weren't the same, Sang Yu was shocked by this harsh truth. Seeing his reaction, the girl spoke again. "I don't know if there's another skill related to space, but if you want, you could check out Heritage. They have it." In New York, USA, at the Heritage headquarters, Sang Yu felt a bit down thinking he had someone to go with. "I thought she'd come with me, but in the end, I had to go alone." People around him were speaking different languages, making it hard for him to understand. Luckily, he had the tool with him. "Good thing I have this translation watch. This thing is pretty neat. It helps me communicate better. Without it, I'd probably have been kicked out of the airport." Sang Yu was already inside the elevator, still pondering. "Heritage, I'm sure this is the place where I bought the skill fusion orb. I never imagined I'd be stepping into their headquarters one day to see if they have any other skill orbs. Well, I'm already here." The display showed F-170. A girl with purple hair arrived. "Please come in." She's the CEO of Heritage, Arya. "The Heinous Association contacted me. You must be Sang Yu, right? I'm Berskern." Sang Yu was a bit surprised and greeted her back. "She's so beautiful." Turns out, she's the CEO. "Ah, yes. Hello." She introduced him to the place. "Welcome to Heritage. I hope you'll find the orb you're looking for." The monster struck hard at its head. The monster cried out in pain and angrily swung at him. Sang Yu grabbed its beard and activated his skill. He unleashed a fireball skill. The monster was completely burned to death. He then threw a few more fireballs at the others, and they were destroyed with a single hit. Meanwhile, the two hunters were also out hunting. The brown-haired one saw the traces left by the fight and was confused. Damn, why are they using fireballs? The blue-haired one observed for a while before speaking. We can't use that. Pick something we can use and just follow them. They both collected everything they could and then wondered, where did those clones go? The brown-haired one guessed. They might be hunters. Suddenly, another team appeared in front of them, looking at the stash of defeated monsters. The blue-haired one, noticing that someone else had taken their spoils, grew angry. Who are you? Why are you taking them? The others were startled and replied, Who are you? We're the ones who caught them. Seeing that they wouldn't hand over the goods, the blue-haired one was ready to fight. These bastards. You also stole the monsters my clones caught, didn't you? The three of them entered an attack stance. Careful. Do you have proof? The blue-haired one thought for a moment. Now I'm sure. I didn't expect the information to spread this fast. He dropped the sack, seemingly wanting to make peace. Let's not fight. Let's make a deal. The blue-haired one suggested. Let's split whatever we take from here. If another group comes later, we'll work together to push them out. The brown-haired one was surprised. We're splitting everything here. Seizing the opportunity, the blue-haired one asked the others. You're B-rank hunters, right? You know that complicating things doesn't benefit anyone, right? Seeing the benefit, the bandaged one sheathed his sword. I like this idea. Both agreed on a deal and began working together. I'll be keeping an eye on you guys. The blue-haired one led the group forward. All right, let's move on. They reached a fork in the road when they suddenly encountered one of Sang Yu's clones. The brown-haired one asked, Why are they here? I thought they'd be done hunting and training by now. The blue-haired one gestured for quiet. Chill. Anyway, the bodies will be taken by the black market. Not them. There are other hunters here. Let's just act normal and slip away. They all blended in with the crowd and walked as if they were ordinary people. Suddenly, a dagger flew by them. The clones of Sang Yu had memorized every footprint around the hunting grounds. 280 millimeters, 290 millimeters, D Company shoes 275 millimeters, H Company shoes 265 millimeters, D Company shoes 250 millimeters. The footprints around the hunting grounds were already cleaned up. The entire group froze in place. Two of Sang Yu's clones emitted a killing intent. We have something to ask. Can you follow us? The blue-haired one didn't expect that his performance would be discovered so quickly. He yelled loudly, trying to make himself look like the victim. What the hell are you doing? You just threw a knife at us. Are you crazy? Sang Yu stepped forward, holding up his phone as he responded. I'll call security immediately. It turned out he was calling the pharmacist, who also spoke to them. Are you the ones who stole our kill? The pharmacist clearly knew things were getting complicated, so he suggested, You'll need to call the retrieval team from the hunting grounds. You've likely gone through the black market, haven't you? The blue-haired one continued to deny, pretending not to understand. What the hell are you talking about? Do you have any proof? The person on the other end responded. Proof? I'm standing in front of the corpses that guys sold to the black market. I'm at the black market now. The blue-haired one turned pale, realizing he was caught. Should I bring the newly delivered monster corpses and show you if they were killed by your weapons? Sang Yu said to the group, I can call security right now. What are you planning to do? Feel free. Realizing they'd been exposed, the group panicked. Sang Yu led them to an empty area. This should be fine. The blue-haired one finally asked, So, what do you want from us? Sang Yu warned him. I'll tell you what my master thought when he first became a hunter. He also made mistakes regarding the ownership of others' things. He completely understands you, and because of that, he says if you return all the money you made from stealing those items, he won't pursue criminal charges any further. The blue-haired one couldn't even turn pale. It was truly a generous offer. At this point, the group tried to threaten Sang Yu. However, if you want to get your money back, shouldn't you have called security immediately? Sang Yu replied. Retrieving the bodies from the black market and arguing over ownership has already wasted too much of our time. We'd rather go back to the area and continue hunting. So, this is a mutually beneficial deal. Feeling like he had grasped something, the blue-haired one continued to question. Really? There's one thing I still don't quite get. He scowled, addressing the two clones of Sang Yu. How can you guys have the nerve to make demands with us, using those crappy clones from a hunter's skill? A B-rank team, seeing his side outnumbered, especially with a B-rank team. He drew his sword. I've got a better deal. How about this? Seeing this, the others got into battle stance. You guys will die here in a few hours. The black market will sell whatever we bring in, and then there won't be any evidence left. The brown-haired one, now terrified, asked the blue-haired one, "Are we really doing this?" The blue-haired one knew there was no other way. "So, you want me to give everything back? I could consider it if it were just the two of us, but there are 5 of us here. Besides, killing these bastards isn't even illegal, so why should we be scared? You guys are the ones who should have called security. You dared to bring us to a secluded place alone? You idiots." Realizing the situation was turning bad, the 2 clones of Sang Yu remained calm and drew their knives. We also agree with this course of action. Yahayan, over here, also thought they probably had enough strength to handle them, right? Then, the vendor came over and asked, "Anian, what are you doing here?" Looking for materials for potion making, Yahayan started to inquire about the others. "Excuse me, do you know who sold these corpses to you?" The vendor confirmed it was a group of 5 B-rank hunters. "Really? You mean these corpses were stolen from Young Sang Yu?" Hearing that, the vendor panicked. "What? Young Sang Yu? Isn't he the guy who came here last time? Those bastards. How dare they sell me stolen goods?" Yohayan looked at the vendor's face helplessly, as if he'd never sold stolen goods before. The vendor replied, "Of course not. Actually, I've only received stolen stuff. Anyway, he said his life was at risk when he wasn't around. Now he's overseas. I remember him saying he was at the headquarters of Heritage or something like that." At the Heritage headquarters, in the skill orb research area, Arya introduced Sang Yu to the place where the skill orbs were created. 80% of the orbs used worldwide come from here. I heard you learned mana breath and meditation techniques through a course. Yes, that's right. I've also looked into the customer for this session, which happens to be you. Did you know that you could learn skills like Fireball through that method? Sang Yu looked a bit confused by her statement. He thought for a moment, then realized it made sense. Well, except for awakened skills, you can learn everything else that way. So why do people spend so much money on these expensive skill orbs? She held a glowing orb in her hand and said, "You're probably wondering why people spend so much money to buy and use these expensive skill orbs. The reason is that learning new skills is very difficult." The orb in her hand suddenly lit up with flames as she concentrated mana to change its state while trying to ignite it. Continuously channeling mana to prevent it from going out, it would take at least 6 months for a person to learn to do this on their own. And for an average person, this is just for a simple skill like Fireball. What about other skills? After demonstrating its capability, she extinguished the flame. Sang Yu was stunned. It could take a decade. She confirmed his thoughts. Exactly, decades, maybe even longer. Arya continued to explain further. That's why we use skill orbs. The information inside the orb is connected to the system, which allows even those who can't properly control mana to use the skill stored inside. Of course, that's also why they're so difficult to produce. Sang Yu asked his question. So that's why they're so expensive. She didn't deny it and pulled out another orb. Right, you're looking for an auxiliary space skill, right? Fortunately, we still have one left. Arya then showed him the price. For an auxiliary space orb, this is the price, 10 million. Sang Yu looked at the orb for a moment, impressed. 10 million won? That's cheaper than I thought. Arya added, according to the Korean exchange rate, it's about 12.8 billion won. Sang Yu, realizing this, suddenly understood. Oh right, we're in New York. She laughed for a moment before speaking again. Wait, hold on. Based on your information, this is the cheapest orb among those with space-related skills. Still, it's a very high price. He scratched his head, looking clueless. I knew it would be expensive, but I didn't expect it to be 12.8 billion. Arya gently stroked the orb for a moment and then added, That's why, depending on my answer right now, I'll give you a discount. No, I'll give it to you for free. What do you think? This caught Sang Yu off guard. What? He happily thought to himself, I can get a 12.8 billion orb for free? That's a bit much, isn't it? He raised his voice, asking, What do you want? Come on, tell me. Please. Arya then revealed her true intentions, getting closer and softly touching Sang Yu's cheek, leaving him stunned. I want a body, Sang Yu. On the other side, the man, after a few exchanges, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. No way, we're all B-rank hunters. How could this happen? The two clones of Sang Yu remained completely calm. He growled angrily. How can this be? He swung fiercely at Sang Yu, but Sang Yu easily dodged. The girl saw this and drew her bow, shooting at him. Sang Yu intercepted the arrow with his dagger, deflecting it. The girl was surprised. He changed the trajectory of my arrow with his dagger. The other two rushed to attack the remaining clone, but Sang Yu easily dodged, leaving them with a cold stare. Sang Yu then rushed forward to attack them. The mage, seeing this, panicked and cursed. "You bastards." He created ice on the ground, trying to attack the clone, but it was easily dodged. Sang Yu drew a knife and threw it at them. The knife flew towards the girl, knocking her bow and arrows away. It took a moment for her to react, and everyone started to panic. Sang Yu jumped back, and the mage realized he could no longer resist. He raised his hand in surrender. "I give up." The blue-haired one fell to his knees. "This is insane. We're B-rank hunters." The other two had already passed out after the attack. Realizing they couldn't win, the blue-haired one cursed Sang Yu, "You bastards, a bunch of monsters." But then he kneeled, begging for mercy. "We've lost. We'll return everything." Sang Yu, seeing it was over, sighed in relief. "Please complete the transaction immediately. The account number is..." Before he could finish, he was struck by an attack. A girl with braided hair swung at him, sending him flying. Sang Yu didn't have time to defend himself, and was sent flying far away. The girl shouted loudly, "The scam location has been discovered. In the name of the Comet Association, crime will not be forgiven." It was the leader of the second assassin team, A-rank hunter, Tuyen. Not understanding the situation, she gave him a sentence. "The sentence is death." Arya Ban then continued her proposal. "That's why, depending on your answer to my proposal, I'll offer you a discount." "No, I'll give it to you for free. What do you think?" Sang Yu, hearing this, was thrilled. "I could get a skill orb worth 12.8 billion for free? That's amazing. What do you want? Just say it." Arya smiled, and then directly stated her request. "Your body." Arya moved closer and touched Sang Yu's cheek, leaving him stunned. "I want her body, Sang Yu." Then, she suddenly moved down and touched his shoulder. "I heard you can touch it." "Sorry, why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Realizing he misunderstood, she explained. "I mean your clone." After revealing her intent, she left. "Please allow me to study your clone. If you do, I'll give you the skill orb for free." So, when you mentioned touching it, you meant my clone." She then explained why she had such a request. "When I first heard about your skill, I couldn't believe it. Most cloning skills are known to create illusions, so I never thought your skill could exist." Sang Yu was sweating at this point. "It seems the information about you hasn't spread beyond Korea, so this is the best time for me to make this proposal to you." At this point, he was quite suspicious and spoke up. "Why do you want to study it? To create a skill orb?" "Of course." She patiently explained every detail. "To create a skill orb, the first thing we need to do is understand the skill itself. From how it works, to its mana flow, and its attributes, we need to know all the details about the skill we're trying to reproduce." Sang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Of course, fully understanding an awakened skill is impossible, but we can still create something similar. We could create a cloning skill orb, though it would be a downgraded version of the real thing." He was shocked by this information. "So, you're saying you can create a cloning skill orb like mine?" He looked at the other skill orbs. "Does this make sense? She's offering me a 12.8 billion skill orb for free. Also, I need the skill right now." Thinking about the clones created from cloning techniques, it still seemed strange to sell cloning skills on the market. She raised her hand and added while he was thinking, "What's the difference between an awakened skill and a manufactured skill orb? It depends on our understanding of the skill. But usually, there are many limitations." She gave a more direct example to help him understand better. "For example, do you know someone who introduced you to us? Someone with a space-related skill, like Park Yuna?" "Yes. I've infiltrated her space before. Out of all the auxiliary space skills, hers is one of the best. It's very spacious, doesn't consume mana, and has no restrictions on entry and exit. But the space created by a skill orb like the one there can't hold any living creatures, except for the skill owner and things they summon. You can store equipment, supplies, and other items inside. But to maintain that space, you have to continuously channel mana into it. So, if we manage to replicate your cloning skill, similar limitations may appear." After thinking for a while, Sang Yu finally agreed. "Oh my, well, that's good then." He raised his finger to add to the conversation. "But I have one condition. If you agree, I'll summon my clone here immediately." The scene shifted to an open field for training. Sang Yu, covered in wounds, was there. Hezian saw this and gasped. "Wow, You were able to stop in that situation, just as I thought. Your movements are impressive. The person next to her, hearing this, looked at Hesian curiously. Who are you? I'm a justice hunter. I'm here to stop violent acts. I advise you to quickly get your friend out of here. The others were being helped by their teammates. Thank you so much. Sang Yu suddenly stepped forward, startling the other party. I'm sorry, but until you pay, you're not going anywhere. Hesian immediately raised her weapon and rushed toward him. That's not something you can decide. But she only struck at the air because he dodged. Hesian was shocked. Oh my. Hesian turned around, preparing to land another blow on Sang Yu. This time, the attack landed and pushed him back. The others were surprised, wide-eyed, looking at Sang Yu, who was defending himself while glaring at them. More clones of Sang Yu appeared. We have to recover the money from this hunt. Could you please mind your own business? Hesian, seeing this, was shocked. She sighed and muttered to herself. Just as I thought. How could those bugs understand their position? With that, both sides immediately rushed to fight. She took on the two Sangyus, and when they saw it wasn't going well and prepared to use their tricks, she suddenly struck them in the stomach, preventing them from using their techniques. She laughed joyfully and said, while still in the middle of her attack, why bother recovering anything when you'll die here anyway? The scene shifts to where Arya and Sang Yu are. To summarize, you're going to allow us to rent your clone for 3 months. During that time, the clone will have to cooperate with us for research. However, if the clone is destroyed due to our fault, you won't provide any replacements. And even if the research into the cloning skill orb fails, the auxiliary space orb doesn't need to be returned. Arya reminded Sang Yu of the conditions he had to follow. And finally, remember to take care of the clothes for my clone. Arya laughed when he spoke. I feel like I'm the one being exposed here. If you don't like it, I have no other options. I've thought it through carefully before making this decision. Arya pulled out a white shirt and said, Haha, looks like you know the true value of your skill. She then instructed him, I understand now. Go ahead and summon your clone and get dressed. In the room, the light brightened as Sang Yu's clone was successfully summoned, but it wasn't wearing clothes. She immediately threw the shirt and pants she had pulled out at him. Arya looked at him and praised, Impressive. Now, there were 2 Sang Yus in the room. I never thought I'd see a physical clone. You can call this one number 7. He was supposed to be hunting somewhere. Sang Yu looked at his clone and sighed. But since the effect of the potion is fading, his strength is weakening. Yeah, self-destructing strength. Arya stopped the conversation and handed them the orb. Anyway, I've checked your clone already. He looked at the orb in his hand. Now, it's my turn to keep my promise. As Arya asked, Sang Yu chuckled. Do I need a switch? Of course not. The orb suddenly lit up like the sun, creating the auxiliary space skill. Skill information. Auxiliary space. Chant level 1. Creating an auxiliary space with a level-based increase in size. Mana will be gradually consumed to maintain the space, with restrictions on entering the space. Applying to all living beings except the skill owner and things they summon. Arya smiled, narrowing her eyes and clapped, congratulating him. Congratulations, you now have a new skill. Sang Yu looked at his hand, but the orb was no longer there. Do you want to try it right now? Of course. The system immediately notified him as he used the skill, and the space he created instantly became large enough for a person to enter. He looked at the auxiliary space he just created, shocked. He looked inside and commented, It's too small. He reached out and felt around inside, finding a wall. This space is much smaller than Eunice. It's about 10 Pyong. He could feel the space pulling mana from him, but it wasn't a huge issue. But it's pulling mana to maintain this space. Well, the main purpose is to store the monster bodies I hunted, so this will do. Arya, seeing him finish checking, asked, How is it? So far, there's no problem. Let me check if my clone can use it. Hearing this, Arya was a bit confused. She was extremely shocked when she saw Sang Yu's clone reach out and use the auxiliary space skill. Your clone can use the skill too? Aside from the cloning skill, he can use everything. I just tried it first, just in case. Looks like he can use the auxiliary space skill too. She was a bit stunned. The skill orb isn't the problem here. The cloning skill is truly unbelievable. She silently made a decision in her heart. I absolutely must have it. Sang Yu then said to his clone, You can go inside, right? Try it. Yes. But unexpectedly, number 7 came out of the auxiliary space portal behind him. He was confused, and number 7 was confused as well. Huh? Why did I come out from there? There's another entrance? That's probably the entrance number 7 created. Sangyu looked deep into the auxiliary space and thought, don't tell me that no matter which of my clones uses the auxiliary space skill, they all lead to the same space. Suddenly, something flew straight at number 7. Isn't that just like a teleportation gate? The object hit number 7, sending him crashing down. Numero 7. Sangyu rushed to catch the unconscious number 7 and looked at the object that had been thrown. Where did that come from? Hezian, from the other side, ground her teeth. Someone's playing dirty and trying to run. Huh? What skill was that? Where's my weapon? Sangyu's clone on this side explained, throwing your weapon isn't the right choice. Your weapon is in the auxiliary space already. Numero 7. Wake up! Wake up, number 7. Hearing the call, that clone turned back and witnessed the scene. Hezian shouted at Sangyu's clone, stop dodging like a coward. What kind of skill is that? Where's my weapon? The clone remained in a defensive stance, unaware of the situation in the auxiliary space. Throwing your weapon was a mistake. Your weapon is now somewhere else. Number 7, get up. Get up, number 7. Sangyu's voice echoed as he called for number 7, who was only bleeding and not completely down. Number 7, don't die. You're still alive, brother. Before number 7 could finish, Sangyu wiped his eyes and declared, I'm still alive. I'll take revenge for you. Whoever did this, I will not forgive them. The other clones broke into a cold sweat. Sangyu grabbed his weapon and stepped out of the auxiliary space. Hezian, seeing him approach armed, was taken aback. Huh, I never expected this. He slung the weapon over his shoulder and, with a grim expression, demanded, Is that you? Who threw that thing? Yes, it's the hunter. I didn't do anything. Hezian, now wary, glanced at the two individuals. I never thought Sangyu would show up on his own here. What do you plan to do to me? He then looked down, his anger evident, as he saw another clone, number 6, severely injured and unconscious on the ground. He quickly approached and asked, Are you okay? Has the bleeding stopped? But my legs have lost feeling. Then he reached out to cancel the summoning, saying, You've done well canceling your clone's summoning. He turned to another clone and curiously asked, What happened? While we were recovering the money from the group of hunters who stole the monster corpses from our last hunt, we were attacked. She admitted she's from the Huxiong Association. He rummaged through the clothes left by clone number 6 and found a gun. Again, the Huxiong Association? Huxiong. Again, the Huxiong Association. Hearing his harsh words about his own association, Hezian was visibly upset. You guys only know how to meddle in other people's business. You're way too arrogant. Besides, how is a B-rank hunter supposed to know how vast the world really is? With one hand holding his gun and the other gripping his dagger, he ordered, Clone 5, support me. Clone 5. Yes, sir. With that, both sides charged into a new battle. Hezian was preparing to face them head-on. It was unclear who would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Shin Junying angrily bit his fingernail. Damn it! Shin Junying stared at the message on his screen and cursed. These idiots. Did you succeed? We failed. Don't try to contact us again. We barely made it out alive. He slammed his fist onto the desk in fury. They failed. I even called for backup because I was worried those two wouldn't be enough. And yet, 5 B-rank hunters couldn't defeat 2 clones? He covered his mouth, furrowing his brows in frustration. At least I sent the captain of Squad 2 as a precaution. She's a real monster. At the battlefield, Heian blocked their weapons with her bare hands. Sorry, but just because people call you a super rookie, even though her hands were bleeding from the impact, she didn't flinch. Doesn't mean you're actually that great. Strength, 67,712 reflex, 16,287 endurance, 52,674 mana, 21,325 marksmanship, 4,174 regeneration, 1,835. He gritted his teeth, trying to push his weapon down with all his strength. Hezian sneered. I was wondering why a clone could be so arrogant. Turns out, their master is someone like you. If you're just a B-rank hunter, she shouted, swinging her fist at them, then act like one. The sheer force of her punch left a deep and wide crack in the ground. Fortunately, both the clone and Sangyu managed to separate and dodge the attack just in time. She smirked and remarked, a mix of admiration and mockery in her tone. Nice dodge. Like a bunch of scared little rats. Sangyu broke into a cold sweat. That bitch. Is she an A rank? Sangyu glanced at her bleeding arm and thought to himself, well, at least her right arm, the one that blocked my attack, is broken. I managed to injure her, at the very least. Hizian immediately used his power to heal himself. Would you mind returning my weapon? A surge of red energy shot toward him. The clash of their powers made Hizian furrow his brows, straining to hold his ground. But in the end, the red energy overpowered him, reclaiming the weapon. Gripping it tightly, she flashed a smug smile. This is a weapon meant for A-rank hunters. Pretty cool, huh? Now what are you going to do? Are you planning to fight back with that tiny pistol of yours? His hand was red and smoking from the earlier attack. What the hell just happened? Wasn't her arm supposed to be broken? Frustrated, he clenched his fist. Damn it. In this situation, he expanded multiple subspaces and summoned more clones. Don't worry about the one we're fighting. Seeing this, Hizian let out a sharp breath. So many clones. Another figure appeared, replacing Clone 3 and delivering something. We've brought what you requested. Is Clone 3 still in the hospital? Yes. Sang Yu started channeling mana into his weapon. Then I guess I don't have to worry anymore. Hizian, now fully fired up, shouted enthusiastically. All of you, charge in. The clones split into different directions, surrounding her. Take her down. Meanwhile, in another subspace, Arira was watching everything unfold. What the hell is going on? She was so shocked that she stood frozen, staring at the battle. I never imagined a subspace ability could be used like a teleportation gate. Arira hesitated. What should I do? I can't interfere in his business. But isn't this the perfect chance to make him owe me? Then, she recalled the moment Hizian's weapon flew into Clone 7's face. Now that I think about it, wasn't that staff a product from our company? She smirked, realizing the opportunity before her. I can't pass up this chance to humiliate these bastards. With that, she pulled out her phone and made a call. Are you there? Is the product you made last time ready yet? Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Despite his injuries, Hizian still looked eager for more. You guys are pretty fast. However, Hizian's next words made Sang Yu wary. Do you even know what my skill is? Hizian slammed his weapon onto the ground, activating damage manipulation, level 64. This skill partially converts incoming damage into something else. The amount of damage converted depends on the skill's level and the user's proficiency. Hizian's power caused a massive shockwave. Those who failed to escape in time were blown to pieces. Even Sang Yu was sent flying backward due to the explosion's aftershock. Meanwhile, Hizian, still full of energy, lunged toward him. She slammed her weapon down on the spot where he had just been, but he barely managed to jump away in time. However, there was no delay. The staff immediately shot up, aiming for him. He could only watch helplessly as it unfolded, revealing the barrel of a gun hidden inside. Damn it, I can't dodge in mid-air. In the end, he took a direct hit. His entire body was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. Coughing up blood, he barely managed to block the attack with his sword. Her wounds disappeared again. What the hell kind of skill does she have? The weapon returned to its normal form, and Hizian let out a triumphant laugh. This fight isn't over yet, is it? Sang Yu gritted his teeth and called out to a nearby clone. Clone 5. Without hesitation, he tossed a pouch to Clone 5. Clone 5 immediately consumed a seed from the pouch. Hizian sensed something was off and asked cautiously, what did he just eat? Hearing this, Sang Yu smirked challengingly. Take a guess. You should already know, considering you're with the Husion Guild, right? The moment Hizian realized what Clone 5 had just consumed, her eyes widened. He just ate a world essence crystal. What? Hizian exclaimed. While they were talking, Clone 5 had already begun to transform. Don't pretend you don't know. Your guild mass-produced these using the Silver Moon Guild, remember? Sang Yu recalled the time he bought some of these crystals, though he had only managed to get a few. I heard that one of these can boost stats 100 times more than regular ones, so I grabbed some. He laughed confidently, glancing at Hizian. I tried them myself, but they don't all have the same effect. Clone 5's body began to mutate as he crushed his uniform under his growing form. Unlike normal crystals, these didn't raise my stats. The crystal had turned Clone 5 into a monster. I only gave him 3, and now he's become something even I can't control. For the first time, Hizian showed a look of concern. You guys created these things. You should know their effects better than anyone. Hizian was starting to panic. You lunatic. Clone 5 had transformed into a massive monster. Clenching his fists tightly, he raised them high, ready to strike. Hizian quickly regained her composure. Just because you got a little bigger, you think you can act tough with me? She scoffed, narrowing her eyes. Even if you ate 100 of those crystals, your stats would only increase by 0.5 at best. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she shouted, "Did you really think eating them would change anything?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was suddenly attacked. "You're just She was sent flying, crashing hard into the distance with serious injuries. Sang Yu smirked at the sight, mocking her. "Looks like you're only good at talking big." Standing up, he observed the battle, realizing that the tide had completely turned. All she sees are the stat changes after consuming the crystals. But the true strength gained from becoming a monster is a whole different story. Although she had been slammed into the ground, she was still conscious. Well, how would you know if you've never tried one yourself? As he spoke, Clone 5 suddenly swung a massive punch toward him. But due to the transformation, his attack speed had decreased. His consciousness was fading. Clone 5 had completely lost his sanity and began attacking indiscriminately, even going after Sang Yu. Sang Yu quickly leaped high into the air to evade the attack. Clone 5 no longer recognized his own master. "Everyone, keep her distance from Clone 5. Hizian was absolutely furious. Her eyes widened in rage as she cursed. "Let's hope the guild cleans up the mess you left behind after I kill you." She immediately leaped high into the air, then delivered a powerful blow to Clone 5. The attack made Clone 5 stagger slightly, but Hizian had already shifted her focus. Clone 5 retaliated instantly, slamming her hard into the ground. Enraged, she dug her fingers deep into the earth. Despite her injuries, Hizian forced herself to stand up using sheer willpower. Then, with another powerful leap, she soared into the air, gripping her staff tightly before striking Clone 5 with her full strength. The sheer force of the attack sent Clone 5 crashing down. Without hesitation, Hizian lunged towards Sang Yu. She swung her staff down with immense force, but he managed to block it just in time. "As long as I kill you, they'll disappear, right? Kill me? I'll call the cops on you." Hearing this, Hizian pressed down even harder, her strength increasing. "You think I'm joking? Damn, she's strong." Luckily, the other clones rushed in to support him. One of them swiftly moved behind her, attempting to strike from the shadows. Seizing the perfect moment, the clone drove a dagger into Hizian's side. However, she caught the blade with her bare hand. Not even close. Immediately, she unleashed a counterattack with her overwhelming strength. Flames erupted, engulfing the clone entirely. With her staff resting on her shoulder, she turned her gaze back to Sang Yu after taking down the clone. "I've noticed something. Your clones never aim for lethal spots. That means you've never killed anyone before, huh? You're just a clueless fool who doesn't know fear." Sang Yu tightened his grip on his sword and slashed at his own leg. Fueled by rage, he was ready to continue fighting. "Don't worry. I'll change that right now." Hizian narrowed her eyes, confused by his action. "Injuring yourself? Are you insane?" Without hesitation, he activated Super Saiyan mode. "This is nothing." Then, like a missile, he launched himself toward Hizian. She managed to block the attack, but the impact still sent her skidding backward. "Too fast. He's aiming for my neck." Sang Yu raised his sword horizontally and asked, "So?" Feeling scared yet. At that moment, Clone 5 had already gotten back on his feet and stomped down on the spot where she stood. Hizian caught his foot with her bare hands. "You damn monster." Then, she immediately hurled Clone 5 into the sky. "Disappear." The other clones looked up and saw 2 fireballs descending toward them. She used her weapon as a shield. "Ordinary fireballs won't do anything to me." Clone 5 opened his mouth and created another fireball. This time, he launched a massive stream of fire directly at her. She struggled to lift her weapon high enough to shield herself. Furious, she roared, "Young Sang Yu." Clone 5's attack sent debris flying everywhere. Despite everything, she managed to withstand it. Another wave of attacks from Clone 5 came straight for her. Others in the area were also caught in the explosion. "The blast radius is too wide. I can't dodge it." At that moment, a cloak appeared, after the fireball made contact and exploded. A thick cloud of dust rose up everywhere. But Sang Yu remained completely unharmed, protected by the cloak. "What is this?" From the other side of the battlefield, Era cheered, revealing that the prototype armor was created by Heritage MPCB. She continued introducing the new model, a lightweight, flexible cloak that absorbs most skills and even generates a shield ability. So, it can function as armor. Its durability adapts to the user's needs. We believe it's far superior to that toy talisman from the Tron Corporation. Clone 7, who had been relaying Era's words from the subspace, finished his report. That's what she said. But she spoke in English, so I didn't understand any of it. Sang Yu turned to Era and nodded. Oh, really? Thanks. This thing just saved my life. Hizian, seeing that Sang Yu was still completely unharmed, was absolutely livid. Are you **ing kidding me? Suddenly, Clone 5 appeared behind her. You're going to die. Then, he slammed his fist down at her previous position. The impact buried her under rubble, but she still clung tightly to her staff. Now, it was completely broken and useless. Gritting her teeth, she glared at her shattered weapon. My weapon. No, I have nothing left to block the next attack. While she was still processing this, Clone 5's fist was already swinging toward her. She was punched straight into the ground. I need to find something to brace against. Anything. The earth cracked all around her from the sheer force. She desperately searched for a way out. I need to disperse the impact immediately. Clone 5 continued his relentless assault. I have to move faster. Despite taking a severe beating, she mustered the last of her strength and kicked Clone 5 as hard as she could. Clone 5 was sent flying by her kick. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, someone approached, looking down at her. It was Sang Yu. He stepped closer and said, You did well, but... Then, he delivered a powerful punch straight into Hizian's body. Hizian recalled when she was elsewhere, receiving a message. She quickly prepared herself and told her teammates, I'll be stepping out for a bit. One of Shin Haisung's subordinates looked puzzled. I thought today's mission was already done. Hizian turned to explain, The young master is calling for me again. Hunter Shin Junying, huh? He's in a weak position. Why are you helping him? She found his reasoning odd. Seriously? Do you not see the situation? The chairman's son will be the next chairman. He then mentioned someone else. Captain Shinjing? He's also the chairman's son, but he was never fit for the position. That useless fool. But Hizian remained firm in her stance. Well, our young master may still have flaws, but he has the most potential. The antagonist continued reading his book as she spoke. And more importantly, he's handsome too. What's the mission? She shared the details of the message with him. He wanted to teach a famous Barang hunter named Yung Sang Yu a lesson, but not kill him. For some reason, the antagonist stopped her. You really shouldn't go. What do you mean? Closing his book, he added, I'm telling you not to run head first into trouble. Just keep serving the current chairman. That's exactly what we're doing. I'm serving the future chairman. Hizian snapped back, but he only saw her as naive. You act like a child. That's why you'll never change. You know nothing about Yung Sang Yu. You're going to lose. Back to the present. The battle was nearing its conclusion. She opened her eyes to find Sang Yu still standing before her. You're awake. A-rank hunters really are on a different level. Hizian was curious as to why she wasn't dead yet. Why did you let me live? I really didn't hold back on you. Hearing that, she was still skeptical. But you could have killed me if you wanted to. I didn't think it was necessary. And like you said, I've never killed anyone before. Hizian scoffed and taunted him. But I try to kill you on purpose. You'll stay weak forever if you keep thinking like that. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, sending dust flying after an explosion. It turned out Sang Yu had stabbed his sword into the ground, just inches from Hizian's head. This time, he didn't hold back. This is your final warning. Sweat dripped from her face as she stared at the blade lodged beside her. No one died this time, and I've paid you back in full. That's enough. It's not too late to rethink things and get lost. Both you and the Huseong Guild. The surrounding clones all glared at her with deadly intent. I don't like killing people myself, but there are countless other ways to make someone disappear. Remember that. For the first time, the arrogant Hizian felt nothing but fear. In the end, Hizian could only fearfully agree in a shaky voice. Yes, once he received a response from the opponent, Sang Yu summoned a subspace. Then, he immediately went inside to check on number 7. Are you alright? Does it hurt a lot? Leaving Hizian alone on the battlefield with a racing heart, what should I do? She was so excited that her face turned completely red. He was so charming. The hunters of the beasts were being monitored by the soldiers. After that incident, the people behind the beast hunting had vanished. After a few days of recovering the clone, I was able to hunt normally again. Now, number 7 was in Era's laboratory and being taken care of by her. Number 7 had been sent to Heritage to study the skill orb. What do you want to eat? Do you know that? Returning to the vast academy far away. In the meantime, Countless new classes had been organized at the academy. Sang Yu walked through the crowd while lost in his thoughts. All those who had been tracking our target had vanished just when I defeated the Huseong hunters. It was a perfect moment. He suddenly thought of a possibility. It was highly likely that someone from the Huseong guild had a hand in it. He guessed right, because Shin Junying hated him a lot. There was a conflict between them. He suddenly called out nonsensically. "Hey!" Sang Yu glared and asked, "Where are you going?" Shin Junying looked pale and was sweating profusely. Just then, Heian suddenly cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, you're back." The two immediately chatted casually with each other. "I'm on my way to class. Are you going to class too? Let's go together." Sang Yu was talking to Heian while glancing at Shin Junying, who was already fearful. "I was sure that person was him. How is New York?" "I'm currently at the church." The person officiating the mass spoke from above. "Everyone, please return to your positions." Sang Yu below listens with a rather bored expression. "Let's pray to the system. They say this is necessary to participate in the class, but we are praying and praying to the system as well." He leaned over to talk to Heian, asking, "What are we doing here? Didn't you hear what the teacher said? We're going to learn about the history of the system, and there will be a holy ceremony. So what does that have to do with hunting?" While the two were talking, they had no idea the person hosting the holy ceremony heard everything. "I don't know. If it weren't for the order, I wouldn't be here. Please be quiet." Sang Woo stopped talking to Heian. Unable to endure it any longer, he stood up and raised his hand, saying, "I want to go to the restroom." After that, Sang Woo left the classroom and headed to the restroom. But in fact, he took the opportunity when no one was looking to use the subspace. He called out to his clone to change clothes with him, saying, "Give me the clothes and take this away." "Okay, fine." After that, the clone returned to the church to take Sang Woo's place. "Yes, I just came back from the restroom. I am Young Sang Yu." At that moment, Sang Woo was really outside. What a waste of time. I'm definitely attending this class through my clones. Coincidentally, he spotted Shin Junying talking on the phone nearby. Shin Junying couldn't understand why the last incident failed. What on earth happened? Even a team leader failed? How could she not handle a B class? Sang Woo suddenly interjected. "So what if it's a B class?" Seeing Sang Woo approaching, Shin Junying was startled and hung up. He was eavesdropping on someone's phone call. Sang Woo frowned at Shin Junying's shamelessness. He thought, "You think you can say that after intervening in my hunt?" Caught red-handed, Shin Junying still tried to deny it. "I don't know what you're talking about, but yes, obviously you don't know. Didn't you guys practice together? You all say the same thing." Realizing everything was out in the open, Shin Junying finally admitted, "You should take the money then. After losing some prey, I can clearly see your dire circumstances." Sang Woo smiled at him. "I feel jealous knowing you're so well off. You must not have been raised by your parents and just hired tutors, right?" Shin Junying clenched his teeth at Sang Woo's remarks. "Oh no, based on how you speak, you're like your father, so I guess they didn't care much, huh?" Shin Junying could no longer hold himself back and was about to lose it. "Do you want to fight?" Sang Woo found it laughable and thought, "You think I'm scared?" Shin Junying was threatening while releasing his power. "This is your last chance." Sang Woo seemed unafraid and stared intently at him despite the threat. "Sooner or later, you'll get what you want, whatever it is. And the Huseong Club, including me, won't stand in your way anymore." He frowned, answering clearly, "What I want is for you to pay." After hearing his words, Shin Junying decided to get back at him right away. "Give me the potion, and I'll vanish from the academy immediately. It's really hard to control magic in this academy." Shin Junying intended to strike right in the academy courtyard, a smaller ice block than he imagined. "What is this, fighting?" Then he conjured a fireball several times larger than himself. But now it wasn't necessary to control it anymore. He looked at the size of the opponent's fireball, and his own fireball seemed insignificant in comparison. What size is that? Suddenly, Hong Junhei appeared and stopped them, saying, "Stop," and made the fireball vanish. Then Hong Junhei asked, surprised, "What are you two doing here?" She pushed her sunglasses up and reminded both of them. "It's true that you have the freedom to use skills in the academy, but this is too much." One of the top 4 clubs, the Phoenix Club president, Hong Junhei. "Are you guys fighting? In a different place. Is that a skill?" "Yes, someone is reviewing the video of the previous fight. This clip is from the weapons camera. The person in the white coat is watching in awe. How amazing. Look at that movement. He anticipates his opponent's actions." Then, the screen immediately shows the face of number 5 after transforming into a monster. And what is that giant creature? They're still normal after eating the crystal gem? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. We need it. We need that specimen immediately. We discovered another person in the footage when the weapon was moved to another dimension. I think we have a high chance of obtaining the specimen of the clone here. Upon hearing this, the person immediately asked, "Where is it?" The screen changes and shows the image of Era from the Heritage Company. The person watching on the other side of the screen smiled. "Wow, that's truly impressive. You should share something this good." Now, Trevor John immediately orders to prepare the fighter jets. The weapons manufacturing expert from John Company, CEO Trevor John, will destroy Heritage and bring the specimen back here. Jung Xian turned to look at the newcomer. Who is she? Kunha, while taking a drag from his cigarette, replied. It's been a while, president of the Phoenix Guild, hasn't it? Young master. Jung Xian appeared quite intimidated by the opponent. What are you doing at the academy? I'm a professor here, albeit only a temporary one. He was shocked to hear that and had to ask again, what? You're a professor at this academy? Who are you? She glanced around and then paused the conversation. Shall we go somewhere else to talk? Everyone on the campus was gathering and paying attention to them. You've attracted too much attention. Did you see that impressive orb? The three of them moved to a different place that resembled Junha's office. She looked at the two men sitting in front of her. Tell me what happened. Dung Xian seemed to hesitate for a moment, then fell silent. Before he could say anything, Sang Yu recounted the entire incident. I'm sorry, but this is personal, you know? He ordered his subordinates to steal my prey, and he even said bitter words to me, even though I did nothing wrong. He deserves to be reprimanded. Ian Ha stared at Sang Yu, stuttering while looking at Dung Xian, as if she wanted to punch him. He's been through a lot. He then turned to Sang to continue with the important matters. Anyway, a professor, huh? As far as I know, most professors at this school are usually rank C hunters, and only a few are rank B. What do you mean by that? Ian Ha talked to him, completely ignoring Sang Yu. If it's for students who are rank F or D hunters, then that kind of professor is sufficient. But for students of her higher rank, the school needs more to keep them in check. Are you smoking in that room? She immediately clarified further. To be more precise, I was invited here because of you guys. Ian Ha smiled with a tilt of her head while smoking. And the reason I stopped you is because you guys will have a chance to fight each other soon. In the next class, students will be allowed to battle each other freely. Now, in the laboratory during experiment number 7, Arya stared at the results in amazement. She took out a vial filled with red liquid. Words could not describe this wonder. She looked at the information board in front of her, shocked. This is real blood with red blood cells, and he even has type A blood. I'm sure that researching this blood sample is completely feasible. Even if the clone disappears, it will vanish as well. Another male researcher next to her curiously asked, and all of it was created by the subject's mana? That's right. It feels as if all previous principles we knew are meaningless now. While being experimented on like a guinea pig, clone number 7 was still joyfully thinking about the next meal. And more importantly, I think that the clones are gradually behaving like separate entities. Today I had beef. They ate separately and used the subject's skills with their own mana, not the subject's. Arya widened her eyes as she looked at clone number 7 lying in the experiment chamber. Wasn't there no resurrection skill before? No, it's more like one. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and the aftershock shook the laboratory. Everything lit up with red warning lights. What is happening? People began to panic, asking each other. I think something like an airplane crashed into our building. Huh, it's true that something must have crashed into the building and exploded. What do you mean? Everything inside shattered and collapsed after the explosion. What the hell is happening? Suddenly, many red sparks appeared in the darkness. John's robots quickly advanced, successfully infiltrating, prioritizing target capture. But soon, they were attacked in return, activating the defense system. The machine became brighter and redder. Invaders, get out of here immediately. The robot quickly changed its target, altering its mission priority to eliminate all obstacles in its path. More robots appeared and started firing wildly everywhere. Those inside began to panic. Many combat robots had invaded the building through the airplane. Call security here and evacuate the remaining people quickly. Just then, clone number 7 suddenly sat up and asked, which floor of the building did the plane crash into? He looked at Arya and said, I will assist in suppressing the intruders. At that moment, the security guards and soldiers in the building were fighting against the robots. But in the end, human strength is no match for machine power. Many people were shot dead or injured. The mechanical sounds of the robots echoed as they destroyed anything in their path. The guy in the orange outfit with green hair gritted his teeth, using his strength, and said, "I'll draw their attention." He ordered the others, "Quick, call the guard from other floors for assistance." He fought the robots alone, rushing forward to attack them head-on. When another robot saw its teammate fall, the rest of the robots quickly moved forward, ready for battle, and switched to close combat weapons, destroying anything in their way. He saw the robots surrounding him with knives, switching weapons as soon as they saw his abilities. These weren't ordinary robots used for terror. They were much more advanced. They immediately charged at him, attacking together, destroying anything in their way. The continuous attacks from multiple directions left him injured, but he still managed to take down a few of them. Before he could catch his breath, he had to face another wave of attacks from even more directions. They were too many. Just when he was about to be overwhelmed, someone appeared and sliced through them all. It turned out number 7 had arrived to assist him. He didn't know who the guy was, so he stammered, "Who are you?" "I'm number 7, here to eliminate the intruders." He didn't understand what his name meant, so he misunderstood. "Number 7? You're in charge of floor 7A? Anyway, be careful, there's still too many." The remaining robots began exchanging Morse code, changing their priority mission. Seeing how strong he was, they started altering their appearance and prioritized capturing their target. At that time, in Sang U.S. Academy, he was very happy to meet everyone. Ian Ha stood in front of everyone and announced, "My name is Ian Ha. I'll be in charge of the class and the practice battles. I'll get straight to the point." As soon as she said that, many people began to feel nervous. From now on, each class will form teams of 3 members, and they will compete in 3v3 battles between the teams. All skills and equipment are allowed, and a team wins if they defeat all 3 members of the opposing team. Sang Yu was required to participate in this lesson, and although he wanted to hide it, he didn't cancel his summoned clones. The scoring system would be based on combat ability. Contributions to the battle and teamwork were key, with some other minor factors that could affect the score, so don't think you can just lay back and wait for it to end. When did he change clothes? He thought. So this was what she meant by a chance to fight him, a training battle. After finishing her explanation, she asked, "Any questions?" Someone immediately raised their hand and asked, "Excuse me, we're hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters. So why do we need to train by fighting each other?" "I'm also curious about that." Ian Ha, standing with her arms crossed on the podium, replied, "Well, I was suddenly invited here, so I'm not sure myself." However, she used her own experience to respond. "But based on my experience as an A1 rank hunter, you shouldn't focus only on monsters." As she explained, the students began to sweat nervously. The division of benefits, conflicts over hunting targets, illegal activities in unauthorized gates, and many other things. If you choose the path of a hunter, conflicts with other hunters will always happen. Do you expect to just smile and turn away, letting your opponents take everything? She furrowed her brow and said sternly, "Remember, anything can happen in these gates." After she finished answering, someone else asked another question. "Next question. You said we should form 3-person teams. Is there a rank limit for the hunters?" Ian Ha was slightly surprised, but didn't show it. "I understand what you're asking." Ian Ha was quite surprised, but didn't show it. "I understand what you mean." She immediately mentioned Junying and Sang Yu, saying that there were actually 2 students who had already surpassed the normal limits. Ian Ha reassured the students, "But don't worry about that. They'll handle things properly, so you don't have to worry about being overpowered by those 2. After finishing her words, she turned and walked away. "Well then, I've done my part. You can start introducing yourselves and forming groups now. I'll see you in the next class." Sang Yu thought about what she said and wondered, how will they handle it? I wonder what it will be. At that moment, Heian, who was sitting next to him, spoke up, "Hey, you'll be in the same group as me, right?" "Of course. Let me find someone else to pair with." He stared at his phone, which had an incoming call. "Is it Burskern?" He stepped outside to take the call. "Hello. I wonder if the call will be automatically translated." She was quiet for a moment before responding. "This is Young, Sang Yu." He smiled on the other end of the line after seeing her hesitate. "Well, there's something I need to talk to you about." "What do you need to ask about?" "It really works." Arya was looking at the aftermath of the battle before her. "Number 7, Number 7 has been taken. What? Arya anxiously called Sang-yu, Young Sang-yu. After hearing her, Sang-yu was shocked that it was translated. I have something I need to tell you. Yeah, what is it? The translation tool was working well. Arya looked at the devastation from the battle in front of her. Number 7 has been taken away. What? Sang-yu asked again to make sure. Number 7 has been taken? At this point, a figure reached out toward Arya. Who's that? I mean, how? It turned out he had been listening to their conversation, and now he wanted to answer Sang-yu's question. I can explain from there. A few minutes ago, Number 7 was still handling those robots with ease. Even if he got hit, he could just raise his shield to block, and then let the flames of hatred burn that robot, while he focused on taking care of the one on his side. C turned to look and broke into a sweat. So strong. Who is this guy? It seemed the robot hadn't fully shut down, so it was still able to communicate. Suddenly, it jerked up, its eyes glowing, probably because of the structure of the modules and electrical circuits. It immediately reached out to choke C, while Number 7 was still busy slaughtering robots and unaware of what was happening. The robot immediately spoke to Number 7. Stop. Number 7 turned in surprise and saw the robot choking C. If you keep attacking, I'll kill him. Don't worry about me. Just destroy that robot. The robot started negotiating with him. If you stop, there won't be any more damage. After hearing that, Number 7 asked C, Are you from Heritage? It doesn't matter. Reinforcements will be here soon. But Number 7 decided to stop fighting and took off his armor. Though surrounded by a lot of robots aiming at him, he wasn't afraid. My master ordered me to cooperate as best as I can with the Heritage Company. Priority is to capture the target. C frowned and tried to stop Number 7. I can't let Heritage suffer any more losses. No, pick up your weapon. C shouted a warning when he saw the robot moving closer to Number 7 from behind. C cried and blamed himself. He got captured because of me. I'm so sorry. Sang-yu, while patting his back, comforted him. You don't have to feel guilty. Wait, I'll check the situation. System notification. Activating fusion skill. He saw Number 7 trapped inside the robot's body. Huh, there's mana circuitry. Suddenly, a high-voltage electric surge hit him. Activating blocking skill, fusion ended. Sang-yu was forced back and couldn't fuse anymore. Damn, what's going on? I think my clone was sent somewhere else. And they might be blocking my fusion skill. I think it'll be really hard to bring him back using spatial skills. Our failure to notice that the ambush was aiming to capture Number 7 is our fault. Arya made a request to Sang-yu. But, can you not kill Number 7? So Arya decided to let her side handle this. Yes, we'll bring him back. Looking at the pile of robot scraps, she already knew who did it. Looks like you figure out the culprit, huh? Yes, Sang-yu readily agreed with her. All right then. Anyway, I had no intention of using Number 7 during the contract with you. Thank you. After hearing their conversation, C was confused. Kill? What do you mean? She answered with a sentence that shocked C. Number 7 is a clone, not a human, so you don't need to feel guilty. Really? Though he said that, Sang-yu was still worried about Number 7. TCH, it'll be fine. Heritage is a big company. They probably have a lot of hunters. Everyone in the class suddenly rushed over to him. Sang-yu, have you joined a group yet? Join my group. My skills will definitely be useful. He saw the scene and was completely shocked. What's going on? Is everyone gathering here to try to convince me to join their group? Sang-yu looked over and saw that Junying's group was just like his. No, there were actually quite a few people on Junying Shin's side. He looked at the crowd and thought to himself. TCH, they said B rank will be penalized, but we don't even know exactly what that means. So, it's normal. We have an entirely different level of experience. It looks like I'll be able to form a pretty strong team. At that moment, Hong Junyi popped his head in and added one more thing. I forgot to mention. Sang-yu, what's the deal with the clones? Hunters like Sang-yu aren't allowed to use clones in this class. Sang-yu turned and directly asked her. Why? Teamwork between members is one of the important standards. And if clones are considered members, it gets complicated, because the clone would end up doing all the work. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked off. Good luck. The people who had gathered around him were shocked when they saw this. Really? He can't use clones. Is that all he has? People started gossiping and bad-mouthing him right in front of him. He couldn't even use Fireball properly when he first started. Then he's pretty useless. Sorry, does anyone want Junying join our group? Everyone started changing their minds and rushed over to Junying. I'm very confident in my endurance. Soon, there was no one left around Sangyu. At this point, Sangyu walked over to Heian. He made the suggestion that she had just invited him to earlier. Want to join my group? Wow, that was fast. So, after a struggle, that's how a group of 3 was formed, and they had to get to know each other. A tall, muscular guy joined the group of the 2. Nice to meet you. Im Jumbi. Aderang kunte aprantisa. Sangyu still remembered who he was and made a face. I saw you rush over to Junying as soon as you heard I couldn't use clones. You seem pretty desperate to find a group, huh? That's none of your business. I'm just really serious about this academy. Heian glanced at Sangyu, then threw a remark back. I don't think you're in a position to say that. No, Im Luyel. Look at our skills. Check out our skills. Junbai laughed and replied, all right. He released green mana and raised his huge shield. I can take hits well thanks to my shield's defense. I can confidently say that I have the best defensive skills in this academy. Wide area defense, activate, enhanced defense on your weapon. Defense stats and the number of people who can be supported depend on the skill level. Heian extended her hand and created green mana orbs. I can create mana orbs. They don't have the impact of fireballs, but they're much faster than fireballs. Mana Master, activate, gather mana. The amount of mana controllable depends on the skill level. Only Sangyu has skills, but other than using clones, I don't know what else to do. Heian angrily reminded Sangyu about the assignment. Come on, really, should I go find another group? He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Junbai. Right, you want to join Junying's hunter group. Junbai seemed a bit awkward when he heard that. Why don't you join them? A D rank is already pretty high in this academy. TCH, I thought that was high, but there's someone better already going with him. At that moment, a thick cloud of dust appeared near Junying's group. He froze, staring at the scene before him. In just a moment, they were able to create such destructive force. Why didn't you take the promotion exam? It turns out that the scene in front of him and the power behind it belonged to 2 people in his group, both of them. They both casually answered, I'm lazy. The other person, with pink hair, gave a wicked smile. F-rank hunter Dowan. F-rank hunter Seo Kin, who found it more fun to bully the weak. Junying marveled at their presence in his group. They were at least C rank or higher, and even Seo Kin, who didn't even bother going to class, joined his group. He had seen their combat power and was certain he could defeat Sangyu with his group. Both of them were too strong. With this group, I'll crush young Sangyu. In a distant and vast place, the spider-like monsters were all killed. Other monsters, like worms with snake heads, emerged from the ground. Someone with slightly reddish skin was preparing to draw their sword. Then, with a single stroke of a red sword, the monsters were killed instantly. The person walked right past the corpses of the monsters. It seemed like they sensed something strange and raised their hand. It turns out the man was looking at the ring on his hand. I forgot how to use this. Suddenly, the spot where the person stood started to collapse downward. A monster from beneath the earth bit down and swallowed the man whole. The monster, several dozen meters tall, stretched up toward the sky, but it was still attacked from the inside by the man. In the end, the man safely escaped. I'll never forget this. Raven continued walking through the pile of monster corpses. It seemed like Heritage was calling me the S-rank hunter, the one seeking Raven. Looks like I'll have to travel far again. Suddenly, Ayanha placed her hand on the ground, and immediately a pink barrier appeared around her. Pink mana emanated from her body. From now on, you'll be fighting against this. Mana fusion, active, rotation, and mana dispersion. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, curses, buffs, and nullify skills. Sangyu broke out in a cold sweat as he remembered their first encounter. She had extinguished a huge fireball like it was nothing. She clasped her hands behind her back and seriously continued. It will also be effective within this space. I've used many anti-magic skills. All magic damage or physical attacks that could threaten your life will be reduced. The others, hearing this, were wide-eyed in shock. So whether it's a gun or magic, you can use either. Even if you shoot someone in the head, they won't die. Don't worry though, it'll leave a scar. She slightly bowed her head, glancing at them. Any questions? There was no reply. She nonchalantly began. All right, let's start the combat trial. The field was surrounded by pink barriers, with a total of 6 shields. 12 teams would be fighting at once. She pointed at the screen while explaining, The winning teams will fight each other, and the losing teams will do the same. I'm not looking for a winner or anything. This is just an opportunity for a proper evaluation. She changed her tone to a more serious one, and finally, Ayanha unexpectedly called Sang-Yu's name. Hunter Jung Sang-Yu, Junying, please step forward. She rummaged through her chest pocket. Drink this before the battle starts. Ayanha pulled out 2 glass vials containing green liquid, mana-debilitating potions. This will reduce your stats to normal levels, like those at the academy in the E-rank tier. Both of them had to drink this potion. It's called mana-debilitating potion, but it's actually poison. The effect is only temporary, so don't worry. It's not lethal, but it will lower your stats. Ayanha reminded them, if you refuse to drink this or use a skill to nullify it, you'll be considered cheating and will automatically receive an F grade. Once everything was set, she loudly announced, now, take your positions, After the match started, in the 4th shield, Team 1, Sang-Yu will be my opponent. No problem. He can't use his clones, and his stats have been reduced. He's basically just F rank now. Sang-Yu clenched his teeth, feeling humiliated but also knowing it was true. Calm down. If we work together, we can still win. In the 2nd shield, Team 2, you've got some other skills besides that, like quick attacks. He glanced over at the next shield. Shin Junying is right next to us. Sang-Yu noticed Seokin, who was laughing maniacally beside them, and wondered, who's that big guy? I don't remember seeing him in class. Someone outside the shield began announcing, all B-rank hunters, please drink the Dia mana-debilitating potion. Phonics Guild members, please supervise. Since it was inevitable, Sang-Yu opened the vial without resistance. Both he and Junying drank the entire potion. A surge of green light filled Sang-Yu's body, causing him intense pain. Are you okay? The system immediately announced, you have absorbed the mana-debilitating potion. Strength, 23.135. He struggled to suppress the pain, glaring in frustration at his stats. Reflexes, 14.135. Stamina, 58.21. Energy is being drained. Magic, 36.23. Strength, 3.251. Reflex, 2.251. The system displayed poison resistance. Sang-Yu was still in pain from the potion, activating his poison resistance. Strength, 2.135. Endurance, 6.647. Stamina, 18.534. Magic, 28.967. Reflex, 23.686. His stats began to recover. Strength, 42.534. Reflex, 32.212. Stamina, 38.593. Endurance, 36.093. Magic, 51.382. He stared at the stat display in disbelief. Mana-debilitating potion fully absorbed. Poison resistance enhanced. Poison resistance, 8.132, 8.138. Over at the area where people were trying to fix things, focus on that, don't let it collapse. Someone suddenly walked up and asked her, Ms. Buzzle. Upon recognizing the person, she was both surprised and happy. Raven, it's been a while. She happily walked over to him. You came. Of course I had to come. More importantly, Raven began asking about the situation here. Is Phuket at the Heritage headquarters? What's going on? Well, a clone skill. He was surprised when he heard that. I didn't even know that skill existed. We're in a rush. We need to find the fastest clone sample we can. Raven immediately understood what they were trying to do. You're going to use it for the skill, or, right, that's a solid skill. But Arya, outside of the data, rejected that idea. No, I'm not concerned about the skill orb anymore. She started talking about a bigger plan. If we experiment with the clone attributes, we can succeed. This will bring us one step closer to our plan. Raven paused for a moment, considering this. That does sound important. All right, I'll go. In the hunter industry, there's a stat that's notoriously difficult to grow: regeneration and poison resistance. The system displayed regeneration enhanced, poison resistance enhanced. Regeneration requires self-inflicted harm to train, and poison resistance enhances after risking your life with poison. Especially poison resistance, which bypasses most toxins once it reaches a certain level. But even increasing it by 1 unit is dangerous. That's why even high-level hunters never try to enhance their immunity with skills. But there are always exceptions. Someone once drank lethal poison instead of water and managed to enhance their immunity. That someone was Sang-Yu, who used to show off his poison potions to number 7, Gooey, Lung Cleaner, Explosive Poison, number 7, and a new potion, stats are still the same. He found it hard to believe that his poison resistance had increased after what had just happened to his body. Sang Yu suddenly thought of something. Then, a voice came from outside the shield. We'll soon begin the evaluation test. Both teams, please be prepared. Yungbei immediately released green mana. I'll set up a defense for us. The people on the opposing team were a little tense. Stay calm. Just do what we discussed. Got it. The match is starting. Sang Yu immediately sprinted toward Team 1. All right, I'm on my way. When he suddenly charged at them, they jumped back in surprise. Huh, he's attacking me. It looked like they were moving in slow motion. This is where stats really matter. I thought I could dodge that easily, like a clone. Sang Yu immediately dodged by circling behind his opponent. Too slow. He quickly moved up behind his opponent and took one down. But then Sang Yu stopped to think. Wait, if I subdue them here, doesn't that mean the mana debilitating potion won't have any effect? As he froze in thought, his opponent circled around and struck him. So they're making me drink even stronger poison. Damn it. His opponent immediately slammed into him, sending him rolling on the ground. Heian and Yungbei were both stunned. Hey, Sangyo. Sang Yu lay in the dirt, bruised and battered. It was quite a dramatic scene. Everyone could see that he had been weakened and had taken a hit. But Yungbei immediately saw through his act. Actually, I've already set up defense for everyone. Even if your stats are reduced, you shouldn't have flown that far. Sang Yu sat up, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. He had to pretend to be natural. It's fine, I'm okay. Thanks to that defense, it really worked. The opposing team was just as confused. What the hell? Is he strong or weak? I don't get it. Just then, Yungbei attacked the opponent, while holding the attacking member of the opposing team in place. Yungbei yelled, Heian, it's time. Heian immediately summoned several mana orbs as soon as she heard Yungbei, and quickly threw them toward the enemy team. Unexpectedly, one of the 2 male members on the other team shielded the female member by taking the hit himself. It's fine, I can take it. The 2 members from the opposing team charged at Yungbei, attacking him first. Sang Yu watched from a distance as his teammates were being attacked, thinking to himself, with just Heian and Yungbei, we definitely can't win. Is there any way I can help my team without making it too obvious? Then, he suddenly had an idea. That's it. He immediately pretended to yell and rushed toward the remaining female member of Team 1. Haha, I won't let you get away. The opponent immediately used her skill to attack Sang Yu. Disperse, a stone, activating skill. He couldn't hold back and was slammed by her attack. Sang Yu silently planned in his head, I'll pretend to be knocked away. Then he used his foot to change direction, flying straight toward the 2 of them, targeting them. Both Heian and Yungbei were shocked. Sang Yu scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm fine really, it's all thanks to that defense buff. Without it, I don't know what would have happened. His charge knocked out the 2 opponents right there on the spot. What the hell? The female member of the enemy team quickly tried to explain, No, it wasn't me. I don't have the strength to knock someone away like that. My skill isn't strong enough. As she was panicking, Sang Yu praised her. That was really impressive. The girl gritted her teeth in frustration, and then activated her combo skill, hurling rocks toward them. It wasn't me. Yungbei stepped forward and used a shield to block everything. It was clear that the opponent was surrounded by a cloud of dust. From that smoke, something suddenly shot out, several mana orbs aimed directly at the girl. It turned out that Heian had taken the opportunity to take down the opponent. There, I'm confident in my speed. The outside observer was taking notes. That's fast. 4th barrier, Team 2 wins. The 3 of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Good job, everyone. Your buff is the best, Yungbei. You don't need to emphasize it anymore. Sang Yu turned to look at Junying's side, wondering how Shin Junying was doing. At that moment, he saw Ian activating his skill, then relentlessly punching his opponent, making the opponent beg, please stop. It sent chills down the spines of the others watching. The teammate of the person being beaten cried out, Hey, we've already admitted defeat. Stop. The overseer immediately rushed in, shouting, Stop. Stop the match now. But Ian seemed to ignore him and kept attacking his opponent fiercely. Luckily, Ainha appeared just in time. Can't you hear us? Are you deaf? We said stop. Ian immediately let go of the opponent and turned to her. Oh, were you talking to me? I didn't know. Ian started complaining about the magic ring. Because of this restrictive magic ring, I can't use my full strength when throwing a punch. If it weren't for that, one punch would have been enough. Ian turned to the other two in his team and asked, "Don't you think so?" "Yeah, I can't even do a proper cut." Ian was feeling a huge headache over this. "I made a mistake. I didn't take into account the high-level hunters and their experience when facing low-ranked opponents. I shouldn't have rushed to apply the skill-reducing rings and the debuff to all of them." She immediately ordered the overseer next to her. "Quick, get the healer over here. Write it down, hurry up." The healer needed to treat the person on site right away. Heian felt that this situation was getting out of hand. "Isn't this a bit too much?" But Sangyu didn't say anything and just stared off into the distance, as if deep in thought. Yungbei tried to comfort the other two. "Don't worry. We've got a total of 6 people who've won, and there's only a 20% chance that we'll face them next. I think they'll be our next opponents." Sangyu suggested taking a short break before continuing the match. Ian turned to ask another overseer, "Has the winner been decided yet?" Yes, we'll be doing random pairings now." "No random pairings." She decided to pair Sangyu's team against Zhang Xian's team. So the second-place team in the 4th barrier would face the first-place team in the 5th barrier. "What?" The overseer was still unsure if he had heard correctly, so he asked again. "You mean Sangyu and Junying's teams?" "Yes." It turned out that Ian had figured out the truth, even though Sangyu had tried to hide it. The moves earlier weren't those of someone affected by the debuff, and he hadn't used any cleansing skills or healing potions. She decided to pass this hot potato over to Sangyu's team. "I don't know what he did with the debuff, but if someone causes trouble, I can just make them fight each other. At least we'll get to see a good match." In Nevada, the desert, at Xeon Corporation's laboratory, someone kept pounding on the door. "Open up, FBI." It turned out that the FBI had come to take down Xeon. The Xeon company was suspected of ambushing Heritage Corp and illegally manufacturing and selling drugs. "Please cooperate with us." But no matter how loud they shouted, the door stayed shut. The agents were starting to get frustrated. "They're completely ignoring us." "Forget it. We have a search warrant. We can break it down." The leader-like figure in the group then ordered the biggest guy in the team. "Xeon, you're up. Go ahead, you're the strongest here." Xeon immediately activated his skill, feeling his body harden as the skill took effect. He rushed toward the steel door with all his strength. "Let's do this." There was dust everywhere, but Xeon was left frozen in front of the door. The door didn't even have a scratch on it, not even a single mark. Suddenly, something appeared on the door. It shot and destroyed all the cameras on their bodies. "What? The cam's on us." Then it switched to laser beams, quickly scanning over them. Red lines appeared on their bodies. And then they dropped dead on the spot. Raven happened to be there as well. He laughed. "I've gone from the desert to Heritage, and now, back to the desert." Raven moved forward, following the directions. "Let's see. This is Xeon Corporation? They said it was around here." Not long after, he noticed something strange. He stood high up, feeling the wind blowing past him. The Xeon robots are cleaning up the crime scene, the smell of burnt flesh. Raven immediately appeared in front of the door. "Hey," he asked the robot, visibly irritated, "what are you burning?" But the robot just kept focusing on the fire, ignoring him. Seeing this, he immediately drew his sword, ignoring me. "Huh? Let me rephrase my question." Just as he finished asking, the robot's fire gun suddenly went out. "This is Xeon Corporation, right?" The robot made a noise that sounded like Morse code. Then it immediately turned and prepared to attack Raven. But Raven, with his quick sword strikes, took it down immediately. "Looks like I'm at the right place." He looked down at the charred corpse, deep in thought, as if considering something. Raven continued moving forward. "Let's see what's inside Xeon. Try and stop me." Inside the Trevor laboratory, Xeon was laughing. "I was completely wrong. I thought the gem could turn someone into a monster, and that was the quickest way to increase stats. But in reality, it's a barrier preventing pure stat growth. The effect of the gem that increases stats has disappeared, and only the effect of transforming the user into a monster through mutation remains." The person on the other end of the line shared his joy. "Congratulations. It seems like solving the side effects of the research is just a matter of time. If I hadn't found a sample that absorbed the gem and kept its human form, I would have probably been stuck with this problem for the rest of my life." He continued to talk about his grand plan. "Soon, humanity will have hope." Suddenly, the laboratory shook, and an announcement immediately rang out to cover up John's awareness. The security gate had been destroyed. What? The FBI managed to get through. The person speaking to him delivered an even more shocking update. The FBI had been wiped out, but an S-rank swordsman had arrived. What the hell? He yelled out in anger and frustration. No, I was so close to finding the answer, and now it has to end here. Trevor John tried to calm himself down and started giving orders. I'll use sample number 7 against Raven. The last remaining S-rank hunter is still human after all. I'll use this specimen as a weapon to stop him. Raven continued deeper into John's base. He saw countless tubes filled with monsters. They're managing the project based on the corpses of these monsters. I wonder if the clones are stable. Raven glanced around. I've reached a place even more horrifying than I imagined. Who would have thought there was such a huge space under the ground? Suddenly, a voice rang out, blocking his path. Please stop, swordsman. Raven immediately turned toward where the voice came from. Who are you? The robot spoke to him, explaining. I'm the AI that manages this facility. You are trespassing on John Corporation's private area. I know, but I've heard that John Corporation attacked Heritage and kidnapped an important friend of mine. The AI didn't seem to care and dismissed Raven. I know nothing about that. Please leave. Looks like even machines know how to lie these days. Even if I hear it 1,000 times, this is definitely a woman's voice. What's going on here? As the AI finished speaking, a swarm of robots appeared. This is not a request. They immediately targeted Raven. These high-tech combat robots would chase him down. This is your final warning. Leave immediately. But Raven remained completely calm and indifferent. Where are these high-tech combat robots? Suddenly, a sword slash appeared. The robots were torn apart in an instant. Looks like he won't compromise. All I see here is a pile of scrap metal. On the other side, Heian was slightly annoyed and called out to Sang Yu, "Hey, look at this." Turns out, she was frustrated because their team was actually going up against Young Jaehyun's team. Didn't you say there was only a 20% chance we'd run into them? Jungbai looked over and stammered, "That team, why aren't you saying anything?" Instead of answering Heian, Sang Yu just muttered something meaningless. Jungbai's shield support is the best. That's not what I meant. I was getting irritated watching the exchange. Is this some kind of joke? He looked at Sang Yu like he was a fool. Is that guy really a B-rank hunter? Young Jaehyun immediately reminded On, stay on guard. What I want is a complete victory. Mun Do-won agreed and got ready for battle. I like to finish this quickly too. Let's get started. Jungbai, despite sweating nervously, took the fight seriously. I'll provide support for you guys. The shield sharing skill was activated. Sang Yu suddenly became more serious. I should stop pretending. At the very least, those two are C-rank. Whether they figure me out or not, I have to go all out. Outside the battlefield, Ian Ha, who was observing, gave a warning to the supervisors. As a precaution, have the emergency medics on standby. Understood, ma'am. She then made an announcement. All contestants, prepare yourselves. The battle begins. On was the first to charge at Sang Yu. Let's see the skills of a B-rank hunter, shall we? Luckily, Sang Yu's agility allowed him to dodge in time. However, unexpectedly, a glowing ring appeared around his hand. Sang Yu delivered a powerful punch, knocking On's face to the side. On grinned wildly, blood dripping from his mouth. What the hell? That was a pretty good punch. Are you sure you took the weakening potion? Turns out, that ring had something to do with Ian Ha. So this is the restriction the guild leader mentioned. I was planning to knock him out, but I couldn't. I guess I'm still not strong enough for that. On didn't give him time to think and immediately rushed in with another attack. One more thing. Meanwhile, Junying remains still, not attacking or making a move at all. Is Junying really under the effects of the weakening potion? The thought that his opponent might have poison resistance was unacceptable to Sang Yu. No way. There's no chance his resistance is as strong as mine. Besides, he barely moved during the last evaluation battle. If that's the case, Sang Yu immediately dashed toward Junying's back. He must be in a weakened state. Junying quickly realized what Sang Yu was trying to do. So you've decided to go for me first? Suddenly, a bright light surrounded Sang Yu. A bolt of lightning struck directly onto the battlefield. Out of nowhere, countless shards of glass rained down from above. What the hell is this? Watch out for the glass shards. Sang Yu was left completely charred from the lightning strike. The damage had exceeded his limit. The shield sharing skill was deactivated. Zhenying looked down at his own hand, clearly unsatisfied. My magic isn't functioning properly inside this barrier. Seeing Sang Yu severely injured, he sighed internally. Oh well, this should still do the job. You really thought you could win, just because I took the weakening potion? While Zhenying was busy talking, Sang Yu grabbed his knife. Watch as your whole team loses because of your own uselessness. Sang Yu looked up and grinned, blood dripping down his forehead. Don't make me laugh. I'll do everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. On John's side, an announcement echoed. The combat robots have been destroyed. Already. We've used up all our reserve energy. Trevor nervously tapped on the control keyboard. What about the batch of drugs we're supposed to inject into the test subject? We've only prepared the mind control drug for behavioral regulation, bone enhancement, basic abilities, and physical defense. All of it has been injected into specimen number 7 in the test tube. But that alone should significantly enhance the clone's vision and mobility. Now, Trevor finally smirked with confidence. Good. Inject it into the specimen. Back at the battlefield, Yung Bei was wounded by his opponent, unable to find an opening. Moon, Zheng Bi's opponent, unleashed a barrage of attacks, each strike accelerating in speed. In the blink of an eye, Yung Bei suffered another fresh wound. Moon glanced at Yung Bei, a mix of admiration and frustration on his face. I'm to slice your arm off with that last strike. But your defense is impressive. Annoyingly so. Sang Yu turned his head and saw the scene unfold. Yung Bei. Just as he was about to rush over to help, Zheng Xian intercepted. And where do you think you're going? Force field lock has been activated. Didn't you say you'd take me down first? Sang Yu immediately turned to Zheng Xian with a sharp glare. Get out of my way. A fireball erupted from his palm, shattering the force field. Zhenying watched the tiny fireball flying toward him. I'm pretty sure you've seen me cast this spell before. With a smirk, he conjured an enormous fireball, several times larger, and hurled it at Sang Yu. But this is a real fireball. At that moment, Sang Yu swiftly summoned a subspace. The fireball vanished straight into it. Zhenying's eyes widened in frustration. You bastard. When the hell did you learn a defensive skill like that? I've had my eyes on that fireball of yours for a while now. Heian wasn't having an easy time either. Unactivated his skill, toying with Heian. What are you doing? Punishing the weak. The lower your opponent's stats, the higher your base stats become. Unswung his fist toward Heian. You call that an attack skill? Luckily, Sang Yu appeared just in time to block it. He stared at On and smirked. You're strong. Suddenly, his pupils turned bright red. A sharp pain surged through his body, forcing him to his knees. Ah! Sang Yu clenched his teeth in agony. His body was undergoing some kind of transformation. A new skill was being activated. Zhenying didn't know what was happening, but he saw an opportunity. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? This is our chance. Attack Zheng Sangju now. Moon hesitated for a moment, but eventually acted. TC, I don't like it, but whatever. Combo attack, activate. Increasing the power of my next strike. Uncharged at Sang Yu with a furious punch. Try blocking this like you did before. Punishing the weak had been upgraded, now temporarily affecting even those with higher stats. Zhenying also launched his attack. Fireball, activate. Flame Barrage, activate. Hellfire, activate. All three of them charged at Sang Yu with their skills. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Explosions rang out one after another, tearing up the ground. Seiken slammed his fists into the ground and roared. I'll end this. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring everything from view. Heian screamed, while Zunbai muttered anxiously. Sengu. No, just then, a voice called out for the referee. The medical team rushed over. Healing squad, over here. Wait a moment. On the other side, the system notifications kept ringing on Sang Yu's status. Skill, Reinforced Bones has been created. Passive skill, Reinforced Bones has been acquired. The sound of skill level-ups kept echoing, accompanied by a steady rise in his stats. Then, the mechanical voice rang out again. Skill, Hatred for the Weak, has reached its limit. The endurance gap is too large. The agility gap is too large. And then, Sang Yu emerged from the smoke, raising his hand to block Seiken's attack. Skill, Iron Skin has been created. As he leveled up, all of his base stats surged drastically. Endurance, strength, reflexes, stamina, every attribute increased by tens of thousands. Sang Yu glanced at Seokin and said calmly, "Shall we end this?" But Seokin wasn't about to back down. He immediately swung his elbow at Sang Yu's face. From the sidelines, Ainha activated a support skill. "This is dangerous. Stop Sang Yu." But her skill wasn't strong enough to restrain Sang Yu and his overwhelming power. He simply raised his fist, shattering Ainha's skill in an instant. Then, without hesitation, he landed a devastating punch to Seokin's stomach. Seokin let out a choked cry of pain. His body was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall behind him. As the battlefield fell silent, Seokin slumped to the ground, lifeless. Yungbei and Heian stared wide-eyed in shock. Even Junying and Doan were stunned. Junying stammered, panic creeping into his voice. What the hell was that? Sang Yu remained composed. This is how it should end. In Trevor's laboratory, the rigid voice of the system echoed. Defensive skill has been created. System has recognized reinforced bones and iron skin. Trevor burst into laughter. Yes, as long as it doesn't turn into a monster, its stats will skyrocket. He smirked in satisfaction. And since it's been equipped with the most advanced weaponry from Tron Corporation, Clone 7 stood before him as Trevor's proud words trailed off. A warrior capable of defeating even an S-rank hunter has been created. Trevor turned to the computer system. Have you completely brainwashed it? After rebooting its brain, we have successfully changed its master to you, Sir Trevor. Excited, Trevor grabbed the robot's shoulders. From now on, your name is T-01. Suddenly, another screen popped up. Target. Sword Seeker has reached the 7th basement floor. Estimated arrival, 5 minutes. Trevor let out a small chuckle. Perfect timing. He patted the robot's shoulder. I have a mission for you, T-01. Eliminate the intruder. The robot remained silent, showing no reaction, leaving Trevor momentarily stunned. He quickly checked its systems, muttering to himself, "Is it not listening?" I installed the translation software. Frustrated, he commanded again, T-01, kill that intruder for me. The robot's eyes glowed coldly as it spoke. I am number 7. With perfect composure, number 7 landed a heavy punch on Trevor, making him cry out in pain. I only take orders from my true master. Trevor's computer system suddenly sounded an alert in a panic. Number 7 spoke calmly. Forced injection of a serum, then issue the command. This facility and everyone in it are classified as enemies. The system continued trying to reach Trevor. Sir Trevor. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ainha stared in shock. That bastard Jung Sang Yu. He just nullified my skill on his own. Damn it. Is he really just a B rank? The supervisor behind her asked urgently. What should we do? Should we stop this? Ainha turned her head and gave a firm order. There are still other members left. Just heal the injured hunters and get them outside the boundary first. She glanced back at the battlefield. There's no reason to stop this fight just because the weakening serum isn't working on Jung Sang Yu. Junying gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Even Deng Aion isn't affected by that serum. Ainha felt a chill run down her spine as she recalled the situation earlier. The serum didn't lower skill ranks. It forced users to burn through massive amounts of mana when using powerful abilities. If the serum worked as intended, he should be exhausted by now. A bead of sweat rolled down her forehead. But from the start, this fight has already defied those limits. We continue. Just keep watching. Doan stood next to Junying, pleading desperately. Deng Aion, give me the order. But Junying was seething with rage, grinding his teeth. Why you? Doan turned to look and saw Junying's face darken several shades. He immediately shouted, Junying, snap out of it. Frantically, he tried to shake Junying awake. Can't you see what's happening? Junying looked at Sang Yu, then stammered, sorry. Doan sighed in relief. Finally, you're back to your senses. Junying furrowed his brows and thought to himself, how stupid. What the hell was I thinking? A memory surfaced. His superior's words echoed in his mind. Take the serum. This is your chance to prove yourself. Junying clenched his fist and activated his skill, determination burning in his eyes. I have no room for failure. It's all or nothing. I'll boost your speed. Restrain him now. Immediately, the system's notification rang out. Speed, reflex, and agility have increased significantly. Doan's excitement surged as he drew his sword, charging straight towards Sang Yu. This boost is insane. With the speed, I can. His figure blurred as he closed in on Sang Yu, aiming to take down the monster before him. But the moment his sword made contact, it shattered into pieces. Do-won froze in shock as the system notification rang again. Speed boost effect has ended. His mind reeled. What the hell? That boost. Why did it end so fast? Panicking, he reached for the backup, sword strapped to his back. But before he could grab it, Sang Yu had already turned, his fist flying straight toward Do-won. This ends now. However, before his punch could land, a cluster of sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, a massive wall of frozen thorns, forming an impenetrable barrier between them. From a distance, Zhenying struggled to shout a warning. Get out of there now. Sang Yu reinforced his endurance and shattered the restraints. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Do-won by the collar, his opponent's eyes widening in shock. Zhenying clenched his teeth and activated his skill again, seething with frustration. Why? Even after taking a direct hit from Zhenying's attack, Sang Yu didn't stop, his fists still hurtling toward Do-won. He struck again and again, relentless. Zhenying's anger boiled over. Why? Do-won, unable to withstand it any longer, collapsed, defeated by Sang Yu. Zhenying could no longer hold back his rage. Why do you get to have everything? A flurry of stones gathered, then shot straight toward Sang Yu, stone barrage activated. A cloud of dust erupted as his skill detonated on impact. Haiyan and Yung Bei barely managed to dodge the shockwave. Stay behind me. We'll only slow him down otherwise. All right. The supervisor stood frozen, watching the battle unfold. This isn't just a practical exam anymore. But Sang Yu remained calm, effortlessly dodging the incoming projectiles. It was as if they had no effect on him at all. Zhenying's eyes burned with determination, but his body was trembling from exhaustion. With one final push, he unleashed a powerful strike. A deafening explosion followed, engulfing the entire area in smoke. Zhenying clutched his right arm, gasping for breath. Before he could react, Sang Yu suddenly appeared in front of him, his crimson eyes glowing ominously. Sang Yu raised his fist and whispered coldly, "Stop blaming others for your own weakness." Then he swung. But just as his punch was about to land, Ayanha blocked it. She winced as cracks spread across her shield from the impact. With great effort, she managed to speak. "The evaluation is over." Raising her voice, she announced, "Yung Sang Yu, your team has won." Zhenying collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Ayanha glanced at the wreckage caused by Sang Yu and his team. "Gather your clones and help clean this up." "Got it." The clones split up, tidying up the battlefield. Ayanha watched them for a while before finally saying, "This should be enough." She turned to Sang Yu, who was slipping on his coat. "Hunter Yung Sang Yu, follow me." The two of them walked side by side down the long, silent corridor. After a brief pause, Ayanha spoke. "How did you break free from the effects of the weakening potion?" Sang Yu flinched at the question. He forced a smile. "I just drank it, and the effect disappeared on its own." Ayanha gave him a puzzled look. "How high is your poison resistance?" Sang Yu hesitated before answering. "About 8,138. Immediately, she shouted, "8 what?" Her voice was filled with disbelief. A normal person would have to eat at least 8 deadly mushrooms over time just to reach that level of resistance. "How did you do it?" Sang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just lots of training, I guess." But in reality, he knew the truth. It was all thanks to his clones. Ayanha took out a cigarette, lighting it as she spoke. "Well, I guess it's not technically cheating, so I won't ask any more questions. The other students are probably going to start gossiping about this, but I'll figure out a way to cover it up." With that, she waved him off. "All right, you can go now." Sang Yu didn't hesitate. "Got it." He let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Looks like I'm off the hook." Lowering his gaze, he stared at his petrified hand, deep in thought. So what exactly is this skill? It hadn't just manifested. It came with some seriously insane effects. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Skill identified. Indomitable body. Passive effect. Physical and magical resistance increased by 50%. Pain reception reduced. Active effect. Temporarily doubles passive effects. Sang Yu had a hunch. This must be because of Clone 7. The clone grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Master, have you successfully acquired the skill?" Sang Yu's expression turned serious. No matter how he thought about it, only Clone 7 could have developed this skill. Did something happen to him after he got captured? Was he experimented on? I need to check using my familiar skill. But the moment he activated his detection ability, Clone 7 immediately let out a pained cry. Sang Yu sighed and gave a wry smile. Forget it. He shook his head. Clone 7 is smart enough to handle himself. Ignoring the clone's confused expression, Sang Yu kept walking. Heritage promised to bring him back. They're probably already on it. On the side of number 7, he is fighting despite the system's mechanical interruptions in the Trevor laboratory. Stop the machine sounds continue to blare. Stop T01. In response is his cold voice. I am number 7. The computer system firmly confronts him. You are destroying invaluable infrastructure and research. Stop immediately. But number 7 directly ignores it. I only take orders from my master. The system immediately responds. The John Corporation is your master. Suddenly, a tall man appears. Raven looks at Sang Yu's clone and asks, You are number 7. Number 7 calmly replies, Yes. He observes the chaotic scene with a slight smile. I guess everything was resolved before I arrived. Despite Trevor lying unconscious on the floor, Raven says to number 7, Then it's simple, let's get out of here. But he looks at Javen with a suspicious gaze. Sorry, but which organization do you belong to? Raven calmly responds, I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to cooperate with Heritage for 3 months. Didn't you tell your master about this? Number 7 slightly hesitates. Heritage. Raven looks at him with concern. Are you okay? After experiencing pain, number 7 looks at Javen calmly. Sorry, but I don't recall receiving such orders. The laboratory's computer system speaks with an air of arrogance. But before it can finish speaking, number 7 draws his sword and cuts it down. It seems the brainwashing drug is working. Now listen to our orders. Number 7 disdainfully replies, I only listen to my master's commands. That will not change. He shows a slightly awkward expression. Is it because of the brainwashing drug that he lost his memory? How complicated. It seems he hasn't been brainwashed, but has forgotten he was ordered to cooperate with Heritage. He grips the hilt of his sword and slowly speaks. We can contact your master, but unfortunately, I currently have no way to reach out. Javen draws his sword from his belt. Sorry, but I will have to use force to bring you with me. Number 7 replies in a deep voice, Then you will become my enemy. At the hospital affiliated with the Hunter Academy, Junying sat on the hospital bed, looking utterly exhausted. He recalled Sang Yu's words just before landing that powerful punch on him earlier. Don't blame others for your own weakness. He covered his mouth with his hand and mumbled, I lost. Gripping the cabinet beside the hospital bed, he slowly stood up. I even had to resort to dirty tricks. He took slow steps toward the door, and yet I still failed. Junying walked across the hospital courtyard in the quiet of the afternoon. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and grabbed him. He was shoved against the wall, letting out a pained grunt. Seo Kin tightened his grip around Junying's neck. Are you messing with me? I heard you passed out before even getting hit. His fury intensified as he squeezed Junying's throat even harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. And yet, you have a nerve to call yourself a B rank. You couldn't even beat some brain-dead idiot who couldn't use his unique clone skill. But then, Seo Kin sensed something was off. Wait a second, the person he'd been choking all this time wasn't Junying. It was Sang Yu in disguise. With a swift motion, Sang Yu kicked him hard in the stomach. That so-called brain-dead idiot you're talking about is me. As Seo Kin collapsed to the ground, Sang Yu looked down at him with disdain. Take your loss with some dignity. Stop blaming others. Seo Kin clutched his stomach, glaring at him in pure rage. He shouted Sang Yu's name. Young Sang Yu. But Sang Yu remained calm as he summoned his clones. What were you saying again? You can't use your strength because you're inside the suppression barrier and took a weakening potion? 2 clones suddenly materialized from thin air. Well then, come at me. Let's see what you've got. Seo Kin trembled, wanting to back down. W8. But Sang Yu showed no mercy. Teach him how to talk properly and show some respect. Seo Kin screamed, but before he could finish his plea, he took a fist straight to the face. W8, please. He tried to say something, but was met with another punch. Stop. The clones struck him repeatedly, their voices eerily synchronized. Please stop. Junying hesitantly asked Sang Yu, Why did you save me? Sang Yu turned his head and calmly replied, Don't get the wrong idea. I only beat him up because he dared to talk shit about me. Meanwhile, Seo Kin's gang was in chaos. My bones. Dude, my precious bones are broken. But bones are just. Sang Yu hit the exact spot of doubt in Junying's heart. We're not friends, so don't get the wrong idea. He turned his back, acting as if he was the best in this academy. But Junying suddenly called him back. Wait. A vein popped on his forehead. What now? Do you need a punch to wake up? Junying replied with a guilty expression. I heard my team 2 captain went a bit overboard. I really didn't intend for that to happen. I only asked her to protect the monster poaching groups from being caught and to ensure that no killings would occur. He paused for a moment before continuing. It seems like she didn't really care about that. But I truly don't want any misunderstandings. Sang Yu remained indifferent. Whatever. Meanwhile, Seokin was still wailing in pain. It hurts. Please stop hitting me. Yes, that's right, just like that. On the side of number 7, Raven mumbled in a low voice. I heard the owner of this clone is only ranked B. He closed his eyes. The hunter ranking system must have made a mistake. Raven used number 7 as a cushion, casually sitting on him. He's probably knocked out. I don't want him waking up again. Thinking back on the battle, Raven found it hard to believe that this guy had kept up with his attack patterns until the end. Was it because his attack and defense tactics were solid that he could hold his ground against me for this long? He pondered. And the owner of this guy has multiple clones like this? Sounds exhausting. Raven stroked his chin and chuckled twice. This isn't like me, but maybe I should learn from him. Raven stepped toward Trevor, who was collapsed on the floor. Now let's finish this side too. His slow words made Trevor jolt. I know you're awake. Cold sweat dripped down Trevor's forehead as he stammered. Wait, Sir Swordsman, what do you want? Please, I can't die yet. Raven's eyes turned icy. I'm the one asking the questions. I expect you to answer truthfully. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Seeing that, Trevor's whole body trembled. Are you the one who created the AI for John's company? Trevor immediately responded, yes. Raven continued, the AI's voice belongs to Elisa. Do you know her? Trevor gasped in shock. Huh? How do you know that name? Raven didn't answer and pressed on. Is she still alive? So, you were also one of the researchers involved in that experiment. Since you know Elisa, you must know the others as well. Trevor shouted, Where's Elisa now? Raven replied with something completely unrelated. Her lover was Jean Style. Trevor frantically pressed for answers without giving Raven a chance to reply. Please tell me. I'll give you my savings if you do. Just tell me. Wait, what did you say? She had a lover. A vein bulged on Raven's forehead. He raised his hand threateningly, making Trevor freeze. Shut up. I'm the one asking the questions, got it? Trevor weakly replied, yes. Raven's voice turned grave. Since you were part of the experiment, you must have been colleagues with Liebert, right? Tell me everything you know about him. Trevor mumbled, Liebert, huh? It's been a while since I've heard that name. And colleagues? I never considered him a colleague. Raven nodded slightly. So you really don't know? Good. Then I'll kill Liebert myself. Trevor trembled at Raven's chilling words. I know a little, but I'm not sure if it'll be useful to you. He used to have a repair shop. Seeing Raven's attentive expression, he continued. I'm not sure if it's still there. The last time I visited was 50 years ago. Raven sheathed his sword, making Trevor feel somewhat less afraid. That's enough. Where is it? Trevor knelt down and answered. I'll send you the location through the identification bracelet. Please provide me with your rank identification number. Raven looked at him suspiciously. Identification bracelet? After a brief moment, Raven asked, Can you write it down instead? I'm terrible with technology. Trevor nodded. Of course. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over. Here. Raven examined the paper carefully, still carrying Clone 7 on his shoulder. All right now. But before he could finish, Trevor interrupted. Wait. Before you go, please, just tell me. Where is Elisa? He shouted. Is she okay? But Raven simply walked away, unfazed. I already told you. Only I get to ask the questions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sang Yu was on a call. Miss Burchale, I heard you successfully rescued Clone 7, but the voice on the other end remained pensive. Yes, but it seems he has already been experimented on multiple times. Burchale paused briefly before continuing. I believe they were trying to brainwash him and reset his memories. Maybe you should try ordering him to cooperate with Heritage again and see what happens. Sang Yu immediately responded. Order him? Fine, I'll do it right away. He paused, deep in thought. Brainwashing, huh? As he walked, he stared at his phone screen. So he's already been experimented on? Does that mean Clone 7 is the real reason why I suddenly got stronger? The corner of Sang Yu's lips curled up. With all these skills and stats, getting to rank should be easy. My base stats have increased significantly, and even this invincible body skill, I have no idea how I got it. Tisk. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. I wonder, could he be kidnapped again? But he quickly slapped himself, rejecting the thought. What the hell am I thinking? I promised myself I wouldn't treat them like tools. Sang Yu laughed as he walked. Anyway, the rescue was a success. The bastards who interfered with the hunt are being dealt with. And I won the Battle Royale training. Things are finally looking up. Recently, rumors started spreading across the hunting grounds. Rumors that young Sang Yu's clones not only wiped out a group of B-rank hunters, but even took down an A-rank hunter. The person who managed that battle gave a statement to the association. Honestly, every time I think about it. Of course, the fight started because someone tried to steal their monsters, so the clones retaliated. But as the rumors spread, the story got twisted little by little. Death awaits anyone who dares trespass on their territory. With hundreds of victims, anyone who steals their monsters is as good as dead. Or worse, tortured. If you stare too long or act out of line, you might even lose some teeth. That was how his demonic reputation began to spread among the hunters. And as the rumors grew wilder, no one even dared to cross paths with the clones anymore. Other hunters, upon encountering them, would immediately bow their heads and beg, "Please forgive us. Have mercy." And this went on for days. One evening, at a casual eatery, Sang Yu, Yungbei, and Heian raised their glasses in celebration of their victory. Sang Yu smiled at the two and said, "You both did great." But Yungbei, with a serious expression, shook his head. I barely contributed." Heian agreed with him. "You were the one who handled everything in the end." Hearing that, Sang Yu let out a sigh. But that defensive buff of yours was really amazing." Yungbei forced a smile. "Please, let's not talk about that buff anymore." Just then, a man sitting at the table next to them suddenly stood up and shouted, catching Sang Yu's attention. "Oh, look who we have here. The most famous man in the hunter world." He rambled on for a bit before calling out, "Hey, Mr. Young Sang Yu. You think a mere B rank like you deserves all this fame?" The woman sitting next to him immediately tried to stop him. "Hey, cut it out. You're wrong." Sang Yu looked at the man with a complicated expression. "Who are you?" The woman forced a smile. "I'm so sorry. He's completely out of line." The man struggled against her grip, trying to break free. "Let me go. I need to say this." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. You're just a B rank. But you used to be an E rank hunter. Now you're acting like you own and control that entire area. I spent every last bit of my money just to get an entry pass. And then your clones came and took all our monsters?" Sang Yu looked genuinely confused. "Please calm down. I haven't sent my clones to any hunting grounds below C rank recently." The man shoved his phone in Sang Yu's face and shouted, "Then what the hell is this?" Sang Yu stared at the screen in shock. He thought to himself, this picture. The man, still fuming, yelled, "If you're going to claim an area, the least you could do is warn us first. We were already hunting there. How can you just waltz in and declare it yours?" Sang Yu kept his eyes fixed on the clones displayed on the phone screen. "Clone 2, the woman beside the man quickly stepped in. "Stop it already. Apologies, sir. This is our bill, right?" Even as he was being dragged away, the man kept shouting, "I told you to let go. You were there too. Didn't you go crazy over it as well?" As Sang Yu walked down the main road, he let out a sigh. "I saw the picture and the location. But that wasn't me. It looks like this misunderstanding won't be cleared up so easily." Heian, following behind him, looked at him in surprise. "So what now?" Sang Yu calmly explained. "It seems like someone who looks like Clone 2 has restricted access to an E-rank hunting ground and taken over all the hunting spots." She gasped. "What? Are you sure?" Sang Yu gave a faint smile. "There's a picture, but that alone doesn't prove anything. I never ordered him to do that. And I haven't been hunting recently either." Yungbei, walking beside him, hesitated before speaking. "So that means maybe..." He voiced the suspicion in his mind. Could someone be impersonating your clones and doing this? Sang Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It's possible. He turned to his teammates. "They say those imposters are pretty well known in that area. Have you ever heard about this?" Yungbei thought for a moment before replying. "I heard that anyone who tries to steal monsters from the clones ends up disappearing without a trace." Sang Yu clenched his fists, his voice turning firm. "That's right. No one can touch what belongs to me. As soon as Sang Yu finished speaking, Yung Bei continued, but it was the first time I heard someone declare a monster hunting area as a territory in that controlled area. I've never even been to a Birang dungeon, so there's still a lot I don't know. Sang Yu glanced at Heian and suddenly remembered. She was an E-rank hunter. And what about you, Heian? She puffed up her cheeks. I haven't even gone hunting yet. Sang Yu looked at her in surprise. What? Heian recalled what Sang Yu had once promised her. That's why I said, if my test results were good, could you take me hunting just once? At that time, he immediately agreed. It's not a problem. If you join the guild, I'll take you hunting with me. Heian's face remained calm. You said you'd take me hunting if I got into the guild. But it seems like you forgot. Sang Yu immediately exclaimed. So that's why you've never been hunting before? Heian placed her hands on her hips. Of course. I've been waiting for you to keep your promise. Sang Yu put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Then suddenly he spoke up. All right, we're going tomorrow. Heian's face lit up with excitement. Really? She practically beamed. You better not change your mind. Sang-woo smiled. I keep my word. Meanwhile, Yung Bei, standing behind them, looked regretful. Man, I want to go too. The next day, at the JM organization, Sang Yu adjusted his gear one last time. His teammate, who worked as an agent, suddenly asked, Did you take additional melee combat classes at the academy, or something? Sang Yu replied in a low voice, No, I'm just heading to the hunting grounds. His teammate nodded slightly. It's been a while since you last went hunting, huh? As Sang Yu examined the gun in his hand, he said, I have a promise to keep. Also, I heard someone's been impersonating me and stealing monsters in low-rank hunting areas. So, I'm going to check it out. His teammate was surprised. What? Someone's impersonating you? Sang Yu nodded and glanced toward Clone 2. Want to see the picture? Clone 2, come here, he called out. His teammate widened his eyes as he looked at the image on the phone. That's Clone 2. Sang Yu calmly asked, Is that you? Clone 2 ser indifferently. No. I haven't left this place except for the times I was summoned through the portal. And if we compare that guy in the picture to us, his face is 2% bigger, his shoulders are 5% narrower, and the upper to lower body ratio is... Sang Yu raised a hand to stop him. All right, calm down. I believe you. He then handed the phone to Clone 2. If you see someone like this, can you recognize them? Clone 2 replied coolly, Probably. Just then, a skeleton let out a painful shriek as Heian struck it down. The group had now entered an E-rank hunting ground, the skeleton village. Sang Yu crossed his arms and nodded approvingly. Nice. You took down that skeleton well. You don't need my help anymore, huh? Heian adjusted her breathing and smiled. Thank you, teacher. Sang Yu glanced toward Clone 2 as a silent signal before turning back to Heian. Judging by your performance in this E-rank hunting ground, I think you're ready to take the rank-up test. Heian blushed slightly. I'm not that good yet. Seeing Clone 2 walk away, Heian asked curiously, Where's the clone going? Sang-woo lipped. Don't mind him. He's just scouting ahead for us. But Heian noticed something strange. Come to think of it, this hunting ground is really quiet. I don't see anyone else here. Cold sweat formed on Sang Yu's forehead. That's because everyone's avoiding me. What the hell have those imposters done here? He forced a casual tone. Yeah, it's really quiet, huh? Sang Yu placed his trust in his clone. I'm counting on you, Clone 2. We need to catch them before my reputation as a demon spreads even further. I trust your machine-like eyes. Suddenly, a young man appeared, catching the attention of two hunters who were gathering loot nearby. The young man, who looked exactly like Clone 2, coldly asked, Who gave you permission to hunt here? The two hunters immediately stood up in panic. Sorry, we saw you heading in another direction. We didn't mean to intrude. The young man spoke slowly. This is our territory. He glared at them threateningly. Leave the monster corpse and scram. One of the hunters asked anxiously. All of it, but we just took them down. The young man gripped the hilt of his sword. You don't know who I am, do you? And no, please forgive us. We'll leave immediately. With that, the two hunters hurriedly left the area. The young man crouched next to the skeleton and checked the dropped loot. They're backing off for now, but it seems like they're starting to take notice of us. His hand, gripping a golden bracelet, trembled slightly. Suddenly, he threw the item to the ground in anger, shattering it. The young man reached up, yanked off his wig, and spoke with a voice full of resentment. The pain I've endured, and all this misfortune. Young Sang Yu, this is all your fault. Heian unleashed a skill, causing the entire area to tremble. Sang Yu nodded in approval. Looks like you've figured out exactly how much power you need to take down a monster. She panted, trembling slightly. Yeah, but it's so exhausting. Sang Yu calmly instructed. Take the loot they're carrying. Their corpses have no value. Heian smiled. You once said you also had a hard time with this stuff, right? Just then, Sang Yu received a message from Clone 2. I've scanned the area, but I haven't found anyone suspicious. He thought to himself, they still haven't found them? Sang Yu gave Clone 2 an order through their mental link. Open a spatial gate and call in more people for the search, except those guarding the hospital. Clone 2 coldly replied, understood. Clone 2 summoned several more clones to carry out the task. We'll split up. Each person will search a designated area. Meanwhile, Sang Yu and Heian raised their potions and shouted in unison. This is the first time we've had to drink a normal potion. While Clone 2 was examining footprints on the ground, Heian, excited for her test, called out, Stop right there. The moment Clone 2 appeared, a group of hunters quickly spoke up. Sorry, we didn't know you guys were here. Clone 2 simply nodded indifferently. It's fine. Carry on. Heian's eyes sparkled. This necklace is so shiny. Clone 2 briefly reported, he's not here. After a short pause, Clone 2 added, We've searched the entire area, but there's no one wearing that kind of outfit. Sang Yu pondered for a moment. All right, everyone, get back to your tasks. He muttered under his breath, Damn it. I even wore a mask to make those imposters panic if they ran into me. So where the hell did they go? Sang Yu pulled down his mask and asked Heian, How was today's hunt? She grinned excitedly. I made a lot. Sang Wu chuckled. Not bad, right? See, this is why so many people want to be hunters. Heian beamed. Let's split everything we got today. We really do make a great team. Sang Yu shook his head. Nah, I don't need it. Consider it a keepsake from your first hunt. Heian widened her eyes in surprise. Seriously? You're going to regret this. Sang Yu smirked. You have no idea how much I actually make. He gestured behind him. Anyway, let's head back. But as Sang Yu returned, he suddenly spotted Junying. He quickly ducked behind a wall, hiding himself. Heian, noticing his reaction, whispered, What's wrong? Is someone there? Sang Yu peeked out from behind the wall, deep in thought. Junying? Why the hell is that bastard here? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could it be him again? At the Hunter Association, Yahayan firmly stated, It has to be him. Sang Yu's teammate nodded. I think so too. There's no way a high-ranked hunter like Junying would be in an E-rank hunting zone. The Huseong Guild already has enough people to act as his stand-ins. And besides, he has a history of interfering with your hunts. Sang Yu fell silent, lost in thought. Something felt off. But still, this doesn't make sense. I already warned him. How can he be this stupid? Yohayan suddenly interjected. Hey, remember when a Huseong squad attacked you before? She frowned. Why did you let her live? Sang Yu shot her a confused look. Huh. Yohayan spoke slowly. Living in that filthy world taught me something. No matter how kind you are to them, they'll still stab you in the back. Her expression turned serious. Stop showing them mercy. This isn't some sport where you play fair. Don't assume they won't cross the line just because you wouldn't. Yohayan's gaze locked onto him. People like that will do terrible things no matter how kind or careful you are. You're going to encounter a lot of them from now on, and I think he's one of them. And just like that, events were proving her words right. The imposters were up to no good. One of them coldly asked the two hunters in front of him, Is this all you've got? One of them stammered, We couldn't find many giant rats. The imposter grabbed a rat carcass and examined it. TCH. He clicked his tongue before ordering, Leave all your gear here and scram. The two hunters gasped. What? How are we supposed to keep hunting without our gear? Without hesitation, the imposter kneed the female hunter in the stomach, making her let out a pained gasp. He looked down at them coldly. I don't have time for this. Do as I say. Her teammate immediately shouted, Runjian. Runjian coughed violently, while the young man beside her glared at the imposter with fury. Someone nearby, witnessing the scene, fumed. They even stole your equipment. Why didn't you report them? We should ban them from hunting here. The young man gritted his teeth. If we do that, we'll be killed. But sure enough, some hunters couldn't take it anymore and reported the incident to the hunting zone guards. Hey, tell us, has Yung Sang Yu been here or not? The guard hesitated before replying, I'm sorry, but only staff members can access the entry records. The hunters refused to back down. We have the right to hunt in peace. Show us the records. The rumors about young Sang-yu were only getting worse. Sang-yu gripped his sword tightly. It won't be long now. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Most of the victims were E and F rank hunters. Even students at the academy were starting to look at him differently. He was lost in thought when his phone suddenly rang. If this keeps up, my reputation will take a serious hit. Sang-yu raised the phone to his ear. Clone 2? Any updates? Clone 2 calmly reported. We haven't found the imposters yet. But Clone 2 hesitated before continuing. The Huseong Guild has entered the E-rank hunting grounds. Sang-yu immediately asked again, Are you sure it's Huseong? Clone 2 glanced down at the group from the Huseong Guild. It was hard to mistake them. Sang-gu smirked sadly. Open a space portal. I'll go there myself. Meanwhile, the people from the Huseong Guild were staring intently at a suit of armor. That one of them nodded. I think so. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind the group. Sang-yu emerged from the smoke, his sword resting on his shoulder. What's with that outfit? One of them hesitated before answering. Hey, inform the captain. We've found it. Hey you, I don't know who you are, but if you want to live, come with us. Do you even know who we are? Sang-yu's gaze turned icy. He noticed that the armor looked just like the one his clones usually wore. Sang-yu let out a breath. So it really is you guys. His eyes gleamed red. This isn't some sport where I have to play fair. He seemed slightly irritated. Let's see if a corpse can be stored inside a spatial inventory. A Huseong Guild member muttered under his breath. This lunatic. Suddenly, the group unsheathed their swords and shouted in unison, Kill him. In the blink of an eye, Sang-yu closed the distance to one of them. But suddenly, a girl appeared, blocking his attack. Sang-yu's eyes narrowed. You. Hiren urgently warned the others. You idiots, fall back. A long-haired man among them immediately called out. Captain. Hiren quickly explained. This is the real young Sang-yu. Sang-yu was about to swing his sword again when he noticed Hiren's figure vanish. She had stepped back, smiling. Looks like we meet again, huh? Sang-yu stared at Hiren. What do you mean by that? She chuckled. What have you been eating? You've bulked up quite a bit. Sang-gu frowned. Stop dodging the question. What do you mean by the real young Sang-yu? Are you guys fakes? Hiren sighed in disappointment. Well, there goes the element of surprise. Of course not. Why would we do that? Suddenly, another voice interrupted. We're capturing them under your name. Jenying suddenly appeared before Sang-yu. Those imposters. Sang-yu widened his eyes. Jenying, what do you mean? Sang-yu couldn't hide his curiosity. You even have stealth skills now. Sang-yu stared intently at Jenying. You're the one who always meddles in my business here. Jenying's expression grew complicated. Consider this action my apology to you. He took a sip of water and continued. You're right. This won't change how you feel about me. Jenying locked eyes with Sang-yu. But right now, we don't know if it's just one guy or an entire organization. That's why we set up a trap. I don't know if it's because we met at the academy, but they did me a favor. In one corner of the hunting ground, a group of fish-like monsters was swiftly taken down. The imposter spoke in a commanding tone. Hey, he threatened. Who said you were allowed to hunt here? A concealed man immediately replied. We were granted permission by the sentries. The imposter looked at the man with disdain. But despite his rank, the man didn't seem the least bit afraid. This is an F-rank hunting ground, so of course, I'm F-rank too. Let's just mind our own business, all right? I'm Buse. The imposter's expression darkened. Are you stupid? Do you even know who I am? He gripped the sword at his waist. I am young Sang-yu, the one who defeated an A-rank hunter. The man, an F-rank hunter named Do-won, scoffed. Young Sang-yu, huh? I know him pretty well. You're just a fraud. With a loud crash, several trees collapsed. Do-won furrowed his brows and glared at the imposter. You asked who gave me permission to hunt here. The imposter sneered. You really think you can pull off something like that in an F-rank hunting ground? Do-won let out a chuckle. Young Sang-yu, don't try to fool me. The imposter cut him off. Shut up. You're going to regret this. He shouted. I am young Sang-yu. Do-won's eyes flashed a dangerous red. Looks like you won't understand until you face a real monster. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind the imposter. Do-won observed it calmly. As the light faded, Sang-yu and Jenying stepped forward. The real one's here. Sang-yu pulled down his mask. So, it was you, the one causing all this trouble lately. The imposter's voice trembled. Jenying picked up a large fabric bag from the ground and examined it. This must be the equipment they use to impersonate us. The imposter suddenly screamed, "No." Junying spoke calmly. "Just as we suspected, they hide their outfits in here and change on the spot." Sang Yu glanced at him. "So the uniforms your people confiscated earlier belong to Clone 2, right?" Junying flipped the bag upside down, dumping its contents onto the ground. Sang Yu picked up a piece of armor and examined it. "This, right? I heard about it from the manager." Sang Yu recounted in a low voice. "There was someone with a cloning ability who had an interview before I joined the JM organization." He paused for a moment, recalling the past. The manager said he still remembers that guy because it was an exclusive interview. Sang Yu slowly revealed the imposter's identity. Kim Yan-hyun, a D-rank hunter with the ability to create illusionary clones. Sang Yu locked eyes with Yan-hyun. "So you were the one impersonating me?" Kim Yan-hyun, the D-rank illusion clone user, yanked off his wig and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." He slammed the wig onto the ground and shouted, "Yeah, I'm a fake. So what about you?" His anger boiled over. If you didn't have a cloning ability like me, if you weren't so damn famous, I wouldn't have had to do this to clear up misunderstandings." Sang Yu remained expressionless and muttered, "Disgusting." He tossed a sword and a helmet in front of Yan-hyun. "Put these on." He cracked his knuckles. "Think of it as a safety helmet. You're gonna need some punches to knock some sense into you." Yan-hyun quickly grabbed the sword. "You're still the same, huh?" He shouted and lunged at Sang Yu, his blade clashing against the hardened armor on Sang Yu's arm. As the two fought, Junying turned to Do-won and calmly spoke. "Mr. Do-won, thank you. I just sent your payment. Please check." Do-won nodded slightly. "Thanks." Junying noticed a wound on Do-won's waist. "Your injury." Do-won lowered his head slightly. "Ah, that guy pulled some cheap tricks and caught me off guard." Do-won watched as two of Yan-hyun's clones attacked Sang Yu. He's blending into his clones to create confusion. A quiet chuckle escaped him. Of course, that's just his style. But despite the amusement, he knew it wouldn't work on someone like young Sang Yu. Yan-hyun took a direct punch from Sang Yu, his back slamming against a tree. He winced in pain. Sang Yu, his expression dark, commanded coldly, "Get up. We're not done yet." Yan-hyun exhaled heavily and pulled down his mask. Is this strength the result of clone training? His hands trembled as he pointed his sword at Sang Yu. "I trained endlessly because I used to underestimate my own ability." Memories surged back. An illusion can't cause harm, but I still push myself to improve. A hunter once looked at him with shining eyes. Clones? Like Hunter Young Sang Yu. A female mage beside him beamed. "Then welcome. Let's form a party." But the hunter's excitement quickly faded. "Oh, just illusions." The mage clicked her tongue. "You should have said so from the start." Yan-hyun clenched his fists at the memory. "But no one ever gave me a chance." He swung his sword wildly at Sang Yu. "But one day, I realized people avoided me when I wore a hoodie because they thought I was you." A hunter back then had looked at him, eyes wide. "Is this young Sang Yu's territory?" Yan-hyun blinked in confusion. The hunter immediately turned and left. "Sorry for the intrusion. We'll leave now." Now, Yan-hyun laughed like a madman. That was when I realized it wasn't me. It was their shitty prejudice. All of them. They only judged me because they thought I was you. A green glow instantly enveloped the sword in Yan-hyun's hand. They didn't even dare to resist when they could have just tried attacking me once to figure it out. He had activated Piercing Strike, a skill that nullifies a large amount of physical defense on the next attack. Cooldown time, 240 hours. With a smug tone, he continued, "Even when they move in groups, they still tremble before my skill." Yan-hyun instantly summoned a few more clones. "Do you know that feeling?" He commanded the clones to attack Sang Yu simultaneously. The feeling of being born with a skill that is endlessly mocked and ridiculed. Sang Yu stared at Yan-hyun with an unreadable expression. "I don't know." A hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the blade. One of Sang Yu's clones appeared right in front of Yan-hyun's real body, catching him off guard. "Why the hell should I?" Junying furrowed his brows in confusion. How did he locate the real body among all those illusions? Do-won simply let out a breath. Truly incredible. Sang Yu clenched his fist. "You never had a chance to change?" He threw a brutal punch straight into Yan-hyun's face, making him groan in pain. "Oh, you did. But you." Sang Yu continued his relentless assault. "Some organization sent you an acceptance letter. But you gave up the moment you saw your skill ranking online." Beaten down, Yan Hyun spat out a mouthful of blood. Sang Yu struck his face again, just like when others look down on your skill. He kept hitting over and over, and even when hunters mistook you for me. Yan Hyun turned slightly and muttered to Junying, I can't just stand here watching anymore. I'm leaving. Yan Hyun knelt on the ground, weakly pleading stop, but another punch landed squarely on his face. He was sent flying after taking the full force of Sang Yu's attack. After all this, you still chose to go down this path. Sang Yu gritted his teeth, seething with rage. You threw away the opportunities you had, and now you've resorted to doing something this despicable? Yan Hyun lay sprawled on the ground under Sang Yu's piercing gaze. Sang Yu sighed, looking at the blood on his hands. Then, raising his fist high, he took in a deep breath, exhilarated. Yan Hyun remained motionless on the ground while Junying slowly approached, looking down at him. Sang Yu flashed a sinister grin. Thinking about something, are you? Junying didn't turn around as he replied, yeah. Sang Yu's smile instantly faded. I was just joking. Junying spoke in a quiet voice. That's also one of the reasons I joined this investigation. I never once thought you'd do the same things that someone like me did in the past. He let out a soft sigh. Turning to face Sang Yu, he said, I'm sorry. Guilt was written all over Junying's face. I can finally apologize properly. What I did back then wasn't any different from what this guy just did. Sang Yu gave him a small smile. At least you realize the wrongs you've committed. Rung Xian turned to look at the unconscious Yan Hyun lying on the ground. What do you plan to do with him now? Sang Yu glanced at him. Clear up the misunderstanding I had to endure. I also need to reach out to the victims. But then, Junying suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. A moment later, the scene shifted. A young man was surrounded by monsters, his high-pitched screams echoing everywhere. Clutching a cloth bag filled with gemstones, Yan Hyun trembled. Go away. I said get lost. As he fled, he wailed desperately. Someone please save me. How could you trap a person in a place like this? You damn devil. A voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of two masked individuals. Number 5, number 6. They turned to see young Sang Yu, carrying a tray covered with a lid. You guys are always so eager to help me out, but I've never had the chance to properly repay you. So, I got you something today. Please accept it. He quickly removed the lid, revealing the meal inside. A special feast. He continued, hunting is tough, right? Hope you guys like it. Young Sang Yu wiped his hands and smiled cheerfully at the two as they ate. I think from now on, we'll be able to find plenty of treasure. Enjoy your meal. A while later, he sat down, hands in his pockets, muttering to himself. Good thing the misunderstandings between the victims have been resolved, and I made quite a profit too. But then his brows furrowed, his gaze turning cold and serious. Still, that last thing he said keeps bothering me. In his memory, Shin Junying suddenly said, oh, and one more thing. As he looked at young Sang Yu, he continued, be careful with the academy. I don't think they just train hunters and hand out skills for free. Young Sang Yu was momentarily confused, sweat forming on his forehead. What do you mean? The other man's face and tone grew serious. I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you when I have solid information. Then, with his back turned to young Sang Yu, he added, but I will warn you about one thing. Never go near the prayer room. Back in reality, a memory flashed through his mind. A warm-lit room. The prayer room? Isn't that where they teach the history of the system? I only used my clone to attend because I was too lazy to go myself. Looking up, he let out a staggered breath. Be wary of the academy. Huh? At another location, a voice spoke while holding a paper stamped with an A. What is this? Unha responded with a tired sigh. An evaluation report. But the previous voice suddenly shouted, that's not what I'm asking. The academy's principal, Kwon Hak-soo, slammed the desk in anger. Why did you give young Sang Yu an A+? Did you not understand what I told you? Unha remained calm. Even with power restriction drugs, and without using his cloning ability, I penalized him as you instructed. This evaluation already accounts for that. Though I still don't understand why you punish him like that. However, Kwon Hak-soo continued to rage. But that bastard neutralized the drug. It had no effect. Unha responded bluntly. He didn't discard the drug. He took it. He also refrained from using his cloning ability in combat. What else do you want me to do? The principal shouted again. Do you think I impose these punishments for no reason? It's to control high-ranking hunters within the academy. Suddenly, the massive desk toppled over, causing Kwon Hak-soo to flinch in shock. Beads of sweat began to drip down his face. A heeled boot stepped forward onto the floor, followed by a calm, yet commanding voice. Enough, the woman asked in a low tone. All the professors here are C rank, correct? You call me here because your ranks are too low to monitor B rank hunters, and now you want to control high rank hunters using some cheap suppression drugs. She took a drag from her cigarette. Eunha's eyes were sharp as she stared him down. You couldn't do anything about young Sang-yu before, and now you're using pathetic excuses to suppress him? Yet, he still passed all your tests. Are you really that incompetent? Kwon Haksu looked flustered. He stammered, that's not it. Some hunters refuse to attend classes, so if we make them attend, then... Eunha immediately cut him off. Then just tell them to show up. She turned around, opened the door, and added coldly, I'm just following the curriculum. Nothing more. Suddenly, gray smoke seeped out from behind the door. A voice echoed ominously. Call me again over petty nonsense like this, and I'll deal with you myself. Kwon Haksu barely managed to stammer out, but then, gripping his phone tightly, he muttered, fine. Stay arrogant while you still can, you bitch. Let's see how long you'll last. A voice echoed from inside the pointed roof building. It's me. Add Professor Eunha to the prayer room list. Start dealing with her today. Also, send someone to clean my office. Elsewhere, Professor of Monster Hunting Skills for C-Rank Hunters. Sung Kwon warmly greeted, I'm delighted to meet you all. I am Hunter Sung Kwon, and I'll be your guide on how to hunt. While everyone listened intently, he added, now what do you think is the most important thing when hunting monsters? Teamwork stats or items? As he flashed a number 1 sign with his hand, he emphasized that both are quite important. But the most important thing is strategy. Sung Kwon continued, if you read the notebook on the table, you'll find detailed strategies for each type of monster. So make sure you study them well. While Hae-Aeon looked at the book with a hint of excitement, as if his bony frame was on display. Meanwhile, Sang-yu appeared visibly flustered and muttered, hold on a minute. After examining a few close-range attack points, he continued, these might be their weak spots, but this section is odd, and the entire part too. Covering his mouth with his hand, his eyes widened as he observed that the information was completely off compared to reality. And terribly so. He recalled the words and image of the scholar, thinking everything on the internet is accurate, as Edison remembered spending the whole night studying with his clone. Not everything online is true, but it's partly correct since I've already tested it in real combat using my clone. Then he folded the book and placed it on the table, concluding that they had cunningly manipulated the information. If you don't have real combat experience against monsters, it would be nearly impossible to detect these discrepancies. Another question suddenly arose in his mind. What on earth is this academy thinking? Meanwhile, Sung Kwon, standing opposite, slowly spoke up. Now, let's move on to the practical training, shall we? In the academy's monster hunting training room, an eerie blue light filled the space, while the dark hue emanating from a charging giant wild boar, spewing out a surreal aura, prompted Sung Kwon to ask, what do you think? Looks pretty real, doesn't it? This is a virtual reality simulation room created by the hunters. Glancing at several jars containing someone's remains, he added, here, you can learn how to fight monsters without risking your life. Then Sung Kwon clapped his hands together to form a shushing gesture and warned, be careful. Your senses might be tricked into thinking this is real. He continued, this place is not just for training strategy. His cold, deliberate tone made the students fall silent, even as they continued their practice with unwavering focus. After a moment, Sang-yu suddenly asked, using clones here isn't against the rules, right? To which he immediately received a response, of course not. The monsters you face will vary depending on your level. Hearing this, he made a pushing motion with his hands and asked again, then why can't I summon them? This caused Sung Kwon to freeze for a second, startled. What? He quickly placed his hand on his chin, deep in thought. That's strange, summoning magic still works here. But I don't know much about clone techniques. However, glancing at an empty fluid tank, he said, I'll try my best to establish a connection for you, Sang-yu. Suddenly, 2 masked figures appeared. Sang-yu, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed toward them. I missed you guys so much, under the bewildered gaze of his senior and another person. So these are the clones I've heard about. I've seen him use them before, someone added. Aloud, he declared, all right, get ready. We're heading somewhere else. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light enveloped them. 2 voices overlapped. Brother, will we be okay? It'll be fine. Just forget about the notebook and stick to what we practiced. Hope you all can win with ease. The room, bathed in eerie blue light, suddenly started shifting. Sang Yu and several others found themselves surrounded by dense forest. The vegetation here was withered and lifeless, a dull yellow. He wore a puzzled expression. A forest. Suddenly, eerie cries echoed from the distance. A shaky voice from the group called out, "HLO? Is anyone there?" Sang Yu furrowed his brows, eyes narrowing in thought. A voice. A head peeked out from behind a tree, stammering, "Help me." It was as if something perched on their head was controlling them. A chilling voice came from the figure. "It hurts here." More bodies, seemingly possessed, started appearing one by one. "So cold. Help us." At that moment, someone's teeth clenched tightly together. Slow, deliberate footsteps echoed, followed by a chilling voice. "Didn't he say that the monsters would match our level?" "Mom, I don't want to die." It was Sang Yu, gritting his teeth, holding his sword at eye level with a serious expression. But he suddenly dropped to the ground, despair creeping in. This is just too much. Like a swarm of giant ants, the creatures rushed toward him with relentless speed. Fresh blood splattered across the darkness. Meanwhile, back in the previous room, a tall, slender figure walked in slowly. The figure suddenly stopped in place, eyes fixed on Sang Yu inside the massive containment tank. With an ominous and calculating gaze, it was as if they were deep in thought. Sungwon remained silent, unmoving. Just then, a figure identical to Sang Yu suddenly appeared behind him, speaking in a cold voice. "Professor, do you need assistance?" Sungwon was caught off guard, letting out a startled scream. He fell back onto the floor, stammering, Who are you?" Without hesitation, the clone responded, "I am clone number 3. He repeated his orders in a composed tone. "The master ordered me to guard the portal against potential threats, as its instability could endanger the academy's students." Sungwon remained silent, staring at him intently, his thoughts racing. What nonsense is this? You're just trying to protect your master while escalating the situation. Cold sweat trickled down his face as he muttered, I understand." He suddenly stood up, quickly justifying himself. "What a coincidence. I was doing the same. I was patrolling to ensure the safety of the academy's students." Clone number 3 responded with an approving nod. "Professor, you're quite commendable." Sungwon's eyes twitched, anxiety creeping in. "Damn it, what should I do? If this really is just a clone?" Clone number 3 stared him down with sharp, unwavering eyes. Sungwon scratched his head awkwardly and muttered, "Well, I should head over there then." Internally, he admitted defeat. "I should just leave it be. I can't win against it." On the other side, Sang Yu struggled as the mantis demon swiftly lashed out with its claws. Quick-witted, he pulled out a dagger and countered with a sudden strike. With precise aim, the blade plunged into the monster's aggressive eyes. Retrieving his weapon, he watched as the beast was engulfed in raging flames. Meanwhile, clone number 7's situation seemed much more favorable. With a single move, he blocked the beast's razor-sharp claws. His eyes glowed with determination as he prepared for an attack. One swift slash severed the demonic insect's body, ending the hunt. Clone number 7 remained silent, surveying the scene as the monsters remained scattered. With a serious expression, Sang Yu, under the guise of clone number 7, assessed the situation. In a one-on-one battle of equal level, monsters are said to be stronger than hunters. Even so, a swarm of 5B rank roaring dragonflies attacking simultaneously. It seems everyone is split up instead of sticking to teams. Will this hunt be successful? As the battle ended, Sang Yu confirmed with the group. "Looks like it's over. Good job, everyone." The group responded in unison, yes. Returning to the academy, Sang Yu let out a tired sigh. Looking around, his teammates were just as exhausted. As expected, Sang Yu thought to himself. Most of them failed the hunt. Someone's voice broke the silence, asking, "Did you fail too?" A simple, "Yeah," was the only response. Sang Yu's worried gaze turned toward Heian. "You okay? What kind of monster did you encounter?" Heian hesitated before recounting, "A giant turtle. It blocked all of my attacks." Her response left Sang Yu dumbfounded. "Wait, why didn't you just run away?" Heian replied nonchalantly, "It's a monster hunting class, isn't it?" Sungwon raised his voice. "You all work hard. Some of you succeeded, while others didn't. Everyone turned their attention to his words. I told you, the most important thing is strategy, right? Always keep tactics in mind and push through to the end. That way, you'll gain experience in dealing with different kinds of monsters. Sang Yu pondered over his words carefully. Clone number 3 leaned in and whispered, "There's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" As they walked, Sang Yu raised his voice. "The professor secretly approached while I was hunting in the virtual space." Clone número 3 nodded firmly. "Yes." Sang Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Good thing I secretly summoned clone number 3 as a precaution. Just as Junying said, this place is strange." His thoughts continued. Forcing players to form parties for virtual duels among hunters, but encouraging solo hunting against monsters? That's really odd. They provide expensive skill books and teach bizarre strategies to exploit monster weaknesses, all for free. Suddenly, Heian barged into the conversation. "What are you two talking about?" Sang Yu awkwardly replied, "Oh, nothing. Just planning my next hunt." He waved his hands and quickly changed the topic. "By the way, what's our next class?" Heian eyed him suspiciously before answering. "Huh? Why do you look so nervous?" "It's system history and comprehension. The class will be held in the prayer room." Hearing that, Sang Yu hesitated for a moment but remained silent. A sharp image of Junying surfaced in his mind, his voice carrying a grave warning. "But let me tell you this." With piercing eyes, Junying issued a stern condition. "Stay away from the prayer room. Never go near it." Back to reality, Sang Yu held his head in confusion. "Ugh, suddenly, I feel like watching a movie. Let's go see one together." Heian chuckled at his silly suggestion. "What are you thinking? This is a mandatory class. We can't skip it." She patiently explained, "Doesn't it sound interesting, though? I never knew the system had a history." Before she could finish, Sang Yu interrupted, calling her name seriously. "I'm serious. I'll just send a clone to attend class instead." Before he could finish speaking, Heian firmly grabbed his shoulder, her eyes sharp as she spoke in a steely voice. "Appa, we should go." Sang Yu was taken aback by her sudden seriousness. "You really want to attend class that badly?" Her intense gaze carried a hint of threat, making Sang Yu instinctively glance toward Clone 3. Without hesitation, Clone 3 struck the back of Heian's neck, catching her off guard. Sang Yu caught her unconscious body, adjusting his grip. "Good work," Clone 3 responded. "As you command, Master." Lifting Heian onto his back, Sang Yu muttered to himself, "I really need to work on controlling my strength." Carrying her on his back, he sighed, "Sorry, Heian. Maybe I'm just overreacting and nothing's actually happening, but I'll apologize later." His face hardened with determination. "I won't hesitate when it comes to protecting the people I care about." After a while, Heian stirred and slowly opened her eyes. She shot up in surprise, still trying to grasp the situation. Wu Hyun, standing nearby, asked, "You're Heian, right? You're finally awake." Still in shock, Heian blurted out, "Sang Yu Appa? Why am I here?" Two clones, disguised as others, came into view. Wu Hyun explained, "You must have collapsed after the hunting class. He said you suddenly lost consciousness and told me not to worry. He'd take attendance for you." Curious, Heian asked, "Where is he now?" Wu Hyun hesitated. "That bastard. I mean, Young Sang Yu will be back soon." Forcing a smile, Wu Hyun handed her a stamina potion. "This will temporarily boost your stamina. There's a side effect, though. It'll knock you out if you push yourself too hard. Take this and rest. It'll help you recover faster." Wu Hyun muttered under his breath, "That crazy bastard Sang Yu. Where the hell did he run off to after dumping her on me?" Meanwhile, a shadowy figure lurked in the academy's main hall. Sang Yu peeked from behind a pillar. This is where the problem lies. Closing his eyes, he organized his thoughts. If Clone 2 is handling attendance, that should be fine. But Heian's condition is strange. If it were me, I'd be tearing the place apart to get answers. But if I do that, the academy might shut down, or worse, I'd get expelled. And then I wouldn't be able to get the elixirs anymore. With that thought, he leaped down from above, landing swiftly. There's no time to wait for Shin Junying's intel. I have to act now. Stopping near a secluded balcony, he noted, "This seems to be someone important's room." Crouching down, he examined the shards scattered around. Broken glass? As he reached out to touch the window frame, an intruder inside flinched. Sang Yu assessed the open window. Their eyes met. Junying, kneeling on the floor, froze in shock. Before Sang Yu could say anything, a firm hand clamped over his mouth. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Junying whispered sharply. I should be the one asking that. What are you doing here? I told you to wait. Sang Yu's response made the air tense. Heian's condition, something's really off. Junying frowned and asked again. You mean Heian, that girl who's always hanging around you? Sang Yu replied, his eyes sharp. Yeah, she takes a lot of lab classes, and her gaze got weird when I told her to skip class. Junying tensed up at Sang Yu's words. So that's why you're hiding here too, huh? You told me the prayer room was strange. Junying's expression shifted, and his voice softened slightly. This way, he lightly pulled on a book on the shelf. A hidden passageway opened, revealing a dark corridor. Junying discreetly activated a switch. If you're wondering, I just found out about this today. I haven't even gone inside yet. As the room lit up, Junying's reflection flickered with surprise. The two scanned their surroundings before Junying spoke up. This place is Sang Yu cut in, cameras and microphones. Looks like they've been communicating with someone. Junying quickly assessed the situation and suggested, first, let's grab the data. Before he could finish, a voice called out from outside. President, are you in there? Both of them froze, listening as footsteps approached. Suddenly, silence filled the room, thick with tension. Then loud, forceful banging followed. Junying turned pale, his voice shaky. What the hell? What do we do now? Sang Yu had already begun assessing the situation. What do you think, you idiot? We should run. You have teleportation, don't you? And invisibility, too. Junying snapped back with a weak argument. You dumbass. If someone makes a noise and then suddenly disappears in a secret chamber, wouldn't that be suspicious? From outside, the voice shouted again. Who's in there? Hold on. I'm getting the emergency key. Sang Yu, out of breath, urged his short-brained friend to use his magic. It's come to this. Just use a skill to completely change your appearance and voice. You have tons of skills. There's got to be one for this, right? Junying gritted his teeth and snapped. You bastard, do you think I just randomly get whatever skill you want? Muttering, he focused his energy and activated chameleon mode. Turns out, I actually do have that skill. Sang Yu yelled, Are you for real? Junying's voice was urgent. Can you hide now? Of course. In a flash, the door swung open. A supervisor burst in, drenched in sweat, shouting, Who's there? From behind the walls of the hidden room, a faint chuckle echoed. Junying, now disguised as Principal Haksu, calmly stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Is something wrong? Why did you break the door? Hisuk stiffened, his lips trembling. Principi? From his hiding spot behind a glass panel, Sang Yu peeked out, whispering, Open it a little. I want to hear what they're saying. The atmosphere grew awkward. The professor was visibly caught off guard. I didn't know you were here. Haksu stroked his chin, explaining, Well, I had some urgent matters. Haksu seemed slightly surprised by his own statement. Oh, by the way, did the master summon you? He pondered. The master? Hisuk muttered under his breath before replying with a simple, yes. Hisuk contemplated. Just as I thought. This must be about those two troublemakers, Sang Yu and Junying. Meanwhile, Sang Yu remained on high alert. Wait, what? Haksu folded his arms. That's right. Those two always give people headaches, the professor muttered warily. Yeah, no doubt about it. Would staying silent really be the right choice? I've decided not to follow orders if it means avoiding interference from other academies. Haksu pressed his lips together, his expression dark. Didn't we already agree not to regret our decisions? Professor Hisuk forced an awkward smile. Well, the meeting in 3 days should settle this matter anyway. I might have been too hasty. Upon hearing this, the two delinquents were slightly taken aback. The professor turned to leave. Well then, I'll be going. Apologies for disturbing you this late. Haksu quickly called out, Professor Hisuk. He swiftly got to the point. You haven't forgotten the meeting's schedule, have you? The professor answered without hesitation. Of course not. It's at 11 p.m., right? Sang Yu peeked out and whispered, Hey, what's going on? His voice was heavy as he turned to Junying, pressing for answers. The master, the meeting, and calling us troublemakers. Junying deactivated his disguise and replied, Shut up. I was sweating bullets trying to deal with that guy. I had no clue if I should use honorifics or not. In the end, I just rolled with it. Sang Yu squinted at his partner in crime. Hold up. Why'd you say the prayer room was weird in the first place? Now that I think about it, you were outside when the first class was held. Junying fell into deep thought, recalling the situation. Then he spoke. There was a warning. At first, I planned to attend the class in the prayer room too. It was mandatory, after all. At the time, I was clueless and asked, "What class is this?" Continuing, his face turned serious. But then, system notifications started popping up nonstop. Mental protection activated. Mental protection activated. Warning. Warning. I kept wondering, who the hell is attacking me with a mental skill? No matter where I went, it was the same. My skill kept activating on its own. There were no sound waves or mana fluctuations. I assumed, no way, that entire room was filled with mental interference skills. Coming out of his recollection, Sangyu asked, then why didn't you tell the others? Junying countered, are you serious? Now that you know, why are you just standing there? If it were you, couldn't you just destroy the entire academy? Sangyu stayed silent, listening to the idiot ramble on. Junying lowered his gaze. I can't do that because of the elixir. In the end, we still need information. Their eyes shifted to the computer on the desk as Junying spoke. We need a restraint system strong enough to bind them. Sangyu hummed in agreement. If we want to act freely, we have to find their weaknesses. The computer prompted for a password, leaving them dumbfounded. Junying gritted his teeth in frustration. A password? Damn it, just as I expected. That bastard isn't stupid. Sangyu silently pointed at a small sticky note on the wall. Junying had to reassess. So, the principal is an idiot. Sangyu leaned in to watch as Junying typed. All right, let's find out what this academy really is. Meanwhile, at JM Corporation's infirmary, Heian held up a bottle of medicine. What's this? Kim Yahayan forced a casual reply. It's a vitality potion. If you drink it, your fatigue will go away. Heian cheerfully thanked her multiple times. Then, she made a request. But during the strategy class, I sweated a little. I like to take a shower. Is that okay? Yahayan, suddenly tense, nodded. Of course. We have a shower room, so go ahead. Without hesitation, Heian started removing her outer armor. All right then. Yahayan, flustered, quickly turned away. Seriously? Did she really have to start undressing right here? As she folded her clothes, Heian suddenly asked, Can I ask something? What's your relationship with Sangyu Appa? From a different corner, Yahayan shyly replied, we're just colleagues. Not that close. Before she realized it, Heian was already standing close behind her, channeling skill energy. Really? They froze after hacking into classified data. So, this is the Academy's purpose? To completely brainwash every student. The prayer room, that's where they do it. Sangyu turned to Yahayan and asked, Wait, so every single student will become a puppet for that bastard they call master? How many students are enrolled in total? Around 10,000. But if you count all the branches, about 30,000. Sangyu couldn't believe what he was hearing. 30,000 awakened people, all brainwashed, walking freely among us. Yahayan seemed to have discovered something and pulled Sangyu out of his thoughts. Sangyu, look at this. The screen displayed a list of hunters immune to brainwashing. Dangerous targets. B-rank hunter Young Sangyu must be eliminated first. Target of interest. B-rank hunter Shin Junying. Postpone elimination of the son of the Hyong Seong guild leader. Your name's on the hit list. From now on, the brainwashed students are going to be coming after you. Junying turned to him and advised, You need to return to JM immediately. The people around you are in danger. Sangyu froze for a moment before questioning him back. Why aren't you a target? Does it even matter? It says here that they're avoiding conflict with me because I'm part of the Hyong Seong guild. Sangyu reassured him. Don't worry about the organization. I told you Hyan's condition was strange, didn't I? How could I just leave her alone? But he hadn't anticipated that the current situation at JM would make controlling Hyan nearly impossible. Heian was slammed to the ground by a clone, while Wu Hyun still hadn't grasped what was happening. What the hell? Heian's restrained, but she looks pleased. A clone, huh? You know, this isn't so bad for the two of us. She gathered skill energy into a sphere, making the clone more cautious. But if this is how you want to play it, then bring Sangyu Appa here. A professional agent quickly intervened, shielding Wu Hyun. Wu Hyun, this way. Hurry. Still in shock, Wu Hyun bombarded them with questions. What's going on? What's wrong with her? I'll explain later. The agent pulled out a phone and issued an order. For now, do not leave the organization's building. Meanwhile, on Sangyu's side, an urgent report came through. Heian, he responded, I've already prepared a countermeasure. Number 2 will suppress her. The computer screen displayed awakening progress worldwide. 89.9% awakened, 10.2% yet to awaken. I checked the situation here too, but it's worse than I thought. I don't think we can handle this on our own. With that, Sang Yu listed a few names. We need help from the other guilds. In the manufacturing lab, the sound of someone quietly sobbing mixed with the clanking of metal. A voice called out, "Hubert," catching his attention. Heritage Team's technical development leader, Hubert, responded. "What is it this time?" Hubert raised an eyebrow. "Huh, are they clones? You put in so much time, and you finally managed to analyze the skill?" She chuckled mischievously and gestured toward the mouse. "Look closely." The moment her fingertip touched the mouse's image, it began to fade. Bergson teared up. "Damn it, it failed. It's just an illusion." Frustrated, she recalled the scene of treating Sang Yu and let out a sigh. "I used a skill orb worth 12.8 billion, and for what? What the hell even is this skill?" Hubert took off his glasses, staring at the mouse in his hand with growing curiosity. "Last time, you messed up a prototype artifact, and now this? So, this is why you call me here? Just to look at this?" Eyes still watery, she protested, "Of course not. But we did make some progress." She pulled out 2 replicated swords, her expression brightening. "Tajda, the equipment replication worked. This is going to be a huge help for our plans, right?" Hubert froze in silence, processing Bergson's breakthrough. She continued explaining. "Of course, there are still time limits, and skill orbs can't be replicated. But this is great for business, right? Imagine mass-producing replicated items." Hubert cut her off, snapping her back to reality. The real challenge isn't just copying, it's perfectly restoring a weapon's effects. That's the hard part. Bergson pressed a finger to her chin, as if something had just clicked. She nodded. "I was starting to think I'd never touch this sword again. But now, there's finally a way to restore some of its power." Warrior examined Heian's eyes, carefully observing her pupils. After a moment, he came to a conclusion and asked for confirmation. "So, she's been brainwashed, right?" Kina's guild's vice leader, CEO Warrior. "I couldn't detect any mana circuits in her." The room fell silent as everyone processed the situation. "Seriously? I don't understand what you're saying. Can you let me go? My parents are waiting for me at home." One of the members in the room voiced their doubts. "Are you sure she's been brainwashed? I don't think this is just ordinary brainwashing." His expression grew serious. "This seems worse than we thought." Wu Hyun clenched his jaw at the sight of Sang Yu returning. "You bastard! Did you really have to call someone from Huseong Guild too?" Sang Yu raised a hand, his voice calm. "I don't know what grudge you have against him, but just let it go. Thanks to him, we were able to capture the fake clone." Wu Hyun scoffed. "I don't think a bastard son deserves this much kindness." Heian saw him and whimpered, calling out in a familiar tone. "Appa, why did you take so long? Tell them quick. I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding." "Appa." Sang Yu ignored Heian's desperate pleas, keeping his focus on the issue at hand. He pulled out a stack of documents. "This is data from the principal's office. Take a look." Under the dim, flickering lights of the conference room. "This is..." Everyone leaned in, scanning the documents. "This is insane. Assassinations? Brainwashing? And what the hell is Harvest Day?" Sang Yu shared the same confusion. "I don't know either. But right now, what I do know is that this is part of a plan to awaken everyone in the world." He pressed his fingertips to his temple, exhaling sharply. "More importantly, the brainwashing is a problem. Does anyone in your guild attend this academy?" The cat-eared girl and the conference leader took turns sharing information. "There are some E-rank hunters enrolled. We are, too. Make sure no one finds out we know each other. We have no idea what they're plotting." Zhenying casually examined the documents in his hands, looking quite pleased with himself. "The real question is, how do we deal with them? Mental protection is a pretty rare skill. Not many people are even aware of this, unlike me. Especially low-rank hunters from D to F ranks." The cat-eared member, skeptical, turned to him. "Wait, are you sure this is brainwashing? I can't detect any brainwashing skills at work." She glanced again at the 2 E-rank individuals tied up beside her. "And honestly, I don't think she's been brainwashed at all." Warium, standing behind them, chimed in with a counterpoint. "In South Korea alone, there are 30,000 people. There are academies all over the world. Would it even be possible to brainwash that many people?" Zhenying pointed accusingly at Sang Yu. "Then what about his cloning skill? Does that make any sense to you?" His gaze was just as firm as his argument. No one truly knows the full potential of any awakened ability. That's why we need to stay cautious. But I do think there has to be a weakness to this brainwashing skill. A professor at the academy mentioned something. He recalled the moment he had to deal with that professor, a prime example. Yeah, those two are the real issue. Wouldn't it be smarter to accept and recruit them instead? After all, we had to break the rules just to keep up with the other academies. The more Junying spoke, the more convoluted it became. Recruiting high-rank hunters, even if it means breaking orders? What do you mean? It means following direct orders from above isn't their top priority. Sang Yu pursed his lips, digesting the implications. So they can still work for their superiors toward a shared goal, but the methods they use will vary based on their own judgment. Deep inside, he was already calculating his next move. Their father wouldn't chase after him while he was with them, unless he really wanted to capture Wu Hyun and use him as leverage. Junying sat back in his chair, not refuting the idea. Yeah, they're not brainless drones who just follow orders blindly. On the surface, they'll act normal. But their main goal is either assassination or brainwashing you. Sang Yu clenched his fists, his expression dark. The hell do you mean, normal? The agent scratched his head as he processed the situation. If we still can't detect how the brainwashing works, this is just bad news for us. And we can't even track their movements. Junying's eyes reflected absolute certainty. No for them. The worst-case scenario is failing their mission and being abandoned by their master. Everyone stood silently around him, listening to his explanation. We will take advantage of that weakness. In 3 days, we'll turn the tables on them at their gathering spot. At night, on a street in South Korea. 3 days, huh? Junying and Sang Yu pondered while enjoying the breeze on the rooftop. Junying spoke up. They'll get suspicious if you suddenly skip the meeting. Sang Yu didn't seem too concerned and replied briefly. I know. I'm heading out now. Junying gazed into the distance and suggested. You could use a clone to check in. Sang Yu refused. No. Until the meeting, I'll use my clones to stand guard. If I stay at the branch, it'll only put others in danger. He looked up at Junying and affirmed. And I also want to check how the other brainwashed people are doing. Anyway, we can't just keep Haeyeon locked up like this. Do you have a plan? Junying shifted his gaze away and shared some information. I do, but it's a gamble. As far as I know, she's already been transferred to manage the prayer room. The image of Yunhee mumbling complaints about capitalism flashed in his mind as he spoke. She only works outside, so hopefully she's not involved with them. She absent-mindedly held a sticky note instructing her to place manna on her head. What is this? Who's the idiot behind this? That was how she started attending the academy in 3 days. Sang Yu sat in the classroom, but his mind was overwhelmed with thoughts. The order to eliminate me was just issued recently. They must have noticed me using clones for roll call. I wonder how many people here are like me. How long will it take for someone in this prayer room to get brainwashed? Silently, he observed the people who were about to be brainwashed by this academy. At least for now, they seemed fine. They were chattering away. This is so boring. Yeah, it'd be great if they gave us skill orbs. A dagger suddenly whizzed past his face, breaking his train of thought. There are probably fewer brainwashed people at this academy. Holding his neck, he looked at the fallen dagger with unease. His eyes burned with anger as he scanned the room. Who the hell threw that? Everyone cast assassin-like glances at him, subtly observing his reaction. The moment he turned around to confront them, they quickly averted their gazes and pretended nothing had happened. His pupils contracted as he glared at them. On the podium, Professor Hee-suk called out to him. Student Sang Yu, is there a problem? Sang Yu twirled the broken dagger, smirked, and thought to himself, so that's how it is. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, No, nothing, sir. I just need to go to the restroom. As he stepped out onto the staircase, he was still lost in thought. This is weird. Suddenly, a girl bumped into him. She widened her eyes in panic. Sorry, I was in a hurry. It's fine. Looking down, he noticed his shirt had been sliced open. Everyone acted normal, but in reality, they were all trying to assassinate him. He had grown so accustomed to it that it barely fazed him. Are you just running around with a knife like that? Someone had placed an energy drink in front of him with a note attached. Sang Yu, drink this and move forward. I've been waiting for you for so long. As expected, he assessed the situation. These are all just attacks from low-ranking hunters. They don't affect me at all, but I can still feel their killing intent. Without hesitation, he picked up the note and read it while sipping the drink. Sang Yu pondered for a long time, then looked at the bottle. Poison, maybe? And just like that, 3 days passed. At the academy campus, a secret meeting was taking place in a closed office. The meeting was chaired by the principal, who spoke up. Thank you all for gathering here. Professor Ma Yang, responsible for hunter medicine and a C-rank hunter, and Professor Yayak, in charge of combat, and also a C-rank hunter, focused their attention. As you all know, today is the day we deal with the troublemakers. The principal of the Hunter Academy, Quan Hak-su, identified the targets. Yung Sang-yu and Shin Junying. It's them. Quan slammed his hand on the table, his face showing a hint of regret. I should never try to get rid of them in the first place. Especially Shin Junying. It's all because of that damn Huseong faction. One of the professors, somewhat timid, spoke up to reassure him. But we can see this as an opportunity. If we can convince Shin Junying, we'll be able to control the entire Huseong faction. Sung Quan couldn't hold back and shouted. If it were that easy, we would have done it already. What about Yung Sang-yu? The tension in the office rose. Ma Ji-hong casually spoke up. Of course, none of the students in the academy could even leave a scratch on him. TCH, is he really that strong? Even if they ganged up on him, they wouldn't stand chance. You should have seen the eyes of his clones. The principal leaned on the table, his tone reassuring. Is that so? But don't worry. The master hasn't abandoned us yet. They said they would send 2 A-rank assassins from the Assassin Guild, the 13 Scorpions. They're already in South Korea. Ma Ji-hong admired the master with a dreamy expression. Suk couldn't contain his excitement. To receive such support from the master, the principal gazed into the distance as the professors around him murmured in admiration. If it's the 13 Scorpions, dealing with Huseong will be a piece of cake. And we'll eliminate Junying as well. Kill Yung Sang-yu too. Ha! Let's celebrate the system. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door, followed by complete silence. The entire room froze as the door was kicked open. From outside, a young man's voice echoed, mocking the knocking sound before he spoke. Thanks to you all, the past 3 days have been a bit irritating for me. Now that this meeting is happening, let's decide your punishment, shall we? As Sang-yu kicked, opened the door, and barged in, Professor Sung-won was the first to react. Trembling, he stammered, Sang-yu. Sang-yu gritted his teeth in frustration and replied, Yes, Professor? What is it? I bet you're not even that surprised. You've been keeping an eye on me throughout the entire class, haven't you? Everyone in the room stood up, trying to assert dominance. The academy's principal spoke up. Hunter Yung Sang-yu, I don't know why you've come here, but we should resolve this matter with words. Sang-yu showed no emotion as he responded. Words, huh? Sounds nice. His clones swiftly closed in on the group as he continued. But words only work when both sides are on equal footing. The clones moved behind each individual, pinning them down. Sang-yu explained his actions. There are 5 of you, and I'm just one person. So, I needed a few extra hands. Everyone in the room turned pale, unable to utter a word. After establishing his dominance, Sang-yu sat down on an empty chair, casually propping his legs onto the table. All right, let's talk. Resting his chin on his hand, he appeared deep in thought. The past 3 days have been quite eye-opening for me. The people trying to kill me are getting bolder. He scanned the meeting room with sharp eyes, his voice echoing through the tense atmosphere. Poison, ambushes, even sniper rifles. Thanks to all that, we had to board up every window in our entire organization's building. After going through all this, only one thought remains in my mind. His eyes burned with anger as he delivered his warning. Even if they were brainwashed into following orders, I still can't stand it. Sorry to interrupt, but Hunter Yung Sang-yu, what do you mean by trying to kill you? Ignoring the principal's attempt at stalling, Sang-yu ordered one of his clones to break Professor Hee-suk's finger while the principal was still trying to explain himself. I don't understand, he said simply. It'd be best if you stopped talking nonsense. A loud, agonizing scream echoed through the room. Without a care for their reactions, Sang-yu continued nonchalantly. But if you really want to talk, go ahead, assuming his fingers are tough enough to last through it. A burly professor, Janguk, couldn't hold back his rage and shouted, Are you mocking us? But before he could finish his sentence, one of Sang-yu's clones landed a punch squarely on his face. Janguk collapsed to the floor from the impact. Sang-yu simply commented in a calm voice, Oh dear, you just lost your turn to talk. The principal, furious at how Sang-yu was trampling over his authority, snapped, What do you think you're doing? At least tell us what you want. but his words were starting to sound more like a desperate plea. As far as I know, if this academy disappears, we won't be the only ones affected. Sang Yu raised a finger, giving a command. Are you trying to use the elixirs as a bargaining chip against me? The room was once again filled with screams. The principal slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I'm just telling you the truth. Meanwhile, Sang Yu remained calm and composed. Then let me lay out my conditions. First, remove the brainwashing influence on all the academy students and stop this foolishness. Second, ensure that I am the sole participant from this academy in the Global Academy Tournament, so I can obtain the elixir. Third, do not report this incident to your so-called master. The entire room was in shock. The principal hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. I'm sorry, but we have no idea what you're talking about. Once again, Professor Hisuk's finger was snapped. Another agonizing scream echoed through the room. Despite his fear, the principal tried to keep his composure as he spoke. You have misjudged us. Just kill us already. We won't bow to threats like these. He was clearly trying to buy time for whatever scheme he had in motion. But you should also prepare yourself to give up on the elixir. Saying you didn't even bother opening his eyes as he mocked him. I can hear just fine, you know. I know exactly what you're up to. He recalled something Shin Junying had told him before. You need to expose your weaknesses. Sang Yu had asked back, what do you mean? With arms crossed, Junying had simply observed him before answering. You always handle things too softly. Sang Yu had gritted his teeth in frustration. Why does everyone think that? I can be ruthless too. At that moment, Shin Junying had lowered his head slightly, speaking in a serious tone. If you want to achieve your goals, you have to instill fear in them. But if you use violence recklessly, it won't be as effective. You need to show them your determination and the chains that bind them. Now, in the present, Sang Yu pulled something out and spoke. I already know about the existence of your so-called master. And yet, you still don't grasp what that means. The principal's face immediately went stiff. Sang Yu continued, do you want the entire world to find out about these documents? The principal hurriedly asked, How? How did you? Holding a document in his hand, the principal trembled uncontrollably. Sang Yu continued speaking. This won't just end with your branch in Korea. I believe every academy across the world will be forced to shut down and undergo investigation. Standing up, he added, I don't know what your master's grand plan is, but it will definitely take a massive hit. He then gestured to a clone, who held a dagger, signaling for him to finish off Maggie-on. Enough wasting time. Let's end this. Throw all the bodies into the dimensional gate and burn them. Despite the desperate screams that followed, Sang Yu remained unfazed. No, the principal shouted urgently. Wait, give us a little more time to think. Sang Yu replied nonchalantly. Oh, stalling for time. The more he spoke, the more the principal broke into a cold sweat. You've been busy sending a message somewhere, haven't you? He smirked. Let me guess, you're waiting for the 13 scorpions, right? From outside, a thick black mist seeped into the room, causing the principal's face to turn pale. Large, blood-soaked figures stepped in through the main entrance. The principal reacted strongly, exclaiming, They're here! The 13 scorpions! But the real surprise came after. One of the protagonist's clones effortlessly dragged the unconscious figures in and casually remarked, Yeah, we came here to save you. Then, with a thud, he tossed them onto the floor. The principal was utterly shocked, while Sang Yu smirked and said, Well, looks like you don't have to wait for anyone anymore. That makes things easier, doesn't it? I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. The principal shut his eyes tightly as a countdown-like tune played beside him. 3, 2. The moment one was about to be spoken, the principal screamed and bolted. His only thought, if I could just get past that wall, I'll escape for sure. Using his ability to phase through matter, he aimed to slip through obstacles within a limited time. But just as he leaped, a magic circle appeared. A voice echoed, skill cancelled. Momentum carried him forward, and, bam, he smashed face first into the wall, groaning, oh, damn it. A woman entered, a cigarette in her mouth. I had a feeling, but I didn't think you'd actually go this far. Yenny's voice was full of anger. So this is why you wanted me in the prayer room, huh? But the principal showed no remorse. Instead, he muttered, What were your conditions again? Sang Yu simply stood there, watching, unfazed by the ongoing screams. The principal quickly continued, No, wait. I remember now. We'll do our best to meet your demands. In the end, Principal Won Haksu and his associates yielded to my conditions, and the academy swiftly returned to normal. Outside, two individuals were wrapping up matters when one of them spoke. "You handled that well, Sir Won-tae." The man, Won-tae, responded, "I didn't expect them to send assassins from overseas. If it had just been the two of us without Sang-yu, things would have been much tougher." The woman agreed. "Yeah, he's ridiculously strong. How is he still ranked as a B class?" If they suddenly altered history or restructured the system, other academy branches might take notice. So we decided to keep the class running. Both Junying and Sang-yu were surprised to see this. Junying was the first to ask, "Is this what the principal was talking about?" Sang-yu nodded. "Yeah, looks kind of creepy, huh?" Instead of letting it continue, they were given permission to destroy the brainwashing device and turn the class into an ordinary, boring subject. Looking at the strange, octopus-like machine, Sang-yu muttered, "Let's destroy this thing right now." With Yunny's help, we quickly erased the brainwashing influence. She guided the students. "All right, everyone, just walk through this as you exit." However, oddly enough, we couldn't remove the brainwashing effects on the professors, including the principal. Frustrated, Yunny slammed the principal's head against the table, channeling magic as she growled, "I think this is just who they are. This isn't brainwashing at all." The principal stubbornly replied, "We were chosen by the master. Your attempts are useless." Using magic, we were able to free Heian from her brainwashing, as well as remove her restraints. Seeing her still trembling, Sang-yu gently asked, "Are you okay?" Tears streamed down Heian's face as she stammered, "Appa." She immediately threw herself into Sang-yu's arms. "I'm sorry. I must have lost my mind." Sang-yu reassured her, "You did great." Meanwhile, Kim Woo-hyun yelled from behind, "Why are you apologizing to him?" "Apologize to me." The 3 days of chaos had finally ended. Somewhere, in a quiet room, two voices could be heard. "Not there. Move a little to the left." "Here." "Yeah. So, when's the next evaluation?" The one responding was none other than the principal himself. Now completely submissive, he was nervously massaging Sang-yu's shoulders as he spoke. "We evaluate based on stat increases. We'll compare your stats from when you first entered the academy to now and grade you accordingly." Sang-yu asked, "Am I great?" Without hesitation, the principal blurted out, "Of course it's an A." Satisfied, Sang-yu nodded. "Good." Frustrated, Sang-yu complained to Hee-seok, "So when are we going to learn new skills? How long do we have to keep spamming fireballs?" Sweating profusely, Hee-seok quickly replied, "I'll start teaching you ice magic soon." Ignoring his pitiful expression, Sang-yu smirked. "Good. You better teach it properly. I'll be watching." Hee-seok gulped. "Why yes, be somewhere," an unknown voice lamented. "Oh, my miserable life." Meanwhile, in another room, two men stood in front of a system panel. One of them, a bearded man, read aloud, "Atlas, the Korea branch reports that the issue has been resolved. But the 13 Scorpions claim the mission failed. What do you think?" The younger man beside him cheerfully responded, "Whatever you think, sir. That's the correct answer." The older man chuckled. "Huh, that's such a lazy, uninspired answer. But what if I said your death was the correct answer?" Without hesitation, the young man grinned. "Then, I'd gladly accept it." He slashed his own arm, blood splattering across the room. The older man simply leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand, watching. Looking at the young man, lying in a pool of blood, the older man's eyes welled up. "I was just joking." Then, as if amused, he laughed, for he was the master of this place. He issued an order. "Hey, clean up this mess. Also, someone go investigate this guy." Young Sang-yu. There were two types of reactions from the academy students. Some would apologize, while others would ignore it altogether. A girl sobbed, "I'm really sorry. I don't even know why I did that, but..." She bowed repeatedly, her words frantic. "I don't know how many times I should apologize for it. If you want, you can report me to the police. If you want compensation, just tell me." They would either apologize, filled with regret over what they had done, or feel too ashamed to face him, opting instead to avoid him completely. Sang-yu thought to himself, "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pissed. But at least they're apologizing. It's fine." Heian walked up to him with a smirk. "You really put on quite the performance back there." Sang-yu replied indifferently, "What else could I do? I can't hit them now that they're no longer brainwashed. Besides, those bastards have already paid the price." Then, he continued questioning, making Heian's face turn pale. "Our next class is physical training, right?" Heian awkwardly clutched her arm and mumbled, "Appa, about that movie we talked about before. Can we go now? There's one I really want to see." Sangyu was a bit surprised. What are you talking about? We have training. Then, without waiting for a response, Sangyu dragged Haiyan to the classroom. Your base stats are way too low. Haiyan sighed. All right. I'll go. Sunlight streamed through the academy's windows, illuminating the multi-purpose training hall. The instructor spoke. Today's class is about physical endurance. Sitting upright on his chair, the trainer continued explaining. In the next class, we'll evaluate your base stats. We'll compare them to the stats you've gained through training here. Your grade will depend on how much you improve. The students around them started whispering. What's up with the instructor today? I have no idea. Haiyan turned to Sangyu. This is because of you, isn't it? Sangyu smirked. Already told you. When dealing with bastards who give orders, you gotta handle them differently. Then he asked, Anyway, why do you hate this class so much? Haiyan sighed, looking discouraged. My skill level has increased, but my strength is still the same. Sangyu simply pointed. This is a training facility. Practice is the key. Haiyan let out a sigh. I'll be back soon. Targets were set up one after another, each labeled with different difficulty levels. Haiyan activated her Mana of Mastery skill, though her expression showed little confidence. Meanwhile, others went to a corner to pick up weights and start training. One person, wearing a striking red cloak, was intensely focusing on channeling a blue energy aura. Seeing this, Sangyu pondered. My stats have increased significantly, and I've already told them to evaluate me. I don't actually need to do this. But since I'm here anyway, might as well work out a little. Besides, I don't feel much from JM's training machines. Sangyu approached a set of weights placed near the instructor. Pointing at them, he asked, What's the maximum weight this thing can handle if I crank it up to the highest setting? Hearing that, the instructor glanced at the weights before answering. The weight is controlled by a gravity mana stone embedded inside. It entirely depends on the strength of the person using it. The instructor continued, surprising Sangyu. You could even set it to a point where it becomes impossible to lift. Sangyu's response caught the instructor off guard. Then set it to impossible to lift. Huh? Are you sure? The instructor further explained, this mode is only meant to optimize training efficiency. Normally, it's not used this way. It'll be fine. Just do it. The instructor flipped the switch to the highest setting for Sangyu. Sangyu thought to himself. Aside from the embedded mechanism, it looks just like a regular barbell. If anything, it even seems a little light. Purple energy began radiating from both ends of the barbell. Sangyu attempted to lift it. His eyes widened in shock. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn, this is heavy. But rather than feeling frustrated, he was actually satisfied. This is it. This is the weight I need. The machine beside the instructor started emitting smoke due to Sangyu's immense strength. Electric sparks crackled around the barbell. After much effort, Sangyu finally managed to lift it. A surge of exhilaration rushed through his body. The energy cores embedded in the weights, along with a few bolts, popped off right before the instructor's eyes. His eyes widened in shock. Sangyu planted his feet firmly on the ground. Purple energy fragments tumbled down with a series of clinks. Holding up the now weightless barbell, Sangyu turned to the instructor. Impressive efficiency, Professor. The instructor held the damaged barbell, his eyes welling up with tears. Behind him, thick smoke billowed from the destroyed machine, while Sangyu simply grinned. But they're rich, right? They can afford top-tier equipment. I should ask them to open the gym at night and let my clones train. Sangyu paused, thinking to himself. Now that I think about it, where's Shin Junying? He's missing right before the evaluation. Must be off doing something. Meanwhile, Jinnik was sitting nearby, talking to Shin Junying. So, is the academy really that dangerous? The Huseong Guild should prepare for that possibility as well. We've managed to put a temporary stop to them, but they're still a threat. Jinnik, the captain of Huseong Guild's first division, crossed his arms. They're a threat. Shin Junying hesitantly spoke. I can't say for sure, but the divine elixir, it might be the reason the academy... Jinnik placed a hand on his forehead. You're the captain of... Jinnik continued. Those people follow your orders no matter what. This isn't something they can handle on their own. You should be helping us too. Jinnik then asked, I received intel along with Yoon. Hey, why exactly did you enter the academy? Jinnik's words left Shin Junying momentarily frozen. If you just want to play around like a kid, go to the playground. We gave you all the support you needed to get into that academy. And yet you went and befriended... Jinnik lowered his hand and... The reason you need help this time, it's the upcoming evaluation, isn't... Jinnik stood up from his seat, letting out a dry chuckle. Ah, damn it. You must have thought you had everything, so you did all this, huh? You should be working harder instead of wasting time on things like... With that, Jinik walked away, leaving Shin Junying alone. I won't tell father about this, and I'll pretend I didn't hear anything either. Just focus on your... Shin Junying remained seated in silence, listening to Jinik's words. The guild doesn't expect anything more from you. You know what to do. I've already done my... Streams of blue energy were continuously launched toward dust, and smoke billowed around the target. Heian bent over, gasping for breath, thinking to herself, even a level 3 training dummy. She stared at her hands in frustration. Just a few days ago, I was acting all high and mighty in front of Oppa Shin Junying. I even thought my strength was and now, even Shin Junying can throw fireballs back. Heian clenched her teeth, determined. I can't keep being a... Suddenly, Heian shouted, startling both Wu Han and the... Heian, what the... I knew it. She's still feeling embarrassed. Heian hesitated before speaking. This is the only place I want to become stronger. Please, let me join the JM. As night fell, the grand mansion darkened significantly. With only one window, Sang Yu's clone kicked the door and shouted, "Open the training room." The headmaster flinched. Hunting? At this hour? Clones don't care about time. I couldn't use it all day because I was stuck in classes. The headmaster stammered. But, the training room, just say it outright. Sang Yu raised his fist, making the headmaster nervous. Using the academy's facilities outside class hours is completely... Hearing that, Sang Yu's clone turned... I'll be using it all night, so don't turn off the lights. Understood. The headmaster sighed in resignation. I try to stop him, so this isn't my fault. Sorry. As Sang Yu walked with his 2 clones, he spoke. 2 hours of training, then hunting. Repeat that cycle. The clones nodded in agreement. Throwing open the training room doors, Sang Yu grinned. Go wild and use it however you want. We own this place all night. Suddenly, he froze, eyes widening as he looked in. Meanwhile, Doan sat atop a pile of freshly slain monsters. Facing him was a pink-haired creature. Lord Doan, why won't you answer me? Hunter, Seokin is probably off bullying weaklings some. I'll be hunting here today. Doan remained calm, while the monster gritted its teeth. Anyway, why the hell do you talk like that? Me? TCH, you bastard. I've gotten used to this already. Doan gave him a puzzled look. Just listen to me. This is about Shin Junying. The monster scoffed and raised its voice. Shin Junying? That bastard. He recalled that moment, when he grabbed Shin Junying by the throat and lifted. After losing that fight, I was so pissed that I started a brawl. Suddenly, a system window appeared before his eyes, startling him. A message popped up. Opponent stats are too low. Contempt for the weak has... He clenched his fists and furrowed his brows. Jun Xingyu showed up, so I couldn't investigate further. The night sky was pitch black. The window of her room, still a B-rank hunter, or what we call a high tier. Inside the training room, Shin Junying panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Sang Yu was shocked at the sight of young Sang Yu. Young Siu's hands were pressed against the floor, and in front of him lay, scattered around his feet, were numerous potion bottles. Shin Junying knelt on all fours, his body trembling. All of this is... His eyes widened in shock. Why? Why are you here? At that moment, a system... Passive, Grand Mage. You can learn all skills faster than... All learned skills will automatically be upgraded to their maximum level. The system message continued. Penalty. Weak Mage. All attribute values are fixed. Sang Yu, still bewildered, spoke softly. I think we need an explanation here. Shin Junying's entire body trembled violently. He turned away. I was just training for the assessment. I'm almost done. Sang Yu called out loudly. Sang Yu quickly grabbed Shin Junying's shoulder. Don't just walk away like... Shin Junying forcefully shoved Sang Yu's hand away and shouted, getting exhausted from lifting just a 3 kilograms weight. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? Clenching his teeth, he spoke bitterly. This is the skill. All of my stats are permanently fixed at 0. Hearing that, Sang Yu froze in shock. Meanwhile, a professor stroked. So every skill you learn is automatically maxed out? Yes. The professor glanced at Huseong. That's an... Perhaps we might witness Korea's first ever S-rank. The young boy forced a smile. I used to be a magic pro. Shin Junying smiled brightly as he raised his hand, casting a spell that filled the surroundings with... The professor, standing nearby, shouted, "No way. You learned..." Shin Junying explained, "Besides my awakening skill, I can also copy any normal skill I see within 1 to 2 staff members struggled to carry a glass case. Inside, which was... The skills I can't copy are stored in Huseong's vault." He happily cast another spell. Everyone had high hopes for me. Even my father believed. Huseong smiled proudly at his talented son. You are the future of... Keep working hard like this. His older brother's expression darkened as Shin Junying happily glanced at his father walking beside him. Then suddenly, his whole body trembled and beads of sweat dripped down. Shin Junying clutched his chest, gasping for air. He tensed up, his arm muscles slightly bulging. He dropped to one knee, one hand pressing against the ground. All my stats are fixed at 0.2. If only I could have said it back then. Shin Junying ran on the treadmill, drenched in sweat, and the professor hesitantly looked at the data sheet. Your basic abilities haven't improved. Huseong's face darkened as he turned away. Junying, come to the T. Shin Junying lowered his head, his entire body. Huseong spoke coldly. 0.2. Every single one of your stats is fixed. Resting his hand over his tired eyes, he continued. Shin Junying flinched. I still don't know. If I keep training hard from now. Huseong slammed the table, cutting him off. The whole world will realize, he continued. I've heard of cases where fire-related awakenings lower ice resistance. Regardless, but this, it's useless. Everything is stuck at 0.2. Shin Junying's eyes filled with tears. All this time, you're just throwing money into a bottom. Huseong brushed past Shin Junying, and at least there's one good thing. No matter what you do, I won't have to waste time stopping. Shin Junying clenched his fists, gripping the hem of his shirt. If I hit you too hard, sitting on the floor with a water bottle in hand, Shin Junying. After that day, Huseong erased every piece of news and every article about me, even my skills, my hunter rank, and any support I received. Stuck at B rank, Sengyu sat across from him, listening, and that was when I learned I could obtain the elixir from. The image of the elixir flashed through his mind. A mystical potion capable of removing all curses. It became the purpose of his life. Shin Junying stared at his own hands, trying to hide his mana deficiency. I hid mana potions in my teeth and carried medicine in my water bottle. Junying took a cold sip from his bottle. I was desperate. Shin Junying let out a deep sigh. And in the end, despite everything, Sengyu was slightly surprised by Junying's words. For you, awakening might have been. Shin Junying lowered his head in frustration. But for me, it was the worst curse. Hearing that, Sengyu furrowed his brows. So that's why the weakening potion had no effect during the group match. There was nothing left to weaken in the first place. Sengyu stood up, hands in his pockets, and asked, who else knows about this? Shin Junying replied, only my father, my brother, and a few team captains. Sengyu continued, if you plan to use weights, why not train at home? Didn't you consider getting caught? Shin Junying immediately I asked the principal to lock the door. Who would have thought someone would come here this late? Besides, all the equipment has already been used. Sengyu hesitated slightly at Junying's word. There was a gravity magic device that could assist training based on the user, but when I arrived today, it was broken. Sengyu grew curious and asked, so, what was your initial base power? Junying answered honestly, 40. Sengyu was startled. 40? He grabbed Junying by the collar and shouted. There's a limit to how shamelessly you can. Boosting it to 200 times? Who the hell would believe that? Junying slumped down, looking dejected. What else can I do? Turning away, Junying started walking off but didn't forget to warn. Keep everything I said today a secret. Not even the principal should know. Sengyu scratched his head in frustration. Damn it. Junying walked alone through the school, hands stuffed in his pockets, before suddenly stopping with a frown. A memory surfaced. Huseong, drunk, swirling a glass. A woman beside him massaged his shoulder. You want a team member for the rank-up exam? Junying stood still in the shadows. Why? Do you know Sengyu? The guy who uses clones. Huseong chuckled from his seat. I saw him back when he was in. I laughed at him when I saw him with Junmo. It was hilarious watching him struggle. But then I heard that bastard Sengyu passed the B rank exam. Without any. Huseong's words sent a chill down Junying's. Some people don't even dare to attempt the rank-up test. Huseong smirked. I laughed at the guy who picked up a worthless rock, and then that rock turned into a priceless gem. Meanwhile, the gem I polished every day. Back to reality, a hand suddenly reached out from behind Shin Junying. Meanwhile, he was still mumbling, even a mere pebble has the ability. A mysterious figure ambushed him from behind, grabbing both his. Startled, Junying stammered. Who are you? Shoo, stay quiet if you want to live. Elsewhere, under the cover of night, city lights flickered across town. A voice echoed. Even when his skill levels up, its power. A special agent asked in disbelief. You're not low on mana, are you? The only thing you're confident about is your. The agent hesitated, then added, but you're still okay with the Academy's evaluation. Even. Why? Where's this place? The agent looked up and continued. You said the same thing before you joined JM. But actually, there's someone who's a master. A woman sitting in a chair chuckled. But his training methods are absolutely. On the day of the basic ability assessment, the instructor announced, There are a total of 5 evals. As the students warmed up for the test, Instructor Suk explained, we will assess strength, speed, endurance, explosive power, and stamina one by one. Once you finish one section, move on to the next immediately. With an expressionless face, Instructor Suk gave the command, all right, begin the evaluation. Footsteps moved forward as he added, step up if you're confident. Shin Junying clenched his fists and stepped up. His vision, standing before a flat testing wall, a staff member instructed, please hit it with all. Understood. From below, Do-won and Seo-kin. Look at how skinny his arms are. Let's see if what you said is true. Shin Junying tensed his arms, veins bulging as a bluish-purple glow. Sang-yu stared for a moment, at a loss for words. Then, he let out a deep sigh. Looks like I have to step in after all. Shin Junying channeled all his strength into his arm. His gaze sharp, and his fist struck the wall with full force, sending dust. Seeing the deep dent he made in the wall, even the staff member beside him was left. Do-won and Seo-kin were no different, their jaws dropping in shock as they stared at A hand reached out from behind Shin Junying as he mumbled, even a broken clock is right twice. The mysterious figure ambushed him from behind, grabbing his shoulder and arm. Startled, he blurted out, who are you? The figure in black raised a finger to their lips, whispering, keep quiet if you want to live. Turning around, Shin Junying realized it was Sang-yu. Sang-yu? What are you doing? Sang-yu continued speaking about the evaluation. Stay calm. Just answer my question. He asked Shin Junying, can you change someone else's appearance with your chameleon skill? Junying was taken aback. As realization dawned on him, he started, are you planning to? But Sang-yu turned away. Yes. We can disguise my clone to look like you. That way, you can easily pass the ability assessment. You helped me before, so Sang-yu paused, then continued, but don't get the wrong idea. I'm still going after the elixir, so don't expect too much help from me. Turning around, Sang-yu took off his hood with a smirk. But at the very least, I can erase all suspicions. Back at the assessment, Shin Junying, actually Sang-yu's disguised clone, stood before the power level appeared on the display board. A staff member blinked in surprise. The power level is exact. The other participants whispered among themselves. Is it even possible to get an exact number like that? Look, the wall. During the reflex test, Shin Junying, still Sang-yu's disguised clone, effortlessly dodged the swing. For the stamina test, he sprinted at full speed during the mana test. He placed his hand on the orb, causing it to emit a bright. In the endurance test, a rod poked Junying's cheek, making him win. The staff member holding the results board gaped. All stats are exact. The hunter evaluation for Shin Junying is complete. The other trainees were equally stunned. Wait, isn't he supposed to be a close combat? Damn, he's built different. If all his stats are 40, that's an automatic. Seo-kin gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell? That Do-won, standing next to him, scoffed. Knew it. Whatever, just focus on your own test. The system panel popped up. Inertia effect has ended. Do-won furrowed his brows, thinking, what kind of effect disappears this fast? I had a hunch, but maybe Instructor Jahak stared at the 2 result sheets, at a loss for words. The difference between Shin Junying's 2 stat sheets was stark. The instructor examined them closely. What kind of stats are these? All 40s? They're even higher. Some stats even went down, though. Instructor Jahak glanced at the results, and Hunter Shin Junying's overall stats increased by an average of 0.249 points. A bit underwhelming, not. Meanwhile, the real Shin Junying sipped his drink from afar. He scowled. That idiot. I told him to keep it so. Who would have thought he'd set it to exactly 40 across? Seriously, being able to control stats like that. Is he even human? As he glanced around, another thought crossed his mind. Do-won and Seo-kin were chatting. He must have pulled some kind of trick. Just drop it, man. Didn't you see the wall get punched straight through? Shin Junying narrowed his eyes. His emotions. He turned his back, placing a hand against the wall. Thanks, young Sang. Sang-yu leaned in close, and it's over, so get out of here. His stomach's probably filled with potions by now. All right then. Sang-yu looked up and spoke out loud. I want to take the evaluation test too. Inside, he thought, while I'm at it, there's something that's been bugging me for a while. I should check on it after this. The staff member absent-mindedly spoke, and Sang-yu hit this part of the wall as hard as you can. His eyes glowed red, veins bulging across. With all his strength, he struck the wall, unleashing a surge of the wall cracked and caved inward, drawing the attention. Dust filled the air as the ground. The wall shattered into countless pieces, crumbled through the settling dust. 2 figures stood. Sang-yu's eyes returned to normal as he. My stats stopped increasing after absorbing that mana stone. He recalled the moment. One of his clones consuming an orange mana stone. Sang-yu stared blankly at the system. He then made a suggestion. Try eating as many as possible at once. The clone obeyed, shoving an entire plate of mana stone. Sang Yu checked the system panel again, his brows. The stats aren't increasing. What's going on? I think this started after Clone 7 got kidnapped, and my stat. He looked at the clone in frustration. Other than turning clones into monsters, those stones are. How should I make use of this one then? I should check out Heritage again, just to be sure. In New York, USA, the towering headquarters of Heritage stood firm. Sang Yu sat in the laboratory, rubbing his hands together. Oh, come on. Failed to copy the clone skill again? What a shame. Berskern walked over and asked, are you sure that's really a shame? Sang Yu grinned widely. Of course. Well, I mean, it's an incredibly complex skill after all. Berskern chuckled. But we were able to use the clone skill on part of the. Still, it's a bit disappointing that it doesn't work on living beings. Sang Yu jolted in surprise. Wait, what? How the hell did you manage that? That's even crazier. Honestly, I just wish my clones came with clothes when they were. Berskern's expression turned serious. Creating a skill that surpasses the original's power, the ability to replicate equipment, is a special effect of. If you still can't use it, that means. Berskern's words left Sang Yu stunned. That skill of yours still has room. Suddenly, she asked, there are some people who want to meet you. Do you mind? He blinked in confusion. Me? Just as Berskern finished speaking, the lab door. Raven and Dubert walked in. So, you're the owner of that. I'm Dubert, and this is Raven. Sang Yu stepped forward and slightly bowed as he shook Dubert's head. I've been able to make progress in what I wanted for a long time now, and it's all thanks to your skill. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Sang smiled. Glad I could help, even though I can't copy any. Berskern smirked and introduced him. Mr. Dubert here is the one who crafts items. The cloak we gave you last time was one of his works as well. Sang Yu smiled and replied, thank you so much. Berskern then mentioned the other person. And this is Lord Raven. I'm sure you've heard of him. Hearing that, Sang Yu hesitated and stuttered. Berskern looked surprised. Wait, you actually know? Lord Raven seemed to shine with an imposing aura. He's the world's strongest swordsman. An S-rank. Sang Yu was completely shocked. An S-rank hunter? As far as I know, there aren't any S-rank hunters in Korea. So, this is how I end up meeting my first S-rank. Sang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I'm really sorry. I don't actually know much about the hunter world. Berskern explained. Lord Raven was the one who rescued Number 7. The John Corporation. He completely destroyed that lab. Sang Yu in a calm tone said, I have a few questions. He asked, do you remember exactly what kind of experiments they were conducting there? I'm a bit curious about what happened to Number 7. Raven replied, of course. I remember it very clearly. He spread his hands as he described the scene. There was a lot of machinery in that place. Huge pipes ran everywhere. The control panels gleamed. And there were massive test tubes like cages. It seemed like they were experimenting on something. After hearing Raven's account, everyone was stunned. He asked, did my answer help you? Raven stroked his chin and thought, and I'm pretty sure their electricity bill must have been. Before he could finish, Berskern cut him off. Let me explain. We ran a few tests after rescuing it. Her tone carried a hint of Sang Yu stood there in disbelief as Berskern looked. So, you already knew about that. Yeah, you're not wrong. Crystal Essence is a drug for humans, but it has a side effect. It's an incomplete product, but because your clone isn't technically a real human, it was able to fully absorb the Crystal Essence. And based on our observations, I believe they figured out the exact mechanism behind. Sang Yu was skeptical. So, when used on my clone, it acts as a perfected drug without. That explains why my stats increased while my clone didn't turn into a. Berskern chuckled lightly. That's just a theory. The stats you could forcefully increase through unnatural means have already. That's probably why the Crystal Essence no longer affects your stats. Which means. She paused for a moment before continuing. You have to train on your own from now on. Sang Yu closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. So, I actually have to put in physical effort now. Maybe I should use my. Berskern asked, anything else you'd like to ask? Sang Yu took a moment to think. Well, I don't know if she knows, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Finally, he spoke up, catching Berskern off guard. Do you know what the harvest day is? The moment he asked, all three of them stared at him, feeling their stares. Sang Yu, did I say something wrong? Suddenly, Dubert pressed a switch in his hand. A loud explosion erupted from Sang Yu. Sparks of electricity crackled around it. He grimaced. Damn, my wristband just shut down. Raven drew his sword, his face darkening. Don't worry. The translation mode. As he flicked his sword, his gaze grew even. But you should watch your words carefully. Sang Yu furrowed his brows, his eyes. He extended his hand outward, his expression cold. All right then. Let me rephrase my question. Are you working with the apprentices? The atmosphere turned heavy, as if a fight was. Berskern and Dubert immediately tensed up. Berskern shut her eyes tightly. Stop. Both of you, stop right now. Berskern pleaded. You too, Sang Yu. Please stop this. We are not your enemies. Sangyu glanced at her. I doubt you can convince me that easily. You guys started this. Berskern gestured with her hand, and Raven sheathed. I really don't think he knows, she said. She tried her best to explain. Sangyu's help is crucial to our plan. Everyone knows that. Hearing this, Raven withdrew his sword. Sangyu also absorbed the dark aura back, and Berskern let out a relieved sigh. She continued, I'll tell you what Harvest Day is. But first, there's something you need to accept before we begin. Sangyu raised a brow. What is it? Berskern reached up and touched her ear, a red mark appearing. The world is far bigger than you think. Her words shocked Sangyu so much. The truth is, we're not from Earth. All three of them looked at him. We are outsiders from a place far, far away. Berskern began to explain. Our original planet is a peaceful world where many species coexisted. A vision of Tybern appeared, a land brimming with the Urintia Empire, a serene, and suddenly, a massive monster emerged. That was until the people fought back with powerful weapons, resisting them. But the threat of creatures that slaughtered everything in their path was something we couldn't. Dark vortexes appeared in the sky. From within them, hundreds of smaller monsters emerged. They had portal ability. Berskern continued. The number of monsters was endless. No matter what we did, they kept invading, taking over one. As soldiers fell, someone stepped forward. A man appeared amidst Urintia's. His name was Lieber Zinstein, a scientist from Earth. Berskern paused for a moment before continuing, shocking Sangyu. And he was also the creator. Sangyu was taken aback. Wait, the system was actually invented by someone. She nodded. At first, we were just as surprised. Berskern explained, I told you before, didn't I? Just how difficult it is to learn a single advance. It takes at least 10 years of dedicated study. And on our planet, there were barely any mages constantly. She continued, but Lieber was different. He mastered magic at unbelievable speed and became Urintia's grand mage. Lieber sat at a desk covered in papers. Then, he focused his research on a way to accelerate magic learning. So that everyone, even those without prior knowledge, complex formula mastery, or could still protect a glowing red orb. That's how the skill orbs and the system were created. Berskern's voice remained steady. The plan was a success. Even though the system was still, it could at least provide basic attack skills. People began registering and learning magic through the. Everyone joined forces to defeat the monster. The more the system developed, the more advanced magic people. And with that, hope was born. Hope that peace would return to Tybern once Grand ID was driven. Blood vessels became visible in her eyes. Then, the war dragged on until the system was perfected. Berskern's voice darkened. And Berskern looked confused. Even now, I still don't understand why the citizens were mad. Not even the descendants of the Sword Clan or the Dragonborn could. He just kept slaughtering and slaughtering and. Finally, she concluded, and that's how Urintia fell in just 1 week. That was the Harvest Day. Sangyu was in shock. An entire empire brought down by one. Berskern covered her mouth. Her voice I still can't forget that scene. She turned to Dwayne and asked, is there anything else we can explain? I didn't meet Lieber often. He replied, well, some details are missing, but the overall story is accurate. Raven added, the only survivors who made it out were the three of. By this world's timeline, that was the year 1995. You know what happened 5 years later, don't you? Sangyu's eyes widened in shock. The disaster in the year 2, he realized. And the system, it exists on Earth too. Raven's face darkened. Yes, the system is taking root. Soon, the Harvest Day will happen on Earth. Somewhere else, Heian was panting heavily, exhausted. She collapsed to her knees. I can't. The cat-eared girl chuckled soft. Oh my, looks like you're exhausted. Heian collapsed completely. With her hands on her hips, the cat-eared girl said, come on, get up. We still have a long way to go. 1 week earlier, a surge of energy appeared behind Heian. This is the cat-eared girl's. This is the original size of the fox orb. She slightly tilted her hand back. I'm throwing it now. She hurled the orb toward the target dummy. Dust and smoke scattered. She pointed behind her. Looks pretty similar to your mana orb, right? Mana only has a form, but it has no actual. Leveling it up only increases its size. Am I wrong? Even if you raise it to level 100, it'll still be the same. Her words left Heian speak. You've just been using it exactly how the system told you to, haven't you? The cat-eared girl raised a finger, and a ball of energy you have to control and compress. Your skill is called Mana Mastery, isn't it? Her expression darkened, but the system is just a tool. In times of disaster, humans can still use their abilities efficiently. The orb shot out, piercing straight through a wall. She glanced at Heian. You are the one using this skill. She lifted a target board and said, at the very least, its size should be this big. She continued explaining, since your skill level isn't that high, it contains less so you need to compress it so that it's smaller than mine. This is essential for increasing its destruction. Heian trembled and straightened up. I know. I've been doing this for a whole week. I have an assessment today. Suddenly, the cat-eared girl asked, then when exactly do you plan to master it? Targets hovered in the air. You're skipping today because then tomorrow is the weekend, so you'll rest. Is that your plan? She stuffed her hands into her pockets, looking cold. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's already an A-rank hunter by now. Don't you think you're being a bit greedy? Heian clenched her fists, trembling. The cat-eared girl licked her lip. Come to think of it, we caught a few assassins with Hunter Jung Sang-yu before, and he fought quite well. She continued, making Heian seethe with, even I want to aim for him. Heian, her face dark with fury, said, more targets. Bring out all of them. The cat-eared girl grinned, mischievously. All right, she's still young. Love is a Back on the other side, Dilbert asked in surprise. So, the Academy has been talking about the harvest. Is that why you just mentioned the Academy? Yes, Sang-yu continued. The one they call Master is brainwashing a lot of people to kill. Dilbert was unsettled. What should we do? I think we have to stop this. Raven and Hubert also chimed in. We can't act alone. We become targets of the system. We can use others. We could initiate a public discussion. Wait. Suddenly, Sang-yu's expression turned. We can't directly oppose the Academy. My sister is infected with the demon virus. I need the elixir. Dilbert was shocked. The demon virus? Dilbert immediately spoke up. So, you're just going to let this happen to the students at the Academy? You said they were being brainwashed. Sang-yu lowered his gaze slightly. I can let it happen. As long as I get the elixir. His words made the others even more conflicted. Suddenly, Sang-yu spoke up. In other words, if we get the elixir for you, then you'll help us, right? What? The man chuckled. I'll take care of the elixir problem if you become my apprentice. Sang-yu was taken aback. What? A disciple? Dilbert was just as surprised. Sang-yu smirked. That's right. The kind of disciple who obeys my every... Of course, it's all for the sake of becoming stronger. Sang-yu was still a bit wary. Weren't you just trying to kill me earlier? Well, I thought you were on the system side back then. My bad. The man continued. So what do you think of my offer? Not too bad, right? You did say you'd do anything to get the elixir. If we can take care of that problem, we can work together to stop Earth's apocalypse. That means we're on the same side now. He chuckled. Besides, after fighting your clone once before, I realized you have the potential to become even stronger. He asked one last time. So what's your answer? Remembering his sister still lying sick in bed, Sang-yu agreed. His fists clenched, trembling. I don't need to think twice about this. With unwavering eyes, Sang-yu declared, if you can get me the elixir, I'll be your dog if I... No, not a dog. A disciple. The scene before them was a wasteland of collapsed sky. Travor gasped for air, his mouth hanging. The escort pressed his earpiece and reported, he's on the run. Don't let him escape. Subdue him and bring him. With a pale face, Travor cursed, damn, that bastard of a sword seeker. He pretended to let me escape, but he had already tipped off the federal... Damn it. I gave him the valuable intel he needed, and he still wants... He raised his wrist and asked his bracelet. Elisa, how many people... A robotic voice replied, 10. No, 5. Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe 20? Damn it. The scanner's busted. Elisa's glitching. One of the agents turned to a red-haired woman. That building is the last one. If he resists, you have permission to kill him. Get the others here. Hearing voices approaching, Travor panicked. Damn it, they're here. Huh. I think someone else is already here. Or maybe I'm just mistaken. Do you know anything about this? A group of people closed in on the building. His voice turned hopeless. So Travor slumped down, defeated. In the end, I still couldn't outrun them. Then his foot hit a few small... His eyes flickered as if he'd just thought of something. The agents below were startled. A massive fire rock came crashing down from above. The rock hit the ground, triggering a massive explosion. Screams of agony filled the air. Only one girl survived. Clutching her left arm, she struggled to breathe. She desperately tried to contact backup through a radio. Before she could finish, she was attacked from behind. Her radio fell to the ground. A voice bellowed, Travor. I heard you were here. Hearing someone call his name, Travor flinched. What? Haizong raised his hand with a grin. I came to save you. Don't look so shocked. Come on out, somewhere else, in a dimly lit space. We've sent Travor's location to Haizong, as you requested. The hidden figure responded. He must have arrived. The other person sighed. Poor humans. Betrayal for the greater good. The master. Aren't you curious why I ordered you to send Travor's location to Haizong? And why the subordinate calmly closed his eyes. I'm not curious about such matters. I only follow your order. After a short pause, he continued, now, I'll proceed to the next location. The masked figure simply warned, be careful. Back to Sang Yu, Master Javen was teaching him swordsmanship. Alright, first, we'll go over different types of swords before moving on to... First is basic speed swordsmanship. Ideally, you'd learn to control your mana flow. But let's... As he began instructing, Sang Yu interrupted. Wait, what about the elixir? Sang Yu continued. I clearly said I'd be your disciple after I got the... Raven hesitated. Right, the elixir. I'll get it for you later. But wouldn't it be better to gain some experience first? That way, you'll level up faster once you have it. Sang Yu raised his hands and sighed. That's not how deals work. Is it because you're from another planet? People on Earth don't do... Raven let out an awkward laugh. Hey, I'm an S-rank Ascension expert, you know? Even if you threw a bag of money at me, you wouldn't get the chance to learn swordsmanship from... He smugly pointed at himself. I specialize in clones. Heritage invested 12.8 billion won just to learn clone techniques like mine. Sang Yu pointed at him. But since the apocalypse isn't far off, I won't completely ignore. So, I want a fair deal. You can have a disciple, but it won't be me until you get me the elixir. Sang Yu closed his eyes and continued. And I have the perfect person for you. Someone who will follow. He pointed at Clone 7, who was chewing on some meat. This guy. He'll learn swordsmanship in my place. With that, Sang Yu happily ran off, leaving Raven frozen in shock. Good luck, Clone 7. Listen to him, okay? I have academy class. Raven sighed in defeat. Well, as long as I have someone to teach. He turned to Clone 7. All right, disciple. Let's start. Clone 7 screamed, making Raven jump. I'm not your disciple. In Raven's imagination, he and his disciple were happily training. My dear disciple. Yes, master. They ate together. Wow, this is delicious. What is it? It's ramen, master. I bought it for you to try. He even imagined their farewell. I have nothing left to... You're ready to leave the mountain. But master, I still have so... Back to reality. Raven looked annoyed and exhausted. All right. First up, speed swordsmanship. In the classroom, teacher Hisuk carried a box full of orbs. All right, today is the day you've all been... We'll be learning a new skill. Now, I'll hand out these frost skill orbs to you. We'll do it just like last time. The students in the front row, go ahead and break them. The teacher handed an orb to Sang Yu. So, Raven, Arya, and Dubbert aren't from Earth. They're aliens from a planet that was destroyed in the apocalypse. A vision of him appeared in Sang Yu's mind. Lieber Zinstein, the creator of the system. Absent-mindedly, why did he do this? What was his goal? The frost skill began to manifest. The system notification rang, making Sang Yu realize something. Wait, does this mean we won't be able to use the system when the apocalypse comes? Teacher, Hisuk held up an orb as a reminder. Hunter, only use skills. The orb was taken away, but a faint blue light remained in Sang Yu. I learned basic mana control through meditation. So what's the key element here? Attribute. A thought flashed in his mind. If that's the case, maybe I can use mana without the system. Frustrated, Sangukurst. Damn it, I'm getting pissed. Just give me a fire orb already. Or at least another. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Stop. Sang Yu stared blankly at the system screen. Another line of text popped up. Sang Yu muttered, no way. The apocalypse really is coming. Huh? What the hell is this now? He stared at the system screen, which displayed. Answer me if you understand. Where even is the catacomb? I have no idea what this is, but it knows my name. Sang Yu glanced at the teacher and speculated. This has got to be his doing. Who else could be behind? Meanwhile, teacher Hisuk continued his lecture nonchalantly. We'll train just like before, but first there's something I needed to... Up until now, you've only trained inside the practice room, getting used to using skills in a controlled environment. But this time, it'll be different. The teacher's voice grew excited. This time, we'll learn new skills by fighting real monsters. This is an international event, and our academy has been assigned to enter the dungeon. Teacher Hisuk turned to Sang Yu. Hearing this, Sang Yu furrowed his brows. The teacher continued explaining. A massive dungeon with multiple... In the principal's office, a knock echoed on the door. The principal asked, who is... Sang Yu, hands in his pockets, directly kicked the door open. Sang Yu grabbed Hakusu by the collar and shouted. Are you trying to die? This whole situation, you're the one behind it. Do you think I still want to pretend to respect you? I seriously can't anymore. What the hell is going on? Lowering his voice, he continued. What the hell were you thinking? Sending students for real combat training in the catacomb? Well, congratulations. Everything's going... The principal replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. Each academy worldwide was randomly assigned a dungeon for combat training. Sang Yu let go of the principal, his face showing clear surprise. He asked again to confirm. So you're not the one who messed with my status window? Principal Haksu looked confused. Mess with it? What are you talking about? Sangyu felt a chill. Damn it, if it wasn't the academy. The system window popped up with a message. I want to stop the apocalypse. Please help me. Shocked, he thought to himself. Then who at the special training area, a beast-eared girl was holding a mana measure. Meanwhile, the girl being tested, Heian, was trembling slightly as she struggled to raise her hand. The beast-eared girl glanced at the results, smiled softly, and said, "Good job." Hearing this, Heian instantly forgot her exhaustion, her entire body filled with renewed. Overjoyed, she lunged forward and hugged the beast-eared girl tightly. "Thank you, sis." The girl nodded. "Make sure to maintain this level of control, even as your..." Heian blushed slightly as the beast-eared girl added, "And don't forget to keep a close eye on Sir Sangyu." Before leaving, after Heian left, the beast-eared girl took a deep breath and looked at them, seeing the mana levels displayed. She couldn't help but be amazed. I never expected her to be hiding this much mana. No matter how skilled they are. In Sangyu's bedroom, the quiet space was suddenly filled with a strange sound. Sitting on his bed, completely helpless, he asked, "Who are you?" A green screen appeared with white text. "This conversation is restricted. I must explain while answering your questions, but if I do..." The text continued to appear. "I want to stop the apocalypse. That's all I can..." Those words caught him off guard, but he still responded, "Sorry, but I've already heard about the apocalypse. People say it's all part of Li Bear's system. So why should I trust some rando talking to me?" The system quickly replied. "First of all, I'm green. We are completely different." A bland but direct answer made the veins on his forehead bulge. Frustrated, he snapped, "Are you mess..." The system hurriedly explained. "Think about it. If I were on the system side, why would I be contacting you? My mission is to inform you about..." Hearing the explanation, Sangyu had to admit it made some sense. He sat down, seriously considering the request, when suddenly, someone called from outside. The system, hearing this, quickly backed off. "That's enough for today. We'll get caught. Go to the catacomb and obtain the 7 clues. Only you can stop the..." Watching the system vanish quickly, he hugged his knees, sinking deep. He pondered, should I trust it? I only agreed to Heritage's deal because I've got nothing to lose anyway, but that thing didn't even tell me what I need to do. His internal struggle only made his mind more chaotic. I can't just What should I do? As he was lost in thought, the door suddenly opened. Seeing who entered, he said, "Heian, why are you? Wait, where the hell have you been all this?" Hearing his question, she proudly puffed out her chest. "I just finished my special..." After saying that, Heian casually walked over. While he could only... She sat on the bed beside him. "Why do you look so down? Are you worrying about something?" He groaned. "Hey, don't just sit on my bed. There's a chair right over there, you know." At that moment, 2 parents were eavesdropping outside the door. "Oh wow, Diakshil's daughter has grown this much already. Guess we should go out and buy some stuff then, huh?" Meanwhile, inside, the atmosphere was completely different. Seeing him lost in thought, Heian asked, "Is there some..." He spoke seriously. "Aren't you scared? You know that Academy isn't normal. They're even planning to send a..." Hearing his concerns, Heian didn't quite understand why he was so worried. Scratching her cheek, she said, "Of course, I don't trust that Academy. The only one I trust is you." Seeing him at a loss for words, she hit him with a combo. Hey, I trust you 100%. He silently reflected for a moment before thinking to himself, well, she's got a point. In his mind, he reasoned, that's right. There's no need to worry about people I can trust. Unlike him, Heian was hesitating, clearly embarrassed, before finally "So, if you're ever worried about something, you can always rely on me." But instead of the response she expected, he simply said, "I can rely on my..." Heian froze on the spot, while Sangyu looked incredibly pleased with himself. "I'm crazy strong. Honestly, who'd be dumb enough to betray me?" Somewhere else, a voice echoed in Young Sangyu, South Korean, rank B, has been a hunter. Average stats, 70 stars. The man speaking was a bearded guy with a triangular face. Looking through the stack of documents, he bluntly remarked, "Damn, I didn't even know a skill like this existed. No way I could just sit back and watch." A red-haired girl suddenly appeared and spoke loudly. "Whatever you say is always right, sir." Forget it. Suddenly, beams of light shot into the room, throwing The bearded man's excitement was palpable. Ho, look who decided to show up. The man who had just arrived was none other than Jumper, and as soon as he entered, he strode forward with an overwhelming aura and "I heard you've been causing trouble." The bearded man raised an eyebrow provocatively. So, Jumper clearly wasn't a fan of his attitude and replied, "Depends on how you answer." The tension between them built up, as if they were about to clash. The bearded man radiated a green aura, while Jumper clenched his. After a moment, the bearded man withdrew his energy and TCH the tomb, huh? After a brief pause, he continued, I don't know anything. I wasn't even aware that place had been designated as a dungeon hunting zone. Jumper's expression remained unreadable as he asked, You really don't know it? The red-haired girl suddenly kicked the man lying on. The bearded man continued, The dungeon training sessions at this academy are just so I usually have someone else handle them. This guy here is the one you want. If you're pissed, take it out on him. Jumper remained silent, while the bearded man, I get what you're worried about, but don't look at me like that. The 7 clues are still safe. The one who created the labyrinth. At that moment, deep within the massive dungeon labyrinth, strange creatures, they wielded weapons and fought fiercely again. Their battle cries echoed throughout the cavern in an eerie. The hunters launched relentless attacks, and before long, the creatures had been The armored personnel, standing nearby, called out a warning. The academy students started chattering excitedly. Whoa, real monsters. Among the students were Sang Yu and Heian. Heian, looking slightly worried, turned to Sang Yu, who What kind of monster is that? It's terrifying. Probably just a golem or something. More importantly, I think we'll be seeing a lot more of them. Next to them, managing the formation, was Siona, the YWLO guild. All right, everyone, stay in line. It's dangerous to stray. Sang Yu recognized her and greeted her, to which she responded, Oh, Siona? Fed, Sang. He asked about her situation, and she answered enthusiastically, What are you doing here? Just part-time work. The academy is huge, and there aren't enough instructors. No matter what, they can't recruit enough hunters above. Naturally, she asked about him as well, and he answered casually, And what about you? I'm an academy student. Please protect. Hearing his ridiculous response, Siona burst into laughter. Wait, you? An academy student? Who's protecting who here? You don't even need an instructor. Ignoring her laughter, he asked another question. What are we even doing here? Only the hired hunters get to fight. Meanwhile, the students just stand around watching. After a brief pause, Siona replied, Well, that's what the academy ordered us to do. I don't really know why. Maybe because there are too many students. They just told us to protect the students by not letting them. After a while, she returned to her duties but left him with a Well, anyway, if it's you, I'll just pretend I didn't see you sneaking out of formation to Just make sure you help protect the other students too. Sang Yu smirked and teased. Do I get paid? After Siona left, Heian turned to Sang Yu, and Sang Yu let out a reluctant sigh before answering, Who was that? You two seem really close. Don't say it like that. You're making me. She's the manager of the YWLO guild. She helped me out before. Hearing that, Heian reacted even more strongly, while Sang Yu was, Then what about Miho? The one you mentioned before. She's here too, right? Who? Heian added, The one who gave me special training. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the dark dungeon, a misty, ominous space filled with eerie, echoing. At its center sat a figure, surrounded by skulls scattered. With both hands, they clutched a small orb, muttered, So many, too many people. The magic circle beneath them pulsed with energy as they continued their. No, they're getting closer. Too many. If this keeps up, this figure, mumbling frantically to themselves, was none other than the master of the tomb. Through ragged breaths, they stuttered, I'll be in danger. The scene shifted back to Sang Yu's group. At that moment, he sensed something approaching. Without hesitation, he quickly moved to pull Heian close, making her blush. The others were slower to react, but they soon noticed what was happening as the ground. What's going on? Was that an earthquake? Everyone, stay in formation. The tremor sent everything into chaos, leaving everyone. After assessing the situation, Siona quickly commanded everyone to move away. Fall back. Move quickly. Everyone rushed away from the center of the quake. Heian, who was being carried on Sang Yu's shoulder, was clearly scared, but It's okay, don't worry, I got this. Sang Yu was caught off guard when a message from the system appeared. Come down here. He quickly responded. Got it. He handed Heian over to one of his clones, making her extremely confused. Before jumping into the abyss, he left her with, You go ahead first. As Sang Yu disappeared into the depths, Heian screamed in Sungu. Meanwhile, he was locked in a battle of wits with the. There better not be any traps down here, or I swear I'll kill you. The system responded playfully. Sure thing. He then spoke again, this time one more thing. You better tell me who you are when this is over. After falling for a while, he began to feel strangely at ease, unable to hold back. I'm not falling anymore. It's like the world itself is supporting me. Even if I completely relax. With his eyes still closed, he focused on everything around him. The warmth, the softness, but the moment was shattered by a single line from the system. When he opened his eyes, he saw the all-too-familiar message in front of him. surrounded by darkness. You got trolled. I got trolled. Sang Yu was trapped tightly, trying to figure out how to get out of it. What the hell? Pushing this stuff away isn't hard, but everything around me is completely sealed off, and I can't see anything. So how am I? Just as he was busy thinking of a solution, someone outside was already clearing the rubble to make. Should I just pick a random direction? And Sang Yu widened his eyes in surprise as a blue energy wave cleared everything away. At the same time, he heard a voice say, skill, but what shocked him the most was seeing a familiar face. As he stood there still dazed, Shin Junying couldn't help but boast. Cool, right? A skill like this is pretty. Snapping out of it, Sang Yu quickly greeted him. Shin Junying, you're here too. Of course. There's no way I'm giving up on the elixir. But what about you? How did you end up falling all the way down here? Shin Junying took a sip of water before answering honestly. You really think I could run like the others? Obviously, I got exhausted after running and just fell down here. Then why do you sound so... Thinking back to what had just happened, Shin Junying spoke seriously. That wasn't just some joke. I'm pretty sure a lot of other trainees fell down here too. Hearing that, Sang Yu thought to himself, that means the destruction must have spread to... Sitting up, he turned to Junying and said, looks like this place has a ton of pathways. Junying nodded. Yeah, the catacombs are basically a dungeon structured like a giant man, and we've fallen into one of its deepest levels. He paused for a moment, scanning the space with his eyes before finishing his... No one really knows where any of these paths lead. Sang Yu sat on the pile of rubble, deep in thought for a while, before turning to Shin Junying. Your teleportation skill. Its cooldown is over by now, right? Shin Junying continued their back-and-forth conversation. Yeah? You planning to get out of... No. You go by yourself. Hearing that answer was enough to make Shin Junying furious, and he immediately started. What? We have no idea what kind of crazy monsters might show up in a place like this. Before he could even finish his sentence, a gigantic, bizarre creature suddenly appeared behind him. They both reacted quickly, stomping down hard on the monster. Thick dust filled the air, and the creatures let out endless screech. After taking care of them, Sang Yu spoke up. I'm heading deeper in. I don't have time to protect everyone around me, but hey, if you're confident, you can come along. Shin Junying hesitated for a moment before opening a teleportation. Then, as if making up his mind, he said, in that case, I'm heading back. Hearing Junying's decision, Sang Yu nodded. Good choice. But just as Junying stepped into the teleportation gate, and Junying suddenly popped his head back out with a confused expression. Sang Yu rushed over, grabbing him by the collar. What the... Junying looked just as baffled. What just happened? Damn it. After pausing for a few seconds, he muttered, I think there's some kind of magic interfering with teleportation across this and... Sanbu frowned, confused. What? What do you mean? Junying slowly explained. It's like a security mechanism. It prevents people from entering or exiting this place using... Sang Yu noticed one of the creatures still twitching and went over to check it. Meanwhile, he continued talking with Junying. But my spatial gate skill still works, Junying replied. Your skill is tied to a fixed coordinate. That's different from teleportation magic. Unless we have a scroll with pre-registered coordinates, we're stuck. Hearing that, Sang Yu gritted his teeth. TCH, so you just wasted a teleportation. I won't be able to protect you, so you're on your own. Ignoring the screeches of the monsters, the two of them picked a path. Sang Yu, just follow me. Shin Junying ran behind him. Yeah, I'm coming. Meanwhile, another lost group was in a state of panic. Heian was trembling. They've given up. What should I do? Mom. Just then, Sejongmin, the deputy manager of Goguryeo and an C-rank hunter, stepped up. Everyone calm down. Stick together and don't get separated. After that, he turned to his subordinates. Still no contact with the upper floor. One of them responded, no, I still don't have a single signal bar. Seeing the students despairing made him anxious. I don't know how to fight. Damn it. Doesn't everyone here have at least basic combat skills? But the reality was none of them had enough experience in handling. If monsters showed up, getting help would be nearly impossible. Back to Sang Yu and Shin Junying's group. They were in the middle of fighting against Master. Clone one of Sang Yu couldn't help but shout. You damn bastards. Why the hell? After taking down another wave of monsters, Sang Yu, they went down so easily on the upper floors. But here, Shin Junying added. Looks like the monsters here are way stronger than the ones above. Even the basic skeletons have revived multiple times. At that moment, John Min entered from outside. Looking surprised, seeing him, Sang Yu immediately asked, are you one of the academies? Yes, I'm the deputy manager of the Goguryeo Guild, John Min. And you, hunters Young Sang Yu and Shin Junying, right? Hearing their names, the group of students started murmuring. Young Sang Yu and Shin Junying? They're the strongest students. We're saved. But honestly, I don't feel that comfortable around Hunter Young. Meanwhile, Sang Yu answered John Min's question. Seeing the monsters moving again, Sang Yu spoke up. Ah, damn it. They're reviving again. Everyone, smash them to pieces. That's the only way to stop them from regenerating. The clones immediately charged in. Got it. The students, however, couldn't stay calm. We're screwed. That means he's really planning on getting revenge. So he's actually serious about this? Even John Min's face turned slightly pale, but he still asked Sang Yu, "Excuse me, but have you seen anyone else besides?" Sang Yu casually replied, "You guys are the first ones we've seen." John Min continued the conversation. "We haven't been able to contact the server." Sang Yu frowned and asked, "Contact? What do you mean?" John Min sighed and explained, "There's a way to send him." At that moment, Haeyong, standing next to one of the clones, burst into tears and called, "Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Are you insane? Why the hell did you jump down voluntarily?" Sang Yu tried to calm her down. "Relax, okay?" The deputy manager cut in. "Oh, there's a way just so you know, but you can't access it. Only I." Sang Yu didn't pay much attention to that and turned to Haeyong instead. "How's everything up there?" Haeyong answered, "They're checking how many people have fallen down." Sang Yu said, "We have a group of academy students here, and their instructor is, if they can determine which floor we fell from, we might be able to figure out our current." Glancing at the students resting nearby, Haeyong nodded. "I'll report back to them right away." Suddenly, a scream startled John Min. A spider. "Hi, what's going on?" Meanwhile, Sang Yu continued talking. "Oh, and teleportation skills. People say it's because of some kind of interference skill, or what. I need as many clones as possible, so if my telepathic skills still, I'll summon clone 6 back here. So stay safe, alright?" On the other side, Haeyong listened and replied, "You two be careful." Zhenying turned to Sang Yu and asked, "So, what's your plan? Are you planning to just sit here and wait for a rescue?" Sang Yu quickly answered, "No, I'll leave a clone here," and just as he was about to ask the deputy manager something, he was utterly shocked. John Min. The entire hallway had become eerily empty. Both he and Zhenying were. Zhenying reacted in alarm. "What the hell? Where did everyone go?" Sang Yu's mind raced with questions, but I didn't hear any movement, he turned to Zhenying. "Hey, use that thing. The one you used to track me down." Zhenying cursed. "Damn it. You told me to save." Despite his complaints, he used his mana to scan the surroundings. There's no one else within a 3 kilometers radius. Just hearing that, both Sang Yu and his clones were utterly shaken. He muttered, "How is that even possible? I thought teleportation skills." Zhenying Ian replied, "Of course, those people don't even have teleportation skills." Sang Yu couldn't keep his composure and asked again, "Then how?" But before they could do anything, the ground shook as a horde of monsters appeared. Zhenying Ian was extremely annoyed by them and cursed. Unlike him, Sang Yu remained calmer and responded to his remark. "This place is like a labyrinth, not just in terms of dungeon. The entire space here keeps shifting." In another space, a man was swinging his sword in a series of relentless. Even his sword-drawing stance was imposing. No doubt. He turned to Sang Yu and said, "If you can perfect the space where your blade passes will become a vacuum." It's a sword technique that cuts through opponents by manipulating the wind, and it was created that way. When he turned and saw Sang Yu casually eating, he asked. With a carefree expression, Sang Yu replied. The man stabbed his sword into the ground, trying to calm himself before speaking. "I'm an S rank. An S rank. Someone at the first. You need to train the form of your sword." As Sang Yu wiped his mouth, the man continued his long. "If you can sense even the slightest vibration in the air, that's already. The form of the sword is tricky, right? Don't use your whole arm, just your wrist." Taking advantage of the moment, while Raven was deep in his explanation, Sang Yu, then, with perfect form, he delivered a single slash that left Raven for a long moment. Raven was speechless. What? No way. The scene unfolded into a fierce battle, with monsters and skeletons. Every time Shin Zhenying won, he cheered happily. Nice. Meanwhile, the skeletons, since they could resurrect, Sang Yu gritted his teeth and cursed. Just stay dead. At that moment, the system appeared and announced, "This will continue indefinitely until you defeat the one." This only made Sang Yu even angrier. Damn it, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Looking at the never-ending wave of monsters, he asked again. Someone's control. Number 7 responded immediately. That's right. You need to see his face. Hearing that, Sang Yu became even more determined. I won't let him run while. In another space, rocks around the area were constantly shifting as a figure moved. There must be a reason why the master sent me. You have remarkable He picked up a skull and said, Who? Seeing him reminds me of you, Marcel. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued, You had so many undead around you. Looking at the countless skulls covering the ground, he added, But humans, of course. All back to Sang Yu. He was still using various techniques to fight the monsters. Will this never end? He stomped on a skull, crushing it beneath his foot. Still, the monsters kept reviving, meaning it took 2 or 3 times the effort. Just when I think I've killed them, they're actually just moving to another. Thinking about this only made Sang Yu more frustrated. He cursed under his breath. These damn things keep coming back. Shin Junying, standing beside him, answered, I've heard that if you have divine power, you can burn. But then, as he considered that, he smirked and said, maybe you should start. Sang Yu, now pissed off, gritted his teeth and threatened, I'll kill you first. However, as he gripped his sword, Junying's words gave him an idea. Burn them. He turned to his Can you guys create fireballs and distract them? One of the clones, making a Z shape with his fingers, got it. Holding his sword tightly, Sang Yu said seriously, then moved the fireball, and the clone who had just answered hesitated for a moment before replying. Okay. The scene shifted. Someone was, Apprentice, what are you planning? Sang Yu looked at Raven and said, I'm just copying. He raised his awkwardly bent wrist and said, but my wrist, prompting Raven to shout. Seeing Raven's reaction, Sang Yu quickly reassured him. It'll be back to normal in just. Raven spoke seriously. I see you have an impressive regeneration. He also thought to himself. At this level, his sword speed is as fast as a level 3. Clenching his fist, he genuinely admired Sang Yu's. I knew he had sharp eyes, but I didn't expect him to have such incredible body control. A truly formidable kid. If I train him well, he could become the sword that pierced. Just looking at Raven's back was enough to tell he had put a lot of thought into his decision. We're starting a new lesson, so sit down, my student. Now, we move on to mana structure. The scene shifts to another space, where blazing flames dance, and it's Sang Yu, holding a sword infused with fire created. Proudly, he declared, now that's more like it. This sword has just been fused with. Shin Junying, standing beside him, quickly objected. Isn't that just the same as throwing fireball? Sang Yu looked confused. You don't see the divine energy flowing. Then, swinging the sword at his target, he shouted, watch this. With a single slash, he struck a nearby monster, making it scream. The other creatures, engulfed in flames, could do nothing but. Shin Junying was left speechless, staring in shock at the scene before him. As smoke, dust, and debris filled the battlefield, Sang Yu turned back. Now they've been purified by the holy flames, he announced. Shin Junying responded half-heartedly. Yeah, sure, let's go. Hearing that, Sang Yu grumbled at him, unaware that someone was approaching. If you've got so much to say, why don't you use divine power? Shin Junying sighed in defeat. I do have that skill, but I can only maintain it for 0.5 seconds. Does that even? At that moment, the man spoke up to grab their attention. You guys are all hunters. They turned to see a thin, eerie-looking man with 2 long scars. Sang Yu asked, yeah, and who are you? The man replied, oh, can you show me the way? I was just sightseeing and got lost. Hearing that excuse, Sang Yu squinted at him and repeated, sightseeing. His tone made. Did this guy really think he would believe that? Still, he pointed in a direction and said, I don't know the way out, but that way should lead to an exit to the outer. The man grinned. Ah, that's good enough. Thanks, kid. Just as Sang Yu was about to probe him for his real reason for being here, the man suddenly, but really, who are you? There's no way you're just here for sight. The man said, oh crap, your shoelaces are untied. Let me His expression darkened as he ignored Sang Yu's. Hey wait, Sang Yu started, but the man grabbed him firmly and muttered, stay still. Something about his tone was unsettling, making Sang Yu Don't worry about the path you're on, the man said cryptically. Just keep moving forward. You do. Shin Junying and the clones were just as confused. The day the truth is revealed isn't far away. Junying, baffled, what the hell is this guy rambling about? Then, the man pushed himself up from his knees. Oh, by the way, thanks for showing me the way. I really mean. After that, he walked off leisurely, mumbling, everything is unfolding just as the prophet. Sang Yu had no idea what the man was talking about and grumbled. What the hell was that? At that moment, a voice called out, brother, the psychic link. It was Heian, speaking through a magic circle. The rescue team is on the way. Just give us your coordinates. Hearing that, Sang Yu responded, awakened ones are coming? That's good, but there's a problem, because at that moment, the ground beneath him began to shift again. This space has been distorted. People inside will be randomly displaced with no way to pinpoint. And there goes shifting again. On Heian's side, the transmitted sounds continued. I have no idea where Sancheman's group has gone. Siona quickly responded. Then by the time the rescue team arrives, there might not be anyone left. The armored person replied. Tell the rescue team to hurry before they get transported to another. Heian was alarmed upon hearing. What? If the location shifts, we won't be able to track them. But then a calm response came, "We can do it." Surprised, she asked, "What do you mean?" Over on the other side, a cheerful voice replied, "Everyone here has, so get ready. From now on, we're going to map this place together." The scene shifted once again. A floating orb was monitoring a voice echoed nearby. It was the master of the tomb, setting up his formations. He mumbled to himself, "That's right, isn't it? If they can't stay in one place for long, what will they do? They're trying to figure out the structure of this place at all costs." Thinking about this, he sneered, "But it's pointless. They should know by now. Trying to navigate through this ever-shifting it's so easy to deal with them." Watching the figures running through the orb, he cackled, "Just a little longer. That's it. Run. Run, ha ha ha." As he adjusted the spatial stone slabs, he laughed even louder. But then what he saw, his eyes widened, his mouth hung open, speech. "This is point A3. Then another voice added, "We're currently 500 meters away from where the first anomaly occurred. We've already been here before. That means we should be heading toward the three-way junction." Observing in multiple directions, the person can from point B3, right, left, right, and that leads to point A2. The enemy is approximately 640 meters to the left of point A3. Visualizing the labyrinth's layout through the path, the hunter's group, led by John Mean, is at point C3. Moving right leads to point D2, and the start. He sat down and began sketching the labyrinth's shape. Move forward 14 meters, then turn 30 degrees. Shin Junying, confused, asked, "What is this?" The person explained, "I sent out my clones to spread out and map the trajectory." One of the clones looked at the paper no matter where they get teleported, as long as they remember exactly where they've been, they can reach the convergence point. When everyone gathers together, looking at the collected sketches from the clones, he added, "Then we'll have a complete map." Shin Junying immediately raised a question. "But how do they remember the positions and determine directions?" With a completely straight face, he replied, At that moment, voices started coming from various directions, surprising him. "I've met up with John Min's group and another group of survivors from the academy." "Same here." His voice reached Hane's group. "Can you all still hear me?" She quickly responded, "Ah, yes. The rescue team is near." He quickly replied, "I'll give you the location." One of the clones also spoke. "I'll start by explaining from the north. The location of the Master's anomaly. First, the closest point to that area. Thanks to this, all the groups had finally gathered in one place, and everyone was happy. They helped each other move to a safe place. Heian even ran to Siona and hugged her tightly for a long time. Meanwhile, he finally let out a deep breath. Phew, just being alive is a relief, right? Seeing this scene through the orb, the labyrinth controller cursed continuously. "Young Sang-yu, how the hell did you?" The clone who helped Sang-yu collect the map sketches had returned. It seemed like the map structure was almost complete. After gathering all the pieces, they realized the lower level of the labyrinth was shaped like a massive circle. Sang-yu held the sketch and said, "The reason for the teleportation must be some kind of skill." Junying, standing beside him, added, "If it's a skill, then it must have a limited range. That means the one who created this labyrinth." As he spoke, he touched the circular center and said, "Must be right in the middle of this place." Hearing that, Sang-yu rallied everyone. "Guys, focus. Let's find out who's behind all of this. I won't let them." Junying cut him off. "Wait." He gritted his teeth in frustration, while Junying remained unfazed. "You have to get me out of here first. Take me to where the rescue team is," he continued. Meanwhile, in the depths of the labyrinth, its master rarely had a moment of peace. After a long silence, he mumbled to himself, "I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't save all of you." As he rummaged through his belongings, he muttered, "But it's okay. I can still save someone. At the very least, I'll stop anyone who dares to come here." He took out a small vial, stared at it, and said, "Perhaps the master already foresaw this." Clutching the vial tightly, he grinned. "With this, I can go back to the time when everyone was still happy." After a long pause, his memories resurfaced. The sky suddenly cracked open, monsters poured out, and everyone perished. The vision took him back to his youth, when he had witnessed the streets littered with corpses. Suddenly, a voice crackled from a radio. "KRRR, KRRR. To anyone listening, please pay attention," one of the survivors exclaimed. "The radio's working. That means the announcer must still be alive somewhere." The broadcast continued. "A strange phenomenon is occurring simultaneously all over the world. Monsters are emerging from an unknown gate, and people are being attacked. We are calling this event the Great Catastrophe and officially declaring a national state of emergency." The group was in shock from the overwhelming news, but the radio kept broadcasting. If you encounter anything unusual, leave immediately. If you see a creature you've never seen before, do not provoke it. Hide, gather food and water, and wait for rescue. As they turned around, they saw a skeleton beginning to move. The radio continued, "This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." A bespectacled man, noticing the skeleton assembling itself, yelled, "Hey, look!" The skeleton picked up a weapon, and the group panicked. Someone screamed, "The skeleton's moving! Run!" A girl tripped as the skeleton lunged at her. She burst into tears, sobbing, "Hick! Someone help me!" Just when she thought she was about to die, nothing happened. Someone in the group muttered, "It disappeared." At that moment, a woman approached after casting a spell and warned, "Don't go outside." But the man insisted, "I can protect everyone here." That was Labyrinthos, a spatial transformation within a fixed location. All space-related skills, including teleportation, cannot be used to travel between the distorted space and the outside world. However, Labyrinthos will continue to function. He repeated, "The outside world is too dangerous." Back in the present, he stood within a magic circle and muttered, "I was only trying to keep everyone safe and warm." A surge of energy poured down, surrounding him and spreading outward. He mumbled to himself again, "Why won't anyone understand?" Lifting his head, he screamed through his tears, "Why does no one understand me?" The scene shifts back to your group. Above them, the rescue team calls out, "We're the rescue team. Use the rope to climb up." Shin Junying hesitates as he looks at the rope. Climbing? Seeing this, Sengu gets frustrated and orders, "Clone 2, carry him up." Clone 2 responds, "Got it." But before he can act, the space around them starts to warp. Everyone looks confused, and Sengu quickly asks, "What the hell is this?" Reacting quickly, he slashes at the barrier with his sword, but it has no effect. "Damn it, it's blocking us. I guess I'll have to use my spatial skill." Shin Junying panics. "Wait, you're leaving me behind." But as Sengu touches the distorting barrier, he's also shocked. The spatial skill isn't working either. I thought it would. Both of them stand silently, realizing they've been completely cut off. Accepting the situation, Shin Junying sighs. "Looks like we have no choice. We have to head for the central area, just like we planned. TCH, I was planning to stay behind to help you anyway. Let's go." Meanwhile, Heian's group is in a panic after being separated. "I can't see anything inside, and the rope is gone too." Heian calls out in worry, "Brother!" At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoes, surprising Heian. "Move aside." A figure throws a small energy sphere directly at the barrier, triggering an explosion. Smoke and dust fill the air. The newcomer is a Beastkin girl. Seeing that the explosion didn't work, she mutters in frustration, "Damn, it's still not enough?" Heian recognizes her and calls out, "Sister." The girl smiles in relief. "Heian, thank goodness you're safe. And hello, clone." After their brief exchange, the Beastkin girl gets straight to the point. "I heard Sengu is still trapped inside." Heian nods. "Yeah, he's with Shin Junying." The girl replies, "I don't think he's in immediate danger, but who knows what might happen if we leave things like this. We need to deal with whoever activated this spatial restriction skill immediately." She then points at the barrier and sighs, "But as you can see, I can't break through it." Heian anxiously asks, "Then what do we do? I heard even teleportation skills aren't working." The Beastkin girl steps closer to Heian and questions, "What do you mean?" "Obviously, we'll have to try using your skill." Heian stammers, "Wait me." The girl responds, "Show me the results of your training." On Sengu's side, he and his clones are locked in battle with skeletons. Sengu, taking the lead, shouts, "We've been pushed even further away. This is outside area 8-2. Fighting while giving orders, he yells, "TCH, move back toward the center." Just as they're about to leave, the space shifts again. He shouts, "Outside region C1 now." Frustrated, he punches the wall. Damn it, even the dungeon layout is changing. His mind races. Before it seemed random, but now, that bastard is deliberately pushing us further from the center. Just as he turns back to give new orders, a voice comes through. "Brother." He replies, "Huh?" His team is using mana to transmit a message from Heian, who keeps it short. "Please, tell me the location of the one controlling space. I'll take them down." Hearing Heian's plan, Sengu blurts out, "What?" But the magic barrier is still up. Heian quickly responds, "I've been specially trained for this. Hurry up. Weighing the situation, Sangu makes a decision. Clone 6, you've memorized the map, right? Clone 6 confirms, yes. He then takes the dungeon map in hand and begins calculating. He measures the distance and angle from their current position to the central area, so Heian can aim more precisely. Clone 6 responds, understood. Meanwhile, the enemy continues distorting space, muttering, I knew it. My skill. It's flawless. At this moment, images flash of the rescued survivors eating together. One person remarks, the Labyrinth Creator. That's a cool nickname. Another chimes in. Monsters can't get in here because of him. A third person adds, he's always protected this place from monsters. A child happily playing exclaims, oh, Mom, this is amazing. When I tried to escape, I got teleported right back. The mother gently scolds, hey, stop playing around. Then, she turns and apologizes, sorry for the trouble. Labyrinth Creator, the kids keep trying to escape. Back in the present, he cries out, this is the only way. I will protect everyone. Flashing back to the past, someone returns from the outside, calling out, everyone, I'm back. Others respond, glad you made it back safely. How are things outside? A man with jagged hair warns, don't go out again. People with supernatural abilities are popping up everywhere. You should be careful around them. He replies, thanks Marcel, but don't worry. If anything happens, I can escape right away. The more he thinks, the more his tears flow. No one is allowed in here. Another flashback. A cheerful little girl asks, Labyrinth Creator, can you bring us some flowers? Her older sister, embarrassed, adds, if you happen to find some, thank you. Then a middle-aged man speaks up, we all owe you our lives. Back in the present, red energy threads begin to appear as Clone 6 points toward a target, guiding Junying. Aim in that direction. Using his hand as a support, he helps Heian while instructing, hold your breath. Focus. A little higher. Slowly. Take it slow. Heian gathered all her strength the moment she heard the words. Now, she aimed and fired in the direction pointed out by Clone 6. The laser beam shot straight ahead, piercing through walls and space barriers, ignoring whether it hit monsters or skeletons. It struck him directly, piercing through his back and out his chest. Bloodied hands trembled, his face filled with shock and tears. Images flashed through his mind. He stood frozen, surrounded by corpses impaled by countless swords. He thought, I was wrong again. Staring at the scene before him, disbelief filled his eyes. Why, everyone! He turned toward a bloodied man and muttered his name, Wigo. Then, his gaze shifted to a pair of siblings, their bodies pierced by long spears. Chloe. His heart clenched as he saw his dearest friend skewered by 4 swords. Standing amidst the carnage, he whispered in despair, Marcel. The massacre triggered his memories, reaching out trying to save them. Voices echoed in his mind, words from those he once rescued. The Labyrinth Creator, what a fitting name. As he said, monsters can't enter here. You protected this place from invaders and beasts alike. Wow, Mom, it's amazing. No matter how I try to leave, I always end up back inside. He wandered past the corpses, his eyes empty and lifeless. He watched as space distorted freely around him. The structure of the dungeon had changed. Holding a flower crown in his hands, memories surfaced. Kid, I never thought we'd get a real flower. We should just be satisfied with the fake ones here. A deep gloom settled over him as a voice lingered in his mind. That's enough. Thank you, Labyrinth Creator. He placed the flower crown on his head, while skeletons slowly advanced toward him. A decision formed. He sat still, waiting for them to take him. Everyone, I'm coming. Looking up, he smiled through his tears. I'll see you all soon. Back to Sangu's group, he was growing anxious. Did she succeed? He turned to Clone 6 and asked, I think the spatial distortions have stopped. Clone 6 stood firm and replied, that's correct. Taking it as a signal, Sangyu led the charge forward, while his clones carried Shin Junying. Hearing Sangyu's words, good, then let's head straight to the center. Shin Junying could only scream helplessly. Elsewhere, a man spoke. Master, wouldn't it be too dangerous if the 7 deadly sins are unsealed? I believe we should call for reinforcements. The man with a pointed beard leaned on his hand and responded, I've already placed obstacles in their way, so there's nothing to worry about. It won't be easy for them to reach the center of the labyrinth. Growing more confident, the bearded man added, Besides, the Labyrinth creator's ability is perfect for keeping people away. But he suffered severe psychological damage related to the seal of the 7 deadly sins. Pausing for a moment, he continued, his talent was immense, but in the end, it's also what killed him. I heard that he acquired that ability right when the catastrophe began and used it to protect civilians. For years, he maintained spatial distortions to repel monsters and keep people safe inside. The bearded man seemed lost in thought before finally speaking again. But why did such an incredible talent become his downfall? There are multiple layers of protective mechanisms surrounding the 7 deadly sins. Do you know which one is the most common? Hearing him speak, one of the 2 men quickly responded, I don't know. Please forgive me. Recalling the massive creatures that attacked humans, the man said, monsters. Most of the time, the 7 deadly sins are sealed along with powerful monsters. Watching the mana flicker on his fingertips, his sinister aura grew stronger. But the spatial distortion that has lasted for years has finally undone the first seal of the 7 deadly sins inside the dungeon. One could see the sheer helplessness and disbelief in his eyes upon witnessing all the familiar faces brutally slaughtered. The bearded man spoke indifferently. However, fortunately, there's still a second seal. So the monsters released are only at C or B rank. But that's still enough to wipe out most of the civilians living there. The 2 young men turned pale as they listened to him narrate the inescapable doom inside the dungeon. The bearded man continued. After that, the Labyrinth creator's ability started malfunctioning. The direction of the spatial distortions became completely random. So even if they wanted to break the seal to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Do you understand now? There's nothing to worry about. Despite hearing his analysis, the tall, buzz-cut man hesitated and asked again. But I heard that those who went there possess incredibly powerful abilities. What if they actually make it to the center and come face to face with the one who created this labyrinth's chaos? The scene shifts back to the master of the tomb. At this moment, he held a blood-stained star in his hand, staring at it for a long time without saying a word. He curled up in a corner, turning his back on the pile of skulls. The one who shattered the silence was Sangu. He broke through the wall and charged toward the pile of skulls in fury. Finally, I made it, the center of the labyrinth. Sangu, Junying, and 2 clones emerged from behind him, only to see him drop the star-shaped object on the ground. Sangu continued, luckily, you're still alive. We finally found you. Seeing him stand up, Sangu added, you're the one who caused the labyrinth's chaos, aren't you? He silently glanced at Sangu before replying, I should have died back then. The cryptic, fragmented words confused Sangu, making him ask again. What? Junying also chimed in. What do you mean by that? He coughed up blood but still forced himself to speak. Because of my ability, the monsters that were sealed were released. That was when everyone died. They couldn't escape the labyrinth. He added one more sentence. They're right beneath your feet. Could you be a little more careful with them? Sangu screamed, what? So these aren't monster skulls. Ignoring Sangu's outburst, he remained lost in sorrow. The greatest regret of my life was failing to realize the spatial distortion had been triggered. Just like that day, he placed a flower crown on his head once again. The skeletons around him slowly advanced. A decision was made. He sat still, waiting for them to end him. Everyone wait for me. He looked up, smiling through tears. I'll see you all soon. At that moment, his entire body became shrouded in a green aura, causing the skeletons to freeze in place. Looking back at the flower crown, he murmured, after everyone died, I don't know if it was my survival instincts, but I was afraid. Even after my ability malfunctioned, the monsters still moved away from me. They couldn't touch me. Blood and tears streamed down his face, yet he still had the strength to speak. But now, I've made my decision. I want to return to that day. As the ground trembled violently, his determination only grew stronger. My ability has returned. I'm certain I can reconstruct this place to how it was back then. Once more, I will unseal this place. Pouring all his strength into manipulating space, he shouted, even now, I can still hear the master telling me to stop, but it's okay. Everyone, please accept me once more. Sangu, enraged, shouted, are you insane? Gritting his teeth in fury, he prepared to charge forward with his flaming sword. You want to release even more monsters? Do you really think I'll let you do that? Suddenly, The system message appeared. Wait, Jung Sengu. But unexpectedly, his legs wouldn't move, and a glowing eye-shaped mark appeared. What the? My shoelaces, he thought. Recalling the strange man he had encountered earlier, he instantly understood and cursed in his mind. Damn it. He wasn't about to give up that easily. No way, this won't work on me. I have high reflex stats. Acting quickly, he shifted his weight forward, jumped slightly using the foot that was caught, and smoothly tilted his other leg too. Dropped to one knee, but lands safely, rolling forward. After pulling it off, he blurted out clack. The man, watching his every move, chuckled, Ah, thanks for stepping on that tile. I was almost out of strength. That was the last trigger to unseal it. Sengu's entire body froze as he hastily demanded, What? A surge of mana rapidly poured down around him. When Sengu's vision cleared, he saw the man standing on a floating rock. The entire space was engulfed in a deep red hue, and a colossal monster appeared beside him. Sengu could feel it. This thing was dangerous. More dangerous than any monster he had faced until now. As for the man, he seemed completely drained of energy, while the monster's level was unidentifiable. He spoke. Yes, this is how it was meant to be. Then, he turned and picked something up. I shall reward you for helping me break the seal. Catch, this is the 7 deadly sins. The moment he said that, Sengu barely had time to react before the man threw the object at him. It's time for me to say goodbye. He paused for a few seconds before finishing his sentence. Thank you. Now, then. The colossal monster swung its hand, and with a single swipe, his head flew off after he finished his sentence. Grant me the salvation I was denied 20 years ago. Just one swing of its hand unleashed a devastating shockwave. Even Junying and the clones had to duck to avoid it. The system suddenly appeared. Eliminate the 7 deadly sins immediately. Sengu was using all his strength to hold onto the fragment given to him. A blinding white light engulfed everything, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a different space. Dazed, he questioned himself. Where am I? I was just in the dungeon. From behind him, a voice called out, At last we finally meet. Sengu turned around and asked, Who are you? The man casually responded, Oh, you don't know me? All right. The system screen appeared. We've only communicated through the system interface. Hearing that, Sengu snapped. You're the one who told me to enter the dungeon. After a brief pause, he added, Who the hell are you? The man calmly replied, You already know my name, don't you? With a weary expression, he sat down on a chair and continued, Nice to meet you. I am Lieber Zinstein. As he adjusted the system screen with his fingers, he added, I am known as the creator of the system. Jung Sengu froze in place. What? Lieber continued, First of all, don't worry too much about the people who died in the dungeon. The time you spent inside only amounted to a split second outside. Lieber added, But if you take in too much information at once, your brain might melt. Hearing that, Sengu flinched and shouted, Are you insane? Get me out of here right now. But before leaving, Sengu wanted to clarify something, so he asked, By the way, Lieber Zinstein, are you the one who triggered the apocalypse in Tybern? Lieber responded flatly, I'd like to explain a few things about that. The reason for the apocalypse is indeed due to the system I created. Hearing that, Sengu grew irritated, placed his hands on his hips, and interrupted Lieber. And you have a nerve to ask if I wanted to stop it? I have never lied to you. My goal when initiating the apocalypse on Earth. Once again, Sengu cut Lieber off. Even if the one who destroyed all of Tybern was you? Lieber lowered his head awkwardly and said, I couldn't control it. Follow me. All of my research is stored here. You'll learn a lot more. Sengu opened the system screen and seriously questioned Lieber. Why did you create such a dangerous thing like this system? Was it because you wanted to save Tybern from the war with Kranid? Lieber's lifeless eyes remained downcast upon hearing Sengu's question. He hesitated for a long while. Then, he finally continued, Why did I create the system? Lieber clasped his hands together. It was because someone very important to me was infected with a magic virus. Lieber adjusted his glasses and looked at him. I thought that once I completed the system, I might also be able to find a way to cure that disease. Sengu clenched his fists and asked, What happened to that person? Lieber's face darkened. She's now in a place where she no longer has to suffer. At least, that's what I believe. Jung Sengu, I believe you understand this feeling more than anyone else. Sengu remained silent. Returning to the main topic, Lieber explained, the system has gone out of control. First, it was Tybran. Now it's Earth. It has become a monster that devours everything. Lieber pulled out a stone. The 7 deadly sins. We need them to stop the system. Gathering all 7 is the only way to halt the apocalypse. Sangha frowned. Why do we have to do that? Lieber continued. Because possessing the 7 deadly sins is the only way to escape the system's control. He added, the 7 deadly sins also grant 2 effects to their wielder. First, they prevent the system's influence from affecting the wielder's body. I once mentioned that discussing this in too much detail could get us detected, right? Sangha realized, so, the 7 deadly sins allowed you to talk to me? Lieber nodded. That's right. The second effect appears when all 7 have been fully absorbed, and that is, Lieber continued, super strength. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of an ancient entity that once existed on Earth. When you absorb them, you inherit their power. Based on the description, it seemed like something terrifying, making Sangha skeptical. Why does this sound even worse? Lieber replied as a dark aura radiated from a stone. That's right. They will try to take over your body. As their name suggests, the outcome won't be pleasant. Lieber handed the stone to Sangha and advised, you are strong. Don't let them consume you. Sangha took it and reassured him, don't worry, my mind is stable. However, curiosity lingered. Sangha asked, but what do you mean by not being affected by the system? Ouch. Sangha winced, seemingly drained. Lieber also noticed. Oh, looks like you've reached your limit. He continued, let's talk about it after you defeat the monster. Sangha clutched his head and complained. That thing I just saw. How am I supposed to kill it? The empty space around them began to dissolve. With a distant gaze, Lieber both reminded and pleaded with Sangha. Don't worry. The fragment of the 7 deadly sins will aid you. Young Sangha, please. Stop the system. Sangha listened tensely as jet-black cubes started to fill the empty space. And then, Sangha returned to reality, to the battlefield he fought in daily, where the ground was now cracking apart. The conversation had drained him significantly. It took him a moment to regain his senses, but fortunately, Shin Junying called out to him, snapping him back to reality. Hey, young Sangha, are you okay? We have to move now. Sangha was about to say something, but was stopped by Shin Junying. Now's not the time for questions. Shin Junying shouted. This thing isn't just some ordinary monster. Looking up, the creature was gathering a sphere of dark energy. That very sphere was causing buildings to collapse. And from it, countless tendrils shot out like spider legs, impaling the ground. Massive debris fell to the ground under the pull of gravity. Someone, in sheer terror, screamed, ah, help! Somebody help! Another person lay motionless on the ground. Some stood frozen, soulless, as they witnessed their loved ones crushed before their eyes. Dad, run! The agonizing screams echoed. Sangha gritted his teeth. This bastard was bringing back his worst memories. Sangha turned to Shin Junying. You can use enhancement for 0.5 seconds, right? Junying was surprised. Yeah, but what are you planning? The sky burned red like it was soaked in blood, while the spider-like tendrils continued to pierce downward. Sangha gave Junying a command. Hide, and use it the moment I call for you. Junying nodded. Got it. Sangha gripped the stone of the 7 deadly sins tightly and ordered his clones. All of you, focus on rescuing people, except Clone 1. Avoid combat if possible. All responded in unison. Understood. The monster stood amidst the ruins, scanning for any hostile targets. Sangha stared tensely at the stone in front of him. The 7 deadly sins will help. Then he crushed the stone in his grip. All right, let's do this. The stone shattered, revealing a pitch-black orb with a purple glow. Sangha was in awe. There's still another sphere inside, and it's wrapping around me. Inside his mind, Sangha saw it clearly, a golden humanoid, resembling a beast, glaring straight at him. Who are you? Finally, a new body. Sangha, covered in blood, was bewildered. He screamed in agony as the orb, or rather, the 7 deadly sins, began taking over his body. From behind cover, Shin Junying watched. What the hell is that? From his perspective, Sangha's entire body had turned brown, his veins bulging visibly on his face. Junying was shocked. What's happening to him? Isn't he supposed to transform after screaming? At the same time, within Sangha's subconscious, a demonic entity held the orb of the 7 deadly sins. Above it, countless golden humanoid figures sprouted like parasites. I'll give you anything you desire in exchange for your body. Hand it over. Give it to me. Now. The sinister whispers lured Senga deeper into corruption. He let out a chilling laugh. This is nothing compared to the madness of that cursed sword. With this power coursing through him, the demon within screamed. Give me your body. Sengu opened his mouth, slowly bringing the orb closer. Maybe if he just let go and let things happen. But then he froze. A memory surfaced, the last part of his conversation with Lieber. Be strong. Don't let them control you. Don't worry, my mind is stable. Senga smirked. Oh, I almost lost myself there. You're stopping again? The demon sneered. Resistance is futile. Sengu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious. Shut up. A past image resurfaced. Ju, lying motionless on a hospital bed, while young Sengu wept helplessly. Clutching the orb tightly, he raised it high and shouted, I've made too many mistakes because of my arrogance. With my own power. Then he shoved the orb into Clone One's mouth. Clone One stood there, stunned, completely confused. While Clone One writhed in pain, Sengu let out a sigh of relief. I finally understand. I should know my own limits. Now, I'll let someone else take over. Junying stood frozen in shock. Ruthless. That was ruthless, he muttered. You bastard. You're a damn monster. Junying cursed. Senga flinched. Maybe it really was cruel. Shut up. Just let whoever has the strongest mind handle it. The noise attracted the monster, making it lower its gaze. Senga grumbled. Damn it, it saw us. That's on you for being so loud. Junying could only apologize. The monster formed a sphere. The ball then morphed into a spiked mace as it slowly advanced toward them. A chill ran down Senga's spine. Shit, are you done yet, Clone One? You have the strongest mind here. Clone One's status had changed. Unable to identify. System notification. Identifying. Error. Unable to determine. A flood of errors appeared. Identifying. Error. Unable to determine. The power of the 7 deadly sins surged wildly as the monster lunged forward. It hurled the spiked mace. Senga cursed shit. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, smoke slowly dispersing. Clone One had blocked the monster's attack. Senga was overjoyed. Clone One. But Clone One didn't respond. Instead, he smirked. When was the last time I breathed fresh air? Clone One turned to Sengu. Are you the one challenging me? Senga froze, blurting out, Clone One. Clone One remained silent. Then suddenly, he let out a chilling laugh. What even is Clone One? Without warning, he threw a rainbow-colored punch. It sent Sengu flying straight into a wall. Luckily, he hardened his body just in time. Shit. He recalled Lieber's words. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a legendary being that once existed on Earth long ago. They will try to take over your body. You already know from the name, nothing good will come of it. Looking at Clone One's state, Senga made a grim realization. Did Clone One's body get completely taken over? Clone One stepped forward, standing right in front of Sengu. Stand up, challenger. Sengu tensed up, analyzing the situation. He's too strong. His stats have surpassed my clones. The barrier collapsed instantly, and his stats might even be higher than mine. This battle is just getting started. With that, Clone One lunged. He grinned, while Sengu gritted his teeth. Shit, this is the worst timing. I still have to take down that other monster. What should I do? Just then, an idea struck Sengu. Clone One sneered. Too slow. This time, you're even kneeling and begging? Running that mouth of yours, so untrustworthy. The 7 deadly sins remained silent. You've just woken up, so you must be feeling disoriented, right? I think you've mistaken who your real challenger is. Let me tell you. Senga pointed at the monster. It's him. He's the challenger. The monster, who had done nothing, suddenly got blamed. Clone One's expression darkened as he turned to Sengu. Is that true? Senga shouted. He was the one who threw the spear at us first. Come on, it's obvious. Even Junying, hiding in the corner, had to admit. I know I'm just hiding here, so I shouldn't be saying this. But damn, that was dirty. Meanwhile, Senga was still running his mouth, slyly leading Clone One right into his trap. Oh, he's looking this way. Please do something about him. Clone One smirked. All right then. He activated his power and advanced toward the monster. I don't care who the challenger is. I'll take anyone on. Let's have some fun. Sengu grew nervous. I managed to trick him, but still. He glanced at the massive creature and questioned whether he could actually fight it. Clone 1 charged at the monster and landed a solid punch to its chest. Sangha was thrilled, but the impact lasted only a few seconds before Clone 1 got countered. One massive headbutt sent him flying. Sangha sighed in disappointment. Too weak. From a corner, Clone 1 retaliated. Beams of laser shot out from his eyes, piercing through the monster. Clone 1 started losing control, laughing hysterically. Seems like one fragment still isn't enough. But seeing the monster had taken quite a hit, he grinned smugly. No, this is actually perfect. Let's keep going. A new battle is just about to begin. Everyone scattered, trying to dodge the massive chunks of falling walls. Heian stood frozen. Is this my fault? The cat-eared girl turned to Sun-Ah. Sun-Ah, evacuate all the trainees. If needed, you can request a transport ship from a guild. Sun-Ah nodded. All right, but Heian panicked. What about you? Her older sister, Miho, responded coolly. My role as an instructor ends here. So now, I have to return to being a hunter. Heian screamed in despair. Big sis, Clone 1 unleashed a barrage of high-speed attacks on the monster. Sangha was stunned. I take back what I said. How the hell is he fighting at that speed? I can't even see his attacks clearly. Even so, dodging them was simply impossible. The 7 deadly sins complained, this body is too weak. Other than regeneration, it has nothing else. But in return, after taking a few hits, he had already adapted to the enemy's fighting style. Clone 1 smirked. I've already adjusted to your magic. Boom! This time, it landed straight on the monster's face. At that moment, Miho arrived and asked, Sangha, are you okay? I'll fight alongside you. Where are the other clones? Did Clone 1 eat too many cores again? Hearing her voice, Sangha turned around. Captain Miho? Only now did he process what Miho had just said. Wait, while he's taking over Clone 1's body. If she joins the fight, then he will. He hurriedly stopped her. No, get out of here as fast as you can. Miho frowned. But it seems Sangha was too late to stop Clone 1 or the 7 deadly sins. I always welcome new challengers. Blood splattered across the walls. Miho was in danger. Somewhere else, under dim lighting, a bottle of liquor was lifted and gulped down. Bam! A loud crash. After trying to savor the last few drops in the bottle, but still unsatisfied, the man slammed the table in frustration. Dragon's Blessing. A liquor unaffected by all immunity effects. The man threw the bottle, shattering it, while the bartender remained silent, trying to stay out of his way. He grumbled, damn it. That's the strongest one. Give me something else. People at the nearby tables started whispering. We picked the wrong place. How are we supposed to know Scully would be here? He shouted, I don't feel drunk at all. A young man spoke up. Still looking for a drink that can get you drunk? The man was surprised. The young man continued, alcohol that can make an S-rank hunter drunk is rare. Especially for you, blessed one. S-rank hunter, blessed one, John Scully. Scully turned his head in curiosity. Jumper, what are you doing here? Jumper replied, I'm gathering all the S-rank hunters. He continued, very soon. No, actually, an S-rank monster might have already appeared. We need to go and save the people. Scully chuckled. Even if you go alone, it wouldn't be a problem. You're not like the other S-ranks. Jumper added, if I go alone, it'll take too much time. There will be more casualties. Scully remained indifferent. Why should I care? Go get some other S-rank hunters to go with you. You don't want the kind of liquor that can actually get you drunk? Scully paused. Jumper smirked and added, I might be able to get you some. Scully's gaze darkened as he scrutinized him. Are you sure? Back to Sangyu, blood was dripping onto the floor. Miho was terrified. It seemed the bloodstain appeared because Clone 1 had wounded his own hand to stop himself from attacking Miho. The 7 deadly sins roared, you bastard. Resisting is useless. Obey my command already. Clone 1 struggled in pain, both hands fighting against control. After a while, he slicked his hair back. He had managed to resist the demon's control. That's the unbreakable Will Sangyu believes in. I am Clone 1, and besides my master, no one can order me around. To be sure, Sangyu asked again, are you really Clone 1? While Captain Miho was still bewildered, she asked, Sangyu, what's going on here? Sangyu replied, awkwardly, it's a long story. Clone 1 held his face, trying to endure. From the other half of his face, a voice echoed. Impressive. Your loyalty is remarkable. I'll let you win this time. You're lucky. With those words, the entity laughed loudly before vanishing. As a result, Clone 1 returned to his normal state. Sang Yu sighed in relief. He's back. Mahu, still curious, asked, was he brainwashed or something? A sound came from behind. The monster was stirring, making all three go on high alert. Sang Yu hesitantly asked Clone 1, Clone 1, I need to ask you something. You can stop it, right? With that purple energy from earlier? Clone 1 hesitantly pulled up his mask and spaced out. Huh. The monster began moving again. Sang Yu tensed up. You can't. Clone 1 innocently answered, Nope. Sang Yu shouted as the space around them began to collapse. Then run now. Elsewhere, Raven, an S-rank hunter known as the Seeker, was passing down a skill to Sang Yu's Clone 1. Demonic Gale Movement. This is a secret technique passed down through generations in my sect. If you master it, both your swordsmanship and magic will be amplified multiple times. He sighed. I don't usually teach this seriously, but seeing how well you learn, I'll make an exception. Clone 1 sat still, listening intently. Focus your inner energy and gather as much as you can into your Dantian. Collect all the internal energy in your body so you can control it automatically. The energy inside him began to tremble, converging toward his respiratory center. Raven continued instructing after Clone 1 completed the first step. Now, I'll guide your energy along a new circulation path. If you move your energy incorrectly, it could harm your body, so be careful. All right then. Now, Raven pressed firmly against Sang Yu's back. Here we go. Back to Mahu, Sang Yu, and Clone 1. The three were sprinting at full speed. Since Clone 1 was running alongside them, Mahu, curious, asked, Wait, what's up with you? You were fighting like crazy just now, and now you're running? Clone 1 stayed silent. Sang Yu then asked, You seriously can't shoot lasers from your eyes anymore? Clone 1 hesitated. Nope. At the same time, the other clones of Sang Yu had also returned. He asked, How's the rescue operation going? One of the clones responded, The humans have almost done everything they can. After receiving the rescue report, Sang Yu ordered all clones to regroup. All right, everyone, gather up. Let's take this bastard down. The clones rushed toward the monster. Mahu also joined the fight. I'll distract him. She used her Fox Charm ability, creating an alluring illusion to capture the monster's attention. In the monster's mind, a ghostly woman in a wedding dress appeared, dancing seductively. Man, throw a girl in the mix, and all logic flies out the window. Taking advantage of the moment, one of Sang Yu's clones dashed in, stabbing a dagger into its head. But instead of hitting the monster's head, he accidentally struck its magic core. For a split second, everything seemed frozen. The clone shielded his face, bracing for impact, while the monster's hand suddenly stopped midair. This triggered a memory in Sang Yu. Wait, freezing. I have that skill. I totally forgot about it, right after learning it. Realizing this, he immediately commanded his clones, Don't let it move. In response, layers of ice began forming, freezing parts of the monster's body. Sang Yu charged in. I'll help too. He activated his freezing skill. But instead of ice, only a few chunks of rock appeared, leaving him confused. Huh? What now? Mahu worried shouted, Sang Yu, unaware that the monster had already closed in on her. With a single swing of its arm, Mahu was sent flying into the rubble. The monster wasn't done yet. It seemed determined to kill Mahu. It moved closer, raising its hand before lunging down. Luckily, Sang Yu used acceleration and managed to intercept it just in time. Panting heavily, Sang Yu gritted his teeth. President Mahu, are you okay? Mahu groaned in pain. During the struggle with the monster, an ability was accidentally triggered. Demonic movement activated. Tempest slash of demonic movement. Sang Yu's clones, carried by the gusts of wind, moved at extreme speed, launching relentless attacks on the monster. Sang Yu stood there, stunned. Left with no choice, he turned to the clone beside him. What the hell is this ability? What even is demonic movement? Teach me already. Meanwhile, over at Clone 7's location, Raven asked, How do you feel? The clone raised both hands, sensing his energy. My internal power keeps condensing and exploding inside me, but it's still circulating around my heart. Raven marveled. Damn, this kid's got sharp instincts. Combining swordsmanship with magic right at the moment of release. That's the core of my sword technique. Raven continued, but executing swift blades with your current body will be difficult. Before he could finish, the clone suddenly cut him off. Sorry, emergency. The clone waved and ran off. I'm out. Clone Sengyu disappeared, leaving Raven frozen in place. A moment later, he dropped to his knees, wailing, This isn't me anymore. What have I become? A blinding light flared from a portal. Familiar footsteps echoed. A sword master had arrived. Raven wasn't too surprised. Ew, long time no see. I'm not in the mood. Just get to the point, will you? Shockwaves in the air kept dealing massive damage to the monster. Sengyu was stunned. Damn, that's strong. But his bones had already taken serious damage. At the same time, Sengyu's clone, Clone 7, slowly stepped out from the portal. Sorry, I lost control of my mana for a bit, so I couldn't get here in time. Sengyu didn't blame him. He was just curious. Clone 7, did you finish your training? It was at that moment Sengyu realized something. Wait, that move just now was that. Clone 7 nodded, eyes focused as he lowered his stance and drew his sword. Yes, the sword master taught me this technique. Judging from the condition of the other clones, it wasn't hard to guess what Clone 7 was about to say. But it won't last long. The accumulated wounds and fractures on their bodies weren't going to heal anytime soon. Meanwhile, the monster had already fully regenerated. Sengyu clenched his jaw. Shit, it's like he's healing instantly. We have to finish him in one move. So, he asked Clone 7 how to use the new ability. How do you activate Stormbringer? Clone 7 responded. Attack simultaneously. Combine swordsmanship with explosive magic. That's the basic theory. Sengyu nodded. Got it. The two charged forward. Sengyu shouted. Let's see whose arm breaks first. Ours or yours, you bastard. The energy circulating around both their hearts spun faster. Sengyu threw himself forward, swinging his blade with everything he had. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. But his sword had already pierced straight through the monster. The monster retaliated. It had finished forming its magic orbs. But before it could launch them, a clone dashed in and smashed its right cheek. At the same time, Clone 7 moved behind it and drove his sword into its left shoulder. Sengyu then came crashing down from above. If we keep attacking, we won't give it any time to recover. The monster let out a terrifying roar. Sengyu hesitated. It was forming a magic orb right in the center of its eye. Sengyu realized he had to use a space gate to block the attack immediately. But he wasn't fast enough. Before he could react, both he and his clones were impaled. A space gate opened. It was Raven. He caught Sengyu. My face darkened. I didn't expect to see a member of my guild here. Alongside Raven, Jumper, Scully, and Dion appeared simultaneously. This is more troublesome than I thought. S-rank Hunter, Raven, George Lucas. Let's take it down. Good idea. S-rank Hunters John Scully and Char Dion. The monster was still gathering its magic. A voice rang out. Is that the monster? It came from Scully. He examined the creature, then clicked his tongue. An undead type? Is that why you call me here? Jumper chimed in. Sounds like a perfect match for you. Right? Seeing Scully standing around, Raven made a request. Thank God. If possible, could you heal this guy for me? Scully turned around. He glanced over. This isn't enough to kill him, you know. You know this guy? Raven replied. I do. Scully finally agreed. All right. No big deal. I'll heal the others too. Sengyu's clones were scattered all over the ground. Huh? Why do they all have the same face? He was confused. Meanwhile, Jumper opened another space gate. I'll go rescue some people around here too. Dion was observing. I'll leave it to you too. The undead monster had evolved. Take care of that monster for me. Jumper left the battlefield, leaving Raven and Dion behind. Sengyu slowly opened his eyes. Then, he suddenly sat up, confused. Huh? My wounds. Scully, standing in front of him, had been waiting for this exact moment to ask. What the hell are you guys? Twins or something? Anyway, I've healed all of you, so just go hide somewhere. Sengyu was confused. Who are you? Maho, standing nearby, looked worried. Brother Sengyu, are you okay? Instead of answering Maho, he kept his eyes on the man from earlier. Captain Maho. He healed everyone. Maho smiled. That's right. We're saved. All of them are S-rank hunters. Underneath the mutated undead, 3 figures stood. Raven turned around. You're awake. Just sit back and watch. Sengyu was stunned. Raven. Raven closed in on the undead. This is the path you'll have to walk. Raven focused, both teaching and fighting seriously. It was Stormbringer, but at a higher level. It was a literal tornado. Space gates kept opening one after another. Jumper was still tirelessly searching for survivors while also scouting the area. There were already people who had been rescued. The damage was surprisingly minimal. Then he noticed something strange. Something was off. Way off. The giant skeletal beast had awakened earlier than usual. And even worse, it had already entered its second form. The labyrinth of the labyrinth creator isn't working. But if the seal here broke this quickly, why hasn't that city suffered any damage yet? Could it be? Jumper recalled the image of 3 Sangyu clones. He realized it was because of those eerily identical hunters. His fist clenched tightly. I've never seen that guy before. But they were rescuing people while fighting the giant skeleton, buying time until it evolved into its second form. Then, chances are, the 7 deadly sins have already fallen into their hands. Jumper suddenly burst into a crazed, sinister laugh. Well, I guess I never could have predicted something this interesting anyway. Let's just see how this plays out. The scale and range of Stormbringer left Sangyu in awe. This is Raven's true power. Dion raised his sword. Everything. His swordsmanship is truly incredible. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. I'd love to spar with you someday. Dion lunged forward. Dragon Fong. A flurry of sword strikes rained down. But despite the relentless attacks, the undead remained unfazed. It countered, sending black energy beams straight down. Scully blocked the attack and groaned. This stubborn piece of shit. He chuckled and snapped his fingers. In a situation like this, chopping off its head is the best strategy. A beam of light pierced through. The undead's head was severed. But just moments later, an eye opened on its chest. The monster was reconstructing its body. It let out a deafening roar, signaling its transformation. The entire building began to shake. Jumper had returned, shouting from above. That thing that looks like an eye, that's its mana core. If you want to kill it, that's where you need to aim. Raven groaned. That damn core keeps moving around. Dion suggested. Try cornering it to one side and then attacking. Meanwhile, Scully looked frustrated. But I was already aiming for that damn eye. Sangyu struggled to his feet. I'll help too. Miho was startled. Brother Sangyu. She tried to stop him. Don't push yourself too hard. Those 2 S-rank hunters can. He cut her off. They can take it down. Even if I just sit here, they'll still get the job done. But they won't solve the problems that I have to face from now on. Sangyu looked ahead and continued. I need to become stronger. I will finish off that monster. Miho was confused. Finish it off? Sangyu turned his head. Shin Junying. Are you there? It's your turn now. Hearing his name, Shin Junying flinched. Sangyu then turned to his clones. You guys know what to do, right? All of them answered in unison. Yes. Sangyu's mind was filled with turmoil. I've been holding back to keep myself from going berserk, but now I really need to let loose. He gripped his sword tightly. Then he stabbed it into the ground. The abilities of my clones and my own immense stats. I'll combine them together. He commanded his clones. Smash everything into pieces and tear it apart. Right now, the undead started attacking. Scully protested. No way. Jumper kept opening portals nonstop. Dion swung his sword while Raven drew his blade. Stormbringer. Dragon Fongs. The undead got pinned down. Sangyu shouted. The core is locked in place. He gritted his teeth. Right now, Junying complained. Frenzy and Holy Light? What kind of combo is this? He activated the Holy Light skill. A powerful buff that dramatically increased the strength of the chosen target. Like combining a train and electricity to create an electric train, using both skills at the same time boosted Sangyu's power significantly. He charged forward. Miho panicked. I don't care anymore. If I get in trouble with those S-rank hunters, you better deal with them for me. The hypnosis of the fox. You have captured the attention of your opponent with seduction. This time, the target is the S-rank hunters, but for some reason, the illusion of Old Raven is a female rabbit. Sangyu grinned mischievously. He asked the clones following him. I should aim for that core, right? Focus everything. Sangyu gathered his power. A thrust pierced the core of the undead. The system jumped to notify. Activated the monster devouring skill. Absorbing the monster's essence. Absorbing the stats of the giant skeletal spirit. the bright red eyes in the dark night. Finally, there's a glimmer of hope. An S-rank hunter who can move the gigantic gears of fate has appeared. The system notified. Your stats have increased. Strength 72,534 to 91,612. Reflex 62,212 to 78,190. Vitality 68,593 to 90,642. Stamina 66,093 to 77,102. Magic power 81,382 to 96,623. By resonating skills, Sangu's power has significantly increased. And with just one strike, he sent the monster home, and after defeating it, Sangu absorbed its stats. Of course, the pain struck Sangu, and he gritted his teeth to endure. He knelt down. Raven also noticed. Every time my stats suddenly increase, the pain hits hard. Raven grasped Sangu's hand. Are you okay? Why do you bother to act like that? We could handle it ourselves. He replied. How could I just sit there and watch? But because of that accidental handshake, Sangu unintentionally revealed his hidden skill to Raven. It was just a touch, but Raven immediately realized that his energy had completely changed. What happened? He looked at the weary young man in front of him and wondered. How could he become stronger so quickly? Raven whispered. It seems like you have a monster-killing skill to increase your stats. Sangu was surprised. He felt disheartened. He's surprisingly perceptive. At this point, Sangu admitted. Yes. Across the corner, Scully was still amazed by Sangu. What the hell? He's stronger than I thought. Meanwhile, Dion was still confused. Seems like the sword projection guy knows him. Anyway, Mr. Raven, before Sangu could finish his question, Jumper interrupted him. So, you're the hunter who held that monster back all this time. He gave a nod of approval and asked, What's your name? That was a really heroic act. If you don't mind, could you tell me your name? Sangu hesitated for a moment. You're Jumper. I'm Sangu. Jumper froze. Yung Sangu. Jumper stroked his chin. Yung Sang. After mumbling to himself for a while, Jumper's eyes gleamed as he smirked slyly. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever heard that name. Sangu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Of course, I'm not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like you to know me. But I'm pretty well known in Korea, though. Jumper continued questioning. Where are the other hunters who look exactly like you? They were just here. They should still be around. Sangu replied. They're my clones, so... But before he could finish, he was cut off again. This time by Riven. I saw them leaving to clean up the mess. They're truly amazing hunters. Fixing the damage takes priority for them. Sangu was taken aback. Jumper turned around. His face was now hidden. Oh, what a shame. Then how about everyone here comes over to my villa? Sangu was intrigued. Wait, a villa? Jumper grinned and explained. We just took down a monster this strong. At the very least, we should have a little party after the battle. My lord, the composed man inquired. It seems you have news about the Labyrinth creator? So, is everything all right? The servant frantically reported. The dungeon labyrinth has collapsed, and the Labyrinth creator is dead as well. A group of S-rank hunters attacked the giant skeletal demon, and more importantly, I suspect they've even obtained the 7 deadly sins. The man was stunned. How was that possible? Just as Jumper had said, he had brought the hunters who fought alongside him to a luxurious and extravagant venue. The place was filled with high-profile figures. There were even reporters present. Sangu was puzzled. A gathering full of big shots like this, and he calls it a small party? Meanwhile, the others were already enjoying the party's lively atmosphere. A familiar style. Hey. Heian approached, wearing a form-fitting orange dress with a slit. What do you think? Do I look weird? Sangu's face turned red. He stammered. You look great. She smiled shyly. Really? I've never worn a dress like this before. Trying to regain his composure, Sangu changed the subject. Anyway, your skills are amazing. What kind of training have you been doing? Heian continued. Didn't I already tell you? From a distance, Raven also approached and asked Sangu, how does it feel using your inner power? Any better? Sangu turned around. Oh, Mr. Raven. Raven smiled. When I suddenly saw you wielding your sword like that, I was so shocked I couldn't help but exclaim. What was that? That, my friend, is the first step towards Stormbringer, an advanced swordsmanship technique. Your clones are handling it quite well. Sangha responded with irritation. Well, my clones are smart too. Speaking of which, why didn't you tell Jumper about my ability? Hearing Sangha's question, Raven hesitated for a moment before answering. Should I just call it intuition? I've met him a few times before, but somehow I can never figure out what's going on in his head. He's always trying to save people, and I get the feeling that he clears dungeons while minimizing harm to humanity as much as possible. Raven leaned in and whispered into Sangha's ear. His answer left Sangha speechless. But it was also Jumper who connected all of humanity so deeply with that system. You already understand what it means for all of humanity to be weakening, right? Sangha furrowed his brows. The apocalypse. As their conversation continued, Raven added, one day, your ability will be well known too. But for now, you need to keep it low-key. I get it, especially when it comes to Jumper. Who knows how much more influential he'll become. Heian sighed from the sidelines, feeling left out. So, they're just gonna have this whole conversation without me, huh? Raven continued, but he's not like that. Bless and Charles Dion are on our side. Sangha blurted out, wait, what? Bless. Heian asked in confusion. Wait, isn't Lord Bless? Now that I think about it, your sister. Before she could finish, Raven was interrupted. Was it Lord Bless who healed me? Where is he now? Scully stood in front of the liquor display, picking up a bottle and sighing. I've already tried every single one of these brands. Maybe I should just leave before those reporters. Just as he was deep in thought, someone appeared beside him. Scully almost sent the bottle flying. He shouted, you're one of those hunters that all look the same. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Jumper stepped forward to greet the esteemed guests. Thank you all for gathering here today. I hope you're all enjoying the banquet. As you all know, this celebration is to commemorate our victory against the colossal skeletal monster. Before he could continue, someone shouted his name. You did it again. Jumper, you assembled an S-rank hunter raid team so quickly. I heard that the casualties were surprisingly low considering the level of that monster. Jumper's face turned serious. About that, there's something I need to say to everyone here. I wasn't the one who minimized the casualties and kept the monster contained in the dungeon. The true hero is here with us. The room fell silent. Reporters immediately raised their cameras. Then, Jumper announced the hero's name. The South Korean hunter, Young Sangha. He is the real protagonist of this dungeon raid. With his tangible clone ability, he stood up to protect others and risked his life to buy time against the monster. While Heian was in shock, she muttered, looks like he's really going to become famous. Meanwhile, Raven remained silent, knowing full well this wasn't necessarily a good thing. So, in such a short time, he already investigated Young Sangha. There's no point in hiding it now. And directing all this attention toward him like this. Jumper is doing this on purpose. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to say something. I believe he fully qualifies to become South Korea's first S-rank hunter. Furthermore, the Enlightenment Guild will establish a memorial in that dungeon to honor his achievements and reward him generously. The shocking announcement had reporters sweating. Hey, did you get that on record? This is big news. The entire hall erupted into chaos. Young Sangha. Hunter Young Sangha is here right now, isn't he? Find him and interview him immediately. A new S-rank hunter. Dion sipped his tea. A new S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, Junying stood frozen in place. Young Sangha, an S-rank hunter? The rest of the room bustled as people searched frantically. Hunter Young Sangha. Where is he? The door swung open. I saw him go in here just now. It's definitely him. Let go of me, you damn lunatic. A desperate scream echoed from inside. Yeah, Sangha was literally begging to lick Scully's shoes. Please heal my sister. I'll do anything you want. I swear I'll lick it. I really will. Scully, absolutely terrified, pleaded, stop. Let me go first, then we can talk. But the more Scully resisted, the more determined Sangha became, moving his tongue closer. You think I won't do it? I'll lick your shoes spotless. And then every camera, every pair of eyes in the room captured all. Raven and Heian stood frozen in disgust as camera flashes flickered. Both of them were doomed. Sangwoo screamed. No, it's not what it looks like. It's a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Scully frantically tried to shake him off. You damn lunatic. Let go of me. And just like that, it became a hot topic. Trevor held up a newspaper. So, now even within the association, everyone's talking about Young Sangha. Not only that, they actually want you to promote this young Sangyu of yours to S rank. Huxiang's face darkened. They seriously expect me to do that? Jumper hosted a grand banquet, inviting the hunters who contributed to the battle. But the real purpose was to force Sanga's identity into the spotlight. Huxiang had received the news, and he was furious. Travers stumbled backward in shock. Travers gasped for air as Huxiang approached. Travers, don't you see? We're both in deep trouble now. Huxiang glared at him. We're partners. You hand over your research, and in return, I'll guarantee you a research facility, resources, and your own safety. That was our deal. Travers protested. I don't think it's fair for me to take the fall just because we lost that batch of growth enhancers. Wasn't ensuring the security of our completed pharmaceuticals part of my safety as well? Huxiang's expression darkened. He grabbed Travers by the throat, squeezing tightly. Listen here, just keeping you by my side is already a massive risk for me. Everything you do brings me nothing but losses. I saved you from the FBI agents who were desperately hunting you down. Huxiang commanded. You have 1 month to recreate the amount of pharmaceuticals we lost. If you can't, then neither the FBI nor your precious AI will be able to find a single trace of you in this world. The phone rang. Annoyed, Huxiang picked up. What? The voice on the other end replied. It's me, Oh Byung-hun. It's about time we made a decision. Huxiang snapped. Listen up. I don't care who it is, even if that damn Jumper shows up here himself. I'm not letting that guy, Sangyu, become an S-rank hunter before me. Got it. Byung-hun responded, but there's nothing wrong with the reasoning behind it. That bone dragon of his was rated as an S-rank threat. And since Hunter Young Sangyu was the one who took it down, and we have solid evidence of it, we have no choice but to acknowledge it. Huxiang's expression darkened. Reasoning? He only managed to pull it off because other S-rank hunters helped him during the hunt. We can use that as our argument. Tell them we can't approve his promotion because he had outside assistance. Byung-hun wiped the sweat off his brow. If that's the case, they'll expect us to come up with a reasonable countermeasure. Huxiang smirked. Of course. And for that, we'll send Young Sangyu over to them. To Africa, where the great catastrophe wiped out Korea's hunter squad. The sheer cunning in Huxiang's words left Byung-hun speechless. There's an S-rank monster lurking there. Isn't there? He'll have to go deal with it. That will be the condition set by the Hunter Association. If he survives and makes it out of there in one piece, just as we demand, then at the very least, you and I won't have a choice but to recognize his rank. After that, at the World Hunter Association, WHA, the association decided that they couldn't confirm whether Young Sangyu had truly hunted the S-rank monster on his own in the control room. This case is quite unusual. Other countries wouldn't hesitate to tweak the data just to create as many S-rank hunters as possible, but Korea is doing the opposite. Should we put more pressure on them? Jumper replied. It's fine. Just leave it for now. Let's see how the association reacts first. The Korean Hunter Association is already rotten to the core. We can't predict when everything will come crashing down. I think we should treat this as an opportunity to clean it up. Jumper sighed in frustration, rubbing his face. The Hunter Association and Young Sangyu. I have no idea who will be left standing in the end. But trying to predict and imagine the outcome is part of what makes this job fun, isn't it? Jumper turned around and instructed his subordinates. Just request a safe resolution from the Korean Association regarding this matter. One of his subordinates asked curiously, Where are you off to this time? Jumper responded while walking away, trying something new for a change of pace and catching a few bad guys. Newspapers were filled with images of Young Sangyu and his infamous shoe-licking incident, along with headlines about Korea's first S-rank hunter. What will happen to Hunter Young Sangyu? Korean hunter Young Sangyu had become the center of attention. His actions had led to incredibly impressive results, and professional hunters had recognized him as Korea's first S-rank hunter. Raven lifted his foot mockingly. Oh my God, my shoe's dirty. Think you could shine it up for me? Sangyu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I told you to stop it. Sangyu let out a helpless sigh. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It was my choice, after all. Back at the press conference, reporters bombarded him with questions. Hunter Young Sangyu, what's your relationship with the other S-rank hunters? Was there some kind of deal made between you and them during the S-rank monster hunt? Scully panicked. Shit. He activated his holy body skill, sending divine energy coursing through his entire being. A portal opened up. Scully grabbed Sang-Yu's collar and yanked him in. "Hey, come with me." Then, both of them jumped out the window. The reporters went into an uproar. They jumped out the window. After them, the two successfully escaped. Sang-Yu let out a shocked yell. "Whoa." Scully scoffed. "This is exactly why I wanted to leave before those reporters caught us." Then, as if suddenly remembering Sang-Yu's earlier question, "So, what about your sister? What kind of illness does she have? Tell me that first." Sang-Yu hesitated before asking, "Can you cure her?" Scully groaned in frustration. "At the very least, tell me what the disease is first." Sang-Yu fell silent before finally answering, "It's the phantom virus." Scully froze. Sang-Yu continued, "The doctor said the only things that could save her are either an elixir or an S-rank healer like you." Scully absent-mindedly rubbed the cross pendant on his neck, his voice wavering. "That doctor's a damn quack. First of all, curing the phantom virus is incredibly difficult, even for me, but I can at least take a look and see what I can do." Sang-Yu stood frozen at his words. "If even you can't do it, then who?" Scully cut him off. "Just listen to the rest first. The phantom virus will keep multiplying as long as it has a steady supply of mana. The only way to completely eradicate it is to starve it until it consumes all of the host's mana and dies." Sang-Yu panicked. "Wouldn't that mean the host would die too?" Scully responded, "That's exactly why I said it's incredibly difficult to cure. The treatment method is extremely dangerous. Reviving them right before the host enters a state of clinical death due to running out of mana. It's a 50-50 chance. What do you think?" Sang-Yu muttered to himself, recalling the situation. "If I had no chance of obtaining the elixir, I'd grab onto that opportunity of yours in an instant. But right now, that's not the case. He said that I could contact him if I change my mind in the future. I've got his number now." Raven nodded. "All right, I'm done here, so I'll be heading off soon." Hien curiously asked, "Where are you planning to go now?" Meanwhile, Junying stood with his hands on his hips, whining, "Help me train." Sang-Yu replied, "I've got some things to take care of." For some reason, though, Sang-Yu tried using a skill, but it didn't work. "My skills aren't working smoothly right now." Meanwhile, in another location, Oracle lounged lazily in a chair, listening to his subordinate report on a newly awakened S-rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. "Everything is unfolding just as we planned." His crimson eyes glowed as he nodded. "Yes." The subordinate continued, "As you predicted, the Korean Hunter Association is downplaying his contributions and refusing to acknowledge young Sang-Yu's role in the white-bone spear hunt. However, this issue could be easily resolved if we deal with Huseong." He proposed the idea to Oracle, but the suggestion was immediately dismissed. "Things will proceed according to my vision. We will adjust our plans to fit the situation. Forget about assassinating Huseong for now. I have a new mission for you. Spend the next 2 years infiltrating the Hunter organization in Alaska." The subordinate was taken aback. "The plan has never changed until now." "But why?" he asked, curiosity in his voice. "Oracle, what did you see in the future?" Oracle, now irritated, snapped, "This is an order. Leave immediately and carry out your new mission." Outside, the subordinates had gathered to protect their leader. But then, an intruder. One fell dead, then another. "What the? I can't see anything." The last remaining subordinate. She couldn't keep up with the speed of the intruder. "Somebody help." Inside, Oracle urged his subordinate, "Go now. We don't have much time. I've already prepared a teleportation scroll." But the commotion outside caught his attention. "Who's coming?" Another death. The agonized screams, "Stop him!" Oracle's blood-red eyes flickered as he responded, "The pinnacle of humanity." The guards, terrified, screamed, Open the gates." The Dark Knight welcomed a new guest, the first S-rank hunter. A single hand crushed the gate's frame. A confused subordinate stammered, "Why are you doing this?" "Jumper." But this wasn't the Jumper they knew. Oracle remained calm. "So, this was also a possibility in the future. If so, I'll gladly accept it. The regressor who has surpassed eternity, Lucas." Jumper, or rather, his true identity, Lucas, grinned. "I just want to keep things simple in this life." The blue-haired man standing beside him, witnessing his madness, quickly stepped in to stop him. "Sorry, but I can't let you in. If you want to meet Oracle, please take the main entrance." Lucas sighed. "You sound like a damn parrot. How boring." The next moment, he instantly teleported behind the blue-haired man, his eyes filled with killing intent. But this opponent wasn't ordinary. In the blink of an eye, he leaped forward, successfully widening the distance. Lucas raised an eyebrow. All right, you guys are on the same side. He cast a meaningful glance at Oracle before shifting his gaze back to the blue-haired man. So, you can catch glimpses of the future too? Huh? His gaze wavered slightly. Jumper had obviously guessed correctly. Oracle quickly spoke up. Wait, that child is not someone who can alter the flow of the future. Even if you let him live, nothing will change. Lucas's expression grew complicated as he studied Oracle, as if assessing how much truth lay in those words. After a moment, he agreed, fine. Oracle let out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Thank you. Then, Oracle spoke softly to the blue-haired man. You've worked hard. Go now. But the man just stood there, staring at the scroll for a long time before finally picking it up and whispering, everything is happening exactly as foretold. Suddenly, he clenched the scroll tightly, his voice turning grave. But, in an instant, he hurled the teleportation scroll straight at Lucas, catching him completely off guard. Then, he lunged forward, striking the airborne scroll with his staff, using its momentum to deliver a fatal blow aimed directly at Lucas's face. Gripping his staff tightly, his hands trembled as he spoke. But at least this time, I can't obey your orders. However, when he saw Lucas standing there unharmed, having effortlessly dodged his attack, his face darkened. Meanwhile, Lucas burst into laughter, clearly amused. The man lowered his staff. Well, are you done being bored now? Lucas hadn't expected him to hold a grudge this badly. Earlier, he had simply called him dull, yet now the guy had gone so far as to gift him such an exciting challenge. This is finally starting to get interesting. Then, he spoke mockingly to Oracle. You declared that you would remain steadfast in your resolve. He looked at Oracle, but the amusement in his eyes was gone. But you, the one who made the decision, a prophet who can see the future, and I, a regressor who has already lived through this. Lucas slowly tossed the teleportation scroll into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive black hole. Then, he turned his gaze toward the blue-haired man. Everyone already knew about that decision, and honestly, there was nothing surprising about that noble, tearful choice. Hearing this, the blue-haired man grew even angrier. His eyes filled with determination as he glared at Lucas. I wasn't expecting anything else anyway. With that, he swung his staff, firing off a blast that exploded like a powerful cannon shot, shaking everything around them. The massive explosion blew a gaping hole into the building across from them, one large enough to resemble Heaven's Gate. But the terrifying thing was, he couldn't see Lucas anywhere. Shocked, he thought, did that guy dodge my attack in an instant? Now, I need to predict, where will his next attack come from? He then attempted to glimpse into the future, and saw that in just a few moments, Lucas would tear him apart into countless pieces. Realizing this, he desperately used all his abilities, simulating thousands of possible scenarios in search of even the slightest chance of survival. But then, he froze, motionless, as if he had just witnessed an inescapable fate. His gaze shifted toward his master, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. I'm sorry, Orak. And in the next moment, Lucas's clones lunged forward. It was only now that he finally understood why the man had been so hopeless, because Lucas's attack left no room for survival. With a single strike, stone and debris scattered everywhere. Oracle stood frozen as he watched his subordinate being torn apart into pieces. This was the fate of those who dared to challenge an S-rank hunter. Lucas simply spoke in a calm voice. Everyone walks the path laid out for them. And if you can't escape that path, then life is nothing more than a dull, endless chase. As he spoke, Lucas glanced over at Oracle, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce through the puppet-like figure, trying to gauge his emotions at that moment. And just like that, one life ended, but others still had to keep fighting. The next morning, at the JM Organization's office building, as Sangha woke up and saw a familiar face visiting, he greeted him warmly. Agent, long time no see. The agent smiled and replied cheerfully. There you are. I just heard that you took down an S-rank monster. I figured you'd show up sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Sangha felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. Don't say that. If it weren't for the other S-rank hunters, I wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Then, spotting Yohayan at the table nearby, he excitedly walked over and greeted her. Long time no see. So, what kind of potions have you been working on lately? But as she turned to face him, he was startled. Her face was gaunt and pale, like someone on the brink of death. Sangu asked her with concern, "What happened to you?" Yohayan didn't answer directly, but simply pointed toward the window. "You really have to ask after seeing all that." Curious, Sangu looked outside and saw that the area below was packed with reporters and paparazzi. As of now, Hunter Junying Sangu is still affiliated with the JM organization. "Hunter Junying Sangu, are you inside?" Seeing the chaotic scene, Sangu felt a headache coming on. Man, this situation feels way too familiar. Yohayan, on the other hand, was on the verge of losing it. "They're so damn loud, I can't even sleep. They should at least leave at night." Sangu could only shrug helplessly. "I mean, is this really necessary, just because I'm an S-rank hunter?" The agent beside him let out a quiet sigh. "It's probably because Jumper was the one who made the announcement. With his influence in the hunter world, something like this was bound to happen." He hesitated for a moment, as if struggling with his words, but ultimately decided to be upfront. "However, the Hunter Association is against it, because you weren't the only one involved in that hunt." Hearing that, Sangu felt a little relieved. "Yeah, I heard about that. I guess it makes sense, kinda. But do I really have to wear the S-rank hunter label?" He asked cautiously. "I mean, I'm doing fine as I am, and I really don't want to deal with the media." Even when I was A-rank, the number of people coming after me had already dropped significantly. The agent forced a smile. "I knew you'd say that." Then, after some serious thought, he added, "All right, then I'll reject the Hunter Association's proposal." Sangu raised an eyebrow. "Proposal? What proposal?" The agent calmly began explaining. "The proposal?" The agent explained. "They said they'd immediately promote you to S-rank if you wiped out all the monsters in West Africa." Yohayan's eyes widened in shock. "West Africa? Don't tell me. It's that monster, right?" Sangu was taken aback by her intense reaction. "Geez, you scared me. What's wrong?" Yohayan looked like she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Instead, she turned back to her desk, avoiding his question. "Never mind. He said he'd reject it anyway." Sangu found her reaction even more confusing. "Huh? Why do you stop mid-sentence?" But he quickly regained his composure. "Whatever. Just refuse it. No matter what the association says, I don't care. No matter the reason. I'm never going to West Africa." But fate had other plans. Just a few days later, Lieber informed him that their next destination was West Africa. Upon hearing this absolute nightmare of an announcement, Sangu had no idea what kind of expression he was making. He only noticed Lieber staring at him weirdly. "What's with that face?" Lieber asked. Sangu tried to keep his emotions in check. "Forget it. I knew this was going to happen." "Wait, don't tell me that place is." Lieber nodded slightly. "Yeah, it's where the next of the 7 deadly sins is." Sangu couldn't hold back anymore and cursed under his breath. "God damn it, again with the 7 deadly sins." Lieber responded plainly. "Not just that. Aside from the sins, it's also the perfect place for training." Sangu was baffled. "Training? What kind of training?" Lieber took a moment before answering. "From what I've observed regarding your cloning abilities, it seems like the influence of the 7 deadly sins is affecting you too." Then, he pointed out a critical flaw. "Aren't your skills not working as well as they should?" This sent Sangu into deep thought. Lieber didn't rush him, but patiently explained. "I already told you, the 7 deadly sins have blocked the system and are preventing its interference. So from now on, you'll have to use your abilities without relying on the system." Then, he conjured a magic circle for Sangu to see, only to dismiss it moments later. "No, that's Tyburn's way. Let's call it something else." Then, looking Sangu straight in the eyes, he solemnly declared, "Young Sangu, you will have to learn magic." Last night, after Lucas killed Oracle's subordinate, Oracle furiously questioned him. "You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to kill that child." Lucas looked at him, his gaze unwavering. "I was just curious. Why did you tell him to run? Why did you go through the trouble of preparing a teleportation scroll for him?" The flood of questions left Oracle momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Lucas's expression grew even colder. "He must have known you would reject my proposal and that he would die regardless." Lucas paused. "And yet, you still wanted to save him. Was it because you formed an attachment after working together for so long? Or was it just responsibility? Tell me." Oracle let out a quiet sigh at his words. "There isn't just one path. It wasn't fate that killed that child. It was you." Then, he looked at Lucas as if he were a madman. just as the choices you made led to the person you are now. Hearing this, Lucas's expression darkened. He swung his weapon, severing the head of Oracle's puppet. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Don't give me that nonsense about free will. I believe in raw ability more than anyone else." His voice trembled as he struggled to suppress his emotions. "Do you have any idea how many times I've tried? 10, 20, 100 times?" His voice grew more choked with each word. "Do you know how many times I've watched the system devour planets as the apocalypse loomed?" Lucas clenched his fists around the puppet's remains. "There isn't just one path." He broke down, screaming. "No matter who I save, the result is always the same. No matter what kind of group I form with the strongest hunters, the outcome never changes." Lucas had completely lost it now. Enraged, he tore the puppet apart with his bare hands. After that, he let his hands fall helplessly. The outcome is always the same. From the very beginning, I was never able to stop the apocalypse. Lucas lashed out at everything around him in frustration, but in the end, he let out a sorrowful sigh. What am I even doing? Talking to a being that doesn't even have a body to act on its own thoughts. What's the point? Oracle was merely a brain, without a body, without gender. Hearing Lucas's words, he fell silent. "You are right," Oracle replied through a puppet. "There is little I can do for you, but I will show you the future." Lucas's mind instantly sharpened at those words. His once clouded gaze regained its usual composure. He scoffed, repeating Oracle's words mockingly. "My future? You still don't get it, do you? This isn't the first time I've been in this situation." In his previous regressions, he had questioned Oracle countless times, yet the answer was always the same. "I see your path ahead, an endless cycle, an inescapable loop. You will never get what you seek in this lifetime. Jumper, your method will only lead to failure. In this life, things will not go the way you want. Lucas, give up. There is no other way." Every time, Lucas had come with hope, only to leave in disappointment. This time, he refused to hear it again. "I already know what you're going to say." Oracle chuckled. "And yet, you still came all the way here. Fascinating." Hearing this, Lucas slammed his fist against the glass, but Oracle merely laughed. "You don't need to threaten me. I have already foreseen my own death." "But your fate." Oracle closed his eyes slightly. "I see it now. How wonderful. A painful death and regret." Then, he looked at Lucas, his voice dripping with mockery. "What a pathetic soul. How long has it been since you?" But before he could finish his sentence, the steel columns around them began to collapse. Oracle only laughed louder. "It's over. The tangled mess of this life, this is its end." Suddenly, the surrounding power grids exploded, sending powerful shockwaves through the entire building. Amidst the thick dust and debris, a small hand reached out, touching Lucas. A gentle voice whispered, "Don't give up. You will find your salvation." Lucas stared at the figure before him, unable to speak. His eyes were clouded with countless emotions. The salvation he had sought for so long. Lucas gently placed his hand against the glass. No one knew what it truly was. At that moment, in the barren and dangerous lands of West Africa, Sengu spoke helplessly. "I still don't get it. Why do you insist on following me all the way here?" Hearing that, Yohayan hurriedly tried to explain. "I already told you. I came to help you." She began listing her skills one by one. "I can appraise items and even craft healing potions." Sengu sighed at her words. "You mean those sleeping pills of yours?" Then, he turned to face her directly, looking her straight in the eye. "Listen, I didn't come here to mess around. You could die at any moment." Yohayan lowered her voice and pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you. If I ever become a burden to you, I'll bite my tongue and end it myself." She spoke with sincerity. "Just let me come with you. Just this once." Seeing her determined expression, Sengu couldn't help but feel a little concerned. What's with her? But in the end, even heroes struggle to resist a beauty's plea. He turned away, his voice filled with reluctance. "Fine, but don't do anything on your own without my orders, got it?" Yohayan, surprised that he wasn't sending her back, blinked in disbelief. Then, with excitement, she beamed, "Thank you so much." But before she could finish her sentence, a loud explosion suddenly erupted behind her. Right after that, a monster with sharp fangs suddenly lunged from underground, as if it was targeting the two outsiders. Sengu immediately pushed Yohayan back. "Damn it, run." Yohayan knew her limits, so she instantly agreed. But before she could even run, a red figure descended from the sky, charging straight at the monster. In just a second, blood splattered everywhere, and the monster collapsed unexpectedly. Sangu froze in place, recognizing the familiar movements and the voice that followed. The man in red spoke excitedly. A new discovery! If you feed the sandworm, you can ride it for quite a distance. And if it starts going the wrong way, just give it a little poke. Sangu. He hadn't thought much at first, but upon taking a closer look, he was stunned. It was none other than Old Man Raven, the same guy Sangu had met before. Yohayan was just as surprised. An S-rank hunter? Wow, we're really lucky. Raven greeted him enthusiastically. We meet again. This is great. But Sangu wasn't amused at all when he saw that face. You damn liar. You said you'd find the elixir. You said you were making progress. That's why I refused the blessing. Sangu unleashed his frustration, leaving Raven flustered. Whoa, calm down. Raven defended himself. Of course I'll find the elixir, but it's not exactly easy to get my hands on. Aria's been pulling all-nighters trying to locate it. Sangu snapped back. Then why the hell are you here? Raven casually replied. Oh, I'm just keeping these bastards from crawling out of the monster lair. Gotta make a living, you know. Sangu glanced at the massive sandworms. These things all came from the monster lair. He frowned. I was planning to head there myself. Raven was taken aback. You? Well, if it's you, you should be fine. But still, be careful. That place is dangerous. Sangu scoffed. I heard it's more than just dangerous. It's insanely deadly. Raven no longer hid the truth. That place is an entirely different world, ruled by the strongest. It's a place where only one rule exists, survival of the fittest. The strong live and the weak perish. Standing to the side, Yohayan was a bit dumbfounded. How the hell did this idiot manage to befriend an S-rank hunter? She couldn't understand the bizarre friendship between the two, while Raven simply shook his head. Such nostalgia. There was a time when I trained inside that place. Sangu, hearing this, grew curious. Then where do these sandworms rank in the ecosystem of that cave? Raven glanced at the creatures. These sandworms? I already told you. I'm here to keep them from escaping. His voice suddenly turned ice cold. These cowardly rats aren't even worthy of being part of that cave's ecosystem. Just think of them as the absolute bottom of the food chain. Sangu and Yohayan looked at the sandworms, each as massive as several buildings combined. It seemed the road ahead was going to be hellish. Meanwhile, inside the research facility, Lucas kept washing his hands over and over again. He had been repeating this action for a while now. Anyone paying attention could tell that his mind was elsewhere, probably still trapped in the moment when the prophecy was spoken. Back then, that person had told him, Lucas, don't give up. Salvation will come. He let out a bitter smile that cut deep into his soul. He had assumed this prophecy would be just like all the others. How long had it been since he last faced something this unpredictable? His expression darkened. There were too many variables, awakening programs, the 7 deadly sins. Lucas muttered to himself, and then there's the academy, the elixir, and young Sangu. He turned off the faucet and placed his hands on the sink's edge, struggling to hold up his already exhausted body. But in the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. I thought it was just a minor deviation. But now I don't even know what to do anymore. His voice trembled. Lieber Zinstein, what the hell have you done? Meanwhile, Sangu's situation wasn't much better. The atmosphere had shifted. His heightened senses picked up on the dense aura of death in the place he was heading into. He could even see dry, skeletal remains dangling from rocky ledges. Yohayan looked around in growing fear. Is this the monster cave? A gust of wind carried a foul stench through the air, making Yohayan instinctively cover her nose. Ugh, it stinks. It's the smell of blood, Sangu calmly explained. Looking ahead, he spotted 2 monsters devouring a weaker creature, the source of the stench. And, as if sensing his presence, the monsters turned their savage eyes toward him. With ear-piercing screeches, they immediately charged straight at him. Sangu swiftly summoned his clones. The monsters here sure look weird. But no matter what they are, anything that stands in my way has only one fate. He slowly unsheathed his sword, his sharp gaze locking onto the monsters, ready to determine his place in the food chain. The monsters lunged at him with terrifying speed, but Sangu remained composed, stepping forward to engage. Just as he raised his sword to strike, he suddenly froze. A warning from his master echoed in his mind. Young Sangu, you need to learn magic. He furrowed his brows. Guess I should try out the system's magic skills. Focusing, he gathered mana from every part of his body into his hand. Let's see how this works. Instantly, his mana condensed into a small sphere in his palm. Sangu was about to cast Fireball when one of his clones unleashed a magical blaze far stronger than his fireball. In mere moments, the monster was reduced to ashes. Sangu stood there, stunned, watching the creature writhe in agony as it burned. He hadn't even gotten the chance to do anything before his prey was incinerated. Damn it, I need to find another one. The moment two more monsters rushed at him, Sangu saw his chance to practice magic. He immediately cast Ice Spike. But the moment his ice magic touched the monster's outer armor, it shattered. Because one of his clones had already activated Ice Storm, not only freezing the monsters, but also completely erasing his spell in the process. Sangu couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears of frustration welled up in his eyes. So, you guys just don't want me to use magic, huh? He swung his sword 3 times in quick succession, slicing the monsters into pieces. If I can't use magic, then I'll just cut you all down with brute force. Yahayan, hiding behind a rock, gaped at the scene. She was too stunned to speak. Her wide eyes remained fixed on Sangu's figure. This bastard, he got even stronger again. She furrowed her brows, deep in thought. But what kind of skill was that? It looked so weird. After finishing off the monsters, Sangu turned to his clones. Hey, you guys. His sudden call startled them, making them stand at attention. They had no idea what they did to upset their ancestor this time. But contrary to their worries, Sangu suddenly dropped to his knees. He bowed respectfully to his clones. From now on, you guys are my masters. Teach me how to use skills properly. The clones, seeing his enthusiasm, eagerly began teaching him magic. All right, let's start with a simple fireball. First, gather and condense your mana into a sphere. Keep it stable and wrap it with fire while continuously supplying mana. One of the clones demonstrated the process step by step. You need to constantly channel mana into the core of the fireball. That way, the flames, created through reaction with external forces, won't be extinguished. Sangu struggled to keep up, and his unstable fireball flickered before vanishing. Flustered, he quickly injected more mana into it. Sorry, one of the clones sighed and asked calmly, Hey, do you want to rate your own strength on a scale from 1 to 10? Sangu puffed out his chest with confidence. If I had to rate myself, I'd say I'm pretty amazing. Maybe an 8. Before he could even finish his sentence, a clone smacked him straight in the face. You can't even form a fireball properly, and you think you're an 8? Sangu clutched his face in shock. What? What's wrong with being a little confident? After struggling with his clones for a while, Sangu returned to find his master. Hey, you call yourself a magician, right? Teach me magic. Lieber Zinstein looked at him with a puzzled expression. I was going to, but I had your clones teach you earlier. I thought you'd prefer learning from them, but seems things didn't go so well. At this point, Sangu's face was swollen like a pig's head from all the beatings. He glared at him resentfully. What do you think? Lieber Zinstein was speechless. Don't try to imitate your clones. Their mana control is far more refined than yours. Sangu painfully rubbed his cheek. I thought they were good teachers, but it turns out my adaptability skill didn't help at all. Hearing this, he pondered. I know you're in a rush, but your skill is still weak right now. That said, there is a way to activate it. With his seasoned gaze, he quickly saw through Sangu's thoughts. You must be worried about things like, what if you can't summon any clones at all? Sangu lowered his head slightly, feeling guilty. I tried to recall Clone 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins, but I failed immediately. He recalled the moment he was in the warehouse with Clone 1. As long as the fragment of the 7 deadly sins isn't here, it'll be fine. If I can temporarily recall Clone 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, the skill will be easier to use, right? But before he could even act, Clone 1 swiftly restrained his restless hands. Then a cold voice rang out. Sorry, but that won't work. Clone 1 looked at him with disdain. Who taught you that cheap trick? Sangu looked at his hands, which were twisted out of shape from being gripped so tightly, and silently shed a tear. Lieber Zinstein was also slightly surprised. Who would have thought the 7 deadly sins would fight back? He let out a small sigh. All right then, I'll teach you magic. Sangu's eyes lit up upon achieving his goal. Don't worry, I'll take it seriously. I'll do whatever you say. Then take off all your clothes. What the hell are you saying? Meanwhile, Wu Haiyan had been closely observing Sanga's physical body from the outside. His teacher had been sitting cross-legged in meditation this whole time. Feeling a little puzzled, she wondered, what is he even doing? Did he get sulky after being slapped by his clones or something? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startling Wu Haiyan. Oh crap, he's awake. But what was even more shocking was that, out of nowhere, he started taking off all his clothes. Seeing him about to pull down his underwear, she blushed and hurriedly covered her eyes. You lunatic, what the hell are you doing? Sangu helplessly explained. This is all my teacher's idea. Of course, Wu Haiyan didn't believe him, because what kind of teacher would tell their student to strip in broad daylight? Quit talking nonsense. Unfortunately, she had never met Lieber Zinsstein before, so she had no idea how weird his teaching methods were. Becoming one with nature. That is the first step to controlling mana. Sangu was stunned. Huh, but I already know how to control mana without the system. Lieber Zinsstein fell silent for a moment. Oh, then put your clothes back on. Sangu grabbed his clothes, on the verge of losing it. You bastard. I swear I'm going to slap that smug face of yours with a gold plate. Wu Haiyan only let out a sigh of relief after seeing him put his clothes back on. Young Sangu, you bastard, you scared the hell out of me. I have no idea what's going through his head. Should I just tell him everything? Meanwhile, back at headquarters, someone was losing it even more than Sangu. What the hell is this? Young Sangu said he had no interest in becoming an S rank. He slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He even rejected our offer. So why the hell did he go all the way to the monster den in West Africa? Haiyan Song simply responded calmly. Isn't this a good thing? We wanted him to go there anyway. With that, he tossed a stack of documents onto the table. Contact the people on this list. The person sitting across from him looked confused and opened the folder. This is... After skimming through it, he was so shocked he couldn't even speak. His hands trembled as he held the file. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Isn't this an assassin organization? Don't tell me you're... Haiyan Seong just flashed a sinister smile. A little caution never hurts. I like gambling, but I like a rigged game even more. Sangha had no idea that he was already caught up in someone else's scheme. He was still struggling against the monsters in the West African cave. But instead of using his sword, he was trying to rely more on magic. Lieber calmly instructed him, keep the magic circle stable. Sangha channeled more mana into it. I know. Seeing this, Lieber nodded in satisfaction. The magic circle acts as a warning system for you. Kind of like a tracker that reminds you how your mana should flow, so you don't lose control. After narrowly dodging a surprise attack from a monster, Sangha shouted, I already said I got it. But right after that, his magic circle suddenly flickered and disappeared, making him even more frustrated. Damn it cut off again. Maintaining magic while dodging monsters was proving to be a bit too much for him. So when the circle vanished, Sangha got so pissed that he sent the monsters flying straight into the sky. Lieber let out a helpless sigh. The gap between your physical strength and that monster is too big. We can't keep training like this. Go deeper inside. Sangha agreed. Just as he was about to move deeper in, a throwing dagger suddenly came flying straight for his head from behind. Instantly, Sangu went on high alert and quickly activated a shield, but he wasn't fast enough. The dagger had already pierced through his first line of defense. Seeing this, Lieber shouted in alarm, Young Sangu! At that moment, without them realizing, a group of mysterious assassins had appeared behind them. I've taken care of him. Report back to the boss. These assassins were members of the Blue Rose Assassination Organization, members number 11 and number 12. Number 12 sneered. An S-rank candidate? Doesn't seem all that impressive. Killing him was way too easy. But they had no idea that Sangu was still alive. Right before the throwing dagger hit him, he had activated his clone skill, using a clone to take the hit instead. And in just a split second, he had already closed in on them. With a single move, he blew up the entire mountain they had been hiding in. Clenching his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade, he glared at them. Who the hell are you? Number 11 and number 12 weren't weaklings either. They swiftly dodged his attack. He's tougher than he looks, number 11 casually remarked. Just as I expected. It'd be boring if he died too fast. Sangha's clone stepped forward, smirking. You guys are seriously insane, huh? Throwing daggers at someone's head like that. Yeah, I'm sending them right back at you. Meanwhile, Wu Haiyan was dealing with a different kind of dilemma. She stared at the pot of ramen in front of her, debating how many packs she should add. Clone 1 quickly spoke up, 5 packs. Wu Haiyan watched as he pulled out another pack of ramen, surprised. Wow, that's convenient. When did you bring that? Clone 1 cheerfully shared the ramen with her. I always pack everything necessary for camping. She happily took the ramen, but a thought crossed her mind. Why wasn't young Senga back yet? He said he'd be back before mealtime. Another clone glanced in the direction Senga had left, looking a bit worried. Looks like he's busy. And indeed, Senga was busy dealing with these assassins. Because, honestly, those two weren't even a challenge for him. Sengu coldly stared at them. Is that all you've got? Seriously? That's it. Assassin number 11 gritted his teeth in fury as he watched number 12 get stabbed by Sengu. You bastard! He shouted angrily. Why didn't you use your skill earlier? You looking down on us or what? Hearing that, Sengu felt a bit guilty. What skill? He could barely control his magic circle, let alone use any special abilities. Seeing Sengu's silence, number 11 became even more enraged. How dare you underestimate us? He pulled out 6 more throwing knives and charged at Sengu, yelling, You'll regret this. But Sengu didn't even flinch. With lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed the guy's face. A magic circle formed in Sengu's palm as he glared at him coldly. You really want me to use a skill to kill you? But just as Sengu swung the magic circle at him, it suddenly disappeared. The mana flow wasn't stable enough to maintain it. Lieber Zinnsteinzeit. Seriously. Even Sengu himself was so embarrassed he couldn't say a word. But the assassin didn't know that. He was trembling, eyes wide with terror. I'm dead. I'm so dead. His fear deepened. If he had actually used that skill, I'd be dead by now. Did he spare me? Of course not. If the guy had paid attention, he'd see that Sengu's face had turned completely dark. He was dying of embarrassment over his failed magic. But the assassin, oblivious, was still in awe. The gap between us is that huge. His voice cracked as he started sobbing. We weren't even worth using a skill against. The guy cried even harder, and Sengu was just speechless at how dramatic he was. But since the guy already thought so highly of him, Sengu figured, why not play along? A sly grin spread across his face. Took you this long to realize? He turned away, his long coat billowing behind him, adding to the mysterious aura. You're that weak, he said coldly. Not even worth witnessing my skills. You're as slow as a damn slug. After that, he went back to fighting monsters, cutting through them effortlessly with his sword, wiping out every threat near Wu Haiyan's campsite. After a while of slashing through enemies, Sengu tried activating his magic circle again. But, just like before, it disappeared in no time. Lieber Zinnstein spoke up. Have you given up on training your skills? You've just been killing them on instinct this whole time. Sengu sighed at that. No way. I'm trying my best here. He looked at the pile of monster corpses and thought to himself, maybe I was wrong. It kind of feels like these monsters have gotten stronger. Lieber Zinnstein encouraged him. What's more important is that your skill to absorb monsters is seriously impressive. You're getting stronger just by hunting monsters. Sengu tested his ever-growing mana flow and couldn't deny it. Yeah, that's true. But after a while, he sighed again. The higher my stats get, the harder it is to increase them. I'll need to hunt stronger monsters. Lieber Zinnstein chuckled and scolded him. Your stats are already ridiculous. Just be satisfied, will you? Sengu was about to say something back when he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. With a slightly exasperated look, he raised his sword again. See? This is why I end up fighting all the monsters. Looking up, he spotted number 11 and his gang catching up. A smirk formed on his lips. I always have opponents spectating my training. Number 11, realizing he'd been exposed, didn't bother hiding anymore. Young Sengu, we're here to return the humiliation you gave us yesterday. Let's see if you can fight without using any skills this time. His own teammates, seeing how arrogant he was acting, were this close to cutting him down themselves. Shut up, number 11. Have some shame, will you? After getting scolded, number 11 obediently shut his mouth. All right. His new teammate was way stronger than him, so he didn't dare talk back. And without another word, that guy lunged straight at Sengu. Sengu frowned slightly. Not bad. Pretty fast. Seeing Sengu dare to evaluate him like that, the guy was absolutely furious. This arrogant bastard. Then, from his mouth, he spewed out a purple mist. Sengu instantly recognized it as poisonous gas and hurriedly activated his magic circle. The smoke was immediately absorbed by the magic surrounding him, but the tingling sensation of the poison seeping into his body made him sigh in satisfaction. Man, this actually feels kind of nice. Seeing that Sangha wasn't affected, the guy got even angrier. Don't try to fool me. Then, he activated Earthquake, a skill that unleashed magic power to shatter the targeted area. Immediately, massive cracks formed in the ground beneath Sangha's feet. Sangha was a little surprised. Huh, what's this? Number 11, seeing an opening, rushed forward. A weak spot, activating Energy Bomb. He launched an explosive attack on his target. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a bomb, and in the blink of an eye, it blew up a huge section of the terrain, sending dust flying everywhere. Feeling triumphant, number 11 burst out laughing. No matter how strong you are, against my poison mist and energy bomb. Before he could even finish his sentence, Sangha had already dashed out and landed a punch square in his face, knocking him to the ground. His teammates were completely shocked. That speed! Before he could even react, Sangha had already formed a magic circle right in front of him. However, just as quickly, the circle disappeared, leaving Sangha deep in thought once again. But no way in hell was he going to lose face. Forcing a smile, he said, "Looks like you won't get to see my skills this time either." Hearing that, the guy felt utterly humiliated. You bastard! How dare you toy with us like this? Unfortunately for him, his life wasn't nearly as tough as Sangha's fists. And just like that, the last person who knew Sangha's secret, his inability to control mana, was gone. By this time, the sun had risen, and Sangha's clones were still standing guard at the campsite, waiting for him to return. But as soon as Wu Haiyan saw Sangha coming back, he immediately woke up. Seeing this, Sangha chuckled. "What's up? Why didn't you sleep?" Wu Haiyan rubbed his eyes. "You're back." Sangha gently nodded. "Have you been up this whole time?" Wu Haiyan didn't answer, and instead pulled out a bowl of ramen for him. "There's still some ramen soup left. Let me add some rice. Wait until it's hot before eating." Sangha sat down a bit awkwardly. "I could take care of my own meals." Hearing that, Wu Haiyan's cheeks turned red. Whether from embarrassment or annoyance, it was unclear. "But you've already done everything else. At least let me do this much." Sangha said nothing and simply watched as Wu Haiyan warmed up the noodles for him. After a while, he finally spoke up. "What about you? Have you eaten yet?" Wu Haiyan replied as he added rice to the soup. "I was waiting for you to come back. 2 bowls should be enough, right? Now make it 3. On the other side of the valley, the assassins who had fought Sangha earlier were now facing a major problem. Sangha hadn't killed them. He had only tied up 2 of them and tossed them into the desert. And this morning, assassins from Scorpion 13, Holder and Fildane, stumbled upon them and were puzzled. "Hey, wake up." Karayan Holder spoke up. "I recognize your faces, number 11 and number 10 of Red Blue. Never thought I'd run into you here." Number 11 and number 10 were also startled to see them. "You're from Scorpion 13. Are you also hunting young Sangha?" Holder furrowed his brows slightly at that. "The same target, huh? I'm not a fan of this kind of competition." Fidden, standing next to him, to stroke the blade of his sword. "So what? Red Blue already failed. That just leaves us now." Number 10 chuckled at their arrogant demeanor. "I'll tell you one thing. He won't even need to use his skills against you." But they completely ignored number 17's warning. "Of course not, because he'll be dead before he gets the chance." Holder said mockingly, while Fidden burst out laughing. "Don't compare us to losers like you." But after experiencing Sangha's fist firsthand, they weren't laughing anymore. "We can't even see a single skill from him." Meanwhile, Sangha was only focused on the magic circle he had just created, watching it on the verge of disappearing, utterly speechless. "I guess I really don't feel anything," he muttered. He sighed in frustration. Lieber countered, "No, you're getting stronger." He patiently explained. "Being able to maintain a magic circle until the battle ends is already a good sign." Sanjiu looked at the circle in his hand. "Yeah, now that I think about it, it did stay intact throughout the fight. I feel a little better now." Seeing the magic circle becoming more stable, Lieber didn't hold back his praise. Assassins are definitely more useful for training than predictable monsters. Letting them live was a good decision. But then, he fell into deep thought. "You've stirred up trouble again, haven't you? Those guys were from a different association." Sanjiu felt wronged inside. "I'd like to know why, too. 2 associations, seriously." He let out a deep sigh. Not like they'd answer, even if I asked. Number 1 and number 2 were moving in deeper. "Wake Kim Woo Hyun up." Sangu dispelled the magic circle, feeling a bit troubled. Will those assassins keep bothering me after this? He would get his answer soon enough because the very next morning, just as he was happily greeting the world, "Good morning," his foot stepped right onto a hidden bomb. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, turning the surrounding rocks into dust, clearly showing just how powerful that bomb was. A girl with arrogant blue hair spoke into her radio. "He's been blown to bits. Not a trace left. We won't let some other bastards steal this mission." But before she could even celebrate, Sangu, absolutely furious, lunged at her with a punch. And that punch, amplified with magic, had several times the destructive force. The explosion she caused, she got it back tenfold. The very next day, while hunting monsters, he was ambushed by a group of vines. 2 other assassins saw this and charged in. "We, the Silent Crows, will take your head." And just like that, 2 more lucky bastards got a punch from him and happily went to the scoreboard. Time passed. More and more assassins attacked with increasingly deadly skills, the most impressive being the lightning skill of some golden-haired guy. One of his strikes filled the air with crackling electricity, making it look extremely powerful. Sangu, however, favored him with a quick flick to the forehead, and before he could even react, he was out, taking his reward. Thanks to them, Young Sangu's ability to fight multiple opponents improved significantly, and throughout this process, his magic skills were slowly increasing. He looked at the still intact magic circle and happily said, "I don't even need to use my hands to maintain the magic circle." But he still couldn't activate it, making him frustrated as he threw his head back and screamed at the sky. What's the point of this? Damn it. Meanwhile, Johann was trapped in a nightmare. In her dream, a woman kept calling her name. Her voice was soft, like a whisper. "Johann, don't tell anyone about this." "Okay, I've never told anyone." In the dream, Johann was still a little girl. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at the woman before her in confusion. "Mom," but her mother looked like a madwoman, screaming nonstop. "But those bastards, they betrayed me. Why? Why won't anyone listen to me? I saw everything." The sight filled Johann with worry. "Mom, are you okay?" "It's me." But when her mother turned around, all she saw was a grotesque face with a terrifyingly wide-open mouth. "Ashu!" Johann was so scared that she burst into tears. She jolted awake, her eyes wide in shock, as if she had lost her soul. Sangu, who had been beside her, heard her screams and immediately spoke up. "You had a nightmare? Say something." She turned to him, her gaze locking onto his cold, Grim Reaper-like face. Then in a daze she asked, "Who are you?" In a corner of the West African desert, the assassins who had failed to kill Sangu gathered in one place. One of them cursed in frustration. "Damn it." The guy with vine abilities smirked mockingly. "Here we go again. How many times has he tried now? 4th time, maybe?" Someone asked him, "Hey, did that guy Sangu use any skills?" But he stayed silent. Seeing his reaction, the others understood. The vine user narrowed his eyes dangerously. So that's how it is. He casually glanced at each of the assassins. Every single one of them had been defeated in a pure hand-to-hand fight. At our level, we can't even see any of his skills. I think it's meaningless to keep accepting missions like this. Hearing that, the group fell silent. The blue-haired girl, who had previously tried to bomb Sangu, spoke up indignantly. "I didn't even get to see one of his clones. So this is S-rank power, huh?" Suddenly, someone suggested, "How about this? We form a temporary alliance and take him down together." The idea came from the golden-haired lightning user. The others fell silent, staring at him. He continued, "I don't know how much they promised you if you succeeded, but I bet it's worth a fortune. One thing's for sure, it's a massive amount. We can split it fairly, then go our separate ways. This is the only way to catch that monster." Some were tempted. The reward was easily 10 times a regular mission's payout. Even if we split it, there'd still be plenty left. Sounds like a good plan, doesn't it? The blue-haired girl even picked up her phone, ready to report the plan. Wait, we should check with HQ first." But not everyone agreed, as someone immediately voiced their opposition. "You're all just a bunch of useless trash." That statement made the surrounding assassins furious. "What? Who the hell said that?" Number 10 cast a cold gaze at them. "What? Does the truth piss you off? You don't even have the right to be angry." A hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. "What's the reason you all gathered here and are babbling? Do you think you're still alive because Sangu is weak?" No one dared to speak, because those who had been defeated here knew better than anyone what Sangu's strength was. Then he spoke. Up until now, I have completed countless assignments. Many people have shouted in resentment at the assassins sent to kill them. I certainly didn't avoid that excitement, because that's what I had to do. He stood up, his face showing clear signs of fatigue. But instead of anger, he spared the lives of the assassins who came to take his. They're all the ones of you gathered here. He looked at the confused and embarrassed faces of the assassins around him, sighed, and then left. I can act in the shadows, but I still have faith in my pride. I have no intention of joining a filthy alliance like yours. Number 11 and number 12 saw this, and quickly chased after him. Wait for us. Everyone fell into deep thought. Thinking back, Yeung Sangu had also saved 2 of ours. Holder thought for a moment, and then asked number 10, so what's your plan? Number 10, after a moment, he finally heard number 10's response. I will. Make Yeung Sangu use a skill at least once for this final trial. A dangerous gleam appeared in his eyes. And then, Sangu didn't know their plan. He was thinking about the assassination. I've been wondering if the problem lies with me, because this isn't the first time. So, I'm wondering if this is the plan of the guy they call Master? But considering there's no news from the Academy, it seems that's not the case. He sighed quietly. Moreover, there are too many assassins here. Should I say it like this? It feels like they're telling me that they'll surely bury me here. Wu Hein, upon hearing what he said, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. I didn't expect you'd be attacked like this. Sangu frowned as he thought. President Park Won-tae once told me that Hugh Seong and President Byung-hun were the 2 people against me becoming an S rank. He calmly recounted everything. And those 2 are also the ones who try to push me into this monster-infested hell. Even if they didn't try to force me, I'd still have to come here. Suddenly, he realized something. Kim Yo-huin, I clearly remember the first time he mentioned this mission to me. You showed extreme hatred, but now you're forcing yourself to follow me here. Could this be related to this group of assassins? Kim Woo-hein, hearing him, broke out into a cold sweat, but Sangu had no intention of stopping. Tell me, what's the relationship between you and Hugh Seong? Her lips trembled for a long time, as if trying to summon all her courage to tell him. I'm a hunter. But before she could finish, Sangu interrupted. That's what I wanted to hear and have explained, but... He slashed the air in front of him, his gaze cold. He spoke to her, but I think right now I can't listen to your explanation anymore. Then, he summoned 2 clones. Kim Woo-hein also felt that something was off and quickly backed away. Sangu looked at the clones, number 1 and number 2, and ordered them to take Kim Woo-hein to safety. And what about you? Sangu calmly replied, I don't need assistance. But when he looked ahead, his expression became a bit confused. Wait, I think I do need some help. Because in front of him were several familiar shadows, causing him to fall into silence. Number 10 was the first to speak. Yeung Sangu, whether you like it or not, this will be the last time we meet like this. Lieber Zinstein suddenly spoke up. Do you want to practice like this as if it were a real fight? Sangu was speechless. Are you kidding? I prefer safer environments. But clearly, this was something beyond his control, because in the blink of an eye, the assassins charged forward. They shouted loudly, Today we must see your skills. But Sangu quickly noticed something was off. Seeing that they were running at high speed, but not causing any disturbance like this. Then, as he swung his sword, those dark figures disappeared. As expected, just as he had guessed, they were all illusions. He frowned slightly. I see. It would be a big problem if all of them vanished. But just then, an assassin appeared right behind him. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, Sangu suddenly turned around and grabbed his neck with one hand. How dare you? Suddenly, a bullet flew from a distance, hitting his hand, causing him to flinch and throw the assassin away. From a hidden corner, Holder from Scorpion 13 was aiming his gun at Sangu's head. Use your skills, Yeung Sangu. He saw this and quickly stepped back. This bastard. Lieber immediately spoke up to comfort him. Calm down, Yeung Sangu. But as soon as he stepped back, he stepped on the bomb trap set by the girl with green hair. A loud explosion rang out, completely annoying him. Sangu, irritated, jumped up. How can I stay calm in a situation like this? Lieber gently explained. You've completed all the necessary preparations to use magic. He continued, but I've been looking for the reason why you failed to activate it. You're still using the system's underground method. At this point, he paused for a moment. The moment you thought you had activated it, You unintentionally stopped controlling your mana. Sangha was surprised to hear that. I did that. Then he realized something, and his gaze toward the assassins became a bit more determined. But they didn't notice his emotions. Number 10 confidently charged toward him. You're still underestimating us. Sangha quickly used his sword to block, hearing his master say, activating magic is not the end. Mana control must be maintained continuously. Think about it. He gently pushed his glasses up, his gaze deep. You're using a spatial skill that requires quite a bit of ease in maintaining it, right? Sangha was startled and panicked when he heard that. But he didn't have time to think about it, because the assassins kept attacking him. Use your skills, young Sangha. They distracted him. Damn it. Every time he got angry, his curse skill would involuntarily trigger. You know what? But this time, he didn't even get the chance to curse before another assassin ambushed him from behind. Luckily, he quickly activated a magic shield to block the hit. The unfortunate part was that his magic wasn't stable yet. Sangha tried to remember his master's advice. It doesn't end after activation like the system. I must continue maintaining it. But just in this 1 second of distraction, by the time he refocused on the battle, dozens of weapons were flying toward him. These assassins really had no mercy, and the battlefield around him had already turned into a wasteland from their explosions. And yet, they didn't give up. Number 11 saw him flying out of the ambush and got even more excited. Scum, you still won't use your skills? At this rate, you're really gonna die. Sangha gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Didn't you come here to help me? As he cursed himself, he suddenly realized something, right? Just like how I did with the spatial skill. It was like he had found the exit to the maze of magic, and he thought wildly. There's a reason the support skills aren't affected by the system's interference. The assassins saw him standing still and rushed forward, their attacks interrupting his train of thought. They shouted, if you don't plan to use them until the very end, this will be your end. Then they charged at him, each trying to land a fatal blow. But they didn't realize that Sangha was eerily calm at that moment. He had figured out how to maintain his magic. Activation and maintenance didn't need to be separate. He had to do both at the same time. While thinking, he poured all his mana into the magic circle, causing it to expand multiple times. A magical flame suddenly erupted, burning all those who dared approach its master. The assassins who charged and screamed in agony. It's too hot. At this point, Sangha was so overjoyed that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally, he looked at the magic flame in his hand. Even happier, I've finally done it. Suddenly, he felt like he had forgotten something, until he remembered that he was still in the middle of a battle. He saw the assassins kneeling down, and he asked in confusion, what are you guys doing? What he didn't know was that the people here had just made a big decision. Earlier, number 17 had said that he still had his own pride and conviction. I have no intention of joining a filthy alliance like yours. He told the other defeated ones, I will make young Sangha use his skill at least once in this last test. And after that, I will submit to him. And now, he had actually done what he said. He looked at Sangha with a determined gaze. Everyone here will follow in your footsteps. Sangha was surprised when he heard this. What? Are you telling me to accept people like you, killers who do it for money? He turned his back and gave them the middle finger. What a ridiculous joke, but I'll still let you go because I'm in a good mood right now. So just get out of my sight. He interrupted. We're not the last group of assassins. Number 10 tried to threaten him. I don't think we're the only ones trying to take your life, are we? Sangha glared at him. So, number 10 persuaded again. We are better assassins than anyone else. In return, we'll handle those matters for you in the future. Please lead us. The winds of desolation blew across the battlefield, and number 10 waited for Sangha's response. A moment later, Sangha decisively responded, if you won't work with me, you'll need to prove you have the ability first. Number 12 thought he misheard and asked number 11, what's he saying? I don't know either. Holder reminded number 10. Now, on number 10, even if the people here return like this, their lives can't be guaranteed because the contract they received has failed. That's why everyone accepted your proposal. So, what are you going to do now? Number 10 wasn't too surprised by the rejection. If he says we need to prove ourselves, then we'll do just that. Those who were chasing Sangha were also very worried. Still, choosing to work for him is the right decision. We'll have a chance to live like real humans. Number 11 wasn't satisfied. But Senior, we finally succeeded in making young Sangha show us his skill in many combinations. But isn't this the same as our original plan to form an alliance and attack him, right? Number 10 didn't respond to him. The blonde guy stopped and thought, right, that's exactly what it is. So, we're fine with forming an alliance just to make him use his skills. So, where did the assassin who said he wouldn't join a filthy alliance go? Number 10 suddenly laughed. That's why we're assassins. They walked away, realizing a truth. Because we're all idiots, it makes sense, no doubt about it. Sang-gu, starving, slurped down a bowl of noodles without pausing. Then Wu Hyun, surprised, asked, so did you let them go? Sang-gu honestly replied, I can't tell them. Letting them live was just for practicing magic. I understand that. But he sighed and calmly said, everything went exactly as I expected. Wu Hyun, now very worried, didn't know what would happen to them next. Since their sponsors were Hyeseong and Byung-han. But Sang-gu was still wondering about a few things. Considering my relationship with Hyeseong, it's not that surprising, but I still want to know the exact reason. In the quiet atmosphere, Wu Hyun pondered, if he had come here as an assassin, he would have finished it long ago. The issue isn't you, it's this place. The wind howled through the stone slabs, creating a strange wailing sound. This place was the site of the largest-scale disaster in South Korea. Before the disaster happened, a woman whispered to the child in her arms, you'll be fine, I'll be back soon. You know, safety first, right? The awakening hunter of level C before the disaster, Yoon Ji-hyo, will be keeping an eye on it too. The man took off his hat and made a gesture of farewell. Of course, I'll never die and leave my cute child behind. The awakened level A hunter before the disaster, Kim Jun-hyuk. He placed the hat on his daughter's head. Of course, he was talking about Wu Hyun. The family waved goodbye one last time, and anyway, make sure you listen to your mother. Both your mom and dad are awakened. They're the ones awakened before the disaster. Back then, awakened individuals weren't as common as they are now, and monsters kept pouring out. The world set a rule, forming an elite team of powerful hunters. They were dispatched to various countries to deal with threats that could cause a global crisis. That's how famous hunters at the time, including my father, formed a team. The strategy worked, as the team consisted of highly skilled hunters, minimizing casualties. Their power could be focused in one spot, making it easy to deal with monsters quickly. As a result, they easily cleared the area around the gate and established outposts to stabilize it. Most of the hunting grounds you see today were created back then. Everything was progressing smoothly until that accident happened. In the distance, the silhouettes of a few people were approaching this desolate place. Whoever named this place the Monster Graveyard was right. Jun-hyuk grimaced. The thick smell of blood was overwhelming. The two teammates, after walking a long distance, were curious. How far have we gone? We'll reach the center soon. The A-level Hunter Special Forces Hyeseong. The A-level Hunter Special Forces Oh Byung-han. Nearby, two others were resting, but no matter how many times they looked, there weren't enough people. Why haven't they sent more people? The A-level Hunter Special Forces Won Hyun-hee. The A-level Hunter Special Forces Wang Young. If they send us these half-baked ones, they'll just slow us down. The green-haired girl was also puzzled because not many hunters were allocated for this mission, and there were plenty of other candidates. Suddenly, creatures emerged from underground, attacking everyone. The enemies came from beneath. The monsters shot energy blasts from their mouths to attack. Won Hyun-hee drew her whip, preparing for battle. But, what the hell? They keep coming. She swung the whip, slicing through a monster, which let out a painful, strange sound before collapsing. Before she could even catch her breath, something huge emerged from the ground. This monster was even bigger than the previous ones, with a strange appearance. Everyone was shocked to see this here. This monster is so big, I think it's A-level. Gu Juma stepped forward, using her skill to bind the monster with chains. I'll restrain it first. Once it was restrained, it was Byung-han's turn. He rushed in and delivered a direct punch to the monster. Hyeseong used his skill to manipulate the surrounding rocks. That damn earthworm. Huge rocks flew up into the air before crashing down. The monster took all the hits, but didn't seem to suffer much damage. Won Hyun-hee and Wang Young stood by, observing. That earthworm's tough. Don't worry. Jun-hyuk jumped up, gathering mana at his fingertips to form a glowing red orb. We've got someone who's good at breaking things like this, right? He shot the mana directly at the monster's head. The massive explosion to its head made the monster's head explode. Jun Hyuk leaped off the monster, dodging the explosion. Even if the shell of this thing is tough, it's over once the inside is destroyed. Damn earthworm. Won Hyun-hee created a protective barrier around herself to block the monster's blood from exploding onto her, as expected. He's really strong. The rumors about him spread for a reason. Someone overheard some rumors about Jun Hyuk. I heard you were nominated to become the next S-rank hunter. Was that leaked? Jun Hyuk didn't really care about this, but everyone else found it interesting. I'm not interested in that. It would just make me busier. I'm joking though. I want to defeat him right now. Isn't that something to celebrate? Hugh Seong frowned at Jun Hyuk's indifferent attitude because Jun Hyuk was about to become the first S-rank hunter in Korea. Jun Hyuk honestly shared his thoughts. I just want him to give me a bunch of money so I can retire before I turn 40. Suddenly, a shadow zipped past them from behind at incredible speed. Hyun-hee raised her whip, alert to the surroundings. It was another monster, very fast. Her whip managed to catch it. Hyun-hee was confident in her abilities, but it'll be over once I catch it. She infused mana into her whip and tightened it. The whip was still taut, but the monster had already attacked her. Its attack pierced straight through her chest, creating a hole in her heart, killing her instantly. Hyun-hee tightened the whip in her hand, still surprised. Its blow pierced her chest, killing her on the spot. Gu Juma was horrified by the monster's overwhelming power. Uni Hyun-hee. Gu Juma rushed to Hyun-hee, shouting no. Byung-hun didn't hesitate. He charged and punched the monster. Take her and get her healed immediately. The punch seemed like just a scratch to the monster. The monster got close to him, and he realized that no matter if he attacked physically or used poison, it wouldn't have any effect on it. The monster grabbed Byung-hun's wrist and then gently threw him far away. Seeing it let its guard down, Gu Juma quickly controlled the chains to bind it. Stop! Hugh Seong and Won Young jumped up and attacked immediately. Huge rocks flew toward the monster, accompanied by powerful lightning strikes. The monster easily broke through the encirclement, destroying everything around it. Jun Hyuk also charged in, ready to release mana to explode the monster. But the monster was like soft mud, absorbing all of his attacks. Any part of its body that was destroyed quickly healed back to normal. Won Young was horrified by the monster's extraordinary abilities. Such powerful attacks were ineffective. It was like its body was adapting to our skills. The monster swung its arm, delivering a fast slash toward Jun Hyuk. He struggled to dodge the attack. No way. How can an A-rank team be wiped out so quickly by this guy? The monster stood firm in the battle, taking no damage at all. Definitely not an A-rank monster. Everyone was injured now. Everyone scatter. Jun Hyuk gathered destructive mana in his palm and directed everyone. We'll regroup at the temporary camp we set up 2 days ago. If we keep going like this, we'll all be killed. Jun Hyuk released the mana onto the ground, and the area immediately exploded, sending dust everywhere. Everyone, we need to prioritize saving ourselves. Hugh Seong staggered tiredly away from the battle. What just happened almost gave him a heart attack. He could have died. He quietly felt lucky to have survived. If that monster hadn't turned to attack Won Young instead. Before he could relax, the monster flew up behind him. As if knowing its fate, Hugh Seong said despairingly, I once hoped to become the strongest hunter. The monster's long claws reached out to tear him apart. But it seemed his story would end here. At that moment, a mana ball shot towards the monster's claws. The explosion forced Hugh Seong to retreat. The monster's claws immediately turned into shields to block the explosion. A figure appeared behind them, slowly approaching. Hugh Seong was still hurting from the shockwave. The person asked, Hugh Seong, are you all right? What are you doing here? Jun Hyuk shoved his hands into his pockets and replied, Is that your way of thanking me for saving you? Elsewhere, the body of Won Hyun-hee lay on the ground, and there were faint cries near her. Gu Juma knelt down, crying bitterly. I never thought we'd have to say goodbye like this. Byung-hun, standing nearby, was checking his wounds. Gu Juma approached him with concern. I'm sorry, it must hurt a lot. Let me heal you. Byung-hun responded, I think you should heal your own leg first. But Gu Juma still approached and began healing Byung-hun, who was secretly terrified. In this life, even before awakening, all I've ever done is fight, he thought. And yet earlier, I was completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a bird-legged monster appeared near them. It was circling around, looking for prey. Byung-hun and Gu Juma hid behind a rock, careful not to breathe too loudly. They carefully watched the monster. Thinking about Won Hyunhee's death, they knew they couldn't win. Fear surged within Byung-hun. We're all going to die. I'll be next. He remembered Wang Yeong's death when his head was sliced off, just like everyone else. Desperation screamed in Byung-hun's heart. I don't want to die. Panic overwhelmed his sense of humanity, and he pushed Gu Juma out of the way. Gu Juma was unexpectedly shoved out and was spotted by the monster. Elsewhere, Jun Hyuk and Hyu Seong were walking together. Then why did that monster run away? Jun Hyuk said, I'm not sure, but I have a guess. Hyu Seong was surprised after hearing Jun Hyuk's theory. It always targets the easiest prey. Jun Hyuk continued with his reasoning. The two people it attacked were mid-range and long-range fighters. Plus, it hasn't completely taken down Byung-hun yet. Jun Hyuk clenched his fist in anger. They're all skilled warriors, after all. Hyu Seong was still confused. Why are you following me? Jun Hyuk casually replied, I told you before. It seems like it usually attacks hunters who aren't close combat warriors. Byung-hun and Gu Juma were both on the same path. So it makes sense that it would attack him. The answer hit Hyu Seong like a hard punch to the head. You've got a kid, don't you? Jun Hyuk continued nonchalantly. I heard you have two, right? Junyang, was it? Having kids really changes a person's sense of purpose in life. Hyu Seong gritted his teeth. Don't make me laugh. He was annoyed when talking about his family. My goals have never changed in my life. Don't think that just because we have one thing in common, you can act like you understand. Even if anyone says anything to you. He hadn't finished his sentence when a distant scream of horror was heard. The scream was from Gu Juma, who was fighting the monster alone. Run! She cried out in desperation. Please, someone! From a distance, Jun Hyuk jumped and kicked the monster straight in the face. The immense force sent it flying, crashing into the rock wall. Gu Juma panicked upon seeing Jun Hyuk appear. Jun Hyuk, why are you the only one here? Gu Juma explained that Byung-hun had seized the opportunity to flee earlier. Jun Hyuk frowned when he heard about the traitor, Byung-hun. The monster on the other side was preparing to return to their location. Jun Hyuk quickly carried Gu Juma on his back. Climb up ahead. Focus on healing your leg first, all right? Jun Hyuk instructed Hyu Seong, who was standing on a rock ledge. Hyu Seong, cover me. Hyu Seong was amazed by Jun Hyuk's extraordinary skill. He had compressed and divided the air to increase his movement speed. That's ridiculously fast. He also used his skill to lift large rocks behind him in preparation for an attack. I admit it, Jun Hyuk, you're really strong. The monster charging toward Jun Hyuk was probably stronger than me. The rocks, compressed by Hyu Seong's power. And I probably won't ever be able to overcome them. He swung his hand, directing the rocks to fly forward at incredible speed. The rocks pierced through Gu Juma and Jun Hyuk in shock. If it didn't act right now. As death approached, Jun Hyuk never imagined that it would come from a teammate. Hyu Seong looked down from above. The monster always targets the easiest prey, right? Don't worry. The monster's prey right in front of it opened its mouth wide, as if to bite Jun Hyuk and Gu Juma. I'll explain things properly to your family. In the distance, Byung-hun was running away in panic. Terrified, he accidentally tripped and fell face first to the ground. The pain made him slightly more aware, reminding him of what he had done to Gu Juma. Byung-hun stared at his guilty hand. What have I done? Someone approached him, and Byung-hun was surprised to see it was Hyu Seong. Byung-hun anxiously asked, What about the others? Could it be that we're the only two survivors? Hyu Seong lied blatantly. The others sacrificed themselves so we could escape. Do you understand? What does that mean? Hyu Seong coldly revealed Byung-hun's deceitful face. I mean, both Gu Juma and Jun Hyuk. The ones you abandoned, they all died to save us. Hyu Seong knelt down in front of Byung-hun. I'm saying this now, because Yoon Ji-hyo will probably find out if we return like this. Now, we're in the same boat. After hearing Woo-hein explain everything that happened 10 years ago, Sang-gu was surprised. Is that really true? He pressed Woo-hein. How do you know about that? It wasn't me, it was my mother. Your mother went mad when she found out about it. She blankly hugged the memorial picture during the funeral. And that was the start of her downfall. After returning, Byung-hun held a press conference, claiming they were all heroes, especially Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk. He proved why he was nominated as the next S-rank hunter, but tears streamed down his face as he spoke, because the S-rank monsters, they were just too strong. The press also covered the news on TV, reporting a tragedy. 5 of the 7 heroes, the hopes of the world, not just Korea, died in a monster raid in West Africa, particularly among them. Hunter Junhyuk was known to have a family, so the government decided to express their deep condolences and discuss the issue of compensation. When her mother heard those words on the TV, she was furious, especially with the survivors of this tragedy. Hunter Huseong and Byung-hun said they would honor the noble actions of those who sacrificed their lives and provide special support to the families of the deceased. She gripped Kim Woo-hein's hand tightly and asked, "You don't believe that nonsense, do you, Kim Woo-hein?" "Mom, it hurts." She cried in pain. You have to seek justice for him. Please tell me you'll do it." His body was abandoned in that cold desert. Kim Woo-hein, still a child, couldn't fully understand the cruelty of it. He promised his mother that he would return. She cried along with her mother, "Yes, Mum," and from that moment, a seed of hatred was planted in her. "I will find justice." From then on, my mother continued her one-woman protest, saying she would keep spreading the truth. However, because she lacked evidence, no one wanted her to ruin the atmosphere of the memorial for the heroic sacrifices. Had Huseong and Byung-hun betrayed their teammates? She must be trying to demand more compensation. Who would believe such a thing? And after 3 years passed, perhaps because so many people called her crazy, she often hid in corners, mumbling, "Kim Woo-hein, this is a secret, this is a secret." Her mother had truly gone mad. Unable to bear it, she committed suicide, and then, on her father's death anniversary, Kim Woo-hein calmly recounted the past. "I had to live alone on the streets, wandering the roads. And then, after I grew a little older, I hid in the Silver Moon Guild workshop to seek revenge." She remembered the first time they met while hunting monsters. Well, you probably know what happened next. Sang-yu saved her life. After hearing everything, Sang-yu remained silent. Does that explain everything? The reason I have a hostile attitude toward Huseong. Sang-yu continued wandering through the desert, remembering what Kim Woo-hein had said. "I don't think she's lying." Suddenly, a person appeared on a rock, interrupting his thoughts. But she left the most important detail at the end. "Seems like something's bothering you, huh?" He was surprised to see the person clearly. "Raven, aren't you supposed to call me master now?" Raven jumped down to land near Sang-yu. He had finished dealing with the monsters in the outskirts earlier. "I've been around here for a few days now. Didn't you notice? I told my clones to only report enemy targets. So why are you spying here?" Raven casually replied, "Of course. I did it because I can't let my precious disciple get hurt. This place used to be full of enemy forces. Did you know that? And yet you use them like training dummies." Sang-yu was a little annoyed by this attitude. "You're just observing? Why should I step in? When you're not even in real danger." Raven gathered mana to form a magical circle. "Anyway, I can't believe you're training in magic. Are you trying out some cool stuff? Did Arya teach you?" Sang-yu was surprised, suddenly realizing, right, Raven is from Tyburn, so you know magic too? He looked a little lost and honestly replied, "No, this is all I know. I'm glad you're good with the sword, though." So, the two of them traveled together the next leg of the journey. Anyway, staying away from the system was a good thing. There's a big difference between magic and the system skills. Would you like to follow me to a deeper place? At the headquarters, Byung-hun was overwhelmed with notifications of mission failures from the system. All the assassins failed. He was sweating in fear. It's fine. It's been over 18 years. There's no evidence left, none at all. The ghost of Gu Juma seemed to appear after so many years, interrupting his thoughts. What have I done? He had run away. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, but in that spot he was truly alone. After regaining his composure, Byung-hun gasped. How did things end up like this? I just simply controlled the disaster information as instructed and assassinated a 20-year-old kid. That's all. My foolish actions back then led to this day. In the desert, Sang-yu was fighting the monsters. Raven had a strange expression as he witnessed the swordsmanship. What's with that face? He turned serious and asked, "Was that Stormbringer?" "I just copied what my clone did." He sighed in disappointment. "That's not the right way. Your clone has already learned it, but you. Anyway, let's continue," he muttered, clearly annoyed. Sang-yu continued using the monsters to practice his swordsmanship. "I'm doing it right? Control the flow of air with wrist movements." He swung his sword to decapitate the monster, but the head didn't come off. The sword vibrated from the impact, making Sang-yu's hand shake as well. "Remember what I told you? This is the best place for training. The monster was no longer affected by his strikes. This is a land of evolution and adaptation. Its body healed all the wounds and prepared to continue fighting. If you can't change, you won't be able to move forward. Raven reminded him, now's your chance to use your magic. Try using a fireball on them. He gathered mana in his hand, got close to the monster, and then jumped back to avoid the explosion. The monster's body burned intensely, screaming in pain. Is that good? Raven explained the evolution of the monsters. You've hunted most of the monsters with your sword, right? The monsters in the center have evolved in a way that makes them more resistant to hunters. More precisely, they've become prey. The monsters around, witnessing the explosion, quickly turned and fled, because other species have been hunted too much by sword techniques. They've adapted and become resistant to physical attacks, but they can't withstand fire. Raven quickly drew his sword. In other words, you can use magic to hunt them. He swiftly delivered a slashing strike, and the monster's body was split in half. Sang Yu was surprised to witness the sword technique, which was even stronger than his own strike. The monsters that his sword only scratched were easily destroyed by Raven's blow. Even the rocks nearby were split in two from the force of the strike. Isn't it convenient when your target is right in front of you? My goal in life is to live comfortably, lie down, eat, and play, not do things like this. At the JM branch office, everything was engulfed in silence. Number 10 knocked on the office door, and a staff member opened it. Who are you? All the assassins were standing outside the door, waiting. He was surprised to see them. What's going on here? Number 10 got straight to the point. We're here to take the exam. We are the ones who have walked the bloody path. To escape that path and regain our humanity. The staff member looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Are you here for an interview? Yes. Then please come in. At this moment, Kim Woo-hein was grinding bone fragments in a powder. She was preparing a potion. Elsewhere, Hugh Seong was having a conversation with a mysterious person. Hunter Hugh Seong, do you know Hunter Jun-hyuk? What do you think about the rumor that she has betrayed Hunter Jun-hyuk, which has been circulating recently? That's ridiculous. Hugh Seong smirked with a fake smile. Hunter Jun-hyuk is my benefactor, so I don't want to speak ill of his wife. But just because someone has the ability to see the truth doesn't mean everything they say is true, right? He put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the building. I heard their marriage is doing well, though. It's a shame. In the desert, Kim Woo-hein silently thought to herself, Mom, this can't be real, right? Hugh Seong killed Dad. She recalled her mother's last words before she died. Kim Woo-hein, only you're allowed to know this. I've never told anyone. She tiredly curled up, resting her head on her knees. So what was the last thing Mom said? Elsewhere, Sang Yu was practicing fireball magic with the monsters. The flames roared wildly, but the monsters seemed unaffected. Sang Yu struggled from a distance, watching. Now, they even have high-level fire resistance. Sang Yu quickly cast magic. The fireball no longer had any effect. So, he jumped in to get closer to the monster. At the moment of decision, Sang Yu unsheathed his sword suddenly. With lightning speed, the slash cleaved the monster in half. Sang Yu was amazed by his impressive tactic. Sang Yu proudly showed off his achievement, but Raven didn't seem impressed. Did you see that? Raven, I've already mastered the basic quick draw technique. Even the mana control, your clones do it better. Sang Yu grumbled in frustration. Is it that hard to praise your disciple? If you just call me master, I'd reconsider. This was a matter of face for Sang Yu, who struggled to pronounce each word. Master, you're calling me? My disciple. Yes, please teach me. Here. While the two were joking around, the corpses of the monsters from earlier began to stir. They combined into a gigantic monster. Sang Yu, worried and clueless, said, Master, I don't think fire, ice, or sword techniques will work on it. What should I do now? Don't worry, my disciple. The power of Stormbringer is limitless. You don't know how much I wanted to say that. At the JM headquarters, the lights are still on. Now, let's get started with the interview. The lights were still on at the JM headquarters. Now, let's begin the interview. The interviewer asked, Number 10 and Number 12, you look like a foreigner. Why did you come all the way to South Korea to apply for a job at JM? Number 10 answered truthfully, I'm here because I want to work with Hunter Young Sang-gu. We both owe him our lives. The staff member was surprised and thought to himself, oh, I see. So that's why. It seemed like he hadn't met any foreigners before. But judging by his guess, he might be a bit naive but very kind-hearted. Number 11, quick to speak, chimed in but was immediately struck by Number 10. Yeah, even though I threw a shuriken right at his head. Number 11 fainted from the blow, and number 10 explained, "Oh, looks like my little guy is still in the airplane mode. He seems exhausted." Well then, what field are you most confident in? Number 12, still lacking experience, quickly answered and was hit on the neck by number 10. Of course, assassination. Go to sleep. Number 10 made an excuse for his odd behavior. Sleep is very important. What's wrong with them? The staff member didn't ask further and just instructed, "All right, enough. There's still one final test." Number 10 listened intently. "We don't have any choice but to add it to the process," as Hunter Young Sang-gu insisted on adding it to the interview. A clone was already waiting. Engage in a training match with a clone to assess overall skills and combat ability. In the desert, the monster had grown extremely powerful. Sang-yu had no choice but to dodge its attacks. So what's the next phase? Actually, I only said that to look cool. Sang-yu seriously observed the situation. "But my disciple, you've already gone through this phase before." Raven reminded him of the battle experience from when they fought the giant white bone spirit. "You temporarily maximize the effect by focusing all the strikes from your clones in one spot, right?" Raven was ready to unsheath his sword. "You just need to do it 5 times faster." He unleashed his ultimate technique, a spiraling strike that pierced straight through the monster. He demonstrated for Sang-yu, "Your turn, my disciple." Sang-yu called forth his clones, of course. Doing it alone was a bit too much. At the same time, the monsters from underground have been revived, so try it with a few other disciples. A shadow flew swiftly from a distance. Huseong's subordinates sensed the danger. This is bad. It seems Hunter Young Sang-gu is more dangerous than the boss predicted. A while later, Sang-yu's battle finally ended with monster corpses scattered everywhere. Damn it. Sang-yu and his clones were exhausted. "So, these bastards are all dead, right?" Raven shed tears of joy, covering his eyes and bowing down. Disciple number 1 and number 2 did well. What about me? Suddenly, a call came in. Raven informed Sang-yu, "I am getting a call from Heritage. I'll be back soon. What's going on?" Since it was an urgent call, something serious must have happened, even though I don't know how to use it. He placed a hand on Sang-yu's shoulder to remind him. "Anyway, my disciple, be careful." Raven seriously warned him. "This is the center of the pit now. After the disaster, the number of monsters escaping from the pit has dwindled. So we're just keeping them at a minimum level, but this place is definitely considered a level S dungeon." He turned around, preparing for the teleportation spell, and said, "Don't push yourself too hard. I'm nowhere near pushing myself too hard." The portal opened, and he spoke his final words. "Then, do your best to survive." Sang-yu returned to Woo Hyun's side. He entered the tent. "So, the monster materials are here already?" Woo Hyun held a vial of medicine and said, "Most of them have very interesting properties. Thanks to them, I was able to create some new medicines, including the adaptation potion. It increases the user's ability to adapt to external factors. Side effects, once the effect ends, all other effects will temporarily be reduced." She handed the vial to Sang-yu to try. "Here, try this and let me know how it feels." "Right, the side effects seem acceptable now." The two fell into silence after that statement. Sang-yu felt guilty. Damn, this is embarrassing. After hearing about her past, it felt even worse. Woo Hyun lowered her head and spoke first, apologizing. Sang-yu raised his head to listen as she continued. "There's something I haven't told you yet." "What is it?" Outside the tent, a monster suddenly appeared and moved closer. Sang-yu's clone had been keeping watch outside, and it spotted a monster near the campsite. The monster moved closer. "I'll defeat it right away." One of Sang-yu's clones used black sight. Inside the tent, Woo Hyun continued, "The last words of my mother, the real reason I came here. That day, my mother told me a secret. She said only I could know this. My mother had never told anyone about this." She covered one eye with her hand. "My mother used to look into that pit every day after the disaster." The two clones outside charged forward to test the monster inside. The monster immediately took 2 critical hits. It quickly got back up and gathered red mana in the palm of its hand. The clone with the dark eyes spoke, "That idiot, you shouldn't block it." The other clone lunged forward to block the ball. Woo Hyun separated his fingers to reveal his lifeless eyes. "I only realized later why Mom always did this." His mother used to cover her eyes with her hands. "Woo Hyun, listen to it, listen." She gave a strange smile. "Your father, is really still alive. Meanwhile, outside, Sang Yu's clone took the full force of the monster's attack. Sang Yu, disbelief on his face, asked Wu Hyun again, "What? Your father?" Her face was calm, but suddenly a huge shockwave hit. Sang Yu then realized something. Number 2 was dead. He rushed out of there, not forgetting to shout at Wu Hyun to hide. "Stay there, don't come out." She was confused, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is going on? He ran outside and saw Number 1, then ran towards him. "Number 1, are you okay? What's going on?" Number 1 turned and casually asked him, "Why did the master just show up?" Sang Yu was a bit flustered at this point. Suddenly, Number 1 yelled at him to look at the dusty area. "Look over there." A massive monster appeared. "That bastard is a part of me. I need to take it back this time." Sang Yu, confused, asked Number 1, "So you took Number 1's body because of that piece? Why is this happening now?" Number 1 explained to him, "You've changed your tone. I like the challenging tone of yours. We just swapped turns a bit." It seemed like he thought facing that bastard alone was too dangerous. The monster created a red ball in its hand, seemingly ready to attack the two of them. It threw the red ball towards them, causing the area to explode. Both Sang Yu and Number 1 flew up to dodge the attack. "Don't touch that. Don't try to block it either. You'll explode." The guy next to you died the same way. He felt something familiar with what the monster just threw. Wait, this ability? He immediately called his clones for support. "Everyone, help me out." His clones emerged from a space rift he created. "I need to see it with my own eyes." 3 of his bodies flew toward the monster to attack it. Sang Yu also rushed forward with his sword, shooting a winged bullet straight at the monster's face. But it seemed useless as the monster wore a golden helmet. Number 1, seeing this, got excited and lightning crackled from his eyes. "Seems like it's not enough. Let me add another one." He launched an energy blast straight into the monster's face. The monster's face started smoking, but it didn't seem to cause much damage. Sang Yu realized the situation and cursed. "Damn it." Jun Hyuk's face appeared. This situation just became really complicated. He then noticed something, and the 3 clones of Sang Yu prepared for battle. He once again covered his head with the monster mask. Then, the monster flew up into the sky and fled. Sang Yu felt a bit annoyed. Running away? Number 1 sighed, "It's interesting using my power like that. Could it be the monster's instinct?" Number 1 then smirked wickedly and said to Sang Yu, "Hey, young Sang Yu, I want to make a deal with you." He seemed a bit surprised, and Number 1 continued, "If you give me that piece, I'll help you this time. I'll show you the weakness of that bastard." Wu Hyun, hiding behind a nearby shelter, witnessed everything. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably, still not understanding what just happened. She realized that the monster was actually her father, and Wu Hyun couldn't hold back her tears. She covered her face and cried loudly. "Is it true? Mom wasn't lying. Dad is still alive." As the sun rose, Number 1 revealed the truth. "The monster we just encountered is part of me." Sang Yu was still confused, imagining things. "What do you mean? Part of what?" Number 1 started explaining. "My body was split into 7 parts. Head, torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a weapon. Each part has its own unique ability." Sang Yu then turned to Number 1, questioning, "So, the 7 deadly sins aren't about sins?" Number 1 turned away, walking while explaining. "Other people just gave them the names they wanted because anyone who holds a piece of me goes insane and merges with my body. It has the ability to absorb and adapt. It can absorb and deploy surrounding elements and adapt to different environments." Sang Yu was slightly stunned, starting to analyze again. "The energy of that bastard is indeed strange, even though I'm standing here. Its presence still feels very shallow." Number 1 explained further. "It's because it has adapted and merged with the environment." Sang Yu raised a question. "So, does it also absorb humans?" Number 1 thought for a moment and said, "Are you referring to the human form that appeared from within the monster?" Sang Yu had also noticed that face, not just the monster's abilities. "Everything I've heard about him so far, it must be the hunter Jun Hyuk. Is there any way to save him?" At the Heritage headquarters, "Mr. Dubert, I've arrived." Raven Dubert spoke first. "A swordsman, you must be quite busy." "Forgive me." Seeing this, Dubert replied, "How could I be busier than you being here?" Dubert then grabbed a sword. "I want to show you this first." Raven was stunned, recognizing what was in front of him. "This is..." Dubert picked up a very large sword, and Raven immediately recognized it. "Earthquake." Raven asked Dubert, "Did you manage to restore it?" Dubert, still holding the sword, answered, "It was tough because it wasn't in good condition at first. This is a relic from the Urintia Empire, the sword of the late king. He was said to be able to shake the earth with just one swing of the sword." He looked at the large sword and said, "It's time for this sword to see the light of day after such a long time." Raven then revealed his intention. "I want you to use it. Don't you understand?" Raven continued, explaining his reason. "I don't have the qualifications to use it. I'm just a small piece left from the past of someone who failed to protect the Empire. It doesn't suit my sword style, Stormblade." Dubert understood that, and sadly replied, "I knew you'd say that." He then wanted to test its power. "Well, at least try its durability." "Of course, that's something I can always do." Raven drew his sword. "I won't hold back." Dubert replied, "Of course, I'm just testing its durability." The sword was fixed upright on the floor, while Raven assumed an attacking stance. He gathered wind bullets around him, then launched 3 wind bullets at the sword simultaneously. He had already anticipated it, just as expected. It possesses extreme power. It truly deserves to be called a relic. But the sword shattered right in front of them, leaving both of them stunned. "Oh, shit!" On this side, the clones were bending the limbs of the monster. Then they handed it to Kim Woo-hyun. "Is this enough?" She also felt that it was enough now. "Yeah, thanks." She put it into her bag and started forming a small plan in her mind. There's no other way to lure my father out of that monster's body. A monster that can adapt, with its surroundings and constantly changing. A potion of adaptation was made from that. Kim Woo-hyun fastened her safety harness and descended a dangerous cliff. She tried to gather some stones there. "I'll use this as essential material to amplify the side effects. I'll make a potion that can return everything to its original state before using it. With this, I'm sure I can save my father." From a distance, the monster had been observing everything. It was dawn, and in the open space, there was a strange, creepy laugh. Kim Woo-hyun held a test tube in her hand, tired but content. She was completely exhausted and collapsed in front of the pile of test tubes. It seemed Kim Woo-hyun had successfully created the potion. Finally, she had brewed the reaction potion. Number 1 was now searching for traces of the monster around. Nowhere to be found. There's no stone big enough for that guy to hide in. Number 1 called out to Sangu to go somewhere else. Look somewhere else. Meanwhile, Sangu tilted his head and asked Number 1. "Excuse me." Sangu, now tied to a tree like prey, was feeling very confused. "I don't understand what's going on. Please explain." Number 1, "Did you forget that I saved your life again?" Number 1, slightly annoyed, explained again to Sangu. "Geez, you idiot, use your brain." At this moment, the clones were already carrying out their tasks. Number 1 continued to explain to him. "The top priority for all monsters in this area is survival. Hunting prey is just a way to survive. Which means, if your clones keep gathering like this, that bastard will never show up. That's why we need to set up this stupid trap, to lure that bastard into hunting a stupid prey. Ugh, such a dumbass. Like a shrimp in a river or a jellyfish in the sea." Sangu finally realized what Number 1 was planning to do. Could it be? Number 1 suddenly felt something and fell silent for a moment. Sangu was still frustrated by the way he was treated. "Who else but you?" It sounded painful, but he couldn't argue back. Woo-hyun ran over from a distance and shouted, "Young Sangu, wait." She saw him hanging upside down like a roasted chicken and was confused. "What's going on? Why are you hanging upside down like this?" He helplessly replied, "You'll understand the big plan soon." Woo-hyun got to the point. "Anyway, here, take this." Sangu was puzzled. "What's this?" Woo-hyun explained. "I saw it back then. The one inside the monster was my father. This left him stunned." Sangu, confused, asked her, "I won't ask why you kept this from me, but in return, give this to my father. I made a reaction potion to reverse the transformation." She stuffed the vial into him. "This will definitely bring my father back to normal." At that moment, Woo-hyun was completely vulnerable, pleading with him. "This is my final request. Please, save my father. Please, save my family." Back at Heritage, Old Man Raven was still stunned after learning the secret of the sword. "So, what I destroyed was a clone?" Dubert quickly explained to Raven. "Yes, I should have explained this to you earlier." He looked shocked. Raven asked Dubert, "How did you deal with it?" Dubert looked at the broken sword and replied to Raven, "It's a byproduct of analyzing the cloning ability of Hunter Young Sangu. Of course, we only managed to analyze the ability slightly, but it still helped make significant progress in our research. Raven had to admit Sangu's talent after hearing this. This is an incredible ability. He's an extraordinary person. Dubert continued, "Anyway, thank you. I confirmed the issue. Now I can understand things much better." Raven raised a question. "Mr. Dubert, no one can use the Earthquaker skill except for me, or if I were to propose it this way." Back to Sangu. He was now being used as bait for the monster. It made him nostalgic. This is exactly like the bird trap I set when I was a kid. Sangu remembered the vial of potion Kim Woo-hyun had given him. Before, Kim Woo-hyun had made it. When did she make this reaction potion? He remembered the shape of the monster and Kim Woo-hyun's words. "Please save my father. Please save my family." Suddenly, Sangu felt it. Damn it, the monster appeared right in front of him. Sangu realized number one was right. It came fast. He really was perfect bait. He pressed the hidden switch at the back, and the entire front exploded into smoke. Since this was a cliff, many rocks fell down onto the monster. Sangu untied the ropes and said seriously, "Congratulations on becoming my bait, you bastard." He slowly moved toward the monster. "This time, you won't escape." Meanwhile, a training match was taking place elsewhere. "Please stop. The training match is over." Sangu's clone stopped, and behind him, many other warriors had collapsed. "You guys have worked hard." The assistant next to him was panicking. His stats are lower than young Sangu's. But his technique is truly incredible, as expected. He's not someone to joke around with. A weak person can create variables and tactics to fight a stronger opponent, and he's already shown his ruthless power against weaker foes. Clone 10, not understanding what was going on, collapsed with blood spilling from his mouth. What the hell? He recalled the fight with Sangu. Even though I was allowed to use a weapon, he dodged all the bullets and swords. He even made the attacks miss from all sides. It felt like I was completely overwhelmed. How could it be? We even had young Sangu's original cornered. We pushed him into a deadlock with coordinated attacks. But how could a clone be better than the original? The assistant next to him asked. Clone 3 did really well. Want some snacks? Sangu immediately replied, "I want ramen." The girl next to him was surprised. "Senpai, is this really true? The clone is even stronger than the original." Clone 10 cursed at her. "You idiot, think smarter." The holder next to them looked confused. "What does that mean?" Clone 10 had to explain. "Yes, there's only one reason." Suddenly, Sangu's image in everyone's eyes became radiant. Young Sangu pretended to be cornered and at a disadvantage. That was his mercy. Dane started crying with swollen eyes. "Yeah, we've always been treated like garbage," the blonde-haired youth sighed. "He pretended to lose to us because he cared about how we felt." Everyone was exhausted but still chatting. "I'll try again. I want to work under young Sang." "I do too. I can't be anywhere but here." Over here, Sangu was using all his resources against the monster, but nothing worked against its steel-like tough skin. He rushed in, holding a magical item. Damn it, it's immune to fire. Suddenly, he remembered what number one had said. My skills adapt and change instantly when facing an enemy, unlike monsters. My power is not fixed when I fight, but still, there are limits. Suddenly, Sangu realized something. His other clones rushed in. They landed several blows on the monster, but it didn't react, only letting out a strange cry. Sangu noticed its weak point and drew his sword. This bastard, so it can't adapt and resist different attributes at the same time. He slashed hard at the monster, and finally, the cut caused it to take damage. Sangu saw the opportunity. Then I need to end this as quickly as possible. He slashed at it several more times. Number one, standing nearby, sneered, "You guys are way too careless with that monster." Hearing number one talking nonsense, Sangu yelled, "Then why don't you come help me already?" Sangu and his clones rushed forward, landing a series of different attacks on the monster. Sangu turned to number one. "Why aren't you helping me?" Seeing the monster being suppressed, Sangu wanted to finish it off. He had it under control now. Number one realized something and shouted at Sangu, "Get back, young Sangu. That bastard has adapted to the ice attribute." It shattered the ice shield and swung its hand towards Sangu, catching him. This left Sangu unable to do anything. Damn it. In less than a second, its claws reached for him. Grabbing his stomach, Sangu cursed, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, enduring. "It's using division. I need to hold on." Even his sweat was evaporating from the heat. Sangu clenched his teeth. "I will stop it from swelling with my indestructible body." but the fire eventually caught on. Sangha grunted, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." His back was bleeding, and Number One moved closer. Number One stood behind Sangu. A small mistake can lead to a big disaster. His body began swelling like a balloon, and Number One complained, "And you're the one who made the mistake." Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and when it cleared, only white smoke remained. Number One looked at Sangu, kneeling with a pale face. Number One's blood-soaked arm raised. "You've died once, no second chances, calm down." Number One sneered, "If my existence didn't depend on your skills, I would have let you die right there." The monster was still mysterious, and Sangu curiously asked, "How were you able to eliminate the splitting skill?" Number One replied, "Each fragment has its own abilities, and this one's the power of the head. By analyzing the skill structure, we can sever the mana circuits and neutralize it." Number One continued, "You've only taken a wound to your stomach. You're still alive and well. Besides, your regeneration stats are pretty high." The blood that had been dripping from the corner of his mouth had stopped. Sangha pondered, "Does this ability also help prevent the attacks of the giant bone demon?" He came up with an idea. So whenever something like what happened just now occurs, you just need to eliminate it, right? He spoke, only to be punched in the face. Sangu, feeling wrong, said, "Why did you hit me?" Number One sneered, "Useless, can't do anything but leech off others, huh?" At that moment, the monster charged at Sangu. He quickly reacted, blocking the attack and shouting, "Exactly, that's the kind of person I am." The monster fell down. Number One continued, "See? With those stats, you don't need to risk your life like you did with the giant bone demon. But why aren't you focusing?" Sangu bluntly replied, "Because I have to kill this monster." Elsewhere, laboratory rats in the glass cages, half dead and half alive, echoed a sound. Here, Travor nervously handed over a tray of vials. "The DP serum you requested, sir." Huseong inspected the vial, then picked up a rat from the cage and poured the entire vial of serum into its mouth. Travor froze, watching the rat scream strangely from the shock of the drug. Then it howled in agony, losing control. Its fur stiffened, and its eyes turned madly green. Huseong immediately burned it, visibly irritated. "Are you messing with me? This is a defective product." Travor started sweating. He continued, "There are only 2 perfect specimens that can prevent transformation into a monster. I don't have the time to finish the others." Travor hesitated, but the rat, thought to be dead, suddenly came back to life and bit Huseong's wrist. Huseong was surprised, and Travor explained, "Even so, the stat increases of these defective products can't compare to the perfect ones." Travor continued, "If I had more time, I would turn them." Huseong interrupted, glaring, "No, we don't need the perfect version. Just keep producing these." He complained, "You should have given me this from the start." A loud noise came from outside, followed by large rocks collapsing. Kim Woo-hein was startled. She fell in a deep thought. Are they fighting? Well, I guess getting someone to drink the serum during a battle will be quite difficult. But then she suddenly realized, wait, what if the vial breaks during the fight? Kim Woo-hein started rummaging through her inventory. "I made a few extra ones from the leftover materials." Here it is." Kim Woo-hein was ready, and Clone One asked, "Where are you going?" "Take this to young Sangu, the supplement." He added, "Let me give it to him." But Kim Woo-hein stubbornly refused. "I need to check the effectiveness of the serum, so let me go." The clone helplessly said, "I won't stop you, but think carefully." Both stood in front of the wreckage, and the clone wanted Kim Woo-hein to confirm, "Are you sure you want to go there?" The continuous tremors were caused by the battle between the 2 sides. The monster was trying to form a mana ball. Number One sneered, "Idiot, you can adapt, but can't learn anything?" Lightning cracked in the air on both sides. Sangu tightly gripped his sword, muttering, "Number 2, enchantment. Fire envelopes the sword." He charged forward, slashing at the head, which was Kim Woo-hein's father with dark pupils. Sangu gritted his teeth. Memories of the past rushed back, and Sangu anxiously asked the person in front of him, "The skills in the story I heard, they match exactly." "That must be the craftsman Kim Jun-hyuk. Is there any way to save him?" The sword hesitated, then cut through the left shoulder of the monster. It tried to find a way to escape, but the ceiling was blocked with ice. It panicked, and Sangu calmly said, "There's no way out." A few minutes earlier, Sangu and Number One had discussed, "Save the one inside? You must be mistaken." Then, as per the plan, Number One climbed onto the monster's back. and he unleashed a lightning strike that made it scream. The first step was done, and number 1 reported, "I've temporarily restrained him. His adaptation skill has been locked, so he won't be able to resist." After number 1 jumped off, other clones also used ice to hold the monster in place. Sangu rushed in, recalling Wu Hai's plea. "This is my last request. Please, save my father. Save my only family." Sangu's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry," as the monster stood still to take the hit. A voice cried out, "Stop." The sword, just about to kill the monster, paused. It was Wu Hai, who was struggling on a stone pillar. "Wait, what?" She then fell flat on her back. Wu Hai was stunned. "Why are you pointing your sword at my father? You said you would save him, my father." Number 1 looked at Sangu. "You keep showing that weird expression." Sangu was facing the monster and Wu Hai's father. Was that why? He fell silent. Wu Hai stammered, You broke the vial, didn't you?" "I brought a spare." "Hee. I made extra, just in case." Sangu cut her off. "I already have one." He bluntly said, "Kim Wu Hai, look at the monster in front of you. This is not your father. It's just a monster." He continued, "Its appearance is due to a transformation skill. It has no control over Hunter Junhyuk or anything. If you give it the serum, it will just turn back into a regular monster like the others." Sometimes the truth is harsh. Wu Hai was taken aback. "Huh? I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by monster?" After the battle, Sangu had the upper hand. He rushed forward to finish the monster, but Wu Hai's scream stopped him. Wu Hai begged, "It's not a monster, it's my father. I only met my father when I was a child, but his image is still vivid in my mind." Wu Hai cried out, "He looks just like he did back then." Sangu replied, "Just like he?" He continued, 18 years have passed, yet his appearance hasn't changed at all. Isn't that strange? Wu Hai was silenced. At the same time, number 1 walked over. "If you don't see it with your own eyes, you won't believe it. Move aside, young Sangu." Number 1 prepared his strike. "Either way, I'll regain my transformation ability." One slash split its body in half. The monster screamed, and Wu Hai cried out, "Don't." Black cells covered the face of the man Wu Hai called father. In an instant, that face became unrecognizable. A girl with green hair, Wu Hai stood frozen in place. Number 1 sneered, "Is this your family too?" Sangu also gritted his teeth. The monster was healing, and number 1 turned to Wu Hai. "Why so silent?" "I'm asking, is this your family?" The green hair waved in the wind, and Sangu curiously asked, "Is this person also part of the special forces?" Numero uno de naive. Who knows? This monster changes its appearance every time it gets hurt. It hides it well, so you probably won't recognize it. The monster had healed. It had returned to Junhyuk's appearance. Number 1, angry. "It looks like it's finished healing. Kill it now. Otherwise, it'll quickly adapt to the ice element and escape." Sangu heard it clearly, but hesitated. Kim Wu Hai's small hands were trying to open the medicine bottle. "Wait a minute." Wu Hai, with tearful eyes, pleaded, "Let it drink the remaining medicine while it's in my father's form." What if it really is my father? It's still not 100% certain. With quick steps, number 1 kicked Wu Hai in the stomach. Sangu, confused, said, "Hey, what are you doing?" A bead of sweat rolled down Sangu's face as he accidentally saw something. Wu Hai, in pain, lay on the ground, cough. Bleh. Number 1 commented, "I hate people like you the most." He continued, "Not only did you fail to do anything right, but you're stubbornly refusing to admit the obvious truth right in front of you. You can only beg, but you can't do anything in return." What number 1 said was harsh, but it was the truth. If at least you knew how to use a weapon, I wouldn't have to mock you like this. Wu Hai, in agony, watched as the medicine bottle shattered before his eyes. "No, my medicine." Number 1 shouted, "Get lost. All you do is get in the way." Whose muddy feet are in the way now? With one kick that left no time to react, number 1 tumbled. "What are you doing, young Sangu?" It turned out that the monster with Junhyuk's head was standing to protect Wu Hai. Number 1 was furious. "I told you to kill that monster." Wu Hai stammered, Dad. Number 1 sighed. "That's a monster." "Never mind. No need to explain to you anymore." The monster opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow Wu Hai. Perhaps dying in one's own illusion would be a mercy. Luckily, Sangu stopped it just in time. "Stop. Answer me, 7 deadly." Sangu continued, "You said that the monster took Junhyuk the hunter's form to use his skills, right? So that means the regenerated body will have the same memories and body as Jun Hyuk, the hunter. Number 1 nodded. That's right. It will regenerate the brain to use its skills. So what? The monster charged, Number 1 complained. The monster is just acting on instinct. Sang-gu also lunged forward. Then use your skill. Isolate the part of the body that holds Jun Hyuk's form and cut off the rest. He continued. You said you could sever the Manama veins. Number 1 was taken aback. Then he asked Sang-gu, why should I carry out a request that is both troublesome and may not even work? He sighed. This isn't a request. Sang-gu pouted, pretending not to care. If you don't want to do it, fine, I'll give up too. Forget 7 deadly. No more negotiations. We don't even have to kill this monster. So why should I have to suffer like this? Number 1 was provoked. With that, he continued. You're the one who should be in a hurry, not me. Lieber inside froze. Was he messing with me? Sang-gu said with a mocking tone. Come on, Number 1. Let's go outside. The great sinner wants to breathe some fresh air now. Indeed, the taunting worked perfectly. Number 1 gritted his teeth. You bastard. Number 1 angrily charged at the monster. If everything goes wrong, don't blame me. And landed on it. Sang-gu shielded him from the wind while thinking, actually, I don't know if this will work. I don't know how the monster's instincts will react, but a few minutes ago, when Number 1 kicked Kim Woo-hein, Sang-gu was confused. Hey, what are you doing? And at that moment, Sang-gu was shocked by the sight of the monster with Jun Hyuk's face. The monster with Jun Hyuk's face was frowning at seeing Kim Woo-hein injured. Back to the present, Sang-gu was holding Kim Woo-hein upright and observing the situation. There's no other choice. We have to try to know. Number 1 pressed down, and the black layers around the body slowly faded away. The intensity of the separation increased, and Jun Hyuk's body gradually became more visible. A moment later, Number 1 successfully separated both, and Jun Hyuk lay still on the ground. Then his eyes opened, quickly waking up. He gasped, then shouted loudly, Gu-juma, are you okay? Gu-juma? Where are we? His chest wound had disappeared, and his clothes were different too. A voice came through. Father, do you recognize me? Hearing the question, Jun Hyuk looked confused. Kim Woo-hein bit her lip. Father, do you know who I am? Jun Hyuk stayed silent for a moment, then replied, Kim Woo-hein, right? She was surprised, and tears of happiness fell. Yes, that's right. She looked at the father she thought was dead and replied, Is that you, father? Now, there were 2 versions of the monster. 1, the fake father of Kim Woo-hein, sitting proudly on the ground, and 2, the monster silently standing behind. Number 1 froze. It worked. Sang-gu continued, See? I told you if you don't try, how would you know? That's when Number 1 became even more puzzled. I still don't understand. It's still a monster, and she should know that. He continued, It looks like her father, but in reality, it's the one who killed her father. Sang-gu paused for a moment. Then he replied, Have you heard the story of the ship of Theseus? He continued, Suppose I replace the old planks of the ship with new ones, and keep replacing them until there are no old planks left. Is it still the ship of Theseus? Even though it looks the same, if the materials are different, is it still the old ship? Number 1 sneered. Fool, how could there be a definite answer to that question? And that sneer unintentionally led into the explanation. That's right, because of that, the creature right now doesn't need that answer. Number 1 was confused. What exactly are you trying to say? Sang-gu smiled. Do we really need to judge whether Jun Hyuk the hunter is a monster or a human based on our standards? The faint light emitted softly from the remaining part of the monster. Sang-gu calmly replied, Simply, yes, even fake warmth can soothe the loss of someone. Some people just really want to see the ship again. The warmth from her loved one made Woo-hein unable to hold back her happy tears. Jun Hyuk smiled. You've really grown up a lot. Woo-hein sobbed. I thought you wouldn't recognize me. Jun Hyuk laughed. How could I not recognize you? His eyes were like shooting stars, his smile dazed, but you really have grown so much, I'm telling the truth. He asked Woo-hein, how long has it been? She hesitated. Well, then Sang-gu stepped in, I'll tell him. Sang-gu bowed. Nice to meet you, Hunter Jun Hyuk. You were captured by a monster. A while later, everyone had moved to the aircraft. Jun Hyuk, in shock, said, So, to put it simply, a monster captured me, and you were the one who rescued me? Sang-gu nodded, yes. Number 1 sighed. You're a good liar. Jun Hyuk, are you seriously listening for information? Has it really been 18 years? Then what about my wife Yun-hee? Woo-hein jumped in shock. She stood up in a panic. What about? Mom, the phone was handed to her. Sang-gu explained, you can check it for yourself. These are the reports related to what happened. The article reads, a disaster occurred with hunters sent to the monster dungeon. What was the cause? 6 heroes, a tragedy for the victims' families. Jun Hyuk, Hunter Jun Hyuk, has died. Hugh Seong and Byung Hun spoke out. We should have been the ones to die there. We're deeply sorry and saddened by what happened. The flood of information overwhelmed Jun Hyuk's mind. And then, the article titled, Wife of Hunter Kim Jun Hyuk. Hunter Won Hyun he has been found dead. The wife of Hunter Kim Jun Hyuk, who lost her husband, who had to face a terrible accident. She made an extreme choice, ending her own life. Woo Hyun anxiously asked, Dad. Jun Hyuk gripped the phone tightly in his hand, saying, You don't need to say anything more. He asked him, Your name is Young Sang-gu, right? Sang-gu replied, Yes. The anger in Jun Hyuk erupted. He angrily asked Sang-gu, the 2 bastards who betrayed the whole team that day, Haesung and Byung Hun, where are they? Sang-gu was surprised. Are you planning to kill them? Jun Hyuk, filled with vengeance, replied, Yes. Sang-gu asked again, Are you sure? Jun Hyuk interrupted, Don't even think about trying to convince me. Now I will. Sang-gu replied, That's not what I meant. Sang-gu looked at the man seriously and asked, Are you sure you won't let them go so easily? Jun Hyuk was taken aback. He then explained, I have a proposal. After you hear me out, you can still decide. The crowd was noisy, mainly reporters. The reason for that, Hunter Young Sang-gu will hold a press conference. Didn't he always avoid reporters? Someone else replied, Yeah, but he probably won't ignore them this time. If he really can defeat an S-rank monster. Sang-gu, dressed in a sleek black suit, was walking forward. Then he'll be officially recognized as an S-rank hunter. Sang-gu tries to speak into the microphone. It's nice to meet the reporters. The cameras being raised start flashing. Thank you all for gathering here. Sang-gu frowns. All the people who caused me trouble at the Jumper Building are here too. After joking around, he returns to the main issue. Well, as you all know, lately I've been to the Monster Hole in West Africa. Sang-gu steps onto the podium and says, As expected, there is an S-rank monster there. The reporters are stunned by this juicy news. A reporter raises their hand. So you have? Sang-gu replies, I caught the monster. He continues, Of course there was some resistance, but I want to let everyone know. I'm the one who caught the S-rank monster. The reporter exclaims, So that means Hunter Young Sang-yu will be the first S-rank hunter in? She's interrupted, Wait a second. It was those 2 vile ones, Hugh Seong and Byung Hun. First of all, I want to congratulate you on returning safely. Hunter Young Sang-yu, you really have returned safely. The photographers scramble. That's the president of the Hunters Association, Byung Hun, and Hugh Seong from the Hugh Seong Guild. Awesome. Byung Hun slyly says, We did say we would recognize you as an S-rank hunter if you could handle an S-rank monster at the Monster Hole. But the most important thing is evidence, right? If there's none, it'll be hard for us to recognize your claims. Sang-gu ponders, I knew they would show up. Hugh Seong next to him also mocks. There must be at least a video. Don't tell me you think we'll believe your empty words. Sang-gu chuckles. Evidence, right? Of course, if there were no evidence, I wouldn't be holding this press conference. You two are really funny. Sang-gu lifted his foot and stepped closer to Hugh Seong with a smug expression. Of course I have it. I even have all the evidence to prove the filthy deeds you did 18 years ago. Both of them froze in shock. Sang-gu said seriously, I'll give you both a chance to confess everything yourself. Tell them everything you've done at the monster pit. Check all the facts that happened back then. Byung Hun panicked with every word Sang-gu said. He placed his hand on Hugh Seong's shoulder. If you two do that, I won't say anything or provide evidence. And whispered in his ear, but if she does anything other than apologize, the evidence will be revealed to the world. Hugh Seong turned his head. Are you done talking? Then he laughed loudly. What? Evidence? While Hugh Seong was angrily reacting, Byung Hun shrank back, saying nothing. What did I do wrong that I need to confess? You're just talking nonsense, because you have no proof that you caught an S-level monster. Do you think you can fool me? Sang-gu sighed, pitiful really. His loud laughter made Hugh Seong shake with anger. What is this? Sang-gu mocked. You're good at pretending to be innocent, but really it's pitiful. Now, after enough mocking, Sang-gu chuckled and continued. I don't care about the hunter industry. But if someone like me shows up and touches on your weakness, Do you think that's a lie? His foot moved, and the reporters froze. A familiar figure, a familiar voice. Should I start with long time no see? Byung-hun and Hyeseong were frozen, his hands adjusting the mic. Kim Jun-hyuk in the flesh stood on the podium, speaking down to them. You two have aged a lot, huh? Everything's so new. Shall we start by revealing the truth about what happened that day? The cameras and mics all turned toward him. Hey, get this shot quick. Kim Jun-hyuk and the truth from 18 years ago started to spread. Hello, I'm Yoon-hook. I was trapped by an S-level monster for 18 years and was miraculously able to return thanks to Hunter Young Sang-gu. What I'm about to say is the truth. Hyeseong and Byung-hun are not heroes. The people watching the news were shocked. Kim Jun-hyuk, is he really back? What's going on? The person across from him stuttered. I just made contact recently, so... The broadcast continued. They're the ones who abandoned their teammates when they needed them the most. And now they're back, taking credit for their teammates' efforts, things that don't belong to them. Or with Woo Hye-in, the woman who has been swallowing her bitterness about the truth for years. My wife tried her best to expose the truth, but I heard she couldn't handle the pressure from those around her. Now, I'll try to make things right. Kim Jun-hyuk, with a determined look, said, I will make them pay. The news spread, causing most people to gossip. Hey, did you hear? Hunter Jun-hyuk survived and came back. Jun-hyuk? Who's that? You idiot. Don't you know he was the strongest member of the Special Forces a long time ago? I heard Hyeseong and Byung-hun betrayed them and escaped. Oh my god. So what his wife said back then was true. Mocking and insulting words were thrown at Byung-hun and Hyeseong in the face of the ironic truth. I knew it. When it was just those two who came back, I already thought something was off. Damn them. Elsewhere, on the table, there was a steaming hot pot filled with various ingredients. Jun-hyuk asked, confused, what's this? Woo Hye-in happily replied, we're going to eat it. Although they still got it from the restaurant, Jun-hyuk was surprised, saying, people still deliver food like this. The world's really gotten better. He tried a piece and widened his eyes in amazement. This is so good. Woo Hye-in smiled and asked, nice, right? Jun-hyuk suddenly remembered something and said, hey, can you teach me how to use a smartphone? Now that I'm using it, I see how convenient it is. Woo Hye-in gently replied, give it to me. I'll save my number in your phone first. She whispered, we have internet now, so it's free. You can use it as much as you want. He asked skeptically, really? I won't have to pay a ton of money later, will I? Woo Hye-in softly replied, no, you won't. On Woo Hye-in's checklist, she had marked off, eat together. The remaining tasks were visiting her mother's grave, going to the amusement park, and watching a movie. Meanwhile, the TV was broadcasting images of Kim Jun-hyuk, and the MC began reporting on an extraordinary event. Hunter Jun-hyuk, thought to be dead, has returned after 18 years. Even more surprising, the cause of the disaster was the betrayal by Hunters Oh Byung-hun and Hyeseong. The police raided a warehouse to arrest the mafia bosses, yelling at everyone to stop taking photos. The reporter continued, the betrayal that Hunter Won-hyun insisted on, even when she died. The return of Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk has brought a tremendous force to the accusations that had been forgotten. The image of the old man, his silver hair covering his face in shame, was broadcasted, accompanied by the steady voice of the announcer. Up until now, Hunters Hyeseong and Oh Byung-hun have still not provided an answer. At the same time, in another place, the table was filled with expensive bottles of alcohol. A voice rang out, give this to every branch of the Hyeseong Guild. Hyeseong spoke in a low voice. One of his subordinates hesitantly asked, can I ask what this is? Hyeseong glanced at him with a terrifying look and slowly replied, it's wine. He said in a cryptic tone, don't worry, I've heard that drinking also has its effects. The subordinate asked, confused, huh? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling him. The subordinate's whole body was covered with strange black liquid stains. He placed his hand on the table, trembling, and said, I'll go distribute it right away. Hyeseong coldly replied, go. As soon as he spoke, the subordinate quickly exited the room and slammed the door shut. The black stains on the floor started to smoke and sizzle. Suddenly, Ji-hook barged in and shouted in panic, Dad, no, President. The reporters are everywhere. He nervously asked, what should we do? Where's the table? Hyeseong remained standing, calmly looking out the large glass door. He spoke in a low voice. To plant trees, you have to till the soil. Hyeseong calmly said, Ji-hook, Tell all the members of the Huseong Guild this. He gave a strange smile and spoke cryptically. Prepare the farewell party. I will surrender myself. Jinook asked in shock, what? At the same time, in another place, the agent sitting in the chair gritted his teeth and trembled as he spoke. Damn it, what's going on here? He asked Sang-gu. You didn't just bring back Hunter Jun-hyuk, but you also dropped a bomb at the press conference. Sang-gu calmly replied, I'm sure you're pretty stunned. The agent widened his eyes in surprise and stammered. Of course, Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk has been a legend since I was a student. Moreover, Woo Hyun really is his daughter. Now I finally understand why she insisted on going into the monster's lair with you. He then asked, what are you planning to do now? Sang-gu thought for a moment before speaking. Well, the most important thing is Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk's opinion. So, suddenly, number one coldly interrupted their conversation from behind. Don't waste any more time. The agent looked confused. Sang-gu quickly explained, no, it's 7 deadly talking. Number one urged, how long are you going to let my pieces lie around like this? If you want revenge, do it quickly. Sang-gu hurriedly disagreed. Hey, there's a process to everything. If we kill those two, we'll be labeled as murderers. Number one remained indifferent and responded, does that matter? It doesn't have much time left anyway. Sang-gu heard that and frowned, staying silent. The agent asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Who doesn't have much time? Number one turned to Sang-gu and asked, you haven't told him yet? He remembered the joyful moments between Jun-hyuk and his son, then spoke coldly. Because what I did with that monster is not permanent. He will soon collapse and disappear. A close-up of Jun-hyuk's smiling face was shown. Number one slowly continued, my abilities won't last forever, you know that. In a large banquet hall, everyone had gathered and were whispering among themselves. Hey, is it true? Do you mean the chairman's farewell party? Why has he suddenly called everyone together like this? A man with a white headband whispered, I heard he's planning to turn himself in. Does that mean everything is true? The short-haired woman sitting nearby sighed. This is insane. Our guild is finished. Who's the next successor? The members of the Huseong Guild were still debating. Will team leader Shin Ji-hook take over? His skills aren't that impressive. Isn't Hunter Shin Jun-hyuk a better choice? Suddenly, the loudspeaker came on, drawing everyone's attention. Members of the Huseong Guild. Huseong's voice echoed. I'm sure you've all heard the news by now, right? This is what's happening. He calmly spoke into the mic. Our guild is not that capable. We've done many dirty things. Huseong's voice still resonated, but I can guarantee one thing. At the same time, at a branch office, 2 men received the wine sent by Huseong and exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought the chairman would care about such a small branch of ours? True. He spoke in a low voice. Everything I've done is for the good of Huseong, though I'm stepping down because of my own greed. Hyun crossed her arms and looked at the rough subordinate, speaking up. Hey, didn't I tell you to treat the chairman's candidate well? Huseong's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Right now, Huseong was facing a major change. But the subordinate sat silently without answering. He was in the camera room, intently watching the screen, and said, I apologize for making everyone follow such an incompetent leader all this time. He spoke loudly, raising his glass. And the wine glasses filled with red wine were raised in response to Huseong's words. They excitedly said, cheers, and their glasses clinked together. The members of the Huseong Guild began sipping their wine. Hyun shook her wine glass and was about to bring it to her lips. Suddenly, a strong hand stopped hers. Hyun looked at the Huseong subordinate in surprise and asked, what are you doing? He didn't answer her question, only speaking coldly, don't drink it. She asked in confusion, what? In just a moment, everyone had already drunk all the wine. The scar-faced man asked in confusion, what's going to happen to the Huseong Guild now? The man with the thick mustache clicked his tongue and praised, this wine is quite good. Just as he finished speaking, everyone in the banquet hall started to transform into grotesque shapes. In just a few seconds, they screamed in pain, transforming into animals with wrinkled fur. Looking extremely terrifying, they rushed out of the building with their dried-up corpses, creating a loud noise. The guard downstairs saw stones falling from the ceiling and panicked, shouting loudly. What? Is there a terrorist attack? Sir, there's an explosion in the banquet hall. As soon as he finished reporting, a giant monster with long claws appeared on the stairs and charged toward the guard. Before he could react, All that was left was the sight of blood splattering everywhere, soaking into the walls nearby. Huseong, in the camera room, slowly spoke each word. So, make this last effort for me. He grabbed a stone syringe and thrust it forcefully into his neck, growling, "Peace has lasted too long. Now, no one cares about its importance anymore." His skin began to dry and crack, creating a rattling sound. Huseong gritted his teeth and continued. "Now anyone can become an awakened, so it seems like they've forgotten the importance of strong hunters." A moment later, his skin had turned to stone. Huseong crushed the syringe, his gaze turning malicious. He spoke with a sinister voice. "That's why now is the time to remind everyone. Korea will return to the era of disaster." The modern skyscrapers began to collapse, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The people ran in panic, screaming in terror. "Run!" A woman screamed as she collapsed to the ground, trembling. From the tall buildings, grotesque monsters emerged, attacking the people and causing chaos, making them scream loudly. Where did these monsters come from? The sounds of people screaming in fear and the loud crashing of buildings grew louder. Sang-gu heard the loud noises and began sweating, nervously saying, "This sound." The agent urgently reported, "The alarm is going off." Sang-gu quickly ordered, "Head down to the basement now." He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Huseong." Outside, fireballs were falling to the ground, and flying monsters filled the sky. Sang-gu, furious, said, "That bastard, crazier than I thought." A series of giant meteors were burning and speeding toward the ground. The scene below was chaotic as people scrambled in fear to find shelter. A girl, running while helplessly yelling, "How do you want us to dodge this?" Sang-gu stood still, deeply lost in thought, since his physical strength surpassed 40. Every time he ran, his legs felt weaker. Even when he exerted just a little force, his body started to float. Although his strength had doubled since then, the habit hadn't changed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sky, another series of fiery meteors continued to fall rapidly. Young Sang-gu estimated 8 meteors. Young Sang-gu crouched low, gathering momentum to jump. "Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I ran at full speed." Young Sang-gu's gaze sharpened, his face now cold. Enough. The skyscrapers shattered, debris flying everywhere. Young Sang-gu, without knowing when, had jumped in the air, his sword swiftly slicing a giant meteor in half. Immediately, he shifted positions, using the shattered meteor fragments as platforms. He continued jumping from meteor to meteor, destroying them at an incredible speed. Before long, the meteors were shattered, losing all their power. His 2 teammates watched in astonishment. A series of giant meteors turned into rubble, falling onto the ground in pieces. Once he saw that the danger had passed, Young Sang-gu gently landed on the ground, observing the situation. The others, who had been struggling with the meteors, also sighed in relief. He destroyed all the meteors. One of them exclaimed in awe. Young Sang-gu, with a serious expression, turned around and said, "You two should head to the shelter. No matter who knocks, don't open the door." Looking at the city, almost completely destroyed and in ruins, Jun-hyuk, Kim Woo-hain's father, panicked. What happened there? Both he and Kim Woo-hain were stunned, and then furious. "Huseong, that damn lunatic." Before he could finish, Jun-hyuk leaped over the balcony, shouting to his daughter, "Kim Woo-hain, you hide here. I'll go out." Kim Woo-hain hesitated, about to stop him. Suddenly, one of Young Sang-gu's trusted teammates rushed to the rooftop and kicked open the door. "Mr. Kim Woo-hain, hurry to the shelter." Kim Woo-hain's father sighed in relief and entrusted him. "There's a shelter? Thank goodness. Kim Woo-hain, please take care of him." Kim Woo-hain, seeing his father about to leave, reluctantly said, "Dad, please don't get hurt." Jun-hyuk, with confidence, reassured her, "Don't worry, this time I'll be back safe." Without waiting long, Young Sang-gu's teammate grabbed Kim Woo-hain and pulled her to run, calling out, "Dad, you have to come back." Jun-hyuk's expression turned serious, preparing for battle. His eyes were cold with rage as he yelled in his mind, "Huseong." At the same time, on the Haeyeon Academy campus, Haeyeon was walking quickly, lost in thought, still unable to find her appa. He knew she'd returned, but why wasn't he at the academy? He skipped classes whenever he wanted, his grades were always great. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and Haeyeon, still confused, couldn't understand what was happening. The voice said, "Professor Hong." Jun Hai quickly signaled, "Everyone run." Heian, still stunned, asked in confusion, "Why is everyone running?" Before Heian could finish, a group of grotesque monsters charged straight into the campus. Oh my god, the monsters are getting more numerous, appearing from every corner of the city. This is an unexpected situation. A reporter quickly arrived at the scene and began updating on the situation. Monsters of unknown origin are flooding the city. The ugly, bizarre monsters are approaching residential areas, causing panic among the people. The female reporter said, "The military has reported that the underground iron gates have been secured, but the number of monsters is still beyond expectations." The female reporter continued bravely, speaking in front of the camera. Just behind her, a massive bird-like monster suddenly lunged at her. While she was still speaking, "This is another disaster," the cameraman shouted in panic. Behind her, a large hand appeared, focusing its magical energy to strike. The person immediately lunged forward, delivering a lethal blow that took down the bird monster in an instant. The female reporter and the cameraman stood there, stunned and speechless. After swiftly dealing with the monster, the reporter suddenly shouted, "Hunter Kim, Jun Hyuk." Jun Hyuk stepped out of the smoke and said calmly, "I admire the courage of you reporters, but you need to evacuate. This place is too dangerous." However, the reporter immediately regained her composure and said, "Hunter Jun Hyuk just saved me. His skills are as strong as ever." Jun Hyuk, seeing this, sighed in frustration, "No, I'm telling you to run." A new set of massive, burning meteors appeared. The reporter, slightly fearful, looked up and continued updating the situation. Another meteor. Jun Hyuk also looked up, calmly muttering, "That's Huseong's skill. Evacuate now, there's no more time." Finishing his words, he jumped high into the air, heading towards the meteor. He quickly used his strength to smash the giant meteor into pieces. Jun Hyuk's eyes were cold, but there was a hint of hesitation. The size of this one was nothing compared to the previous ones. I need to destroy it quickly. Suddenly, a slash rang out through the air, shattering the meteors into pieces. Young Sang-yu, startled, realized Jun Hyuk was below. "Huh, Hunter Jun Hyuk, weren't you with Wu Yun?" The scene shifts to the academy, where a demonic monster is roaring fiercely. Hyen is focusing all her energy to deal with the monster. She uses her power to move a chair and throws it at the monster. Immediately after, she channels all her strength and lands a direct punch on it. Huseong's subordinates are also working hard to kill the remaining monsters. Luckily, most of the monsters are running out of the building. He strikes decisively, finishing off the monster quickly. "We're enough here," he says. After dealing with the monsters, Huseong's masked subordinate turns to Hyen, who is panting heavily. "Are you okay, Hyen?" The masked man speaks indifferently. "Whether you run or not is up to you. See you." Suddenly, Hyen charges forward, grabbing his collar tightly. She gritted her teeth and threatened, "Hey, you know about this, don't you?" Without any hesitation or fear, the masked man replied coldly. "Yeah," he said with his usual indifferent tone. Hyen really lost it and screamed, "You knew how to do this. But why didn't you stop that bastard Huseong?" The masked subordinate of Huseong remained unfazed, his voice calm. "No one told me to do that." Before Hyen's shocked gaze, the masked man slowly began to fade away. "I'm just following orders." Leaving Hyen frozen in the middle of the room, the masked man completely disappeared into the shadows. "I don't care about the rest." Hyen, in pain, collapsed to the floor, watching the shadow fade away slowly. She sat there alone, holding her face, tortured by herself. "Then why the hell did you stop me from taking it, you bastard?" At that moment in a room, the table was littered with empty glasses and bottles of alcohol. John Scully was lying on the bed, frowning in irritation, with his hand on his forehead, cursing, "Damn it." He forced himself to sit up, grabbed the phone, and started complaining. "Hello, this is room 1302. It's been so noisy here, can you guys keep it down?" But there was no reply from the other end, just the sound of the line beeping, with no one picking up, which left John Scully puzzled. He stood up from the bed and walked toward the door, muttering to himself, "Are you kidding me? I thought the service was supposed to be good. This is a joke." As the door opened, a hideous monster greeted John Scully's eyes. The monster let out a barbaric scream and lunged toward John Scully to attack. But before it could act, it was shattered in a single devastating blow. John Scully, the level-ad hunter, blessed with grace, one hand in his pocket, with a confused expression, grumbled, "What the hell is this? Is there a gate open here? Jumper, that idiot, how dare he suggest this place to me?" Jun Hyuk launched a series of rapid attacks on the monsters. Before long, he had quickly cleared out all the monsters. Young Sang-yu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As expected, it's not for nothing that he's called an S-rank contestant. The way he easily took down those A-rank monsters is truly impressive. Jun Hyuk turned his head towards Young Sang-yu and asked, "It seems we've cleared this area. Are there any civilians left who haven't been evacuated?" Young Sang-yu replied, "I estimate there's not many left. We need to find Husseong and wrap up this mess quickly." Jun Hyuk seemed to remember something and hesitated before speaking. "All right." He silently stared at the palm of his hand for a moment, his expression becoming thoughtful and pensive. He quietly said, "Hunter Young Sang-yu, I have a few things I'd like to ask you." Young Sang-yu quickly responded, "Sorry, what do you want to ask?" Jun Hyuk's question left Young Sang-yu stunned. "How much time do I have left?" Jun Hyuk gave a wry smile, trying to reassure him. "Probably not much, but I would like to ask you for a favor." Elsewhere, the monsters continued to rampage aggressively. The guards were fighting hard to fend them off. "Squad leader, with this many, the monsters are overwhelming us." The squad nearby is facing the same situation. "Maintain formation." A monster lunged forward and killed one of the guards before the comrade beside him could even react. "You know what will happen if we lose this position?" The monsters pressed forward, taking advantage of their victory. The guards were falling one by one as a teleportation gate appeared. Another wave of monsters began to emerge. The civilians listened in fear and despair, waiting for news. One by one, the guard posts tasked with controlling the hunting zones were falling. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Monsters were pouring out from the connection gates. So if you live near one of the hunting areas, trust Sang-gu. What we need to do right now is stay safe so Sang-gu can focus on fighting. There was a loud banging on the door and frantic screams. "Is anyone there? Please help us. Open the door." A voice called out from inside. "Enter the passcode," the man said awkwardly. "Passcode? But I'm not from here." The monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. The cat-eared girl frowned and asked, "Are you telling me this isn't the connection gate explosion?" "That's right, but according to the report, another area has fallen. The monsters attacked the nearby defense team. People are running in panic to evacuate." The monster must have appeared suddenly right in the middle of the city. The location of this incident also started in the city center, near the Husseong headquarters. The cat-eared girl hesitated before adding, "Husseong is the one who guided DP on how to produce the drug." The man broke into a sweat, disbelief in his eyes. Could it be Husseong and his guild? The cat-eared girl lowered her eyes, worried. If that's true, we've got ourselves a real problem. Ian Jukyul might only be a B-class hunter, but in the end, he turned into an A-class monster. And how many other A-class hunters are there in Husseong's guild? The man suddenly seemed dazed, looking away. Could it be? He muttered, lost in thought. The cat-eared girl seemed to realize something and hesitated. If those A-class hunters are turning into monsters. The sound of footsteps from a monster grew louder, approaching them. A giant monster with long brown hair appeared. The cat-eared girl, looking cautious, whispered, "Stay alert, that monster." In an instant, the monster dashed past them. As it casually turned its head back, both of them were covered in slash marks, blood oozing from the wounds. Just then, the man's sister accidentally ran past, her eyes wide in surprise as she let out a gasp. She ran toward her brother crying, completely unaware that the monster was right behind her. She screamed, "Appa!" At the same time at the academy, everyone is struggling to fight against the monsters. Ayanha gathered her strength and kicked the monster away. Heian was just as impressive, shooting a blast that pierced through the other monster. Ayanha, panting heavily, looked at Heian beside her. "Hey, I told you to run." Heian, her focus intense, murmured, "We need to buy time for the civilians to evacuate." Selkin, breathing heavily, yelled out, "I've reached my limit. My strength is useless against these bastards." Doan immediately responded, "So you're planning to run? Do you have no pride left?" Selkin, still gritting his teeth, replied, Look at the situation. These monsters just keep coming. In that moment, Selkin lost focus, and a monster jumped straight at him, prompting Do-won to shout out. Idiot! Haeyeon seemed exhausted, her gaze wavering. It's too much, someone. Haeyeon, clearly tired, silently prayed. Please, please save us. At the hideout, Young Sang-gun's close teammate sat next to Kim Woo-hein. She sat, her face buried in her hands, crying. Her teammate, with a worried expression, gently comforted her. Are you okay? Kim Woo-hein, face covered, spoke through sobs. I hate this weak body. The situation outside is getting worse. My dad's out there helping people, but I can't do anything. Her teammate responded sympathetically. I feel the same way, but you don't need to worry too much. He smiled gently, trying to calm Kim Woo-hein, who was still crying. Strong hunters are tougher than we think. It might be bad now, but a counterattack is only a matter of time. Cutting to the scene where the monster was about to kill the man's sister, a blue shield suddenly appeared. The sister, tears streaming, stood there, speechless, mouth open in shock. Blessing. John Scully appeared out of nowhere, saving the girl, then told her, step back. He frowned, thinking, and muttered to himself. Seems like some A-level or maybe low S-level, even though fighting alone is a bit too much for me. He struck out with a powerful blow, sending the monster flying. John Scully looked deep in thought, like something was bothering him. I mean, there's a guy in Korea. A kid who uses clones. How does that kid work, leaving something filthy like this wandering the streets? As the monsters were about to tear into Haeyeon, someone immediately made them explode. A voice rang out. Is this the school that Young Sang-gun is attending? Yunhee immediately squinted and asked. Who are those people? Number 10, without a care, continued speaking to his teammates. They're also stalling for time, so the civilians can evacuate. Looks like even the students here have a noble heart, just like Sang-gun. The excited faces of those men began to show as they introduced themselves. We're hunters, loyal to Sung Sang-gun. This is the path Sang-gun always walks. Cool, just like I thought. The school where the greatest hunters study is truly top tier. We're here to eliminate the pests that he tainted this place. Number 10, his face full of excitement, continued. We're turning this place into a sanctuary. Don't worry, you'll be safe now. At Young Sang-gun's place, he was helplessly searching every corner. Not here. No, I mean, there's no one here. Young Sang-gun made a distressed face, frustrated, as he struggled. Where the hell did Hyo-seong go? Is he hiding somewhere? Stop using stealth and just fight. You coward. He slumped down, swearing. Damn it. He stopped complaining and quietly remembered Junhyuk's words. It's not that many, but I want to ask you for a favor. He immediately shook himself back to focus and reminded himself. All right, I need to find him quickly. I'm not here to deal with these monsters. He straightened up, his face serious, and looked toward his teammates. They're stronger than they look. These monsters have been here before. One soldier responded, this is the first time I've seen them. Young Sang-gun, exhausted, thought to himself, meteorites will keep falling. I need to go back and find Hyo-seong. A voice called out from behind. Young Sang-gun. Shin Junying, with a sad expression, muttered. What's going on here? Did my father do all of this? Young Sang-gun looked back with a worried expression, momentarily speechless. Shin Junying slowly walked over, handing Sang-gun something, quietly saying, this was in my room. A tightly sealed test tube. Shin Junying frowned, his eyes filled with sorrow as he revealed. It's the final product, no side effects. The monsterization was with this. There's a note saying it can break my curse. Young Sang-gun's gaze began to waver, his eyes marked with a hint of anger. So the other DP members can turn into monsters? Sang-gun lowered his head, deep in thought. So the monsters all around now are actually members of the Hyo-seong Guild? I had a feeling, but could it really be DP? As Shin Junying began to understand the situation, tears welled up and he bit his lip, sobbing. So my father really is behind all of this. Young Sang-gun could only stand there, choking on his words. Haeyeon gently approached, overhearing the conversation. You're right. Your father did this because I was at the center of that hell. Young Sang-gun was stunned, unable to speak. Shin Junying, awkward, hesitated, then called out. Captain Hyen. Hyen walked over, her eyes cold as she clenched her teeth. This is no time for hesitation. That bastard Hyo-seong has a plan even more disgusting than this. His real target. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Huseong was reveling in the immense power he had successfully unlocked. The power and destruction range of the meteorites had been greatly expanded. Huseong grinned wickedly. This power surpasses anything I've felt before. It's the power I've been chasing for so long. As the sun began to set and nightfall approached, and darkness enveloped the power station, the workers on guard suddenly froze in confusion. Hey, a massive meteorite suddenly appeared. It crashed straight down onto the power station, destroying everything. Immediately, the entire city lost power, and everything was plunged into darkness. At the city hospital, the sound of a power outage echoed. Doctors rushed to reassure patients' families, stay calm. The hospital has an emergency generator, but the patients' families were panicking, urging, quick, move the patient to the ER. Siona frowned as she observed the chaotic situation, thinking, there are too many people rushing in. I can't remember them all. In the hospital, in the room with the emergency generator running, a masked figure, a subordinate of Huseong, suddenly appeared from the shadows. As the doctors were preparing for emergency surgery, the power went out completely. What? People fell into confusion, frantically checking the situation. What's going on? Looks like the generator went out. Jiyu, check the room, Jiyu. At that moment, Sangu's sister, Jaiwan, began to experience difficulty breathing. Sangu, pale-faced, hissed, what? Dong Hein, worried, hesitated before announcing, sorry, I can't block the generator because I'm stopping the meteorite on the roof right now. The hospital's lost power. Hein gritted his teeth, unable to control his rising anger. Actually, we're late. Young Sangu was in a state of pure panic, stammering. No, you. A rough hand gently placed on his shoulder. Shin Junying, with a serious face, tried to calm him. Going to the hospital now won't help. Everyone has their role to play. After speaking, Shin Junying thought for a moment. Then, he silently placed his finger on Young Sangu's bracelet. Sangu stared, shocked, as a map appeared before his eyes, and Shin Junying continued. It's your father. I mean, Huseong's location. Shin Junying turned, looking at Young Sangu, and trusting him. I'll go to the hospital. Young Sangu, please stop my father. I won't blame you, even if you do something. At the shelter, Young Sangu's teammate stared in disbelief at the phone screen. DEP is the cause of this. What should we do? His face went blank as he received the message. The monsters are DEP mutations. They were originally members of Huseong's group. I'll go stop Huseong. Wu Hein, sitting beside him, asked, so those monsters didn't come from Gate A? His teammate, still shocked, replied, that's right. Wu Hein fell silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, the shelter door started moving. Everyone around became anxious, questioning each other. Are there still people outside the building? I don't know. Who's that? A figure of a man appeared and called out as the door opened. Wu Hein, she gasped, calling out, Dad. At the same time, in the hospital, the power generator melted abnormally. The electrician stood, stunned and helpless. This can't be fixed. It's melted. The staff beside him pleaded desperately. Can't you do anything? Please, just a little bit. Suddenly, Shin Junying appeared and spoke seriously. This is the hospital's generator. Move aside. The staff stared at Shin Junying, asking in surprise, are you a hunter? The electrician beside them quickly intervened. Wait, don't touch it. Even if you do, the energy won't come back. Holding a test tube, Shin Junying replied confidently, don't worry, I have a skill. Then, he injected the contents of the test tube into himself. A system board appeared. Weak Archmage. All stats, 0.2. At that moment, Huseong was secretly pleased, mumbling this. Young Sangu won't be able to act for a while. He grinned, his lips curling with satisfaction. No one at captain level can stop these mutated monsters now. Should we make things even more chaotic? Suddenly, the door to Huseong's laboratory was forcefully slammed open. The huge door was immediately thrown off its hinges. Huseong's expression was emotionless as he muttered, I didn't expect you to come here. Young Sangu's gaze was sharp and filled with killing intent as he stared directly at Huseong. Found you. Huseong smirked, a deep, mocking smile, and asked, how's your sister? I heard the hospital is pretty busy. Young Sangu gritted his teeth, trying to control his anger, and replied, Someone's already there. You're the problem I need to deal with right now, Huseong. Huseong looked at Sanggu challengingly. You think you can do it? Sanggu clenched his teeth tightly, glaring at Huseong with hatred. No, you're the one who needs to stop me. Young Singyu struck Huseong with his sword, his face strained, thinking to himself. Clearly he's used DP, a perfected product without side effects, turning him into a monster. Both were thrown back from the impact of the blow. Huseong frowned, sneering. I see. I was wondering how you found my location. It seems Junhee told you. Young Sangyu froze, as if the words had struck a nerve. Seeing this, Huseong continued to taunt. I heard you're close to him, but did you really leave the hospital to that fool? Young Sangyu started to boil with anger, replying, This is the first time I've seen a father speak about his own child like that. How heartless. Huseong smirked, his face twisted in a cruel grin. That bastard was the biggest mistake of my life. A fool with all stats fixed at 0.2, and you trusted your sister's life to that failure. Young Sangyu's eyes seemed to flicker with emotion, but he remained silent, not speaking a word. At that moment, at the city hospital, Shin Junying had used the DP syringe, feeling a powerful energy coursing through his body. Shin Junying carefully considered. Don't use the usual skill test. It'll cause a short circuit. He immediately unleashed a huge amount of power, but then realized he had this. The weak mage, all stats fixed at 0.2. The staff member and the electrician both gasped in surprise as the flickering lights appeared, signaling power. Shin Junying gritted his teeth, secretly pleased, pouring more energy into it. Good, just like this. Suddenly, his power started to wane, and the light bulbs went out. The staff member and the electrician looked at Shin Junying in confusion, unable to speak. Shin Junying, drenched in sweat, stared blankly at the messages on his screen. Warning, mana deficiency. Weak mage, all stats fixed at 0.2. Shin Junying immediately fell into a state of absolute despair. Why? How? Even with DP. At this moment, in GUS emergency room, the nurse was in a panic. The mana absorption rate of the virus was too fast. The girl was going into shock. The doctor beside her helplessly spoke. It's too late to check her vital signs now. Still, seeing GU on the brink of death, they did their best to save her, preparing for immediate CPR and bringing all the mana medicine they had. At the same time, Shin Junying clenched his teeth in frustration, half smiling, thinking, You think I'm giving up? Ignoring the system's red alerts, Shin Junying focused his strength. I told you, I'll take over the hospital. Once again, he unleashed all the power he had left. Shin Junying's mind was drowning in thoughts. Why is the curse the punishment that binds me? I wish there was no hope for me to become stronger, but the more powerful my magic became, the more kinds of magic I used. The corner of Shin Junying's mouth bled as he recalled. The resentment I hold towards this punishment keeps growing, but then I heard your story. The skill of splitting your body to do everything for you. The clone even helps you increase your stats. How unfair. I struggle so hard, but you just get this with your innate skill. Because of this innate skill, your father is always disappointed in you, a half-wit who never puts in any effort. I had to fight just to reach level 8. It's so unfair, so unfair. Suddenly, Jinnik appeared in the memory. Shin Junying congratulated. I heard your father left one of the 2 completed DP samples for you. Jinnik clenched his fist, glaring in resentment. I'm the one who helped with the DP project, but in the end, it's so unfair. Shin Junying, at that time, had a dark expression on his face. Oh, right, I just need someone to envy. Shin Junying clenched his teeth, continuing to think. Talent. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be crushed. I've heard that at least I should be able to reach B level with my inheritance. Shin Junying sank deeper into his memories. Mediocrity, I'm asking, what do I have to do for you to give up that damn bottle? You can't even handle a B-level loser. Huh? What B-level loser? The punishment hasn't changed since my F-rank days, huh? In the end, you still want to ruin the plan? Young Sanggu, Father, Academy, Elixir. At that time, Shin Junying shouted in despair. Why just you? Why is it only you who gets all of that? A figure appeared and shattered all the resentment. Stop digging into your own flaws by blaming others. Shin Junying's tears streamed down as he choked up. I've been using excuses for my own weakness. He gritted his teeth, despite the blood continuing to flow. The nurse, seeing this, felt deeply saddened. The hunter and the electrician quickly stopped the nurse. "We'll get electrocuted if we get any closer. We need to get out of here." Shin Junying, in pain, struggled to focus his strength. "Shut up, system. I'll keep using this skill even if my mana runs out." Shin Junying, in a fit of rage, kept increasing his power. "No, I'll never cancel the skill, even if I die." The system kept sending red warnings. Mana shortage, mana shortage. The chains restricting his power were breaking apart. Shin Junying was in a state of strength he had never felt before. He suddenly went speechless. The punishment system had vanished, and moreover, his mana stat, which had never increased before, was rising rapidly. Shin Junying clenched his fist, feeling the massive flow of mana within his body. Father's reckless actions have caused death. Shin Junying's face darkened, but he remained silent. "But today, I will save them." Shin Junying's power had reached its peak. At that moment, Yung Sang-yu coldly responded, "Failure? And yet you gave him the completed DP version." Hu Xiong, expressionless, muttered, "I just tossed it away because it was useless." He sneered, mocking, "That DP vial probably won't do anything to him. You think I'll just sit back and do nothing about that damn punishment?" Yung Sang-yu, unshaken, calmly asked, "So what are you going to do?" Hu Xiong froze when he heard the news from Sang-gu. "I heard the power at the hospital has been restored. Looks like the vial worked." Sang-gu suddenly appeared behind Hu Xiong. "Who would have thought the first thing your son would do after getting rid of the punishment is to ruin your plans? How do you feel about that?" He threw a punch directly at Hu Xiong, sending him flying. Yung Sang-yu, his gaze icy, kept attacking. "From what I see, you're the greatest failure of the Hu Xiong Guild." A single strike from him shattered everything. Lieber Zinstein, the creator of the system, had a grim expression. No, Yung Sang-yu, the punishment can't be removed by DP. If the punishment is to be reduced, it must be through another method." At the hospital, the doctors let out a relieved sigh. Feeling at ease now that the power was back, the crisis had passed for the moment. The nurse beside them asked, "Doctor, did you see the virus mana code?" Suddenly, a staff member ran in to report. "We got in touch. They said the power has been temporarily restored from another station." The doctor, hearing this, felt slightly relieved. "Really? That was close. Could have been a disaster. What a relief." The staff member then quickly turned and left, smiling brightly. "I'll need to inform the hunter right away." She ran down to the power room, shouting, "Hey, the power has been temporarily restored. You can stop the emergency generator now." Lieber Zinstein's face darkened. The system's punishment isn't bad. It creates limits because the skill is too powerful, and overloading the body with excessive power is unstable. The staff member gasped, her eyes widening, lips trembling. "The hunter!" Shin Junying lay motionless on the ground, drained of all strength. A long sword strike had sliced from the wall, cutting down to the floor. Yung Sang-gu spoke, "I've met many pitiful hunters, but out of all of them, you're definitely the worst." Hu Xiong, covered in dirt, his eyes glaring with pure fury. Yung Sang-gu stared coldly at Hu Xiong, silently questioning, "Do you really have to lower yourself to follow my sister?" Hu Xiong furrowed his brows, his gaze unyielding. "You really are." Meanwhile, from the hospital, Yung Sang-gu heard the voice of Kim Yan-hyun. "Boss, the nurse is panicking, trying to treat Shin Junying. Please help." The nurse was desperately trying to use her healing power on Shin Junying, while instructing Kim Yan-hyun to continue performing CPR. Shin Junying's lifeless face made the nurse fearful, quickly contacting for more help. "Doctor, head to the machine room quickly. There's a patient in need." Kim Yan-hyun's eyes were filled with sorrow as he spoke softly. His heart had stopped. Yung Sang-gu's face turned pale, his eyes wide in shock. "What? Shin Junying?" Hu Xiong's face was emotionless as he muttered, "I know DP doesn't work on it. In the end, it's still a disgrace." Yung Sang-gu's eyes couldn't hide the pain and sympathy for Shin Junying, and he angrily exclaimed, "What?" Hu Xiong, with no trace of sympathy, coldly grumbled, "Look, I'm the one who should be crying. Do you have any idea how hard it was to get that useless thing ranked B?" As he launched meteor chunks towards Yung Sang-gu, he continued to curse the death of his own son. To die from using your own skill is nothing to be proud of. Yung Sangu furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, his gaze sharp. Fine, I've decided. I'll kill you. As he spoke, Yung Sangu swiftly sliced through each meteor chunk. Yung Sangu rushed forward, striking directly at Huseong with his sword, but Huseong just grinned smugly, taunting him. You think just because you've decided you'll actually be able to do it? From the last fight, haven't you noticed yet? You couldn't even make me sweat, not even a scratch. He widened his dark eyes arrogantly and shouted, I am invincible. Before he could finish, Yung Sangu swiftly severed his wrist. Without showing any mercy, Yung Sangu directed his fierce, hostile gaze at Huseong and said seriously, Do you know why I was just messing around before? It's because you're still Shin Junying's father, after all. Huseong finally regained his senses, horrified as he looked at his hand lying alone on the ground. He sweated profusely, gritting his teeth in pain, enduring it. Yung Sangu, with eyes full of resentment, prepared to strike again. Shin Junying gave me permission to use any means necessary to stop you. But how could I kill the father of the man who promised to save his sister? But now that I know how you think of him, I have no reason to hold back anymore. Huseong was still writhing in pain, gripping the spot where his arm had been severed. Sangu gathered his strength and charged directly at Huseong, sneering. Why the long face? Do you really think you could defeat me just because you blocked one of my attacks? Huseong stood frozen, unable to dodge Sangu's sword. Sangu's sword strike sent Huseong flying straight into a skyscraper. Then he was slammed back down, crashing hard into the ground. He trembled in pain, struggling to rise. Huseong could no longer stand firm, his forehead bulging with veins filled with rage. How can it break my invincibility when my physical resistance is top-notch? Even among Rank A, I had to use enhanced resistance skills. My stats were boosted by DP. Yung Sangu growled in fury, his voice seething. Do you see the mess you've caused? Everything's destroyed. Your guild members have turned into monsters and are now killing people everywhere. Sangu pointed his sword, his voice loud with frustration. How can you be so indifferent to that scene? Huseong, battered and weak, started mumbling. Exactly. So what's really the problem? Don't you think everything that's happened so far is strange? Sangu's face darkened, confused by the old man's words. What? Huseong began rambling about his crazy thoughts. This used to be an obvious answer. Somewhere, an innocent person is desperately crying out for help. All I did was bring reality back to the past, the time when the weak would die. Elsewhere, the husband was desperately protecting his wife. Get behind me, my love, and only the strong survive. On John Scully's side, he had finished dealing with the monster and sighed in relief. Damn it, I almost ended up dead here. That's how the great catastrophe happened. Huseong scornfully spoke about his vile intentions. But right now, those who aren't even worth as much as bugs are allowed to touch me. The strongest hunter in South Korea? He kept raising his voice in challenge. Listen, I'm not insulting you. Immediately, Yung Sangu slammed his knee into Huseong's body. Yung Sangu's face was no longer merciful as he frowned and looked straight at Huseong, replying, Then I guess if I tear you apart, you'd have no problem with it? Huh? Well then. Once again, Sangu kicked Huseong far away. He had no strength left and collapsed in the debris, but still kept gritting his teeth. Huseong struggled to get up, speaking with difficulty. I have the strength of an S-rank hunter now. Sangu, completely unfazed, casually replied, Oh, how petty. Huge flaming meteor chunks appeared again. Sangu quickly jumped into the air, slicing through all the meteors in half. Huseong, feeling dizzy, gritted his teeth, trying to think, his vision obscured. As Yung Sangu sliced the meteors, he thought to himself, I'll crush you with my final destructive meteor. Suddenly, Sangu's expression turned panicked. A blinding golden light appeared from somewhere, growing larger and larger. Huseong, below, smirked maliciously. Yung Sangu, you're just as pathetic as Kim Jun-hyuk. It seemed like Yung Sangu was about to be blown up, and Huseong laughed loudly in triumph. Look, I'm the strongest in South Korea. Suddenly, Huseong's smile faded, his face filled with fear. Sangu slowly emerged from the explosion's smoke, speaking, This is the true invincibility of DP that you keep babbling about. I've had it for a long time. Sangu's gaze sharpened as he pointed his sword directly at Huseong. So what's the distance between us now? Huxiong was left speechless, frozen, unable to comprehend. Then, a long sword strike pierced through his body. Yung Sangu then coldly glanced back. This is the power. At the same time, Wu Han was still in confusion, softly mouthing, "Dad, where are we going?" Kim Jun-hyuk gently smiled and replied, "We're going to the movie theater." Wu Han, surprised and confused, continued asking, "What? The movie theater? At a time like this?" Kim Jun-hyuk made a playful face and joked, "Oh, right. So, does that mean we won't need to pay for tickets?" Suddenly, Kim Jun-hyuk's expression changed as he remembered something he'd said to Sangu. "I've entrusted Wu Han to you." Sangu, bewildered, didn't understand. "Wait, Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk, are you saying you won't seek revenge?" Kim Woon-hyuk responded, "I'll leave him to you. After all, he can't apologize for the things he's done." Sangu quickly replied, "What? Wouldn't it be better if you—" Kim Jun-hyuk interrupted, "You know, this smartphone is actually pretty useful. I can access the internet anytime. And it contains a lot of information, even some data on S-rank monsters in the monster pits." Sangu seemed to come up with an idea. Kim Jun-hyuk gave a strained smile and asked, "Hunter Yung Sangu, do I look like a monster? All this destruction, this ruined land." A voice spoke, sounding somewhat off. "Clearly, you're dressed to hunt monsters. But there are no monster corpses here, just traces of my skills and wreckage everywhere." Kim Jun-hyuk gave a faint smile. "It seems this place is hiding something, but I'm the only one here who hasn't aged a bit." He paused for a moment before continuing, leaving Sangu speechless. "It's as if I was created." Kim Jun-hyuk held up his phone and said, "Check this out. They predict that S-rank monsters in the monster pits are at the peak of adaptation and evolution. They have observed and replicated the abilities and traits of what they devour." Sangu, in a cold tone, spoke up, "Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk." Sangu asked, "What are you trying to say?" Kim Jun-hyuk turned around and smiled. "Anyone can kill. Maybe you're even better at it than I am. I can tell just by looking." Sangu lifted one foot in confusion. Kim Jun-hyuk smirked. "So, I will do what only I can do." Kim Jun-hyuk suddenly grabbed Wu Han's hand, surprising her. Since everyone had already evacuated, there was no one around. He pulled her as they ran. "You can sit wherever you want. If not now, then when are we going?" Blood dripped from the sword, one drop at a time, onto the ground. Sangu swung his sword, causing Huxiong to fall heavily to the ground. He stared wide-eyed, laughing maniacally. "I am a hunter." Huxiong stopped laughing, breathing heavily. "Damn, I almost died." He remembered Trevor holding a tray of drugs. What would happen if I injected both of those perfected substances? Huxiong picked up a vial of medicine and asked, "Can I become twice as strong?" Trevor replied, "Not quite, because it helps maintain and enhance the human body, so there's a limit to how much it can increase your stats." Huxiong was disappointed. "So there's no way to increase my stats further?" "Not exactly." Trevor Jun explained, "You can still increase your stats through training. So, you just need to train, or alternatively, you can use one of the unfinished products and give up your humanity." Huxiong smiled evenly. "Interesting. Can you make it into a capsule?" After a moment of thought, he bit into a capsule he had in his mouth. "If I can't become the strongest..." The capsule broke, and smoke erupted. It was all meaningless. Sangu saw purple lights appear before him, and he couldn't understand what was happening. A surge of purple energy rose from Huxiong, making Sangu step back in alarm. The energy shot up to the sky, toppling buildings around it. From within the energy, a sphere was shot out. It flew towards Sangu, who raised both hands to defend himself. The sphere struck the ground, while Sangu leapt away. He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling, thinking, "What the hell, that bastard must have taken the unfinished drug." Behind the rubble, a leg appeared. Then his whole body emerged with 6 legs and a tail. "I'm his strongest." Huxiong called out, "Kim Jun-hyuk." Sangu frowned. "What? Have you lost your mind? You crazy bastard?" He raised his mouth and screamed, "If it weren't for you, then I..." His scream shook the ground violently. "I've already..." The nearby buildings were also affected and collapsed. Sangu also struggled to stand upright in the aftermath of the shock. But Sangu quickly regained his composure and jumped to slash at Huxiong's back, causing him to scream loudly. Sangu was surprised. His regeneration ability had surpassed human limits. The mad monster screamed even louder, its roar causing an explosion in the area. Sangu dodged the attack, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, thinking to himself, his skills are dangerously stronger now. This won't work. Clone 2, bring that thing here. The ground collapsed, rocks flying everywhere. People inside the building were shocked. What? The door. The monster slowly walked forward, saying, weaklings. It charged toward the people in the building. It needs to be eliminated. Monster run. One person slipped on a tile, blood splattering and screams filling the air. The monster's claws stopped just inches from Shin Junying's face, who was trembling and gasping for breath. Its claws pierced right through Oh Byung-hun's chest. The monster raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh Byung-hun. Shin Junying, tears welling up, asked, "You're the president of the association?" Sangha saw the monster was distracted and lunged forward. He gritted his teeth. "Get out of here!" A vortex shot up from the ground, stabbing straight into the monster's stomach. People around panicked. "Quick, bring medical supplies. Hurry, he's bleeding too much." The girl's eyes widened as she cried, releasing her grip on the other person. She stared, eyes filled with tears. That child. Oh Byung-hun thought, he must be terrified too. A person carrying a first aid kit rushed over. That girl must be really scared. The monster jumped to attack. "Don't get in my way, Junhyuk." Sangha jumped up and kicked him in the head, shouting, "I'm Sangha, you idiot." The battle raged on, and another large explosion went off. Sangha jumped back and said, "And the person you're desperately calling for?" He said with a serious expression, "He's not Hunter Junhyuk." Kim Woo-hein and Junhyuk sat in the movie theater, and Sangha continued. Even though he's a monster, he decided to die as a human. Sangha raised his hand and created a black hole like a human. 3 of Sangha's clones appeared one by one, red lightning flashing. The monster stared at him in silence. Then, 3 other monsters appeared, ready to die as monsters here. One punched and flew straight toward the monster, saying, "I am." Another monster charged and stabbed the first one, the strongest. The cat-eared girl and the agent rushed in, and a girl shouted, "Where are you going? Please." The girl cried and pleaded, "I'll give you the money you want, so please treat him." She continued begging, "Please save those 2. Jones coldly replied, "Shut up, you fool." Then he turned and walked away. "I'm trying to do it all at once." The girl was confused, Shin Junying was placed on a white mattress, with someone performing a healing spell beside him. A doctor sighed, saying, "Stop. His aorta and most of his blood vessels are completely severed." He added, "You know we can't save him." The girl stubbornly kept using the healing spell. But suddenly, someone kicked open the door and said, "Doctors, go rest." John Scully gathered a golden orb and smirked. "Today, all the patients in this hospital will turn to dust by my hand." He created a huge seal that enveloped the entire hospital, and a green energy surged from the sky. Orange-colored monsters continuously attacked the Huseong monster. He created a black orb that floated in the center and controlled it to strike the monster, causing one of them to explode violently. He thought to himself, so these are his clones. Sangu, that's his name. Sangu stood off to the side, watching the monsters fight. Is Junhyuk not coming? The original plan I prepared was for him. The colors on Huseong's monster body exploded. He thought, but why? Why? I've worked harder and sacrificed more than anyone to gain this strength. Sangu stood dumbfounded, thinking, but why can't I beat that useless little punk? Suddenly, he thought of Shin Junying. Effort, the monster screamed. Right, that punk must have tried just as hard as I did. He raised one hand and created a bright golden orb. This will be the last time I will. Before he could do anything, Sanga's clone pierced through his stomach with a hand. It lifted its hand, and the color from the wrist dripped down drop by drop. The distorted monster screamed silently. He used his last bit of strength and thought, am I just weaker than him? He struggled to speak. Young Sangu, congratulations on becoming an S-rank hunter. A cracked, broken hand flew up. This is the last gift I give you. Sangu coldly replied, you should have chosen to rest in peace. A series of fireballs rained down from the sky, always there, with a bunch of dogs waiting to get a taste of the bitter end. Sangu furrowed his brow and thought, 2 to 3 kilometers. So far I can't even estimate it. Even if I used all my sword energy for Stormbringer, I'm not sure I could reach them. But with no other choice, he decided to use it. A vortex appeared in his hand. All right, I'll have to try and see. Suddenly, his sword snapped in half. then shattered into pieces, leaving Sengu stunned. He looked at the broken sword and sighed. Wow, this bastard. The capital is about to be destroyed by you. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. He held a sword and shouted, Brother! The huge sword landed right next to Sengu. Raven yelled, Use that! He instructed Sengu to grab the sword and follow suit. Use Stormbringer. The stones surrounding the sword slowly shattered into pieces. Raven kneeled on one knee and said, The whole earth is yours to command. The name of that weapon is... Sengu swung the massive sword, Earthquaker. A huge surge of power sent the surrounding rocks flying. At this moment, the space was filled with nothing but that glaring golden light. A vortex of energy shot up into the dark sky. The spot where Sengu struck had formed a bottomless pit. He held the sword, panting, Someone, help me take care of the surroundings. He said lightly, It's over. Kim Woo-hein and his father were still sitting together in the movie theater. Jun-hyuk turned to his daughter and asked, They really did it. Are those monsters real? No. I think they used some kind of illusion technique or fake awakening power. He stood up, revealing his arm that was slowly cracking, and Kim Woo-hein accidentally saw it. Should we head to the next location now? The arm was cracking to the point it looked like it would tear off. Kim Woo-hein stared at it, her eyes filled with hopeless sadness. Jun-hyuk worriedly supported the arm, thinking, The cracks are getting worse, just a little more of this damn body of mine. He still tried to smile at her, the only thing a shell like him could do right now. Hurry up, we should also go to the amusement park. The park had stopped operating, and the space was covered in the darkness of the night. Jun-hyuk adjusted the circuit breaker. Wait a sec, maybe Dad doesn't look like much, but he really does know about this technical stuff. Kim Woo-hein didn't believe it. Really? Dad? After a moment, the lights around the Ferris wheel came on. It's working. Jun-hyuk and Kim Woo-hein sat together on the roller coaster. Let's go. Kim Woo-hein smiled brightly, and Jun-hyuk thought, Go ahead, smile, Kim Woo-hein. He gave a faint smile. Remember to smile big, okay? He silently thought, In the future, even if injustice or trouble comes, no hardship lasts forever. The silhouette of the roller coaster against the light, along with his words. If you keep going, in the end, the sun slowly set, and the large house was brightly lit. In a dark room, two figures walked in. On a locked display shelf was a photo of Kim Woo-hein's mother. Jun-hyuk looked at the photo with a sad face, and finally, Kim Woo-hein stood beside him, tears welling up. Dad, thank you. She wiped her tears and smiled. I think all my wishes have been fulfilled. If I keep going, that day will definitely come, right, Dad? Jun-hyuk only smiled faintly. Kim Woo-hein. He was about to say something when one of his legs shattered. Then you will? He collapsed, his body breaking apart. This isn't something to be too surprised about, just a little more. Kim Woo-hein grabbed his hand. It's okay, Dad. Tears fell from her eyes as she choked out. Today, I'm really, truly happy. I'll always live moving forward. Her voice trembled, so don't worry anymore, okay? He asked Kim Woo-hein, You understand, right? He took off his hat, his voice full of emotion. I really want to make a special day for you, but it seems things didn't go as I planned. He placed his hat on Kim Woo-hein's head. Thank you, Kim Woo-hein. I'll never forget today. Then his body began to shatter and disappear. Yes, if you keep going. Kim Woo-hein remained frozen, kneeling, as Jun-hyuk's voice echoed. Happiness will finally come to you. The list of tasks had all been checked off. Dining together, visiting her mother's grave, going to the amusement park, and watching a movie. There was the sound of footsteps behind the door. Kim Woo-hein stepped out through the door with a calm expression, still holding the jacket her father had left behind. When the assistant saw her, he hurriedly ran over. Kim Woo-hein, you're here. Seeing her, he quickly explained the current situation and the hunter, Jun-hyuk. But before he could finish his sentence, she pulled out the shard of stone her father had left before he passed. The assistant was stunned by the sight, unsure of what to say. He softly asked, was he happy? Hearing this, her heart ached, and she couldn't hold back her tears. Yes, he smiled at me, smiled so brightly. Meanwhile, Yun-hee and Number 10, along with a few others, were also starting to tire. The monster had been bound by chains and surrounded by a barrier, and Yun-hee quickly deduced. I think everything here has been taken care of, right? She turned to Number 10 and thanked him. I don't know who you are, but thank you for your help. Number 10 explained, Don't worry, I'm just protecting the Holy Land. Hearing that, Yunhee was surprised. The Holy Land? She continued, asking number 10 more questions. Also, how are those monsters still alive? Why did you capture them instead of killing them? He wasn't entirely sure about it. I'm not sure either. Number 10 explained what information he had heard. But I heard there's a way to revert them back to their original form. Hearing this, Yunhee was taken aback. Really? Revert them back? She realized she might be able to do something about it. Wait, then, number 10 confirmed her thoughts. That's right, those monsters were originally human. On the other side, many large rocks were falling from the sky. The people below couldn't believe the reality before them. Meteorites, I'm still alive. The crowd below cheered loudly. We're alive, we're still alive. The people were trying to find ambulances. The ambulance is here. They're injured people. Old Raven saw this and felt somewhat relieved. I rushed to throw the weapon just to buy more time, but I didn't expect him to adapt so quickly. He looked at his disciple, unable to hold back his emotions, just as expected from my pupil. Sangu, covered in wounds, smiled faintly at the old man and said, "Thank you, master." He approached the old man and explained how he felt earlier. I could swing it somehow, but it felt like my mana was being drained completely. The old man explained, "You've only just begun to control it. Actually, you can use it because your abilities are an exception." Sangu was a bit surprised, but the old man said, "This is an important creation from your homeland. You didn't think I could use it?" The old man, not understanding, responded, "What are you talking about? We're on the same side." Raven turned around and began recounting the story from before. At the beginning, there were only 3 survivors in the Urincha Empire. Before leaving, the old man bid farewell to him. "Your master has to leave again. There are things I must do, places I must go." Sangu bowed his head. "Thank you for your support, master." The old man joyfully patted his shoulder. "My disciple, I admire how you try to save others until the very end. That's definitely a part of you that I could never teach you." After saying that, he turned and walked away. "Seems like your master has a good eye for people." Sangu looked a bit sad. "Don't praise me too much. I'm just doing my best. No matter how hard I try, there's still many people I couldn't save." Elsewhere, the patients were proudly showing off their muscles. They were overjoyed because the illnesses within them had been cured. "I'm full of strength. My arthritis is cured. My broken arm is healed. The surgical scar is gone." Sangu also encountered others talking. "I went to the hospital and my leg is healed." John was also there, and upon seeing him, John immediately asked, "Your clones here? The meteorites in the sky, the ones that destroyed them, it must have been you." Sangu was surprised. "How did you end up here?" John was a bit annoyed. "Damn, ask that jerk Jumper." John then shared some news with Sangu. "I've got some good news and some bad news." Sangu couldn't hear clearly, so he asked again, "What's that?" John didn't understand the question. "Listen to me." John led him over. Junying is severely injured. John gave a brief explanation to Sangu. "I've healed all his wounds, but his heart stopped beating for too long. I heard from your clone that this guy is responsible for restarting the power for the hospital, right?" John turned to Sangu. "I heard that's why he pushed his limits with his skill." Sangu fell in a deep thought for a moment. Then he asked, looking at Junying, "Hey, what are you doing? Wake up." Back in the past, Junying told him, "I'm going to the hospital. Young Sangu, stop my father's nonsense." Sangu, now frowning, scolded Junying. "Why are you pushing yourself so much? We're not that close." John had to leave him in there for a moment. "When it gets tough, you can stop, you idiot." He gritted his teeth in anger. "Is this what you meant by letting you handle it?" Sangu clenched the bed frame and crushed it. "To burn the heart and meet disaster?" Sangu shouted loudly, causing Junying to return from the brink of death. "Wake up, you bastard!" Junying shouted back, and everyone saw him waking up, his face pale. Sangu looked at his hands, trembling, then wondered, has my resurrection skill finally awakened? John called him back to reality. "That kind of skill doesn't exist, you idiot." Junying, gasping, explained, "A skill that keeps my life intact." His face looked like he had just escaped death, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. By falling into a coma after a fatal injury, it's a dormant state to ensure safety. Junying continued to explain about the dormant state. That skill. Sangu was overjoyed, unable to speak. "Hey you!" He slapped Junying's face to wake him up. "How dare you make us worry? If you have a skill like that, you should have told us." Junying shouted loudly, "I haven't done anything yet. Why are you hitting me?" "Bastard! Why are you doing this to a patient who just woke up? Sangha couldn't control his emotions. I'll put you back into a coma. John, seeing the two of them like that, felt somewhat relieved. If that's the case, we've got two pieces of good news, right? A girl heard the noise and ran to Junying's hospital room. She stood in front of the three, causing them all to fall silent. Sangha was also surprised to recognize her immediately. It was Ji-yu, and she greeted him. It's been a while. Seeing her, John began to recount the time she fought for her life. I heard there was a power outage before I arrived at the hospital, and during that time, your brother was drained of mana by the demon virus. The doctors couldn't do anything at that point. We missed a more critical time. The woman next to them was panicked. Doctor, did you see the amount of demon virus? John explained, making Sangha sweat nervously. At the same time, the demon virus had drained the food supply, weakened, and was almost eradicated as the treatment began. In the end, it was a gamble, but it was successful. Ji-yu reassured her brother. I'm fine now. He thought back to it. If Ji-yu wakes up, I have so much to say. I've been thinking about a lot of things. Sangha couldn't hold back and started to cry. He ran over and hugged Ji-yu. You've had to endure so much. Ji-yu also cried, replying softly. Yes, he felt empty inside at that moment. But I can't think of anything anymore. Thus, the unprecedented terror attack by Huseong came to an end. Thanks to the preparations made by those who had gone through the flexible portal phenomenon, casualties were lower, and with Bess's help, the number of injuries was also significantly reduced. Everything was fine now, and Sangha was teasing John, giving orders to his clone. Catch him, lick him. John, startled, ran off, unable to stop himself, shouting, You crazy bastard! Many monsters were captured, but thanks to the guidance I gave to the clones, they managed to capture them. Wu Haiyan was with the doctor, explaining the medicinal herbs she had just created. This is called a demon medicine for recovery. Seeing its miraculous effects, the doctor asked, What? Wait, how did you manage to create such a miraculous demon medicine? The mutated monsters that were captured were able to escape their monstrous forms with Wu Haiyan Qi's help. At the same time, a drug called DP was announced to the entire world. Moreover, the announcement stated that the damage was minimal. It also pointed out that there were certain damages. The scene shifted to the funeral of Mr. Kim, Wu Haiyan's father, and everyone expressed their condolences. He came back to save people and left like this. I heard Hunter Junhyuk has a daughter. Is it Wu Haiyan? I heard she saved those who had been turned into monsters. Like father, like daughter. I don't know why she's been hiding all this time. I heard he protected the portal until the end. On a street corner, a picture of a memorial was placed next to some angry, cursing voices. The assistant, seeing this, fell into deep thought and left a flower in front of him before walking away. Everything slowly returned to normal. His mother yelled loudly to wake him up for breakfast. He still hasn't woken up. It's been a while since we had a family meal. His father tried to calm her down. It's okay. He's been through a lot. June smiled and said to his mother, It's still breakfast time. His mother calmed down a bit. That's right. The boy has been hunting like crazy day and night. For the first time in a long while, I've been able to sleep in. It felt so good. The next day, on the table was the shard that fell out when defeating Mr. Kim after he mutated. The three of them, number one, the assistant, and Sangha, sat discussing it. Number one complained, All right, waiting for you is about to bore me to death. You haven't forgotten the condition, right? It's time for you to keep your promise. Number one reached out to take back the shard. Give me the shard. Sangha took the shard back and said, Wait a minute. He held up the shard and spoke to number one. Before that, there's something I need to verify. My promise was to give you the 7 deadly shard. Sangha then began questioning number one. But who are you? Number one was stunned. What? Number one's body was radiating a fierce aura. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Sangha put on a calm expression. Calm down. I just want you to listen to me. Who are you? Number one slammed his hand down on the table. I'm a master of the 7 deadly shard. And how come you're speaking like this? Sangha interrupted him. No. His eyes immediately lit up. You're number one, and number one is a clone. Sangha feigned confusion. That's why I promised from the beginning to give the 7 deadly shards to my clones. Number one's eyes narrowed and raged. You're going to die by my hands today. Number one yelled. You're going to die horribly. But Sangha immediately used his skill to break off one of his horns. No, that's not happening. Go on, number one. Number 1, confused, responded, yes. Suddenly, Sangu crushed the shard, revealing a large gem inside, the 7 deadly shard. He spoke as he tossed it to Clone 2. This is for you, Clone 2. Clone 2 caught the gem instantly. Received the order. A surge of powerful energy suddenly radiated out. Lieber Zinstein, standing to the side, observed quietly. Good. So far everything is going according to my expectations. He furrowed his brow as he looked at Sangu. Show me the potential of you and your clones, young Sangu. He focused his gaze on Clone 2, who was transforming after absorbing the 7 deadly shard, and thought to himself that he had made the right decision by choosing Sangu. Once the dense smoke dispersed, Clone 2 slammed his foot onto the ground. Clone 2 was now surrounded by heavy armor, and his body had undergone a major transformation. Sangu smirked and asked, "So how is it, Clone 2? He looked at his clone. Your body hasn't been overtaken, right? Clone 2 lowered his head and coldly replied, yes. Suddenly, a huge mouth appeared on Clone 2's shoulder, growling, young Sangu. It whispered, you filthy bastard, but Sangu just laughed. What's wrong? I kept my promise, didn't I? Lieber clenched his fist. It's working. By sharing the shards with his clones and allowing them to absorb them, he could balance the influence of the 7 deadly. He was overjoyed. If it were him, he might be able to absorb all the shards of the 7 deadly and gain the power to fight against the system. Sangu tapped Clone 2's chest as a provocation. Yeah, go ahead, kill me. I told you to do it. On the other side, in a quiet residential area, the sound of a weapon scraping against the ground echoed. Hyen stopped in front of a person and sighed softly. As promised, huh? Her tone was laced with sarcasm. Seems like you've had quite a lot of trouble, huh? The subordinate of Hu Xiong tilted his head slightly. I was chased off by a clone. Hyen calmly looked at him. You know Hu Xiong is dead, right? He nodded. Yeah. Hyen raised her weapon and pointed it at the masked man's head. Then you must know my purpose in coming here. He responded calmly with a soft tone. Hyen suddenly gave an order with a cold expression. I'm not the one to speak about this. I participated in killings. My hands aren't without blood, but you've done far worse. She couldn't help but curse. You fucking lunatic. How do you feel about all the mess you've made? He simply replied briefly. I'm just following the president's orders. Hyen's gun transformed. And what about the president's orders? She coldly activated the large gun in her hand. Does that include stopping me from drinking that champagne? Tell me where you went in the hospital, and where you're going next. Was revealing your plan part of your orders? The masked man sneered twice in contempt. He suddenly remembered the time he first met Hu Xiong, when he accepted the opportunity given to him during the hardest time in his life. Back then, Hu Xiong had reached out to him, a choice based on his own mistakes. He remembered Hu Xiong's arrogant smile, the first and last choice he made. 2 lines of black fluid suddenly flowed down from the eye sockets of his mask. I'm certain I received such orders. After a loud gunshot, his body turned to dust and vanished. At the Hunter Association, Sangu's shout echoed across the sky. What? His eyes widened in surprise. The Hu Xiong Guild is being disbanded? Zhenying said while adjusting his coat in front of the mirror for the last time. Yeah, there will be some news articles about it. Sangu looked at him with confusion. Hey, if you don't mind me asking. He felt uncomfortable seeing Zhenying dressed so neatly in a suit. Who are you? You're not even the captain. Zhenying gritted his teeth and looked at him. He calmly explained under Sangu's surprised gaze. My father left while saying that if he died, I would inherit the Hu Xiong Guild. He chuckled. Of course, the punishment still stands, so I'm still not qualified to be the captain. Sangu hesitated. The punishment hasn't changed. Zhenying slowly turned away and answered. In the end, I still can't understand my father's feelings. Same goes for DP and the guild. What did he expect from me? He paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, the disbandment was discussed and agreed upon by the board, and what Hu Xiong Guild did was so serious that very few opposed the decision. But don't go telling others about it before the news is officially released. Sangu looked at him intently. Zhenying, He turned around and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm not mad at you for killing my father. Instead, I'm glad you ended his chaos. See you around. After Zhenying left, Sangu sat quietly in the chair and mumbled. The punishment hasn't changed? Then what about the fact that he still had power in the hospital? He immediately contacted Lieber. Lieber, what's going on? He pushed his glasses up slightly and answered, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I can't say for sure. Lieber explained slowly, the punishment is a system function. It limits the power to match the individual's physical strength, to ensure the body isn't overburdened. Kind of like the cool-down time for a skill. Sangha fell into deep thought after hearing this. Well, now that I think about it, my clone skill also has a cool-down. Lieber paused for a moment before continuing. But considering how the hospital's power was still maintained, and your friend almost died, I'm sure he used a skill when the punishment was temporarily disabled. Normally, there are two conditions under which the system's restrictions are disabled. First, when the mana, the system's energy source, runs out, and second, when a legally awakened person dies. Finally, he concluded, but those two situations are essentially the same. Because when mana runs out, you die. Sangha was startled. What? But I felt my mana run out a few times, and nothing happened. Lieber spoke up at that moment. At that time, your mana didn't deplete enough to the point where it couldn't sustain basic biological functions. In other words, it's like being out of breath after running like crazy. It feels like you're about to die, but you don't actually die. He proposed a theory. What if he really used a skill with the intent to die, which caused his mana to deplete and the system to shut down? When mana reaches its peak, theoretically, the mana will be restored and temporarily allow that person to escape the punishment. He sighed lightly. Of course, this is all just a theory, and it only applies to punishments and restrictions. Don't even think about trying it. You've already seen the price of ignoring the punishment, haven't you? Sangha nodded, but he suddenly felt confused. But still, it's strange with the virus and all. But why does running out of mana mean you die? Before the incident, Earth didn't have anything called mana. He was confused, yet people were still living just fine. Lieber Zuftli Spoke. You also understand how the system was installed when you passed through the gate, right? He continued, by doing that, the system was fused with humans. Once fused, they gain abilities that are considered superpowers. His voice grew quieter. Since then, they live off mana, and that's the system. Suddenly, Lieber exclaimed, wait, there's an example right near you. Sangha's eyes immediately widened. What? Lieber whispered. A case where someone awakened without passing through the gate. In a school within the city, the teacher's stern voice echoed. Everyone, please pay attention. The teacher stood on the podium, wearing a gentle expression. Today, we have a transfer student. Jiyu entered wearing her school uniform. Hi, I'm Jiyu. Nice to meet you all. The teacher spoke up. Jiyu has a special background, so she's 1 year older than the rest of you. Remember that. The teacher glanced at the students in the class. If you have any questions, just ask directly instead of gossiping. A few students started whispering to each other. Hey, isn't she Young Sangha's little sister? Meanwhile, in another corner of the class, a tough-looking boy slightly curved his lips. Young Sangha's little sister, huh? A pretty blonde girl beside him, applying lipstick, asked. How is she? The boy replied, pretty cute. The girl couldn't hide her excitement. What should I do? I'm so jealous. The teacher gestured toward an empty seat in the class. You can sit in that empty seat over there. Yu nodded. Yes, sir. The boy quietly activated his skill. With his influence, Jiyu slipped. She didn't have time to react, only letting out a startled cry. Meanwhile, Sangha showed an incredulous expression. Wait, is this how someone can awaken without passing through the gate? Lieber finished the sentence for him. A serious injury from a living entity that has merged with mana, which is usually a monster, so... He smiled. Your little sister must be awakened by now. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, the teacher quickly ran over. Are you okay? But he had to stop for a moment. Jiyu was surprised to find that she was completely unharmed. She stared down at a clone of herself lying beneath her. What is this? Jiyu reached out and touched the clone. I can touch it. It's real. A smile appeared on her face. Do I have the cloning skill? Suddenly, the clone disappeared, making Jiyu gasp. The teacher stared at her, stunned, as she sat bewildered on the ground. Are you okay? It's just a skill. The teacher hurriedly reassured her. I didn't realize you were awakened. I've heard that kids these days awaken at such a young age. Jiyu turned to look at him with a confused expression. Yeah, she thought, but I never participated in the awakening program. The teacher gently reminded her, The school prohibits the use of skills, so be careful. Ji-yu softly replied, yes. Meanwhile, Sang-gu was slowly hiding behind a large bush outside the school grounds, observing. After witnessing the scene, the students in the classroom began whispering. Are you awakened? This is the first time I've seen a clone. You used the cloning skill, just like Hunter Young Sang-gu, right? Ji-yu hesitated and smiled awkwardly. No, there's no need to be so polite. I just found out, so I'm not sure either. The students chimed in. Please show us again. In a corner of the school, the blonde girl crossed her arms and questioned. Hey, this wasn't part of our plan. Did you use it? The boy standing across from her shook his head. No, I don't have that skill. The girl looked annoyed. It was supposed to be the first time. I was going to. Suddenly, a clone of Sang-gu appeared in front of the group of students. It spoke threateningly. I saw you guys trying to use your skills to knock my little sister down. Tell me, what were you thinking when you did that? The clone ordered quiet. No one is allowed to shout. The girl trembled. The clone. The short-hair boy was frightened. This is Young Sang-gu's clone. Ji-yu, now hiding behind a large wall, was panting heavily. I finally escaped. She stared at her hands with surprise. What's going on with me? Did I really awaken? With the cloning skill, she suddenly realized something was wrong. When I woke up in the hospital, the world had changed so much. My brother is now regarded as a hero of the Republic of Korea. In the few days after waking up, everything was chaotic because of the reporters, making it hard for Ji-yu to think clearly. Ji-yu thought quietly. No one can say much about the strongest S-rank hunter in South Korea, and the focus is on his cloning skill. Ji-yu suddenly bit her lip and clenched her fist. I knew my brother's cloning skill was impressive the first time I saw it, but I didn't know it could expand like this. She looked confused. Also, if I can use the cloning skill. She tried to remember how she made the clone appear. What would it be like? You murmuret. I just hoped someone would catch me when I fell. A burst of light appeared, making her gasp softly. A clone appeared, standing in front of her. Ji-yu was overjoyed. I did it. She and the clone shouted in unison. We did it. Ji-yu put her hands on her hips, looking at the clone. But why are you mimicking me? Hey, shouldn't you be saying at your service, master, or something like that? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Awesome. Jumper appeared suddenly from the roof of the building opposite, to Ji-yu's surprise. Are you Jumper? He smiled. Who would have thought you awakened with the cloning skill? That's amazing. On the other side with the students, the blonde girl slammed her hand on the ground and shouted. I heard that. She knelt, crying. We were just trying to joke around to get closer to her. The boy on the left pointed at the girl. She made the ground slippery. This one made the floor soft, and asked her if she's okay with that. The boy nervously explained. But then she suddenly used her skill, and everything started getting messed up. Sang-gu's clone stared at them, wide-eyed. The blonde girl was speechless, tears in her eyes. We were just trying to get closer to his little sister because we're all big fans of Hunter Young Sang-gu. We're sorry. We won't do it again. Sang-gu's clone remembered the instructions from its master. Hey, help my sister fit in at school. Do something if anyone bullies her. In its mind, the clone simultaneously asked 3 questions. Did they bully her? The answer was no. Did I help her fit in? The answer was no. Finally, what did I do to those kids? The answer was yes. The clone stared blankly. All right, I'm a little confused. Jumper calmly explained to you. This skill looks like Sang-gu's cloning, but it's slightly different. He paused for a moment and continued. It's like a physical form and looks exactly like you. But in reality, it's in a state like looking through a mirror. It could be considered a mirror copy ability. Jumper shook his head. It's not like a clone that has its own consciousness. But it's real, that special skill. After hearing that, Ji-yu began to realize the issue. Thinking carefully, she noticed the bracelet on the clone's wrist was on the other hand. Ji-yu was confused. So, this isn't really a cloning skill. Jumper immediately reassured her. Don't be too disappointed. The truth is, the outfit you're wearing is copied exactly. That's valuable. He grinned. No matter what gear you're wearing, it can be copied. This allows you to enhance your fire abilities by 2 to 3 times. Ji-yu immediately understood. Thinking back, if the clothes weren't copied, Jumper's eyes suddenly sparkled. With that guess, do you want to try out this skill? Jumper suggested. We can go to a nearby gate and hunt for a while. I'll protect you, so you won't be in danger. But Ji-yu suddenly interrupted him. Sorry. A voice from somewhere rejected his offer, causing Jumper to furrow his brows. I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out right behind Jumper. Gu's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed. She called out loudly, "Brother Sengu." Sengu, with a calm expression, looked at Jumper. At this time, my sister should be going to school. He turned and looked at Sengu. Sengu, we meet again, he whispered. In an instant, Sengu appeared before Jumper, then bowed and thanked him. I heard you were the one who sent the prayer to Korea. Thank you. My sister has gotten better. His gaze suddenly became serious. But I have some doubts about how you approach her. What's your purpose in taking her hunting? Jumper spoke softly. I would appreciate it if. He snapped his fingers, and a shadow enveloped the two of them. We could talk in a quieter place. A dark shadow swallowed them both, and Jumper explained, this is a separate space. It's a special space, and it will block any system interference. Seeing Sengu about to call out his clone, Jumper immediately stopped him. Of course, it can't stop your clones, but will you hear me out first? I didn't come here to fight. Jumper was very calm. He had grown and become much stronger. Sengu silently assessed him. He was already strong the last time I saw him, but now he seems even stronger. Jumper interrupted his thoughts. Let's talk first. This is about my sister. You're right. I was planning to take her to the gate and register with the system. Sengu stared at Jumper. Why? He naturally explained, if she gets caught using the skill without registering with the system, she'll be in danger. Sengu looked confused. By who? Jumper lifted his lips. His voice grew serious. Of course, by those trying to bring about the apocalypse. Sengu immediately panicked. Just as I thought, Jumper knows about the apocalypse too. Jumper slowly explained, I'm not sure if you've heard about this yet, but the condition for the apocalypse is registering into the system for all of humanity. But what do you think would happen if there was an exception, like someone awakening outside the system? There's no way they could join the awakening program again. And what if they didn't go hunting either? What Jumper confirmed made Sengu grit his teeth in anger. They could be in danger from those who created the apocalypse. Think about it. Jumper patted his shoulder. Hunter Young Sengu, I know you also find something suspicious about the system. I've heard a lot of bad things too. But he leaned closer to Sengu and whispered, don't trust Lieber too much. Sengu was surprised. How do you know Lieber? Jumper lightly punched his chest. He's the kind of guy who always thinks only of himself. Jumper suddenly hugged his chest, biting his lip and speaking with frustration. To be more precise, he doesn't care about anything other than his own goals. This means, to achieve them, he's willing to sacrifice everything. Jumper glanced at Sengu. You've seen the danger of the 7 deadly, right? Even so, he still asked you to collect them, not caring if your sister could be in danger. I've seen it, Jumper said, then disappeared. See you. After returning to reality, Jiu hurriedly ran to Sengu. Brother, where have you been? You surprised me. Lieber suddenly contacted him. Young Sengu, are you alright? You lost connection for a moment. He asked quietly, what happened? But Sengu interrupted. Lieber. He fixed his gaze on Lieber. So I'm not the only one collecting the 7 deadly? Lieber's expression remained calm. Has Jumper told you already? Sengu, impatient, responded, he did. Lieber gently pushed his glasses up, slowly speaking. You are the 4th, and Jumper is just before you, he's 3rd. He stood up. I'll tell you everything about the Urantia system and about the apocalypse too. After hearing the enemy's side say that, Sengu called out Gu's name. Suddenly hearing her brother's voice and feeling his hand on her shoulder, Gu didn't quite understand. Go home for now. My clone will escort you. You should take a break from school too. After making those actions, he coolly left. What's going on? At least you should explain, she called out. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Also, congratulations on becoming an awakener. Elsewhere, Lucas picked up his bottle of wine, took it out to the living room, and sat down on the couch. While Lucas was still lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, the system appeared, startling Lucas. We lost connection for a while earlier. On the system screen, the words continued to scroll. I had to use spatial manipulation skills for a moment. Your actions are gradually deviating from the prophecy. The other side spoke, but Lucas kept drinking from the bottle. How long until humanity awakens? In the end, that's our plan. Too many variables have appeared. Things that never happened before are now happening continuously. The person on the other side, after hearing him, started pouring more wine. Things that never happened before. Stop being so sentimental. Like someone suddenly appearing, the apocalypse is near. The The enemy placed both hands on Lucas's shoulders. I hope you don't give up. He continued speaking as though giving an order, the only chance to save yourself. On the screen appeared a battlefield image where he was fighting Sangu, crying in excitement. Did you see that? That's the result of DEP. Enhancing a B-ranked hunter, 2 stages, but the effect so far is impressive. Trevor John was thrilled by the future images taking shape. If we had that drug, we could evolve humanity to the next level. I understand now. He suddenly stood before the screen and fell silent. After a long moment, he asked his system, really? He clenched his fists and spoke to Elisa. Do you really think so? You were an AI I created. You can't go against my will. Looking at the people lying scattered around, he spoke with a trembling voice. But at least this time, please answer me like Elisa used to. The system was silent for a moment before speaking up. Trevor, you knew this all along. The system didn't hold back, hitting Trevor John where it hurt. Is this really what you want to create? In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Sangu was a bit shocked by what he was seeing. All he could see was wasteland. Is this your laboratory? The enemy side put on an expression as if it were obvious, and said, It's not on the surface, it's underground. I'll tell you the location. So, please dig up the ground. Sangu listened and grabbed a shovel to dig into the earth. He began digging as the opponent instructed. Why are you only explaining your past now? I've heard about you from Jumper, he replied. I need to make you understand the truth first. He pushed his glasses up again and continued. I actually wanted to tell you even sooner. I had no intention of hiding anything. I thought I already sent you the address before, though. When this is over, go to that place. My research materials are there. He suddenly remembered the screen that had appeared before him, notifying him and then turning off. Sangu opened his mouth in realization. Ah, that's right. He did send it before. The opponent continued speaking about the matters while Sangu kept digging. But even after that, you didn't go looking for it. So, I felt there was no need to point it out anymore. What about my sister, though? Lieberside sat in the chair, observing everything. Was he really lying? The things he said before surely made some sense. But just because your name is registered in the system doesn't mean the danger will disappear. It seems like Sangu accidentally dug into something hard. In the end, everything depends on your judgment. Turns out, without realizing it, he had dug a deep hole, revealing a steel door underneath. Even after learning how Urentia had disappeared, it might still be in time for you to decide. He walked over and opened the steel object. Where is this place? He looked at the electrical wires inside, still glowing. The power's still on? Lieber suddenly appeared. This is my dream. The surroundings were rather desolate and empty. This is the first prototype system. Ah, now that I think about it, everything started here. In the 1950s in Philadelphia, someone kept calling Lieber while he was focused on his work. He was happily crafting at that moment. At that time, I was a researcher working on a secret project funded by the government. Lieber opened the door. When the people outside saw he wasn't answering, they decided to break the door and enter. You could just kick the door open, along with 2 colleagues he had known since childhood. After successfully opening the door, 2 people entered. Are you messing with that thing again? Still not giving up, huh? Rainbow Project, researcher Alyssa White, Trevor John. Elia crossed her arms, angrily criticizing Lieber. I called you over the weekend, but you didn't answer. Why do you think we can't be good at physical activities? Suddenly hearing Lieber say that confused Elia. Even in tennis, we know the ball is coming, and we know we have to position the racket to hit it, but it seems like we always end up hitting the air instead of the ball. Trevor John, who had been silent, now spoke to help Elia. It's because we lack motor skills. I hope I could do everything an average person can. What I'm building is a system to help people do just that. Lieber was focused on his work. If I complete this system, the world will become a place where everyone can achieve their desires. Even if they don't have talent, one day, even those who can't walk will be able to walk, run, and do anything they've ever dreamed of. Trevor John immediately shot down Lieber's dream. What you want is just an illusion. Do you think machines can control people at the cellular level? I think the concept of that system applies to the drug you won't give up on too. How can you feel comforted by creating something that only shows the traits someone desires? Trevor John got furious hearing this and wanted to argue back. What's that supposed to mean? At least it's better than this ridiculous machine. Here we go again. Calm down. Once I finish this project, the path to success for you will also open. Elia immediately threw her arms around Trevor John to stop them. Enough already, you guys. Let me go. Lieber looked at the two of them and stayed silent. You guys know what day it is. Today is the test day for the project. I do like personal experiments, but we need to do our jobs. Right? The experiment itself isn't dangerous. It's the first experiment, so the voltage is very low. Remember the construction site right next to here? Back then, everything seemed like it would go smoothly. The demagnetization experiment for metal, normal coil voltage, the machines worked fine, and all systems were running. While the other two were getting ready to begin the experiment. All right, let's start now. Am I just nervous? Trevor John decided to step out and come back later. I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me a bit. Oh, why are you going now? He said he didn't have time earlier because he was busy with the experiment. Lieber decided to continue the experiment anyway. Just keep going. There's nothing exciting about it anyway. Let's start. He'll catch up when he gets back. Now Lieber deeply regretted this action. Sometimes I still think about it. Lieber decided to pull the lever down. If we had waited for Trevor John that day, would things have turned out differently? Suddenly, the entire base shook. Lieber and Elia kept their focus on the experiment, unsure if the magnetic detector had picked up the signal yet. The signal was still there, but it seemed to be weakening. Then a powerful beam of light shot out, causing the base to tremble violently. People started rushing in, filled with anxiety. What's going on? What's happening? Please wait. We're looking into it. Electric currents were running everywhere, making everyone terrified, as if they were reacting to something. Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared in the sky. It sucked away everyone's mana. Oh my God, what is that sound? At this moment, Trevor had just finished using the bathroom and returned. Sorry I'm late. I must have eaten something wrong this morning. But in front of him, there were only trees and electric sparks. Someone suddenly spoke. We did it. We really did it. Lieber slowly opened his eyes, but couldn't see clearly yet. Their appearance looked a lot like ours. He's okay, right? This is so different from what I expected. Finally, he opened his eyes and started to wake up to the sound of voices. He's awake now. After seeing clearly, he realized that the people in front of him were all strangers. You're awake now? Elia had also passed out and was now sitting up, holding his head next to Lieber. Elia, are you okay? One of them joyfully shouted. Everyone, the summoning ritual was successful. The legendary hero who will protect the Urintia Empire from Kranid in the prophecy has arrived. Elia and Lieber didn't understand at all. What? Lieber, I need an explanation. Me too. Both of them were led by these strangers to a foreign kingdom. You will have 3 meals a day. If you want anything extra, just let me know. This place seems to be related to some kind of non-human race. Also, we'll provide any equipment you need within the Empire's capabilities. The person walking beside them explained everything kindly. As for the language, it will be translated through magic, so there will be no language barriers. Then, they were led to a room where they could rest. First, rest and relieve the fatigue from the long journey. Both Elia and Lieber were shocked by what they saw. They each had their own thoughts. This is the first time I've heard this language, but I understand what she's saying. A rabbit speaking human language? Is this really magic? And there are giant monsters too. The voices of both echoed all the way to the sky. Where the hell are we? Sangu, hearing this, couldn't believe it. So, the Urintia Empire really tried to summon a hero? What kind of nonsense is this? Lieber could only explain based on what he knew. They said it was an ancient legend of Tybern when the Urintia Empire fell into chaos. A legendary hero would appear, defeat the enemies, and bring peace. The exact reason why the portal opened is still unclear. We can only guess that their summoning ritual coincided with the experiment we were conducting, leading to this result. The buildings, their way of life, and even the people are things I've never seen before. However, Elia and I quickly adapted. Sangu was observing everything in the room while also questioning. It's surprising. I thought scientists would be the first to discard magic. Lieber patiently explained his thoughts. It's a prejudice. When an unexpected situation arises, we adapt faster than anyone else. Anyway, the job of a scientist is to discover the processes and rules behind the results. Let me show you. Sangu stopped and focused on one point, recalling what I had gone through. When Lieber was still there with Elia and hadn't been there long. All right, let's summarize. First, this is not Earth. This is a planet called Tybern, but it's still unclear whether it's in the Milky Way. It seems like they're using something called mana for magic, and have developed it to solve problems in communication, transportation, and other systems. Elia suddenly added, after hearing Lieber's summary, "There's still one thing that's most important. They've mistaken us for the legendary heroes." After hearing this, Lieber didn't explain because the situation was too awkward to handle. Elia continued to explain what she knew. They said they were at war with a tribe called Cranid, which might be their declaration. But in reality, they're the only unified empire on the planet, and Cranid are invaders from another world. But because they're scientists, they don't really care about this. But maybe this is an extremely special phenomenon. We can't stay here, right? Right. Trevor must be looking for us. That's why we're thinking about it so comfortably. They continued to talk to each other, sounding like they were comforting each other, invaders and other things. We don't belong here, because we're not any kind of hero. Right, I'm curious about the principles behind all this. But it's a method that can't be used on Earth. Since there's no mana there, tomorrow we'll explain the situation and ask them to send us back. We couldn't evaluate the situation we found ourselves in. Suddenly, people gathered outside the castle, shouting and calling out, "Frauds! Government officials, come out here. Show us the hero you've been talking about." The people inside the castle began to explain to the two of them, "We apologize for showing you this embarrassing situation." The rabbit girl started organizing everything to reassure both of them. "I've done my best to make sure you don't have to worry. As you've seen, there's still some opposition, even though some of us are involved in the hero summoning ritual. It costs a significant amount of mana stones and requires various resources. So many people doubt its effectiveness. That's why some people have come up with extreme ideas." Before the rabbit could finish, the troublemakers outside the castle interrupted. "Those who pushed this plan during the war must take responsibility. If they can't deliver results, they should hang themselves." The rabbit heard this and could only sigh. If you don't show them the results they want, the summoner will be executed as an example. Gee, they have no trust at all. The more the rabbit tried to reassure them, the more they felt doomed. All you need to do is show them the power of a hero. Elia flopped onto the bed, punching the pillow repeatedly. "We're doomed, really doomed." Lieber stood off to the side, staring into the distance, while Elia panicked, almost crying. She never expected this. Even if we tell them we're not their saviors, it looks like they won't be kind enough to send us back. Elia, in despair, looked up and cried out, "What should I do? I don't want to die here. I've never fought heroes or anything like that." Elia was panicking, but fortunately, Lieber stayed calm. "Rather than die like this, I need to figure everything out." Elia calmed down. Lieber softly advised Elia on the tough situation they were facing. "If we've been brought here, there must be a way to return, and now our job is to find it. A way back, huh?" From that point, I began researching every book in the Royal Library of the Urentia Empire, which contained all the knowledge related to mana and the rules of magical progress. Both of us were like students flipping through each book, reading every page. Fire, gem, ice, and thunder. These are the basic magical elements that's related to spatial transportation. And even information about artifacts spread across the universe. Everything was there. And so, our research into finding a way back home began. Elia found some information related to artifacts. At the top of Odin's Tower, there's an artifact that doesn't tolerate failure. I wish I had one. On Lieber's side, there was an unexpected discovery. Information related to Earth. 7 Deadly. An ancient, powerful creature from the abyss that could destroy any mana connection. And other artifacts. Of course, after studying, Lieber began practicing magic, casting a fireball. However, no matter how much we read or understood the knowledge and rules, Lieber looked at his hands, holding nothing but air, no fireball appearing. I still couldn't use basic magic, let alone spatial transportation. He stood on the magic circle in the middle of the castle. "I understand the rules, but what's the issue? I need to solve this problem first, so I can apply it to the more complex knowledge." Just then, a dragon's tail swept past Lieber. "Things aren't going smoothly, huh?" The last dragon of Urentia, Braymouse, stared at Lieber and then laughed. The legendary hero. Lieber looked at the dragon, only able to stammer its name. 99700:56:22, 900:00:56:25, 800, "Lord Braymouse, you're not frozen like when we first met, are you? Lord Braymouse, you're not frozen like when we first met, are you?" Lieber scratched his head awkwardly, then carefully explained. Yes, I've never seen a rabbit speak before. That's a racial stereotype. Be careful. Honestly, from the moment I first met you, I knew the plan was going off course. The dragon's eyes suddenly gleamed with a green light. If I look into someone's eyes, I can uncover details about them. I'm sorry, I don't know what went wrong during the summoning. After the dragon finished speaking, Lieber suddenly fell silent. But a scientist from Earth doesn't really fit the role of a hero, does he? The more Lieber listened, the angrier he got, clenching his fists to calm himself. You might have already realized, but once they find out you're not the hero, they won't be kind about sending you back. They'll throw you away just to quell the negative public opinion. They'll save their resources that could have been used to send you back and use them to find a new hero. Braymouse suddenly leaned his head close to Lieber. And then, suddenly, Braymouse said something shocking. What if you became a true hero? What? Braymouse calmly explained to him that magic uses mana as its source material. Braymouse began patiently guiding and training Lieber. If you can't control mana, you can't use magic. In this situation, understanding the complex rules of magic structure is useless. I can hear his voice in my head. Lieber also had many doubts about this. But is this really the way to sense mana? Oh, you doubt me? Lieber had to walk barefoot into the forest late at night. This is the fastest way, trust me. But after thinking it over, Lieber thought it made sense. Right? I have no other choice but to learn magic. So, he started doing what Braymouse instructed. Close your eyes and relax your entire body. You are a creature, but a very small part of the system operating in this vast world. Lieber quickly grasped the familiar keyword, the system. The dragon continued explaining to him. Don't think of mana as something special. It's like when you raise your hand and the air around you gets absorbed. You'll immediately notice mana coming into contact with everything around you. Lieber felt discouraged as he looked at his hands. I still can't do it. You're too distracted. Focusing on one thing might be better. Unexpectedly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. Lieber was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking someone was nearby. Is someone else here? Well, of course, you're not alone. A small, shy voice came from behind a tree. Who's there? Is that you, Lieber? Hearing that voice, Lieber was shocked to recognize it as Elias. Elia immediately poked her head out, and it seemed like she wasn't wearing anything. Damn it. He told me he'd teach me how to control mana. But what kind of method is this? Can you not look over here? Since Lieber had already looked, he was shocked and broke the glass. I told you not to look. Then, Lieber awakened his mana to everyone's surprise. What the hell? How did you do that? Thanks to my secret, Elia awakened the ability to control mana. And once she masters the technique of controlling mana, she will have the power to bring all the accumulated knowledge into reality. Lieber and Elia started brainstorming creative magic ideas. So this is a basic magic circle. If you add transformation and activate it, Braymouse was very pleased with his guess. It didn't take long to apply other magic rules we had read in books. Just as expected, you two are really good. Then, we received both good and bad news. The bad news was that, even after learning magic, we still couldn't find a way to return home. Space travel was impossible without a large amount of resources and the help of many people. The two of them had done something that shocked everyone. But the good news is that, as the prophecy said, it turns out they created a very powerful magic orb, and we are geniuses in magic. Everyone was curious and started discussing amongst themselves. How do they awaken such high-level magic? This will make. But when it was brought up, there was a conflict of opinions. So what are you going to do? The guy in the red clothes with red skin started mocking. Can you tell your teammates what you've done? That these two became so powerful in just 2 weeks. So if they can last a year, they'll be fine. The other side kept asking tough questions. Can you ask them to throw themselves into danger for no reason while guarding the borders all this time? It seems you've returned from the front lines. Although they call you the protector sword of the Empire, you are too crude. Unexpectedly, Raven was here and also the one who spoke up. I'm just curious. Our two legendary heroes, how long will it take for them to drive Ginny away? Let's see how good their magic really is.